Chapter 1, Let's Get Married. 212th year of the Woolly Era, Blue Star, Maple Leaf City. Uncle Wang, I've arrived at Fontaine Restaurant, the second seat by the window. Zhang Kuo sat on the sofa in the restaurant, the sunlight streaming in from the window falling on him. He hadn't felt this kind of tranquility in a long time. Hey, Zhang, you'd better do your best later. She's the daughter of the manager of our alien beast meat processing plant. If you became the son-in-law of the manager of the alien beast meat processing plant, you wouldn't have to risk your life every day to escort trucks to the satellite city for the plant. Okay, Uncle Wang. Zhang Kuo didn't want to come to this matchmaking event, but Uncle Wang, the captain of the meat processing plant's motorcade, took great care of him, a wounded soldier who had returned from the front lines. Uncle Wang always assigned Zhang Kuo the daytime escort duties when the beasts were less active, while he himself was responsible for the nighttime tasks. You're the Zhang that Lao Wang introduced. The woman spoke to Zhang Kuo from a great distance, her high heels clicking loudly on the ground. She spoke again after she had moved her bottom onto the sofa seat. What's your name again, Zhang? Zhang Kuo said politely, Miss Zhang, hello, my name is Zhang Kuo. The factory manager's daughter, Zhangya, wasn't bad looking, but Zhang Kuo always felt there was a kind of meanness about her. According to Lao Wang, you used to be a martial artist and even went to the front lines. Zhangya said that she then opened her phone to look at the messages Wang Fan had sent her. She disregarded Zhang Kuo's feelings and began reading his materials aloud right in front of him. Zhang Kuo was admitted to Maple Leaf Martial Arts University in the 209th year of the martial arts era. In the same year, he became a first-rank martial artist and voluntarily joined the Maple Leaf Army to enter the front line. He made outstanding contributions in his first year of service and was promoted to squad leader. In his second year, he broke through to the second rank of martial artist and became company commander. On July 4th of the 211th year of the martial calendar, a small-scale beast tide occurred. Zhang Kuo was injured while saving his companions, and his martial arts foundation was destroyed, forcing him to retire. After retiring from the military, I refused a preferential job and started working at the alien meat processing plant, where I still work today. Zhangya's expression grew increasingly grim. Was the man in front of her out of his mind? Why would he give up the retirement resettlement job offered by Maple Leaf City and instead become a lowly employee at a meat processing plant? It is well known that Maple Leaf City has always treated retired martial artists well, especially those with military merits like Zhang Kuo. If Zhang Kuo accepts Maple Leaf City's offer of employment, becoming a city defense officer or law enforcement officer would be far better than working as a meat processing plant convoy. So now you're just someone whose martial arts foundation has been destroyed, and you're just an employee of our meat processing plant's fleet. As Zhangya spoke, she took a sip of the coffee Zhang Kuo had prepared for her, and immediately showed a look of disgust on her face. Didn't you add milk? Do you know that if you don't add milk to these beans, they'll taste like horse piss? Zhangya pushed the coffee away from herself. Be more careful next time. I think you retired according to the standards for a company commander. Later, I'll ask my dad to talk to you and get you a position as a city defense officer in the city defense department. Zhangya looked the man in front of her up and down again. Zhang Kuo was already sunny and handsome, and after 2 years of fighting on the front lines, his temperament was even more outstanding. I think you're good looking, and your other qualifications are just so-so. In the end, you're just a useless martial artist. My dad is the manager of the alien beast meat processing plant. Right now, we have the supply rights for the entire satellite city. If I were to marry you, I would be marrying down. Don't even think about having children for the next 2 years. I haven't had enough fun yet. You can't interfere with me picking male models outside. Also, if I settle down in the future and want to have a child, the child has to take my surname. Martial artists like you have neither official rank nor money, and all you do is fight and kill with strange beasts. Aren't you just like the butcher in my dad's factory? You're already marrying above your station by marrying me. Zhang Kuo endured Zhangya's words and felt that his ears had been greatly polluted. Zhang Kuo said to Zhangya, Miss Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm not good enough for you. Zhang Kuo called out, Waiter, the bill, please. Zhangya's temper flared up instantly. Zhang Kuo, don't push your luck. You're just a lousy martial artist, yet you dare to challenge me. You trashy martial artists shouldn't even dream of marrying a swan. In the end, you're just a stinking soldier. If you dare leave, I'll have my dad fire you. My brother is a student at Maple Leaf Martial Arts University, and his future is limitless. If you offend me, you won't even know how you die. A crisp slap rang out, and Zhangya stared at the man in front of her in disbelief. Stop calling them stinky warriors all the time. They are the ones who protect the entire Maple Leaf City. Without these so-called stinking warriors, you would have been crushed by the beasts outside the city long ago. Your dad doesn't need to fire me, I'm quitting. Zhang Qiuo stepped out of the Fontaine restaurant. His right leg had been crippled on the battlefield, and he was somewhat unsteady on his feet when he walked. He edited a message for Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, thank you for taking care of me during this time. I'm resigning. The thought of working for someone like Zhenya made him feel nauseous. He was a retired martial artist, and even applying for a job as a primary school physical education teacher would be better than working for the Zhang family's meat factory. Zhang Qiuo was lost in thought about finding a job when a red sports car pulled up in front of him, and he didn't notice. Oh dear, Dad, I'm not going on blind dates anymore. I already have someone I want to marry. The woman in the car hung up the phone, pouted, and started urging him to get married again. I'll find you a son-in-law today, old dang. The woman inside waved to Zhang Qiuo. Get in the car. Whether it was because he was still angry with Zhenya or because he didn't have anywhere to go, Zhang Qiuo got into the car in a daze. Zhang Qiuo only saw the woman's face clearly after getting on the bus. Her long hair reached her waist, and she had a beautiful face. Wasn't this the kind of mature woman I liked? The woman's red lips parted slightly. My name is Mu Chuxue, I'm 25 years old, and I'm from the Mu family. The Mu family, the city lord's family of Maple Leaf City. Zhang Qiuo was momentarily flustered when he saw this beautiful woman of noble status. The image of the city lord, a 7th-rank martial artist, kept popping into his mind before he finally remembered to introduce himself. My name is Zhang Qiuo. Mu Chuxue's eyebrows curved slightly, and her smile would make any man in Maple Leaf City's heart flutter, Zhang Qiuo being no exception. I know you. I saw you in the Eastern District outside the city in 2011. You were more handsome back then than you are now. Zhang Qiuo's ears turned bright red when he heard Chuxue's praise. He remembered that during that beast tide, a 5th-rank female martial artist led the fight against the 5th realm Vajra wolves. The female warrior collapsed from exhaustion after killing Wolverine. He was injured while shielding the female warrior from the attack of the bone spike wolf. Although the female warrior was wearing a mask, her body shape matched that of Mu Chuxue. Mu Chuxue turned the steering wheel and drove her car into the inner city. The inner city walls were made of fine steel, and the core of the entire Maple Leaf City was built in the inner city. The city guards at the inner city gate saluted and let Mu Chuxue pass as soon as they saw her license plate. This is Zhang Qiuo's second time entering the inner city. The first time was when he came to Maple Leaf Martial Arts University to enroll. After driving the car into the inner city, Mu Chuxue said, Zhang Qiuo, marry me. When Zhang Qiuo heard Mu Chuxue say the word marriage, his heart pounded wildly, as if a wild beast was raging inside him. Congratulations, host, on awakening the martial arts soft rice system. Martial arts soft rice system, win over the goddess Mu Chuxue with martial arts rewards. The higher your intimacy level with Mu Chuxue, the greater the martial arts rewards. Chapter 2, The Sweet Moments of Newlywed Life, Comprehending the Breaking Army Fist. As Zhang Qiuo saw the system interface appear, his eyes reddened but shone with light. As long as I can get back into martial arts training, so what if I live off a woman? Besides, he's Mu Chuxue's kept man, he's just living off her. It smells so good. Zhang Qiuo nervously sat down next to Mu Chuxue. The woman from the Civil Affairs Department looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. You two are getting married voluntarily, right? Overwhelmed by happiness, Zhang Qiuo behaved very unnaturally. Mu Chuxue tugged at his sleeve. I'm not a beast, why are you so nervous? Zhang Qiuo tried to calm herself down. Auntie, we did it voluntarily. Click. Click. 2 steel stamps were affixed, and the aunt from the Civil Affairs Department handed the marriage certificate to the couple. Happy wedding to the newlyweds. Congratulations, host, on marrying your beautiful wife. Rewards will now be distributed. Martial Arts Foundation Restoration. A stream of heat slowly flowed out from Zhang Qiuo's dantian, and the aura around him suddenly changed. The damaged foundation of his martial arts was slowly recovering, and the blood flow in his right leg became smooth again. Zhang Qiuo's lost state of mind was completely restored the moment he received his marriage certificate. Martial Arts Rank 2, Initial Stage. It's been a year. I've finally returned to the 2nd rank of martial arts. Mu Chuxue, who was at the initial stage of the 6th rank, naturally noticed the changes in Zhang Qiuo. Wasn't his martial arts damaged? How come his strength has suddenly increased to the 2nd rank? At Mu Chuxue's home. Mu Chushue sat on the sofa, her long legs clad in black stockings, her high heels clicking loudly on the floor. At this moment, Jiang Qiuo was overwhelmed by the aura of Mu Chushue, a 6th-rank martial artist, and immediately sat down on the cushion on the ground. Jiang Qiuo looked up at Mu Chushue. At this moment, Mu Chushue appeared very proud and aloof in Jiang Qiuo's eyes, but he had a feeling that Mu Chushue was just pretending to be fierce. The girl's trick couldn't fool the old soldier. Mu Chushue asked, "Jiang Qiuo, don't you have anything to tell me?" Mu Chushue's question made Jiang Qiuo's heart skip a beat, and then he quickly took out his bankbook from his pocket. "First no, this is all my savings, I'm handing it over." When Jiang Qiuo handed the passbook to Mu Chushue, he was kneeling with the passbook held above his head. Seeing Jiang Qiuo's contrasting behavior, Mu Chushue chuckled to herself, "I never would have guessed that this guy who used to fight with strange beasts had such an adorable side." He had only wanted to ask him about his sudden recovery of his cultivation level today. After taking the bankbook, Mu Chushue stood up and patted Jiang Qiuo on the shoulder. "You did a good job. I've prepared 2 wedding gifts for you in your room. See which one you like." Mu Chushue was overjoyed. "Congratulations, host, on obtaining a C-level martial arts skill, the Breaking Army Fist." In Jiang Qiuo's mind, a small golden figure began to appear, constantly changing and throwing punches, imprinting the Pejun Fist into Jiang Qiuo's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have grasped the essentials of the Breaking Army Fist and mastered it. Your current proficiency level is proficient." Martial arts levels are divided into beginner, proficient, master, subtle, and perfect. It's actually a C-rank martial art, the Breaking Army Fist. It should be noted that Jiang Qiuo's military merits accumulated during his 2 years of service in the Maple Leaf Army only earned him a D-level breathing technique, the Tingsha Kung Fu. By the way, your room is the second one on the left. While Mu Chushue was speaking, she had already half entered her room and poked half of her head out to talk to Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo and his lovely wife looked into each other's eyes. Okay. Jiang Qiuo was overjoyed to have mastered the C-level martial art, the Breaking Army Fist. With this C-level martial skill, the Breaking Army Fist, his strength has increased significantly, and defeating a mid-stage 2nd-rank opponent would be no problem. Jiang Qiuo entered his room, turned on the light, and saw that the sheets were neat and a nightgown that fit Jiang Qiuo's body size was carefully folded and placed in a corner at the foot of the bed. More importantly, there were photos of Mu Chushue everywhere in the room. The one on the headboard is sexy and hot, the one next to the TV is about making funny faces, and the entire wardrobe is covered with queen-themed photos. Even the body pillows are all adorable Mu Chushue designs. Preparing these things takes a lot of thought and effort. The host's affection for Mu Chushue has increased. "Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Understanding the Goddess's Heart." Understanding the Goddess's Heart, a weekly opportunity to gain insight into my wife Mu Chushue's mind. Oh. Jiang Qiuo was quite surprised by the system's reward this time. He realized that he could also get a reward from the system for increasing his affection for Mu Chushue. The 2 envelopes on the bed must be the wedding gifts that Mu Chushue prepared for Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo opened the first document and found it to be a job offer from the Secretariat of the City Lord's Mansion. The Secretariat of the City Lord's Mansion is responsible for intelligence gathering and is directly under the leadership of the City Lord, so its status in Maple Leaf City is self-evident. The second one was the admission letter from Maple Leaf Wuhan University. Looking at the admission notice from Maple Leaf University, Jiang Qiuo felt as if he had returned to where his dream began. "My childhood dream was to become a powerful martial artist and protect the home of the people of Maple Leaf City, and going to Martial Arts University was the best opportunity to realize my dream." Jiang Qiuo's service period in the Maple Leaf Army is 2 years. When the beast tide breaks out, he will be discharged in 1 month and continue his studies at Wuhan University. I never expected to be able to touch this admission notice again after 3 years. Mu Chushue, thank you for bringing us together. However, the color of this admission notice is slightly different from my own back then. When did Wuhan University change the design of its admission notice? However, it was 3 years ago when I enrolled, so it's normal for the admission notice to be redesigned. Although Jiang Qiuo initially thought it was a bit childish for Mu Chushue to print her image on a pillow, she still happily hugged the pillow and drifted off to sleep. He slept soundly that night, and for the first time, this soldier who had fought on the battlefield for 2 years felt the warmth of home. A warrior who fought against strange beasts on the battlefield fell asleep in a fragrant and soft quilt. When Jiang Qiuo woke up the next day, he found that Mu Chushue had already left, leaving him with a loving breakfast and a note. Jiang Qiuo enjoyed the breakfast his wife had prepared while checking the contents of the note. The man maintained a smile throughout as he reviewed the notes. Mu Chishua's handwriting is elegant, but there are some unusual and playful variations in the regular strokes. I believe you made your decision last night. If you choose to go to the secretariat, remember to call me and I'll pick you up after get off work. If you go to Wuhan University, remember to apply for weekend commuting. You must go home on weekends. Mu Chishua added 3 big exclamation marks after the phrase must go home to stay on the weekend. Chapter 3, Admission Through Connections. Maple Leaf Martial Arts University Freshman Registration Office. Zhang Qiuo handed his admission notice to the student union officer at the freshman registration office. The two officers began to whisper among themselves. Hey, those notices of this color must be from people with connections, right? Yes, these people with connections either have money in their families or connections in their own right. Hurry up and give him his martial arts uniform. Don't get the wrong one, the uniforms for people with connections are white. Zhang Qiuo sighed, realizing that he had been admitted to Wuhan University based on his own merit 3 years ago, but now he was considered a relative. An officer handed Zhang Qiuo his martial arts uniform, saying, Zhang Qiuo, which building is your dormitory in? Zhang Qiuo was heading back to his dorm after receiving his martial arts uniform when he bumped into a muscular man whose martial arts uniform was also white. So you're Zhang Qiuo. You dared to give my sister the cold shoulder yesterday. Don't let me run into you during the freshman trial later. Zhang Jia glared fiercely at Zhang Qiuo. Hey, how did Officer Zhang end up going against Zhang Qiuo? The student council members began to whisper among themselves. Zhang Qiuo is in big trouble now. Zhang Jia, a sophomore, is one of the examiners for this freshman trial. Don't let his connections fool you, his family is rich. He throws around chi and blood pills and golden body elixir like they're free. I've already reached the late stage of the second rank. Zhang Qiuo ignored Zhang Jia. The two siblings were cut from the same cloth. He walked towards the dormitory without looking back. Zhang Jia was even angrier when he saw Zhang Qiuo ignoring him. He used to be all-powerful in the student council and had never been ignored like this before. If Zhang Qiuo had knelt down and begged for mercy just now, he might have let him off the hook during the freshman assessment. Zhang Jia dialed a number, his tone very respectful. Chairman Wei, I want to teach someone a lesson during the freshman assessment. You have no objection, right? Wei Yang's tone on the phone was very calm. Yes, be mindful of your limits. After receiving instructions from Wei Yang, Zhang Jia immediately posted Zhang Qiuo's photo in the assessment team group. Brothers, this guy doesn't get along with me. Don't let him pull off a single red flag. As long as my brothers don't let this guy get the red flag, I'll give each of us a chi and blood pill. In order to have more say in the student union, Zhang Jia has given many student union members benefits such as chi and blood pills. Martial Arts Test Square. The freshmen of Wuhan University lined up neatly in the square. Zhang Feiyan, the director of the freshman section, is reading the trial rules. The new students must obtain a red flag under the supervision of the examiners. 1 red flag equals 1 point, and the higher the points, the higher the ranking. The order in which you choose your mentors will affect the order in which you are ranked by points. Also, the top 3 in this trial will receive rewards such as Grade 2 Golden Body Elixir and Grade 2 Chi and Blood Pills. All the red flag points are on the map we've given you, and there are no restrictions on how you capture them. Discussions among the new students were incessant. The rewards for the top 3 this time are Grade 2 Golden Body Elixir and Grade 2 Chi and Blood Pills. Many freshmen had their eyes shining with excitement, saying, if it weren't for the martial arts exam, my family would have spent a year's savings to give me that 1 dose of the first grade Golden Body Elixir. A girl with a ponytail said, in order to get into the martial arts university, I only took 3 chi and blood pills in my senior year of high school. We commoners in the outer city can't even dream of taking such second grade chi and blood pills. Hey, let's team up. A few of us can hold off the examiners, and a few of us can pull the flag. We'll split the golden body liquid and blood chi pills equally. Amidst the chattering conversations, the crowd headed towards a teleportation array. Zhang Qiuo, in the crowd, saw someone in front of the teleportation array waving at him. Mu Chushua's eyebrows curved into a smile, and her smooth, alabaster hand gently waved towards Zhang Qiuo. What's my wife doing here? Zhang Qiuo was so excited to see Mu Chushua that he forgot to control his volume. Many people around heard Zhang Qiuo's voice. Wang Wuhai grinned, hey, this guy's lost his mind. If Instructor Mu is his wife, then I'm the husband of Jiang Qingyao, the #1 female warrior in the alliance. Exactly, there's a limit to fantasizing. Professor Mu is the goddess of the whole school. How dare he, a mere nepotism hire, do this? Seeing Mu Chushue waving at him, Jiang Kuo pushed through the crowd and walked towards her. Hey, excuse me, my wife is waiting for me over there. The freshman who was pushed away by Jiang Kuo thought, Tisk, is this guy out of his mind? One of the freshmen who was pushed away by Jiang Kuo was very unhappy and wanted to grab Jiang Kuo's martial arts uniform and argue with him. The freshman had just reached out his hand when his companion grabbed him. Don't be in such a hurry. Wouldn't it be more interesting to let Instructor Mu teach this arrogant fool a lesson himself? The freshman couldn't suppress the lewd smile on his face as he thought about how Jiang Kuo would be severely reprimanded by Instructor Mu. Jiang Kuo pushed through the crowd and stood in front of Mu Chushue. The freshmen were all ready to watch the show. How will Mu Chushue torture this man who claims to be her husband? First Snow, what brings you here? Mu Chushue helped Jiang Kuo straighten his martial arts uniform. The city lord's mansion said you didn't report for duty, so I think you can only come to the martial arts university. You'd better do your best in the freshman trial later. If you get a top 3 spot, I'll give you a reward. Jiang Kuo was already tempted by the rewards for being among the top 3 in the trial, but his wife's reward made him even more eager. Jiang Kuo's eyes shone like stars at this moment. For the reward of the first Snow, he was determined to take the top 3 in the competition. Jiang Tsua asked curiously, what is it? Mu Chushue pushed him towards the teleportation array, saying, let's keep it a secret for now, so as not to spoil the surprise. Those who had previously questioned Jiang Kuo were now both embarrassed and shocked. What? Instructor Mu was preparing martial arts uniforms for this person with connections. Instead of the scene they were expecting Mu Chushue teaching the arrogant new student a lesson, they were treated to a public display of affection between Jiang Kuo and Mu Chushue. Wang Wuhai watched as Mu Chushue pushed Jiang Kuo as if she were being coquettish, exclaiming, no way. This guy really is Mu Chushue's husband. Seeing Mu Chushue and Jiang Kuo so intimate, Wang Wuhai felt as if his face had been slapped hard. Wang Wuhai felt that fate was unfair. It's outrageous. Why does this person with connections have such a beautiful wife? A freshman patted Wang Wuhai on the shoulder and said, hey bro, do you think Jiang Kuo's relationship might be with Mu Chushue? Hey buddy, didn't you just say Mu Chushue is Jiang Kuo's wife? Then Jiang Qingyao is your wife. Bring her over sometime so I can meet her in person. What? Stop cursing me, I'm a loser. Wang Wuhai's Dao heart shattered at this moment. Chapter 4, New Student Trials. Jungle Secret Realm. Jiang Kuo stepped into the secret realm and discovered that day and night were reversed throughout the entire realm. It was still morning outside, but it was already night when Jiang Kuo entered the secret realm. Wow! Maple Leaf Martial Arts University's Divine Weapon Academy is getting better and better. The stars are simulated so realistically. I still remember the freshman trials 3 years ago, which were still in the arena. However, he was eliminated in the top 8, and when choosing a mentor, he chose the 7th rank martial artist, Master Chao Man, as his mentor. Chao Chao's impression on Jiang Kuo was that of a kind old man. I wonder how that old man is doing. I haven't visited him since I was injured and retired. Using her mentor privileges, Mu Chushue watched Jiang Kuo enter the secret realm on a screen. The old man beside him shifted his gaze from the large screen to Mu Chushue's screen. Xiao Mu, you're already starting to have your eye on promising talents at this age? The old man's gaze was fixed on the new student on Mu Chushue's screen. The more he looked, the more familiar the student seemed. Suddenly, Xiao Man's eyes widened in shock. This is Jiang Kuo, who said goodbye to himself and joined the Maple Leaf Army 3 years ago. Xiao Mu, this is Jiang Kuo. Mu Chushue nodded to Grandpa Chao, yes. Old Master Chao's eyes were moist. He had secretly visited Jiang Kuo after he was injured and was very sorry to see that Jiang Kuo's martial arts foundation had been destroyed. He never expected to see him return to the 2nd rank. Wow! This kid must have had some amazing adventure. He even managed to repair his martial arts foundation. Old Master Chao. Although they were only teacher and student for a month, Old Master Chao greatly admired this student. He dared to fight monsters on the battlefield during his freshman year and even rose to the rank of company commander based on his military achievements. A true warrior should be like this. Old Master Chao's eyes revealed his appreciation for talent. Little Mu, Jiang Kuo used to be my student, so don't you dare try to take him from me. Mu Chushue frowned slightly. Grandpa Chao, this depends on your abilities. What if Jiang Kuo likes a young and capable mentor like me? The old man's temper was immediately provoked by Mu Chushue. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm his first mentor, and besides, I'm incredibly capable. Why wouldn't he choose me? Seeing that old man Chow was losing his temper, Mu Chushue immediately came up with a clever idea. Grandpa Chow, do you dare to bet with me? Grandpa Chow was very generous. Hey, let's bet. What are we betting on? Mu Chushue carefully recalled the treasure in the old man's hands, and then she had it. I was originally planning to go to the scripture pavilion at Wuhan University to exchange for a breathing technique for Jiang Kuo, but old Master Chow delivered it to my door. I'll bet you half of the ancient dragon scripture. Chow Man was shocked. This girl had such a big appetite. This was half of the ancient dragon scripture, and a level breathing technique. It was only a level because it was only half of the scripture, but even just this half of the ancient dragon scripture could crush ordinary A-level breathing techniques. Chow Man knew that this half of the ancient dragon scripture was already at the threshold of the highest level, S rank. Chow Man thought to himself, this young girl thinks that Jiang Kuo is young and vigorous and will definitely be attracted by her beauty. But little does she know that Jiang Kuo is a tough and unyielding martial artist, just like me. How could he be defeated by mere beauty? I'll gamble with her. She doesn't understand the bond between Jiang Kuo and me. Chow Man took out the half of the ancient dragon scripture from his storage ring and slammed it on the table. I bet on your Mu family's snow-treading plum blossom steps. The snow-treading plum blossom step was created by the first patriarch of the Mu family. It is an A-level movement technique. Movement techniques are already very rare, let alone in A-level 1. It seems that Grandpa Chow's plan is quite good. Mu Chushue pressed the snow-treading plum blossom step onto the ancient dragon scripture, and her aura did not diminish in the slightest when facing a stronger opponent who was a realm higher than her. Mu Chushue was putting on this show for old Master Chow, to give him the illusion that she was also caught up in the moment. Mu Chushue looked at the half of the ancient dragon scripture and suppressed the upward curve of her lips. She turned her head to the side, afraid of laughing out loud, and could only blow out a few breaths to release her energy. She secretly rejoiced. Jiang Kuo, your former master is going to be completely fooled by your new master. With the two having placed their bets, Jiang Kuo was ready to pull the red flag in Mu Chushue's mentor's camera view. Chow Man and Mu Chushue both kept their eyes glued to the screen. Both a 6th rank martial artist and a 7th rank martial artist had pounding hearts and their breathing began to slow down. Chow Man looked at Jiang Kuo, who had stopped near the examiner's monitoring point. His gaze never left Jiang Kuo, but Jiang Kuo stopped what he was doing and instead watched the new students fight with the examiners. Hey, why is this kid not moving? If he makes a move now, he'll definitely knock the examiner down. In the picture, Jiang Kuo hides himself in a bush, his eyes shining as he stares intently at the red flag behind the examiner. Seeing Jiang Kuo Chushue's focused expression, she understood. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Are you trying to pull a little trick? Suddenly, Chow Man shouted, oh. Ha ha, this kid is cunning. While the new students and examiners were locked in a struggle, Jiang Kuo swiftly swept past the pile of red flags. Jiang Kuo acted swiftly, and the 3 red flags had already quietly appeared in his hands. He stuffed the red flag into his backpack, unable to suppress the smile playing on his lips. Hey, a red flag for free. He greeted the proctors. Thanks, guys, I'm off. Then Jiang Kuo's figure quickly disappeared into the night. The examiners at the checkpoint only realized they had been robbed by Jiang Kuo when he succeeded. The examiner's teeth were grinding together. The remaining red flag was linked to his academic credits. I had 3 red flags taken away from me all at once. The red flags at each guard post are identical, and each person can only earn points once. He drew more than one, so it seems these people are his accomplices. The examiner's punches and kicks became increasingly fierce. You little bastards, I was holding back just now, I didn't expect you had accomplices. 36 style whirlwind kick. The examiner vented all his anger towards Jiang Kuo on the 2 new students, whipping them hard with his leg. The initial exchange between the new students and the examiners quickly turned into a situation where the new students were on the defensive. The freshmen struggled to stay afloat this time, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Senior, we really don't know that person. The 2 freshmen curled up on the ground, covering the back of their heads. Senior, stop hitting me, you'll be crippled if you keep hitting me. Jiang Kuo's backpack was filled with more and more red flags. This method of stealing flags had never failed him. If this were 3 years ago, I might have been just like these freshmen, foolishly fighting and pulling flags. Jiang Kuo couldn't help but sigh at his year-long experience as a caravan escort. It was when he first started escorting the caravan with Uncle Wang that they encountered a 3rd-grade exotic beast. He thought he was going to die, but Uncle Wang led the beast to another caravan. Uncle Wang, you're the one who taught me how to steal the flag. Chapter 5, Pine Breeze Ape. Ha! Zhang Qiu placed a backpack full of red flags on the ground. With satisfaction, he looked at the bag of red flag, and the second-grade golden body liquid, second-grade chi and blood pill, and the reward from his wife, first snow, were all secured. Zhang Qiu looked at the animal droppings on the ground, poked them with a twig, and found some fruit pits mixed in. Zhang Qiu's experience in the wild told him that this was the excrement of the strange beast, the pine-wind ape. Pine-wind ape. I've killed quite a few of these things on the battlefield, and I've figured out their habits thoroughly. It seems that the teachers at the Divine Weapon Academy released some low-level alien beasts into this secret realm to make it more realistic. Outside the secret, the mentors were all staring at Zhang Qiu on the big screen, watching the red flags that were about to fall out of Zhang Qiu's backpack. The mentors all started to make their own calculations. Looking at Zhang Qiu in front of him, Zhang Feiyan thought to himself, Zhang Qiu is quite capable. If I train him well and help him break through to the 3rd rank this year, my position as vice principal will be secure. Lin Ro, the mentor, stared intently at Zhang Qiu. His performance seems to be even better than that kid from the Wei family. Xiaoka's number of red flags is only 1/3 of his. Lin Ro rubbed her temples, her eyes revealing appreciation. If we can get him to join the Lin family, our branch will have more say. When Lin Ro turned her gaze away from Zhang Qiu, she met Mu Chushue's eyes and found Mu Chushue's eyes filled with resentment, which made her feel strangely uneasy. I didn't offend her, did I? Her eyes look like she wants to eat me alive. Mu Chushua overheard Lin Ro's muttering about Zhang Qiu joining the Lin family, and her jealousy flared up. In Mu Chushua's heart, she thought, that damned woman Lin Ro, Zhang Qiu is the Mu family's son-in-law. What is she thinking about? In the secluded jungle, the red-haired man discovered Zhang Qiu. The red-haired man recognized the newcomer as Zhang Qiu, whom Officer Zhang had asked him to find. So, we've got the chi and blood pill now, haven't we? Hey, Zhang Qiu, I'm Chen Shaol, a sophomore, a second-grade martial artist. Chen Shaol took out a long spear from behind him. Zhang Qiu, immediately leave the red flag on your body, and let me take off your arm. The spear gleamed coldly in the night. Chen Shaol was smug. The thought that he had actually encountered this freshman who was worth a second-grade chi and blood pill made him smirk and say to his ear, Zhang Qiu, it's all thanks to you for offending Secretary Zhang, otherwise how could someone like you be worth a second-grade chi and blood pill? Zhang Qiu showed no intention of fighting when faced with Chen Shaol's silver spear. Zhang Qiu looked at Chen Shaol and the red flags on the ground. There were a lot of red flags, which meant that not many freshmen had managed to get them. Zhang Qiu thought to himself, Examiner Chen, your credits are doomed. PP. Zhang Sui pursed his lips and made that strange monkey-like cry towards the woods. Oh. Ha 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 ha. A chorus of responses began to echo through the jungle. Tap tap. Tap tap. 5 pine-wind apes landed around Chen Shaol, baring their blackened teeth at him. Chen Shaol looked at the few pine-wind apes, cold sweat pouring down his back. Damn, 5 black monkeys. Chen Shaol's heart pounded. His first thought was to run away, but when he saw the red flags on the ground, he realized that these were all his academic credits. Just as he was making his decision, the pine-wind apes formed an encirclement, and Chen Shaol could no longer escape. The Songfeng apes swarmed forward, and Chen Shaol continuously swung his spear to defend himself. Song Fengjuan's combination punches immediately left Chen Shaol with a bruised and swollen face. Outside the secret, Old Master Chao was the first to lose his composure. He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming. Hey! This brat can even imitate the cry of a pine-wind monkey. Ha, this kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, making Chen Shaol suffer such a humiliation. Zhang Feiyan looked at Chen Shaol, who had been beaten into a pig's head, and showed no sympathy but only mockery. In Lin Ro's eyes, Zhang Qiu put the red flag that Chen Shaol was guarding into his backpack, leaving only one red flag for Chen Shaol. A blush crept onto Lin Ro's cheeks. She didn't know why, but Zhang Qiu's way of doing things made her feel a sense of admiration. Mu Chushue smiled and said, this guy seems to have changed a lot compared to a year ago. He's got more tricks up his sleeve. Mu Chushue's eyes darted around in their sockets, her cunning side kicking in. When he comes out, I'm going to interrogate him properly. In the footage, Zhang Sui has reached the last guard post. Zheng Jie sat on a thick tree trunk, which had obviously just been broken off. Zheng Jie saw that the person who came was Zhang Qiu, whom he had long wanted to teach a lesson to, and a wicked smile immediately appeared on his face. Oh, Zhang Qiu, you've managed to make it this far? Zheng Jie's muscles twitched, and his blood surged. Zhang Qiu, I'll make you pay 100-fold for that slap you gave my sister. Zhang Jia looked at Jiang Qiuo's backpack full of red flags and said, not bad, you've collected a whole bag of red flags, which should put you in the top 3. But your top 3 spot is going to be ruined by me. Mountain Shaking Fist. Jiang Qiuo immediately used the Pijun Fist to parry. Off-screen, Lin Ro frowned slightly. Why is this kid fighting with Zhang Jia? Can't he use the Pine Wind Ape? Chao Man stood up abruptly, good. Zhang Jia is a high-level second-rank martial artist, and Jiang Qiuo is a low-level second-rank martial artist. Jiang Qiuo is planning to hone his martial arts skills through Zhang Jia. Watching this scene, Zhang Feiyang echoed Chao Man, a second-rank beginner fighting a second-rank expert. If he fights well, this kid's martial arts will improve even further after this battle. Zhang Feiyang's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Qiuo's Breaking Army Fist. Oh, a C-rank martial art, Breaking Army Fist. No wonder he dares to fight a second-rank high-level opponent from the early stage of the second rank. After watching Jiang Qiuo demonstrate the Breaking Army Fist, Lin Ro pursed her lips and thought to herself, a proficient level C-rank martial art. I must bring him into the Lin family. In the jungle secret realm, Jiang Qiuo kept unleashing his Breaking Army Fist, but it felt like his fists were hitting a steel plate. Seeing that Jiang Qiuo's Breaking Army Fist couldn't break through his defense, Zhang Jie's lips curled up to his ears. A poor martial artist like you who just coasts along on the front lines will probably never understand how powerful a body becomes after soaking in golden body liquid once a month. Gradually, Jiang Qiuo's weaknesses as a second-grade beginner became apparent. His blood and chi supply was clearly inferior to Zhang Jie's as a second-grade advanced practitioner, and his offensive power declined rapidly. Seeing this, Zhang Jie poured a large amount of his chi and blood into the output of the Mountain Shaking Fist. The D-level fist technique, infused with chi and blood, generated immense power, causing Jiang Qiuo to retreat steadily. Seeing that Jiang Qiuo was retreating more and fighting back less, Chao Man realized that Jiang Qiuo was unlikely to win. Fei Yang, it's about time to call a stop. Don't ruin the child's martial arts future. Looking at Jiang Qiuo, who still retained some fighting strength, Zhang Feiyang was unwilling to give up so easily. Looking at Jiang Qiuo's increasingly severe injuries, Mu Chuxue gritted her teeth and said, Jiang Qiuo, you must take good care of yourself. Jiang Qiuo did not have the golden body liquid to temper his body was forged in battle. He gritted his teeth and endured Zhang Jie's attacks one by one. As the first snow fell, Jiang Qiuo looked at her, her eyes reddening. Mu Chuxue is very worried about you, triggering the martial arts soft rice system, rewarding you with 1 martial arts insight. The skill level of the Breaking Army Fist has been increased to the master level. Chapter 6, Upgrade of the Breaking Army Fist. A flood of martial arts insights poured into Jiang Qiuo's mind, and the little golden figure in his mind displayed the subtle mysteries of his Breaking Army Fist technique. When the Breaking Army Fist is at the proficient level, it consumes 50 calories of chi and blood to unleash a punch with a force of 200 kilograms. Once your proficiency reaches the mastery level, 50 calories of chi and blood can unleash a punch with a force of 500 kilograms. Even if Zhang Jie upgrades his D-level martial skill, Mountain Shaking Fist, to the master level, his 50 calories of blood energy can only unleash a punch force of 250 kilograms. Therefore, once a C-level martial art reaches the mastery level, it will completely widen the gap with D-level martial arts. Mu Chuxue, Chao Man, Zhang Feiyang, and Lin Ro's eyes lit up instantly. Martial arts insights. Chao Man watched as his former student actually raised the proficiency level of a C-level martial art to mastery during the battle. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, excellent. Truly wonderful. Your martial arts skills have improved to another level. Lin Ro smiled, her face slightly flushed. This kid has an even higher talent for martial arts. He's proficient in many C-level martial arts techniques, which even many 5th-rank martial artists can only barely achieve. Mu Chishue's heart finally settled down. She knew that Jiang Qiuo's counterattack was about to begin. After integrating his martial arts insights, Jiang Qiuo immediately unleashed a Breaking Army Fist, initiating his counterattack. Zhang Jie felt the pain his body, which had been tempered with a large amount of golden body liquid, was actually breached by Jiang Qiuo. He noticed the change in Jiang Qiuo's use of the Breaking Army Fist. What? This kid's martial arts have broken through. Zhang Jie was filled with disbelief. This was a C-level martial arts technique. For a low-level martial artist, the cultivation is obviously extremely difficult, so how did he manage to break through to the proficiency level so easily? The power of the Breaking Army Fist continued to accumulate, and Zhang Jie's defenses were constantly being breached. Zhang Jie collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, still staring at Jiang Qiuo in disbelief. Impossible. How could a poor martial artist like you Zhang Qiuo stood with his fist withdrawn, his breathing steady and his eyes cold. He was still somewhat immersed in the power of the breaking army fist. Zhang Qiuo looked at his fists and said, "At crucial moments, I still have to rely on my wife, Xu Shui. If she worries about me again, I might be able to go from mastering the breaking army fist to mastering the subtlety. If I had the breaking army fist at the microscopic level, defeating an enemy 3 minor realms above me wouldn't be a problem." Xiaoman stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes full of satisfaction. That last move really got this old man's blood pumping. Lin Ro lowered her head silently, still savoring the brilliance of that move. She had actually seen the combat skills of a mid-level martial artist in a low-level martial artist. Under Zhang Jie's desperate gaze, Zhang Qiuo stuffed all the red flags he was guarding into his backpack. Before leaving, Zhang Qiuo gave Zhang Jie, who was lying on the ground, a provocative look and said, "I'm taking your credits." Zhang Qiuo strode out of the secret realm. A student council staff member took his backpack and verified his red flag with points. The examination staff poured all the red flags into the recognition device. This identifier connects two systems, one is the point system for freshmen, and the other is the point system for sophomores. As the red flag passed through the identification system, deduction prompts kept coming in. Chen Shao's points 5. Chen Shao's points 5. Zhang Jie's points 10. Zhang Jie's points 10. On the new student system, Zhang Qiuo's points continued to climb. Zhang Suo's points plus 10. Zhang Suo's points plus 12. Zhang Suo's points jumped to 100. The examination staff exclaimed excitedly, "Perfect score. Full marks in the freshman trial." Since the start of the new student trials, this is the first new student to achieve a perfect score. The perfect score of 100 immediately pushed Wei Yang, who was originally ranked first, down. Zhang Suo's points lead is precipitous. He leads the second place team by 25 points and the third place team by 35 points. Wei Yang watched as he was pushed from first to second place, and a sudden surge of anger rose in his heart. Who is this Zhang Qiuo? There's no such person in any aristocratic family. Those who aren't from prestigious families don't know how to restrain themselves and dare to steal my thunder. However, Wei Yang did not explode because he was in the crowd. He just clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Zhang Feiyang, the director of the freshman section, announced the top 3 in the trial on the stage. Lin Ke, third place, will be awarded a grade 2 Qi and blood pill. Wei Yang, second place, will be awarded a grade 2 Qi and blood pill and a bottle of grade 2 golden body liquid. Zhang Qiuo, first place, reward, 1 grade 2 Qi and blood pill and 2 bottles of grade 2 golden body elixir. Based on your ranking in the freshman trial, please choose your mentors. Zhang Qiuo took the Qi and blood pill and the golden body liquid from Zhang Feiyang. The Qi and blood pill was in an exquisite sandalwood box, while the golden body liquid was in 2 copper bottles decorated with dragon and tiger designs. Taking the opportunity, Zhang Feiyang said, "When Zhang Qiuo is choosing a mentor, you can consider me. I am one of the younger generation of teachers at the Martial Arts University, and you will definitely need my cultivation resources." Zhang Suo replied, "Teacher, I will seriously consider it." Sophomore venue. Chen Shaol was carried out on a stretcher, and Zhang Jie was carried out on a stretcher. Chen Shaol was beaten into a pig's head by a group of Songfeng apes, while Zhang Jie was beaten into a limp, waterlogged fried dough stick by Zhang Qiuo. The 2 people on the stretcher listened as their owner announced the rankings. Chen Shaol, with 1 red flag remaining, is second to last. Zhang Jie, no red flag, last place. This outcome was deliberately arranged by Zhang Qiuo. Thinking that Zhang Jie was even more despicable, he left a red flag for Chen Shaol to demonstrate his impartiality. The second-year students at the assembly were chattering away. Hey, weren't those 2 supposed to be guarding the last checkpoint? How did they end up being last and second to last? A sophomore student who knew the situation said, "Hey, did you guys see those 2 things wrapped up like mummies? One of them is Chen Shaol, and the other is Zhang Jie. These 2 were ruined by a rookie star. The director is furious this time, saying those 2 are a disgrace." Oh my! Which one is Zhang Jie and which one is Chen Shaol? The one with the big head, of course. My advisor specially filmed a clip on the big screen in the freshman training ground. Chen Shaol got beaten up like a pig's head by the Pine Wind apes summoned by the freshman king. They won't be able to participate in next month's sophomore assessment. It looks like these 2 will have to repeat a year. Zhang Jie and Chen Shaol, 2 disabled people, were whimpering and crying. They had been made like this by a freshman and then carried to the great assembly to embarrass themselves. Both of them now only want to kill Zhang Qiuo. Freshman orientation venue. Jiang Qiu, come to my place. If 3 bottles of golden body elixir aren't enough, we can talk about it. I own shares in the Maple Leaf City pill factory. If you acknowledge me as your mentor, you can receive a second-grade qi and blood pill every month. Zheng Feiyan grabbed Jiang Qiu's hand and vigorously marketed himself. Cao Cao, not caring about ruining his reputation in his later years, started to act like an old man, saying, "Hey, this kid chose me 3 years ago. We've met again this year, which means we're destined to meet. Don't try to steal him from this old man." Lin Ro's hand naturally wrapped around Jiang Qiu's arm, pulling his entire arm into her embrace. "Jiang Sua, what those 2 old geezers can give you, I can give you too. What they can't give, I can also give you." Lin Ro, a beautiful woman from a prominent family, has a lot of suitors. If it were anyone else, they might have already fallen for her. Jiang Qiu got goosebumps listening to Lin Ro's attempts to win him over. He stared blankly at his wife's reaction and found that she was giving him a "you're dead" look. "Professor Lin, let's not do this. Men and women shouldn't touch each other." At this moment, Mu Chushua looked at Jiang Qiu and actually started to act coquettishly. "Little brother Jiang Qiu, why don't you choose me? You know the benefits of choosing me." Jiang Qiu pretended to be having a very difficult decision. "Thank you all for choosing me, Jiang Qiu. I choose." Lin Ro, Zheng Feiyan, and Xiaoman all looked at Jiang Qiu with expectant eyes. Mu Chushua, teacher. Hi. All 3 mentors sighed, wondering why Mu Chushua had gotten such a good deal. Zheng Feiyan looked at himself and began to doubt, is it because I'm not a beautiful woman? Xiaoman cursed inwardly, "You little brat, we were master and disciple for a long time. How could you be so easily swayed by this beauty? How foolish, how foolish." Lin Ro looked down at her own qualifications, then at Mu Chushue's, and said, "Where am I inferior to her?" Xiaoman watched with a heavy heart as Mu Chushue took his half of the ancient dragon scripture. He lamented, "Disciple, disciple, I couldn't keep it." Mu Chushue won half of the ancient dragon scripture. Cao Cao was disheartened, realizing he had lost even his life savings. Mu Chushue beckoned to Jiang Qiu, and Jiang Qiu came to her side. Mu Chushue raised an eyebrow. Jiang Qiu, what should you call me?" "Master, master." Mu Chushue's scheme succeeded. She nudged Jiang Qiu's shoulder, and half of an ancient book appeared in front of him. Good disciple, you've done well. Consider this a level breathing technique, your apprenticeship gift." Mu Chushue leaned close to Jiang Qiu's ear and said, "Hey, I tricked this breathing technique out of your former master. Be careful to hide it well so he doesn't take it back. Go back and cultivate diligently. If your cultivation hasn't improved by the next time we meet, I will punish you." Mu Chushue coughed lightly, releasing the small joy she had just suppressed while cosplaying her master, and then used her footwork to enter the air. "Luckily, I ran fast. Did Jiang Qiu notice my secret smile?" Chapter 7 Ancient Dragon Scripture. Jiang Qiu pushed open the dormitory door. To provide a good cultivation environment for Wuhan University students, the university has specially arranged a single room for each student. Upon entering, there was a bed, a doll for unleashing punches, and a separate bathroom. The small room was very cozy, and Jiang Qiu was quite content. He was very grateful that he could cultivate himself and live in such an environment. The dormitory conditions at Wuhan University are even better than they were 3 years ago. It truly deserves to be called the cradle of martial artists in Maple Leaf City. The warm and comfortable dormitory environment made Jiang Qiu eager to try his cultivation. Jiang Qiu sat cross-legged, with his 5 hearts facing the sky, and began to cultivate the ancient dragon scripture. The ancient dragon sutra is a breathing technique used during meditation practice. It can nourish the blood and qi and increase the speed of practice. As Jiang Qiu activated his inner cultivation technique, his internal energy and blood were immediately mobilized, and the impact of his internal energy and blood on his physical barriers produced a dragon's roar. Jiang Qiu was pleasantly surprised to find that the cultivation speed of the ancient dragon scripture completely surpassed that of the flying serpent technique. The process of accumulating qi and blood in the Tingsha technique is like water dripping from the eaves, while the ancient dragon scripture is like a waterfall. Jiang Sua immediately entered into meditation. In his mind, he observed an inner world where a golden dragon coiled around his life-bound bone, continuously pouring its vital energy into a pool of blood. Once the blood pool was filled, the blood pool and the vital energy within it suddenly disappeared, and then an even larger blood pool appeared. Jiang Qiu suddenly opened his eyes, his blood and qi overflowing. Mid-stage rank 2. Success. Boom! Jiang Qiu unleashed a powerful punch, channeling the overflowing blood and qi from his body into a burst of energy that he channeled onto the puppet. The doll's body, made of C-grade alloy, was dented by the punch. If that punch had landed on Zhang Jia, it would probably have ruined his martial arts career. When Jiang Qiu checked the time, it was already the morning of the next day. He hadn't even noticed the passage of time while cultivating the ancient dragon scripture. Knock, knock, knock. My bedroom door was being pounded on repeatedly. Jiang Qiu instantly became alert. He peered through the peephole and figured it was probably Chen Shaol and Zhang Jia who had sent people to seek revenge. I just advanced to the middle stage of the second rank, so I'm using this to consolidate my cultivation. Before him stood a short, chubby boy. Jiang Qiu recognized him as one of the freshmen. Jiang Qiu opened the door, judging that Wang Wuhai would not and dare not launch an attack, and his surging blood and qi were drawn into his internal organs. What's up? Wang Wuhai grinned widely. Brother Jiang Qiu, there's a beautiful woman downstairs looking for you. I see. Jiang Qiu wasn't surprised to hear this. He was good looking enough to make a living off his looks, and he received quite a few confession text messages from girls when he was a freshman in college. Could it be that my performance in the freshman trial has attracted some female admirers? Jiang Qiu went down to the dormitory building and saw a girl with long braids pacing downstairs. Her white dress was above her knees and she had a canvas bag slung over her shoulder. Lin Ke waited patiently for Jiang Qiu, but couldn't help but mentally complain about Lin Ro. My sister is really something. She can't handle a man herself, but she insists on making me try. Lin Ro's words kept echoing in Lin Ke's mind. Kur, your older sister is no good anymore. Maybe Jiang Qiu likes your type. You must win him over for the Lin family. Jiang Qiu had already arrived in front of the girl who was slowly drifting into a daze. Did you look for me? The girl looked up at Jiang Qiu in front of her. Wasn't he only at the early stage of the second rank yesterday? How did he break through to the middle stage of the second rank overnight? Lin Ke nodded, feeling a little awkward and unsure how to begin, but she had to follow her older sister's instructions. Jiang Xue, you haven't had breakfast, have you? Let me treat you to breakfast. Jiang Qiu wanted to refuse, but he had already handed over his wallet to Mu Chuxue and hadn't kept any living expenses for himself. Jiang Qiu, who had been cultivating all night, was starving. Lin Ke's reminder only intensified his hunger. Alright, then I won't be polite. Jiang Qiu recalled Uncle Wang's words, hey, it's a fool not to take advantage of a good deal. Jiang Qiu and Lin Ke walked side by side toward the cafeteria, maintaining a subtle distance between them. At the same time, Lin Ke kept telling Jiang Qiu about how wonderful the Lin family was. Jiang Qiu, are you really not going to consider joining our Lin family? Jiang Qiu was about to walk into the cafeteria side by side with Lin Ke when they bumped into someone. Upon seeing the elegant and refined female teacher before him, Jiang Qiu immediately became nervous. Chuxue. Teacher, what are you doing here? Lin Ke looked at Mu Chuxue nervously. After yesterday's commotion over choosing a mentor, her sister Lin Ro and Mu Chuxue had become mortal enemies. Lin Ke nodded to Mu Chuxue. Hello, Instructor Mu. After greeting him, Lin Ke immediately rushed into the cafeteria, as she couldn't withstand the wrath of the 6th-rank martial artist. Having successfully escaped, Lin Ke looked at the doorway and said, Jiang Qiu, good luck to you. There's nothing I can do to help you. Mu Chuxue looked at Jiang Qiu with a gaze that seemed to want to devour him. Honey. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been greedy for Lin Ke's meal. Jiang Qiu's gaze lingered on the lunchbox in Mu Chuxue's hand. Clearly, Mu Chuxue had already eaten breakfast, so this lunchbox must have been prepared for him. Jiang Qiu took the lunchbox from Chuxue's hand. Chuxue, is this for me? Mu Chuxue pouted, clearly jealous again. Originally, yes, but now I'm going to eat it myself. Mu Chuxue noticed the surge in Jiang Qiu's martial arts aura. This guy? He's broken through to the middle stage of the second rank. Mu Chuxue thought of her kind-hearted little Chuxue. He has broken through to the middle stage of the second rank, so we should help him consolidate his cultivation. Don't let him get away with this, he needs to be punished, said the devilish little Snow. Mu Chuxue said to Jiang Qiu, come with me. Jiang Qiu followed. Chuxue, what do you need me to do? Corporal punishment. Mu Chuxue led Jiang Qiu into her martial arts training room. Looking at the complete equipment, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a 6th-rank martial artist, I've never even seen some of this equipment before. Mu Chuxue adopted a strict teacher's demeanor and said, take off your top. Jiang Qiuo's pupils dilated in shock. Even though Jiang Qiuo was a veteran who had been through many battles, he felt extremely ashamed to have to take off his clothes in front of Mu Chushue. That's not a good idea. Mu Chushue pushed him, hurry up, so you won't have to change clothes after practice. Jiang Qiuo suddenly realized that they were really going to punish me. He quickly took off his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. Looking at her husband's perfect physique, even a goddess like Mu Chushue couldn't help but swallow hard. Lie down. Jiang Qiuo did as instructed, while Mu Chushue sat on Jiang Qiuo's back to apply gravity to him and create a special field around his body. While having Jiang Qiuo do strength training, Mu Chushue observed the flow of qi and blood in his back. Mu Chushue's slender fingers touched Jiang Qiuo's broad muscles, guiding the flow of qi and blood to travel through Jiang Qiuo's skin, causing the qi and blood to collide with Jiang Qiuo's muscle fibers. Sweat kept seeping from his skin. Mu Chushue looked at Jiang Qiuo's trembling muscles, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Alright, it's not bad. Give me your golden body liquid. Mu Chushue prepared a golden bath for Jiang Qiuo. The entire bathroom was filled with steam, and the warm lighting made the whole bathroom seem very ambiguous. Mu Chushue pointed to the bathtub, and the strict teacher reverted to her role, take off all your clothes and get in for a soak. Jiang Qiuo's movements were slow and clumsy, he couldn't even unbutton his clothes. Mu Chushue immediately helped him, saying, "You're so clumsy. You just finished practicing, and your qi and blood are all concentrated in specific acupoints. Soaking in the golden body liquid now is the best thing to do." Jiang Qiuo was immersed in the golden body liquid, and the factors extracted from the alien beast began to strengthen his entire body. The second-grade golden liquid is made from the second-grade exotic beast, the stone-armored turtle. The characteristic of this type of exotic beast is its high defense. At this moment, Mu Chushue shed her strict teacher persona and transformed into a virtuous wife, continuously scooping water from the bathtub and pouring it onto Jiang Qiuo's shoulders and other areas that hadn't been soaked. They even massaged his muscles to relax them, their hands gently rubbing his shoulders, saying, "Relax a little, so the medicine will be more effective." Chapter 8, The Bounty. After being specially trained by his wife, Jiang Qiuo felt refreshed and his body leaped from the 3rd level of skin tempering to the 6th level. Even Zhang Jia, who soaks in the golden body liquid every month, is only at the 5th level of skin tempering. It's all thanks to his wife Chu Shue's guidance that he has been able to utilize the effects of this golden body liquid to the fullest. Jiang Qiuo was very satisfied with his body. It's always nice to see an improvement in strength. If I could get a few more bottles of golden body elixir, my strength would increase even further. Jiang Qiuo was eating the breakfast his wife had prepared for him as he walked back to his dormitory when his pleasant mood was suddenly shattered by a commotion in the distance. "Wang Xiaopang, didn't I say to bring me a few qi and blood pills from your family's shop as a token of my respect?" Wang Wuhai was kicked to the ground by a second-rank martial artist. Wang Wuhai knelt on both knees, clasped his hands together, and begged for mercy. "Brother Yi, this really won't do. If I steal the qi and blood pill from the counter, my family will have worked for nothing all year. Brother Yi, Brother Yi. Stop hitting him." Yi Pei's legs kept kicking Wang Wuhai in the abdomen, and Wang Wuhai curled up into a ball. Just as Yi Pei was about to kick Wang Wuhai again, a sharp pain shot through his calf, as if he had kicked a piece of alloy. Damn it, who dares to block his way? You know, when he's with Zhang Jia, he can do whatever he wants. Jiang Qiuo kicked him away. What kind of jerk is this, an upperclassman bullying a freshman? With that kick, Yi Pei flew straight away. He was lying on the ground with several broken ribs. Wow, the rookie of the year has made his move. Yi Pei is used to doing bad things because of his position in the student council, but this time he's met his match. The freshman felt a sense of satisfaction watching Yi Pei being kicked away. Good, the rookie king did something none of us dared to do. Isn't this guy afraid? Yi Pei has the student council backing him. What's there to be afraid of? So many mentors are fighting over him for the top spot in the freshman trials. Jiang Qiuo carried Wang Wuhai back to his dormitory and treated his wounds. Wang Wuhai gratefully grasped Jiang Qiuo's hand. "Brother, thank you. At first, I thought you were just someone with connections. Later, when I saw Professor Mu, I thought you were her gigolo. Bro, I misunderstood you. You're so loyal." Wang Wuhai said this as he pulled out a bottle of first-grade golden body elixir from behind his back. "Brother, this is a grade 1 golden body elixir. Although it's not as good as your grade 2 golden body elixir, it still has some effect." Jiang Qiuo stuffed the golden body elixir back into Wang Wuhai's arms. How could he accept Wang Wuhai's things at this time? Mainly, he really didn't want a first-grade golden body elixir. You're wrong about something. I am Professor Mu's gigolo. Wang Wuhai was shocked to hear this news. He couldn't believe that the usually aloof and icy goddess Mu had actually taken Zhang Qiuo as her sugar daddy. I don't need this golden body elixir. Doesn't your family own a shop? Do you have any ways to make money? Since his battle with Zhang Jie, Zhang Qiuo realized that he was lacking in movement techniques and wanted to change his movement technique. Looking at this rising star, Wang Wuhai said, "Brother Jiang, I can't speak for others, but you're a born bounty hunter. Brother Jiang, although it might be a bit difficult for you to become a certified hunter as a freshman at Wuhan University, you still have the strength of a second-rank hunter. You should be guaranteed at least a one-star hunter. With your status as the Rookie King, you might even have a chance to become a two-star hunter." Wang Wuhai vividly described to Zhang Qiuo how the bounty hunters made money, and how the bounty hunters especially liked to cultivate promising young people like Zhang Qiuo. During his 2 years with the Maple Leaf Army, Zhang Qiuo encountered bounty hunters. They were very targeted and would not hesitate to take action against highly dangerous beasts as long as their employers had a need for them. During a year of escorting convoys at a meat processing plant, some important trips would involve hiring bounty hunters to help with escorting the vehicles. There's a saying circulating throughout the Bounty Hunters Association, with enough money, there's nothing the bounty hunters can't do. Bounty hunters are a high-risk, high-reward profession, and Zhang Qiuo is currently lacking a movement technique to replace his F-rank movement technique, stepping dust. If you can become a bounty hunter, taking on a few missions will not only hone your martial arts skills in real combat, but also allow you to accumulate funds. A D-rank footwork martial arts technique can definitely be saved up by a 2-star hunter in a month. Moreover, bounty hunters can get discounts on consumables such as chi and blood pills and golden body liquid when they buy them from the Bounty Guild. Maple Leaf Bounty Chapter. Taking advantage of the absence of classes, Zhang Qiuo went to the Bounty Hunter Association to apply for a job. Zhang Qiuo was greeted by a young woman in a black stocking uniform that accentuated her sexy figure. "Sir, I am Xiaofeng, it's a pleasure to serve you." Xiaofeng's red lips parted slightly as she respectfully greeted Zhang Qiuo. Looking at Xiaofeng in front of him, Zhang Qiuo sighed and thought that the receptionist at the Maple Leaf Bounty Club must have good looks. Zhang Qiuo handed his file to Xiaofeng, saying, "I'm here to apply for a bounty hunter position." Zhang Qiuo, dressed in the martial arts uniform of Maple Leaf Martial Arts University, announced his application to be a bounty hunter, which made Xiaofeng somewhat incredulous. A freshman from Maple Leaf Martial Arts University is applying to be a bounty hunter. A one-star hunter nearby recognized him. Wasn't this Zhang Qiuo, the freshman who had injured Zhang Jie? Chen Mingjian looked at Zhang Qiuo, who wanted to apply for the hunter position, and said, with his strength at the early stage of the second rank, how can he possibly get a 2-star hunter position? That won't do. There are fewer and fewer missions suitable for low-star hunters. Isn't this guy trying to steal my job? Besides, if I can mess up Zhang Qiuo's entry into the bounty hunters, I'll definitely get some benefits from Zhang Jie, who's rich but stupid. Chen Mingjian said to Xiaofeng, "Why are you, a freshman, getting involved in this? Judging from your martial arts uniform, you must have entered through the martial arts exam. If you're a person with connections, you should just stay at the martial arts university and get a degree." Chen Mingjian's words made Xiaofeng, who was already somewhat hesitant, start to persuade Zhang Qiuo to give up. "Classmate, being a hunter is very dangerous." An elderly woman practicing a special type of external martial arts grabbed Zhang Qiuo. This woman was extremely obese because she had practiced a special type of external martial arts. "Hey young man, being a bounty hunter isn't easy. It's dangerous, you can lose your head. My son is the same age as you. He is my only son, and I can't afford to let anything happen to him." The middle-aged man carrying a longbow also came over at this moment, with a 2-star hunter's badge hanging from his waist. "Young man, you should go back. In previous years, there were also young people like you with a lot of enthusiasm, but they still peed their pants when they encountered strange beasts. Most of the bounty hunter missions are outside the city walls. Do you think that's a place for you young punks to venture? What you students of Wuhan University need to do is cultivate your skills and hone your abilities. Going into the wild too early will only ruin your future." Seeing that his words had an effect, Chen Mingjian continued to guide the atmosphere. "Student, your martial arts uniform looks like you got it through connections, so your skills must not be that great. If something happens to you, your family will definitely cause trouble for the bounty hunters." Upon hearing that Zhang Qiuo was someone with connections, Xiaofeng dared not let him get certified as a hunter, and she stuffed the file bag back into Zhang Qiuo's arms. She, a mere receptionist, dared not grant him any verification. If Jiang Qiuo were to make any mistake, the people behind him would surely make her pay with her life. Dude, this isn't suitable for you. Bounty hunting is just too dangerous. A triumphant smile appeared on Chen Mingjian's face, and he was even more pleased with himself. The receptionist has already refused to accept his materials, let's see what he can do now. Chen Mingjian continued to embellish the story. Oh dear, even a certified one-star hunter like him will only follow behind the team and won't be able to contribute anything. He'll just have to share the bounty with the team. If he goes on a mission, he might even need his teammates to save him. He's a complete leech. If we sacrifice some 2-star or even 3-star hunters for him, it would be a significant loss for the entire bounty hunters organization. Chapter 9, I am a veteran of Maple Leaf City. However, Jiang Qiuo handed the materials back to Xiaofeng, saying, Miss, please read my materials carefully before making a decision. Jiang Qiuo looked at the martial artists who were trying to persuade him to leave. Most of the martial artists who came to participate in the bounty tournament were over 30 years old. These martial artists had experienced the beast tide, and some were even warriors who had retired from the front lines. They really couldn't bear to let their newcomer, who wanted to enter the industry, fail prematurely. Auntie, you're practicing the mad bear body, right? This kind of physical training greatly enhances defense, but it also leads to an abnormally bloated body. Jiang Qiuo grasped the old woman's hand. Auntie, I know you gave up your beauty to enhance your strength and protect humanity's home. Auntie, 2 years ago, to build the satellite city, martial artists like you, who practiced external strength, used your bodies to block the gap in the city wall. You broke 3 ribs but didn't give up. That's how Maple Leaf City gained another line of defense against the alien beasts. Uncle, the wounds on your body are obviously from a badger. Uncle, you were there during that rescue expedition, weren't you? You fought to the death against a large number of poisonous badgers, and that's how you brought back valuable biological samples for Maple Leaf City. The middle-aged man with the bow and arrow was taken aback. Only the bounty hunters and the Maple Leaf Army knew the inside story of the rescue expedition team, and this young man was able to identify at a glance what kind of beast had caused the scar. The uncle's expression changed, and he increasingly felt that the young man in front of him was no ordinary person. His extensive experience is something even some veteran hunters at Samsung would find difficult to achieve. The martial arts uncle's eyes were drawn to the heroic young man before him. Uncle, Auntie, having martial artists like you is a blessing for Maple Leaf City. Suddenly, Jiang Qiuo changed the subject, pointing the finger directly at Chen Mingjian. The reason I joined the bounty hunters is that I didn't want to be a useless coward like him, hiding behind his teammates. Jiang Qiuo's blood surged, displaying his strength as a second-grade martial artist to everyone. Oh. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a nepotism hire? How come he's already at the second rank in strength? Don't listen to that one-star hunter's nonsense. He can't stand seeing others do well. If he's got connections, I'll take him. Seeing that public opinion was beginning to turn in his favor, Jiang Qiuo pressed his advantage. I can't imagine what this student from Wuhan University is up to, preventing me from joining the Bounty Hunter Club. My goal has never been to be a one-star hunter who just follows the team around. It's a disgrace that a hunter like him, who only knows how to gossip and suck the blood of his teammates, is actually my classmate. At this point, Chen Mingjian was so embarrassed by Jiang Qiuo's rebuttal that he wanted to disappear. Jiang Qiuo held the old woman's hand tightly. Auntie, thank you for your sacrifice, which has brought us peace. You have protected Maple Leaf City for more than 10 years, and now it's our turn as young people to step up. I'm not here to take your place, but so that you can stay at home and hold your newborn grandchildren. Jiang Qiuo's words sent a jolt through the hearts of the middle-aged martial artists present, and a surge of warmth flowed through their chests. At this moment, Xiaofeng finished looking through Jiang Qiuo's file. The resume inside completely overturned her understanding of Jiang Qiuo. She found that the man in front of her was a truly upright and honorable man. A red retired military officer's ID card with gold maple leaves embossed appeared at the bottom of the file folder. Jiang Qiuo raised his retired military officer's certificate, which resembled a flag, with golden maple leaves shimmering on it. I did not enter Wuhan University through the martial arts exam, but the glory of my 2 years in the Maple Leaf Army is more than enough to earn me an admission letter from Wuhan University. It's true that I, Jiang Qiuo, am a person with connections, but behind me stands the Maple Leaf Army. Which identity carries more weight, a retired officer from the Maple Leaf Army or a student at Wuhan University? Everyone has their own answer. My squad leader during my recruit days was killed when a sword-armored bear snapped his neck while covering our retreat. He died right in front of me, and I will never forget it. Now I want to return to that battlefield as a bounty hunter and continue to protect the peace they risked their lives for. A one-eyed hunter took off his hat and gave Jiang Qiu a standard military salute. Thunderous applause erupted. Great, that's very well said. That's what real young talent looks like. The woman was moved to tears by Jiang Qiu's words. Jiang Qiu set his sights on Chen Mingjian in the crowd. This guy knew the situation was bad for him and wanted to run away. Jiang Qiu immediately stopped him. Don't go. You're a sophomore at Wuhan University, right? And you're still only a first-class student. What have you done for the entire Maple Leaf City? They gave you the status of a one-star hunter, which is clearly to train you. Instead of taking on the responsibility of a hunter to slay the beasts, you come here to gossip. I am truly heartbroken that the bounty hunters and the Maple Leaf Army are protecting trash like you. The entire martial arts university is actually nurturing scum like you. The bow-wielding man immediately grabbed Chen Mingjian, who was trying to escape. Hey, you're really bad. You've been misleading us, almost causing us to lose an excellent hunter. The older woman held Jiang Qiu's hand, protecting him as if he were her own son. That's right, Xiaofeng, quickly find out which hunter he's with and tell him not to come anymore. Our bounty guild doesn't need a guy with such bad character. The one-eyed hunter stepped forward and took Chen Mingjian's hunter badge. Xiaofeng, no need to trouble yourself. This kid is one of my men. He usually helps the team refuel the car. That's why I asked the guild leader to apply for a hunter's certification for him. Chen Mingjian, you can leave the Bounty Hunters Club now. You are not welcome here. Chen Mingjian dared not hesitate for a moment, fearing that if he stayed any longer, he would end up like Zhang Jia, spending the next 2 months in a wheelchair. Chen Mingjian, a martial artist with neither background nor talent, lost his source of resources after being expelled from the Bounty Hunters Association. Chen Mingjian had no choice but to seek refuge with Zhang Jia. Boss Zhang. I found out where that kid is. Chen Mingjian handed 2 photos of Jiang Qiu at the Maple Leaf City Bounty Club to Zhang Jia, who was covered in bandages. Zhang Jia's hands trembled uncontrollably. His exposed eyes were fixed on Jiang Qiu in the photo. He had only one thought in mind, to kill him. He took out a card with 100,000 martial arts coins. The advantage of this type of card is that it is anonymous and has only a unique serial number, so if something happens, it cannot be traced back to him. I've already contacted Xiong Meng, a peak second-grade martial artist. Give him the money and have him kill Jiang Qiu. Xiong Meng is an unregistered martial artist who has been wanted by the law enforcement agency for killing many martial artists. Chapter 10, Rank D Mission. Xiaofeng registered Jiang Qiu's hunter identity in the system. Mr. Jiang, congratulations on completing the 3-star hunter certification. Normally, a second-rank martial artist only has a 2-star certification, but Mr. Zhang's performance is truly outstanding. Mr. Jiang, this is your identification. You can use this badge to go to the mission center to accept missions. If you hunt down any exotic beast materials during the mission, be sure to come back to me for recycling. I'll definitely give Mr. Jiang a good price. Furthermore, the beast materials sold here will increase your hunter points in the system. Hunter points can be used to upgrade your star rating. The higher the star rating, the greater your quest accepting privileges. Jiang Qiu weighed the waist badge in his hand, the bronze badge gleaming with 3 stars. I never expected that a perfect score on the Wilderness Survival Theory test and the high score Miss Xiaofeng gave me in the interview, plus the bonus points from my Maple Leaf Army discharge certificate, would allow me, a second-rank martial artist, to instantly obtain the certification of a 3-star hunter. Hey, according to the Bounty Board's rules, 1-star hunters can only complete missions in a team, 2-star hunters can complete E-rank missions independently, and 3-star hunters are only authorized to accept D-rank missions. A D-level mission costs between 20,000 and 30,000 coins per mission, while an E-level mission typically costs less than 10,000 coins. A 3-star hunter can earn money much faster than a 2-star warrior. Jiang Qiu took on a D-level mission at the mission center this time to test the waters. A message containing the information about a D-level mission was sent to Jiang Qiu's phone. A suspected blood rat has been found in the drainage network of the southern outer city. Please go and clean it up. A map of the underground drainage system in the southern outer city was sent to Jiang Qiu's phone along with the mission information. Jiang Qiu, dressed in the bounty hunter's black robe, disappeared into the dark city. Outer City, Southern District. This is the closest location to the city wall in the southern district of Maple Leaf Outer City, separated from the strange beasts outside the city by only one wall. The windows of the low-rise bungalows are all fitted with barbed wire, which comes in various shapes and sizes, some of which have been specially spiked with pliers. The doors of the bungalows were embedded with broken glass or nails. Jiang Sui determined from the map that a manhole was not far ahead. He quickened his pace, simultaneously mobilizing his qi and blood to be on high alert. This is the nearest entrance. Zhang Qiuo looked at the manhole cover that had been pried open. These manhole covers are specially customized by the municipal government. They have steel spikes on the bottom. How could they be pried open so easily? Zhang Qiuo looked around at a bungalow whose window wire mesh had been severely damaged. Zhang Qiuo entered the bungalow and found a woman lying in a pool of blood, her limbs gone, her entire torso still oozing blood. Zhang Qiuo looked and realized that the woman was beyond saving. The woman's room was in complete disarray, with children's toys scattered all over the floor, but the children were nowhere to be seen. Zhang Qiuo immediately entered the city's pipe network through the manhole and followed the trail left by the blood rat. These blood rats seemed to have dug through the underground cement. At a bend in the road, Zhang Qiuo saw a rat with blood-red eyes, which was even larger than a cat. Its entire body was covered in black hair that stood on end. Zhang Qiuo's blood surged, and he punched the blood rat in the neck, killing the first-grade beast instantly. Zhang Qiuo took out a small curved knife and gouged out the blood rat's eyes. The eyes of the blood rat are exotic beast materials used to make qi and blood pills. We can get another source of income by asking Xiaofeng to recycle them. Amidst the sound of water flowing through the underground pipe network, Jiang Sui keenly caught a cry. He put the blood rat's eyes into a bag and followed the sound of crying. Turning a corner, he discovered 5 blood rats running along the pipe leading out of the city. The lead blood rat carried a 2-year-old boy on its back. Zhang Qiuo immediately made his move, and the remaining 4 blood rats pounced on him. Breaking Army Fist. The Peijun fist immediately unleashed a powerful punch, and the 500-kilogram force instantly broke the blood rat's neck. The necks of the 4 blood rats were broken, and Zhang Qiuo also sensed fluctuations of qi and blood in the shadows. Zhang Qiuo immediately caught up with the blood rat, which dropped the child it was carrying to buy time to escape. Just as the child was about to fall, Jiang Sui reached out and caught him. Thank goodness, I caught him. The blood rats were about to escape to the entrance of the passage, which directly connected to the outside of the city. Zhang Qiuo suddenly punched the blood rat on the head, and the blood rat died instantly. Zhang Qiuo looked at the damaged mesh at the entrance of the passage. The alloy mesh had actually been gnawed open by the alien beast. This is a grade C alloy. How could a grade A beast possibly destroy it? Zhang Qiuo tapped the alloy mesh cover. This texture is clearly not a grade C alloy, not even a grade D alloy. These people dare to embezzle money meant for protecting against alien beasts. Jiang Sui took photos of the damaged netting and prepared to report it to the municipal authorities. Jiang Sui held the child in his arms and gouged out the eyes of several blood rats. This is a good thing. If we dig a few more times, we'll be able to find the footwork. Suddenly, a cannon-like punch came out from the shadows. Zhang Qiuo activated his breaking army fist to counter it, and the 2 fists collided with a loud bang. Looking at the warrior with the physique of a demonic bear, Zhang Qiuo immediately thought of Xiong Meng, who was on the military's wanted list. This person served in the Maple Leaf Army, but was cruel and murdered his colleague for a piece of exotic beast meat. Zhang Qiuo's fighting spirit had turned into killing intent. He would eliminate this scum of humanity. Xiong Meng's physique is robust, precisely because he has cultivated the D-level external martial arts technique, the Mad Bear Body. The purpose of external martial arts training is to bypass body tempering and develop the body's defense. Xiong Meng's body swelled even larger after activating the Mad Bear Body. Kid, I am Xiong Meng, a peak 2nd grade martial artist. You, a mere 2nd rank beginner, managed to defeat Zhang Jia by sheer luck. How do you expect to beat me now? Just obediently accept your fate and suffer less. The two clashed. Zhang Qiuo activated the Peijun fist, a fist technique that only requires 50 calories of qi and blood to unleash 500 kilograms of punching force. Xiong Meng would need at least twice the amount of qi and blood to unleash the same punching power. After several rounds of fighting, Xiong Meng noticed something amiss. This kid isn't at the initial stage of the 2nd rank. And how come his defense is so strong? His defense doesn't seem to be at the 3rd or 4th level of the skin tempering realm as Zhang Jia described. It feels more like the 6th level of the skin tempering realm. Even the Mad Bear Body technique couldn't gain any advantage against him. Seeing the danger, Xiong Meng delivered a side kick to the child in Zhang Qiuo's arms. Zhang Qiuo channeled his qi and blood into his arm to block the attack. Asshole. Jiang Qiu flew into a rage, his blood and qi burning, and he unleashed a powerful punch with 200 calories of blood and qi. The immense force instantly tore through the mad bear's horizontal strength, causing Xiong Meng's defense, which was comparable to the 6th level of the skin tempering realm, to drop to the 4th level of the skin tempering realm in an instant. Immediately, Jiang Qiu seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful punch that pierced through Xiong Meng's chest, heading straight for Xiong Meng's heart. No, don't kill me. I have a martial arts coin card worth 100,000 in a C-level footwork technique that I just got from a second-rank martial artist. Spare my life. Jiang Qiu's killing intent remained undiminished as he shattered Xiong Meng's heart. Kill you, and all these things will be mine. Jiang Qiu found a martial arts coin card numbered 203 and a C-level footwork manual, Flowing Cloud Step, on Xiong Meng's body. I never expected that I would get the footwork I needed in just one job, and it was even a C-level footwork that exceeded my expectations. With the mastery level of the Breaking Army Fist and the 6th level of Body Tempering, if we add the C-level footwork Flowing Cloud Step, we might even be able to fight against a 3rd-rank opponent. Breaking through a minor realm increases strength linearly and steadily, while breaking through a major realm results in an exponential surge. Jiang Qiu sent the photo of killing Xiong Meng to his old superior in the Maple Leaf Army. Chapter 11, Battle Blade. Having completed his mission, Jiang Sui handed over the post-disaster cleanup of the drainage network to the Law Enforcement Bureau and municipal departments. However, he kept a piece of alloy, which is irrefutable evidence of embezzlement in the pipeline network deployment. Jiang Qiu returned to the Bounty Guild to complete the mission. 40,000 will be deposited into Maple Leaf Bank. He handed the blood rat eyes to Xiaofeng for recycling, and Xiaofeng looked at the 12 blood rat eyes. It's actually a blood rat eye. This is a material for a grade 1 blood qi pill. Mr. Jiang, is it okay if I buy it for 3,000 martial coins each? At that moment, a phone call came in from the military. Upon seeing the incoming call from Battalion Commander Yi, Jiang Qiu instinctively straightened his back. Hey, Battalion Commander Yi. A warm voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh my, Jiang Qiu, it's been a long time. I never imagined that Xiong Meng, who had been wanted by the military for so long, was actually killed by you. If you were still in the Maple Leaf Army, this would be another second-class merit. I've already applied for an award for you. Jiang Sui, thank you, Battalion Commander. By the way, how come your martial arts have suddenly recovered? You even joined the Bounty Hunters Club. Great. By the way, the military and the bounty hunters are going to carry out a monster extermination operation. You should come too. I trust you since you used to be with the Maple Leaf Army. This is a special operation, and the risks will be greater than when you were in the Maple Leaf Army. Remember to be prepared. Jiang Qiu thought to himself that this was a big job. Starting next week, they would be clearing out the 2nd-grade exotic beasts between Satellite City and Maple Leaf City for a period of 1 month, with each person required to kill 100 beasts per week. This is a solo operation, and the risk factor is very high. It seems I need to prepare a good weapon. Jiang Qiu's gaze fell on the Wooby card numbered 203. This is a really big gift from Zhang Jia, hee. Maple Leaf Wuhan University, Divine Weapon Department, Sales Office. Jiang Qiu, sporting 2 panda eyes, walked towards the door of the sales area. I'm never staying up all night again. This C-level flowing cloud steps actually took me a whole night to master. But it's finally Friday, time to enjoy my big bed at home. Jiang Qiu rubbed his sleepy eyes and entered the sales area. At this moment, Chen Mingjian was pushing Zheng Jie to get the custom-made cane at the sales counter. The two of them looked at Jiang Qiu as if they had seen a ghost. Zheng Jie's eyes darted around, and his bandaged hand trembled as he raised it to grab Chen Mingjian's ear, pulling him close. What did you do? Didn't you say Xiong Meng had already taken action last night? Chen Mingjian looked troubled. Seeing Jiang Qiu was like seeing a ghost. I've done everything. Could it be that Xiong Meng made a mistake and let him escape? Jiang Qiu finally rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw that the people in front of him were Zhang Jie and Chen Mingjian. Oh, aren't these old acquaintances? Are you here to buy something too? Looking at Jiang Qiu, who had no injuries, Zhang Jie realized that Xiong Meng might be dead. Jiang Qiu said to the teacher at the sales counter, Teacher, I want to buy a weapon that costs 100,000 martial coins. Do you have any recommendations? The teacher at the sales counter took out a sword, a battle axe, and a bow and arrow. The teacher adjusted his glasses. Students, these are all decent D-grade weapons, each priced at 100,000 martial coins. This bow and arrow is the graduation project of Xiaoyu from our Divine Weapon Academy. It can infuse the power of blood and qi into the alloy arrow, making it very effective for long-range attacks. This battle axe is the work of Lu Jinling, a third-year student at our Divine Weapon Academy. After being infused with qi and blood, this battle axe will become very heavy, making it very suitable for martial artists who practice external martial arts. This battle sword is Lin Tao's debut work. He has already taken up a position in the Eastern Alliance's Divine Weapon Department this year. It is said that he has also planned an upgrade program. The bow and arrow have a ranged attack effect, but I have to buy alloy arrows separately, which is not cost-effective. This battle axe is suitable for a strongman who trains to move horizontally. In order to obtain this weapon, one must also learn an additional martial art. This battle sword was actually designed by the weaponry department of the entire Eastern Alliance, and it can even be upgraded. Choosing a battle sword also has another advantage. I used a battle sword while fighting enemies in the Maple Leaf Army, so I'll definitely get used to this weapon much faster. Zhang Qiuo took out the martial arts coin card numbered 203, teacher wants this battle sword. At this moment, Zheng Jia, who was in a wheelchair, saw the martial arts coin card. Isn't this the card I gave to Xiong Meng? Zheng Jia gritted his teeth. Xiong Meng, that good-for-nothing, a wanted criminal by the military, was actually killed by a student from Wuhan University. Zheng Jia was so angry that the energy he had painstakingly cultivated was depleted by Zhang Qiuo's anger. Zhang Qiuo, you're spending my money right in front of me. Zhang Qiuo held up the battle sword, saying, thank you for the sword, brother Zhang. Zheng Jia didn't dare to lash out in person, but his wounds reopened due to his excessive emotions. Blood seeped from the bandages, and Zheng Jia trembled as he pointed his finger at Zhang Qiuo. Brother Zhang, don't get agitated, don't get so angry you'll die. I'll keep your life for you. A flash of murderous intent crossed Zhang Qiuo's eyes. He was determined to kill Zheng Jia. Zhang Qiuo took a nap in his dormitory until the afternoon, then prepared to leave the school and take a taxi back to his and Mu Chushua's little home. Just as he was about to leave, his arm was quickly pulled into a hug. I felt a sudden tingling sensation in my arm. Oh no, it's her again. Lin Ro looked at Zhang Qiuo and said, Zhang Qiuo, there are many young and beautiful women in the Lin family this generation. Kor and I are not suitable. I will introduce my cousin to you. Why don't you consider our Lin family? If you want to return to Maple Leaf Army after graduation, our Lin family can help you. Lin Ro's behavior was very intimate, without any airs of a mentor, making Zhang Qiuo feel that this attempt to win her over seemed very deliberate. Although Lin Ro was a top-tier beauty, this is a school. If someone were to expose Mu Chushue. Lin Ro kept smiling at Zhang Qiuo, but she wouldn't let go of his hand no matter what. A red sports car pulled up in front of the two of them. Mu Chushue rolled down the car window, and Zhang Qiuo could feel Mu Chushue's cold gaze even through her sunglasses. She had witnessed Lin Ro and Zhang Qiuo's intimate actions just now. Zhang Qiuo quickly withdrew his hand, but this time it went exceptionally smoothly. Zhang Qiuo scrambled into the car in a flash. First Snow, my wife, are you here to pick me up? Mu Chushue's ears turned bright red. She turned her head away and snorted softly, what, aren't you going home with your sister Lin Ro? Zhang Qiuo was sweating profusely. He had never been this nervous even when facing a 5th-grade exotic beast. Watching the car drive away, Lin Ro's lips curled into a smile. Zhang Qiuo, now you can't explain yourself anymore, so why don't you obediently join our Lin family? Inside Mu Chushue's living room. Zhang Qiuo knelt on the washboard, which Mu Chushue had specially bought on her way home. When Zhang Qiuo saw the washboard, he immediately sensed that something terrible was about to happen. Zhang Qiuo knelt on the washboard, and Mu Chushue didn't say a word to him the whole time. Mu Chushue was furious, but her expression remained calm. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Zhang Qiuo is such a blockhead, he can't even comfort people. By this time, Zhang Qiuo's legs were numb. He looked at his wife, Chu Shui, and said, should I explain? But she doesn't seem to care. The soft hair system has discovered that its host lacks romance, triggering an insight into the goddess's heart. To understand a goddess's heart is to hear her innermost thoughts. Chapter 12, Massage? Knife Technique. Zhang Qiuo, you idiot, how come you can't even coax people properly? Mu Chushue's thoughts reached Zhang Qiuo's ears, causing his facial muscles to tremble and his eyes to gleam. He was secretly delighted. This is First Snow's inner voice. Zhang Qiuo moved from the washboard to Mu Chushue's side. Although I'm still kneeling, I don't have to kneel on a washboard anymore. There's a soft carpet under my knees. From washboard to carpet, isn't that progress? Keep it up, Gigolo. His hands quickly landed on Chushue's shoulders, and he began to relax the muscles in his wife's neck and shoulders. First Snow, my wife, how's the pressure? Is it just right? A barely perceptible hint of joy flashed across Mu Chushue's brow. Humph, this kid has finally come to his senses. Jiang Qiuo also discerned this sentiment using his insightful understanding of the goddess's heart. Mu Chushue was in a very good mood at this moment, but she was still pretending in front of Jiang Qiuo. She was very satisfied with Jiang Qiuo's massage technique. I never knew he had such a technique. If only he could massage my legs too. Mu Chushue pursed her red lips slightly, a blush creeping up her cheeks. Really, what am I thinking? It's so embarrassing to talk about something like massaging legs. Mu Chushue's thoughts were completely exposed to Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo took the opportunity to change his kneeling position, moving from one corner of the sofa to another. When his hand touched Mu Chushue's calf, Mu Chushue stared straight at Jiang Qiuo, her hands instinctively trying to push Jiang Qiuo's hand away. Mu Chushue's face flushed red. She felt extremely ashamed. This guy is improving so fast. It's like he can read minds. Although I was the one who wanted to massage your legs, it's just too embarrassing. Jiang Qiuo's broad hands caught Mu Chushue's two small hands in midair. Chushue, I am your husband. You don't need to be ashamed of this. Mu Chushue's hand was held in Jiang Qiuo's hand, and she felt the same warmth as she had a year ago. Mu Chushue nodded to Jiang Qiuo, At this moment, Chushue was as obedient as a little rabbit in front of Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo's hands roamed over Mu Chushue's calves, and Mu Chushue was immersed in Jiang Qiuo's techniques. This guy seems like a professional. Mu Chushue let out a soft groan as the acupoints on her legs were stimulated, and she could faintly feel the 7th grade martial arts barrier loosening. He's amazing. He actually made me, a 6th grade cultivator, react. Congratulations to Jiang Qiuo for making Mu Chushue feel incredibly warm. He has been rewarded with the 100 Battles Saber Manual. The 100 Battles Sword Manual can be upgraded in rank by absorbing other sword techniques. Its current rank is C. Jiang Qiuo's eyes lit up. The 100 Battles Sword Manual. The soft rice system had actually rewarded him with a weapon-related martial arts technique this time, and it even matched the sword he had purchased. This soft rice system course is really appealing. What's more, this C-level martial arts technique can actually be upgraded. Mu Chushue noticed Jiang Qiuo's joy. Humph, this guy. Jiang Qiuo, the freshman will be starting a 2-week points assessment next week. Are you confident? Points-based assessment. I haven't heard anything about the points-based assessment yet. Jiang Qiuo's hands didn't stop. He continued massaging his wife. Mentor Mu, tell me about this points-based competition. Mu Chushue switched back to teacher mode. Jiang Qiuo, this points competition was created to hone the skills of Wuhan University's freshmen. All new students will enter a virtual space established by the Divine Weapon Department. The virtual space is very similar to the real battlefield. What you need to do is kill as many alien beasts as possible in the virtual space and earn points. The winner of this points competition will get to cultivate in the returning Origin Cave for a week. Jiang Qiuo had heard of Huiyuan Cave 3 years ago. It was a natural wonder located underground at Maple Leaf Martial Arts University, and it was said that cultivating in it could increase one's cultivation speed. If I could win first place and train there for a week, my martial arts cultivation would definitely advance further. After serving his wife Chushue, Jiang Qiuo got up and stretched. Ugh, being a kept man isn't easy. You have to kneel down, but what's a little hardship for the system's rewards? 100 Battles Sword Technique, here I come. Jiang Qiuo entered the villa's basement, which was where Mu Chushue practiced martial arts. As Mu Chushue's legal husband, Jiang Qiuo naturally has the right to use it. I need to hurry up and master the 100 Battles Sword Technique. This sword technique can be used for both military hunting missions and the Academy's points competition. Cough. Soft rice system, I want to learn the 100 Battles Sword Technique. Yes, master. Next, I will demonstrate the 100 Battles Sword Technique for you. In Jiang Qiuo's mind, a demonstration of the 100 Battles Sword Technique appeared. Jiang Qiuo held up the sword and followed the little golden figure in his mind to deduce its application. Jiang Qiuo's 2 years of experience with knives in the Maple Leaf Army came in handy at this moment, and his deduction process was very smooth. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the 100 Battles Sword Technique. Your current proficiency level is beginner. The host has 2 years of experience wielding a knife, indicating extensive experience. The 100 battles knife technique is beginning to be absorbed. During this process, Jiang Qiuo continued to wield his sword, becoming increasingly skilled throughout. Mu Chuxue had already heard the commotion and was watching Jiang Qiuo practice his swordplay from the side. She was very pleased. This guy is actually working so hard. As Mu Chuxue observed the sword technique, she increasingly sensed something was amiss. I've never seen this sword technique before. Creating one's own martial arts techniques. This isn't something only high-level martial artists can do. Mu Chuxue watched as Jiang Qiuo's knife skills became more proficient. Wait, this guy's martial arts are improving again. Looking at Jiang Qiuo before her, Mu Chuxue realized that she had only intended to repay a debt of gratitude and hadn't considered what might happen to him. Even if Jiang Qiuo were a useless martial artist destined for mediocrity, she would still support him for life. But this guy has such great potential, I've really struck gold. Mu Chuxue had a feeling that Jiang Qiuo would catch up with her in the near future, or even surpass her. After performing the 100 battles saber technique 3 times, the technique finally absorbed the 2 years of practical saber experience that Jiang Qiuo had accumulated. Jiang Qiuo was drenched in sweat, and the veins on his arms bulged like earthworms. He slowly exhaled, as expected of a sea-level swordsmanship. Its power is extraordinary. The 100 battles sword technique has absorbed the host's experience in using swords, raising the swordsmanship level from beginner to proficient. The leap between 2 proficiency levels allowed Jiang Qiuo to clearly feel the improvement in his 100 battles sword technique. A beginner level 100 battles blade technique, when swung with all its might, can cut a second-grade exotic beast in half at the waist. The proficient level of the 100 battles blade technique can achieve 3 consecutive slashes, cutting down all 3 second-grade exotic beasts. This proficient level of the 100 battles sword technique actually granted Jiang Qiuo a function similar to a mini combo attack. 100 battles sword technique mini combo. This time, the military mission is even more secure. Chapter 13, The Illusory Mirror. Maple Leaf City, Wei family residence, gravity field training room. After Wei Yu took a second-grade qi and blood pill, his body was enveloped in qi and blood. Under 5 times the gravity, his blood circulation became twice as fast as usual. Ah! After a roar, his eyes became bloodshot. Wei Yang watched as his younger brother broke through to the late stage of the second rank, his fingertips clenching tightly. Good lad. Wei Yu looked at Wei Yang, whose breakthrough to the late stage of the second rank gave him a better chance of winning first place in the upcoming points competition. Wei Yang said, I don't want to see the results of the last freshman trial again. Wei Yu was taken aback. He had been severely punished after the freshman trial. Wei Yang said, in a little while, hone your martial arts skills. The winner of this points competition will be able to enter the Return to Origin Cave. The Huiyuan Cave is a natural wonder. Cultivating inside can guarantee you advance to the next minor realm. The benefits of the Huiyuan Cave to martial arts are lifelong. The city lord of the Mu family gained some enlightenment from the cave, and his seeking plum blossoms in the snow technique reached a new level, surpassing my father for a lifetime. After saying this, Wei Yang deliberately avoided Wei Yu and went to the balcony to make a phone call. Prepare for the freshman's points trial next week. Try to tamper with Jiang Qiuo's virtual cockpit. Monday, virtual cockpit. Zhang Feiyang announced the rules of the points competition. Students, this points competition will last for 2 weeks. During these 2 weeks, you will have a total of 6 opportunities to enter the virtual mirror. For each alien beast slain, the Void Mirror server will accumulate points based on the beast's grade. 2 weeks later, the player with the highest points will enter the returning Origin Cave for cultivation. The Virtual Mirror Cockpit uploads the martial artist's consciousness data to the Virtual Mirror Realm server, allowing the martial artist's consciousness to simulate real combat in the virtual realm. Wei Yu stared at Jiang Qiuo, thinking to himself, Jiang Qiuo, this time I've raised my cultivation to the late stage of the second rank, and this body has been tempered twice with the golden body liquid. I finally mastered the Wei family's ancestral martial art, the Mad Blood Blade technique, this weekend. Jiang Qiuo, you were lucky last time, but what do you have to fight me with this time? Wei Yu, Jiang Qiuo, and the others entered the virtual mirror cockpit at the same time, and the brain-computer helmets uploaded the consciousness of the trial students to the virtual mirror. Behind Jiang Qiuo's cockpit, a second-year student from the Divine Weapon Academy inserted a chip into the cockpit's data slot. After doing all this, the sophomore dialed Wei Yang's number. President Wei, I've already inserted the chip. Don't worry, the strength of the beasts in Jiangsu's territory is on a completely different level from the others. Maybe this guy will be the first to finish the trial, and he might only have a double-digit score. Virtual Mirror. After entering the virtual mirror, Wei Yu discovered two stone rats fighting over a nut that had fallen to the ground. Wei Yu swung his sword and killed the two stone rats, which instantly turned into electronic data. Points +2. Wei Yu grinned as he looked at the 2 points he had gained. 2 points delivered to my door as soon as I walked in. Jiang Qiuo, let's see what you can compete with me on. At this moment, Jiang Qiuo was surrounded by stone-scaled lizards. Jiang Qiuo, wielding a battle sword, immediately unleashed 6th grade exotic beasts. 100 Battle Sword Technique. Jiang Qiuo immediately launched a series of sword strikes, and after 2 consecutive moves, the 6 stone-scale lizards were decapitated. Then, the stone-scaled lizard made of electronic data disappeared from Jiang Cuo's sight. Points +120. These stone-scale lizards are almost identical to the stone-scale lizards I encountered in the wild. It seems that the virtual mirror beasts are modeled based on real data collected by the scientific expedition team. The construction of the virtual mirror was modeled after the area outside Maple Leaf City. This was done by the Martial Arts University to train warriors who could be readily deployed for Maple Leaf City. Jiang Qiuo, sword in hand, continued walking along the muddy path in the forest. The strange beasts and environment in this illusory mirror are very close to the outside of Maple Leaf City, which is perfect as a trial before carrying out the mission. Hiss. Jiang Qiuo keenly caught the sound. He was all too familiar with it. It was the pine wind ape. Jiang Qiuo abruptly stepped back. Based on past experience, he knew that the pine wind ape would use its falling height to smash into him. Boom! As expected, the pine wind ape smashed into the spot where Jiang Qiuo had originally stood, baring its black teeth and glaring fiercely. Hiss hiss hiss. When Matsuke's ape saw that his sneak attack had failed, he immediately called for his companions. Jiang Qiuo, wielding a battle sword, was about to deliver a fatal blow to the throat. Defeat the Pine Breeze Ape, score +20. Jiang Qiuo's eyes flashed. He understood the meaning behind the last sound that Songfeng Ape made. Calling for companions? Unfortunately, I understand. Shoo! Shoo! Jiang Qiuo imitated the cry of the Pine Wind Ape, meaning, the enemy is not strong, only 4 or 5 of them. Sure enough, after Jiang Qiuo imitated the sound of the Pine Breeze Ape, only 5 Pine Breeze Apes came. Jiang Qiuo immediately unleashed a series of attacks. Defeat the Pine Breeze Ape, score +100. SHHHHHH. Defeat the Pine Breeze Ape, score +100. The summoned Pine Breeze Ape instantly became a dead soul under the 100 Battle Sword Technique. Defeat the Pine Breeze Ape, score +200. This 100 Battle Sword Technique is simply divine. 1 strike and a 2nd grade exotic beast is gone. Once I receive the bonus for the military mission, I'm going to buy a few more sword techniques manuals to improve my 100 Battle Sword Technique. If my 100 Battle Sword Technique were to reach another level, I wouldn't be afraid of even encountering a 3rd grade exotic beast. After killing 3 rounds of Pine Wind Apes, Jiang Qiuo continued to advance with his sword. This trial was for him to adapt to the military's mission in advance. Focusing on killing a Pine Wind Ape would not bring him any improvement in actual combat. 2 black-shelled turtles wagged their tails. Jiang Qiuo looked at the 2 black-shelled turtles and said, "Perfect. I haven't encountered many black-shelled turtles in the wild. I'll use them to gain some experience." As the 100 Battles Blade technique was unleashed, the black-armored turtle immediately retracted its head into its shell. The sword slashed at the carapace, leaving a bloody mark, and then the black-armored tortoise rolled its body and attacked Jiang Qiuo. The black quills of the black-shelled tortoise kept stabbing at Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo brandished his sword to defend himself, asking, "Where is this turtle's weakness?" While fending off the attacks of the 2 black-armored turtles, Jiang Qiuo kept searching for their weaknesses. Jiang Qiuo swung his sword, aiming at the joint of the black-shelled turtle's shell, cleaving the entire gray-shelled turtle in 2. Jiang Qiuo's eyes gleamed, and he immediately finished off another black-armored turtle with a single slash. Defeat the black-armored turtle, score +40. This illusory mirror also taught me something new. As long as you cleave the joint with a single strike, you can kill the black-armored turtle. Just as Jiang Qiuo was preparing to continue his exploration, 4 lightning wolves appeared in front of him. Jiang Qiuo's energy had been depleted by the battle just now, and he was really unsure of himself when facing the 4 lightning wolves. Is this really a test for freshmen? How come there are 4 more grade 2 alien beasts? When I encounter these lightning wolves while escorting a vehicle in the wild, I always run away first. Zhang Zhe used the flowing cloud steps to dodge this level of strength. I'll use my movement technique to dodge first. Jiang Qiuo felt a growing sense of unease. He feared he might actually be eliminated by the lightning wolf. Although my skills are outstanding among the freshmen, and even if I am eliminated now, I will still have a high score. It is too unwilling to be eliminated like this. Zhang Qiuo used the flowing cloud steps to weave between the 4 thunder wolves. What methods can I use to cleverly kill these thunder wolves? Chapter 14, A Strike from Qi and Blood Zero. Have you noticed that Zhang Qiuo's illusory world is a bit strange? Lin Ro and Zhang Feiyang, who were both watching outside, said. Zhang Feiyang looked at Zhang Qiuo's score, which placed him at the top of the leaderboard, and thought, this guy's score is indeed ridiculously high. Zhang Feiyang switched Zhang Qiuo's image onto the projected screen and discovered that 4 lightning wolves were attacking him. Zhang Feiyang continued to retrieve Zhang Qiuo's kill records: Pine Wind Ape 420 points, Stone Scale Lizard 120 points. Pine Breeze Ape, isn't this guy supposed to be able to talk to Pine Breeze Apes? Looks like he lured the Pine Breeze Ape over and killed it. It's not surprising that he knows some ways to attract other strange beasts, good lad. Lin Ro watched the scene unfold. Zhang Qiuo was clearly exhausted from the battle with the Thunder Wolves. Surely he hadn't attracted those 4 Thunder Wolves himself. Lin Ro continued to stare at Zhang Qiuo's battle footage. Surrounded by the Lightning Wolves, Zhang Qiuo used the flowing cloud steps to dodge and weave. I'm still only at the proficient level with the flowing cloud steps. It'll be perfect to practice with these Lightning Wolves. Zhang Qiuo kept dodging the attacks of the Lightning Wolves. Lin Ro raised her eyebrows slightly as she watched Zhang Qiuo's actions. This guy is practicing his movement techniques with the Lightning Wolves. Lin Ro's eyes followed Zhang Qiuo as he used the flowing cloud steps. This guy's flowing cloud steps are getting more and more proficient. Is he about to break through again? Zhang Qiuo, nimbly maneuvering between the Lightning Wolves, mastered the flowing cloud steps to a high level of proficiency. Having mastered the flowing cloud steps, Zhang Qiuo no longer frantically and passively dodged. Instead, he spotted a flaw in the coordination of the 4 wolf beasts, dodged, and swung his sword to strike. He dodged, swung his sword, and slashed. Slaying the Thunder Wolf grants plus 40 points. Slaying the Thunder Wolf grants plus 40 points. Zhang Qiuo looked at the Lightning Wolf that had turned into a phantom, and felt a surge of joy as he watched the transformation from almost being killed and eliminated to breaking through to the proficiency level of the flowing cloud steps. The breakthrough and solidification of the flowing cloud steps is an unexpected delight. Now I am even more confident in completing the military's mission. Lin Ro recorded Zhang Qiuo's triumphant march deeper into the enemy territory with his sword on his shoulder on her phone. Lin Ro watched as Zhang Qiuo broke through to the proficient level of the flowing cloud steps, and she loosened her tightly clenched hands. This guy always manages to surprise people. It's a pity that Mu Chuxue beat him to it. At this point, students began to emerge from the cockpit one after another. Zhang Feiyang was furious when he saw their scores. Zhang Hui, 16 points. What happened? He couldn't even kill a second-grade exotic beast. Xia Xiaoyu, 13 points. Zhang Feiyang sighed, if all the students in this generation of Wuhan University are as useless as you, then Maple Leaf City has no future. Look at Jiang Xue, you should learn from him. Zhang Hui and Xia Xiaoyu looked at Zhang Qiuo, who was ranked first on the leaderboard. His score was about to break 1,000. Zhang Hui and Xia Xiaoyu lowered their heads in shame. Director Zhang, we need to practice more. As more and more students emerged after being defeated by the illusory beasts, Wei Yu was naturally among them. Wei Yu, who had just emerged, was brimming with confidence. This time, he had slain more than 10 second-grade exotic beasts. First place is in the bag this time. When Wei Yu saw that Zhang Qiuo had already surpassed 1,000 points, his heart skipped a beat, and he really wanted to collapse and die. Isn't this guy only at the initial stage of the second rank? How could he have killed more than 50 second-rank beasts in one go? At this moment, the screen had become Zhang Qiuo's personal showcase, because all the new students in the virtual mirror had been killed and eliminated by the alien beasts. When Wang Wuhai saw Zhang Qiuo wielding his battle sword to challenge the third-grade exotic beast, the Berserk Blood Bear, he exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, you're awesome. Cut down this third-grade blood bear." Zhang Feiyang and Lin Ro kept a close eye on Zhang Qiuo. Lin Ro thought to herself, the beasts this kid has encountered seem to be quite strong. I remember that there was only one third-grade beast in the Void Mirror for newborns. How could this kid happen to encounter it? Director Zhang, what do you think of Zhang Qiuo challenging this raging blood bear? Zhang Feiyang immediately answered Lin Ro's question. I think Zhang Qiuo probably just wants to hone his tactics. As for killing this bear beast, his current ability is probably not enough. Lin Ro looked at Zhang Qiuo, whose chi and blood were less than half of what they used to be. Even if he had many miracles, he would not be able to kill this third-grade bear beast. Everyone was watching Jiang Qiuo on the screen, and many were hoping that he would deliver a stunning performance. As Wang Wuhai watched Jiang Qiuo charge towards the bear beast with his sword, he was filled with anticipation that Jiang Qiuo could leapfrog his cultivation level and kill it. Lin Ku was the same. Her small hands were tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, as if Jiang Qiuo's death in the virtual mirror would mean his death in reality. Of course, Wei Yu was always hoping that Blood Bear would slap Jiang Qiuo to death. Every time Jiang Qiuo used the flowing cloud steps to dodge, his heart would clench. When he saw Jiang Qiuo successfully launch a sneak attack using the flowing cloud steps combined with the 100 battles saber technique, he felt so frustrated that he almost vomited blood. Damn it! I hope this guy doesn't kill me. Although Jiang Qiuo could use footwork and swordsmanship to his advantage, he was limited by his second-grade cultivation level, and his qi and blood supply soon became insufficient. When Wei Yu saw that Jiang Qiuo's health had dropped significantly after unleashing several consecutive combos of the 100 battles blade technique, Wei Yu felt as if his dead heart had come back to life. Jiang Qiuo, your combo was indeed powerful, but you've also depleted your vital energy. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Jiang Qiuo's vital energy was almost depleted, Lin Rou and Zhang Feiyan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. His energy and vitality are only enough for him to unleash 3 more of those small combos like just now. Zhang Feiyan also sighed. If this kid had a bit more energy and vitality, he might actually have been able to kill this bear-like beast. Wang Wuhai sighed. Hey! If Brother Jiang could take some pills to replenish his energy, he might actually be able to wear down this bear beast. I almost thought I'd witness a cross-border battle. Jiang Qiuo, wielding his battle sword, moved swiftly and rapidly using the flowing cloud steps. This is a virtual realm. So what if I die? I can just restart. Jiangxi used the flowing cloud step technique to leap into the air with a whoosh. He poured all his vital energy into his battle blade, then swung it with all his might, unleashing a final blow against the bear beast. Lin Ke looked at Jiang Qiuo's depleted life force, and tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face. After Jiang Qiuo unleashed his final attack, his body immediately transformed into a stream of data and dissipated into the virtual mirror. Wei Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of reckless fighting style is absolutely laughable. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Look at Jiang Qiuo's points. Everyone looked at the leaderboard, where Jiang Qiuo's score had increased by 200. Why did my points increase? Wasn't Jiang Qiuo's qi and blood circulation 0? Chapter 15, Military Mission. Lin Rou and Zhang Feiyang exchanged a smile. That Jiang Qiuo kid, his attack, bought with all his blood and energy, actually worked. Although Jiang Qiuo's vital energy was depleted, the attack he unleashed from his exhausted vital energy was still present. Zhang Feiyan led the applause, saying, that's how a martial artist should be fighting to the very last moment, even if it means risking their life for that final blow. When many of you were on the verge of death, you either retreated or became cowardly, allowing the beasts to surround and attack you. What if the beasts were just one more blow away from being killed? If you don't even dare to fight back in the virtual mirror, how can I expect you to fight back when facing alien beasts in the future? Wang Wuhai jumped up excitedly. He felt that living across the hall from someone like that was a life well lived. Brother Jiang, you're awesome. Wei Yu was so angry that her legs were trembling and she almost couldn't stand up. No one will remember the second place, especially one that was left far behind the first place. This Jiang Qiuo has repeatedly hindered me. Jiang Qiuo's score jumped to 1400 after killing the berserker bear. After waking up in the virtual cockpit, Jiang Qiuo calmed himself down. Luckily, it was in the virtual world. If it were the real world, I would be dead. However, this 100 battles blade technique is truly powerful. It actually allowed me to kill that rank 3 exotic beast. I need to acquire more blade-based combat skills to improve the 100 battles blade technique. And this illusory mirror has captured many strange beasts that I had only heard of before, allowing me to learn about their habits and weaknesses. At that moment, a call came into Jiang Qiuo's cell phone. Caller ID shows Battalion Commander Yi. Jiang Qiuo answered the phone, got up from the cockpit, and pushed away the crowd of freshmen. Excuse me, classmate, I have an urgent matter. Jiang Qiuo left the campus and boarded the maglev train heading towards the outer city. The maglev train sped along, quickly passing through the steel forest like inner city. Jiang Qiuo kept wiping the sword in his hand. The military's mission has arrived. Jiang Sui disembarked from the maglev train and transferred to the military's armored locomotive. The armored vehicle had a lot of paint peeling off, and it was covered with claw marks from the strange beast indents from the impact. After passing through the bungalows and concrete walls of the outer city, the military's armored vehicles drove into the countryside and then entered a human-controlled area. A temporary safe zone was enclosed by a steel fence covered with electric fences, with a Maple Leaf Army soldier stationed every 10 meters. Junkswood jumped out of the car and saw an acquaintance. Battalion Commander Yi. Jiang Kuo gave Battalion Commander Yi a standard military salute. Yi Jun returned the greeting and patted Jiang Kuo on the shoulder. "Good lad, how are you adapting to Maple Leaf Martial Arts University?" Junkswood saw new bruises on the old commander's face and was moved. "I'm fine, Battalion Commander." Yi Jun looked at Jiang Kuo and saw that his aura was even stronger than it had been a year ago. "Jiang Kuo, you've broken through to the mid-stage of the second rank so quickly. Good, kid, you're almost catching up to me." Jiang Kuo looked at Yi Jun, a peak third-grade martial artist, and realized that he still had a long way to go to reach Yi Jun's level. Yi Jun pointed to the young officer beside him. "This is Lin Mu, Deputy Battalion Commander, a third-rank martial artist, and the same age as you." Jiang Kuo's eyes lit up when he saw the medal Lin Mu was wearing on his chest. It was the Military Merit Medal of 211 Martial Era. Jiang Kuo also had a medal like this, but his was made of silver, while Lin Mu's was made of gold. First Class Merit Medal. He is a warrior who made outstanding contributions in quelling the beast tide. Jiang Kuo shook hands with Lin Mu in greeting and then stood with the bounty hunter. Most of these bounty hunters are 3-star hunters at the peak of the second rank or the early stage of the third rank. Lin Feng looked at Jiang Kuo, then turned to Mu Xia beside him and said, "This guy also has connections in the military. I saw him chatting happily with Battalion Commander Yi from the military." Mu Xia said disdainfully, "He's just someone with connections. Didn't you hear what Battalion Commander Yi said? This Jiang Kuo is only at the mid-stage of the second rank, and he can't compare to us third-rank ones at all." Brother Mu is right. The future of Maple Leaf City depends on the younger generation of our aristocratic families. After hearing them call out the name Jiang Kuo, Lin Wan began to pay attention to the man in front of her. "I heard from Lin Ke that there is a Jiang Kuo among the freshmen of Wuhan University. He has extremely high martial arts talent. This must be him." Battalion Commander Yi addressed the bounty hunters and military personnel about precautions for hunting exotic beasts in the wild. Jiang Kuo, however, spotted an old acquaintance in the bounty hunters' camp. Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, wearing a black stockings and a bodycon skirt, waved to Jiang Kuo. "Xiao Feng, what brings you here too?" Xiao Feng, holding a list of exotic beast materials, said to Jiang Kuo, "Of course it's because of this joint operation between the military and the bounty hunters. The Merchant Guild specifically sent me here to collect materials so that bounty hunters and military warriors can easily retrieve the materials they hunt. Mr. Jiang, remember to come back to me to collect your monsters after you've killed them in the wild. I'll definitely give you a fair price." Xiao Feng had worked as a receptionist for several years and had a keen eye for people. He knew that if Jiang Kuo continued to grow, his future achievements would be limitless. So she was willing to try and please the newcomer. Seeing this, Mu Xia, young and hot-blooded, was immediately dissatisfied. What makes Jiang Kuo so special? Even Miss Xiao Feng from the Bounty Hunters Association greets him with a smile. Lin Feng put his arm around Mu Xia's neck. "Hey! Why bother with him? That kind of guy just says things to please women. When you take the beast materials to Xiao Feng for recycling, she'll be smiling even brighter than she is now." The bounty hunter standing nearby recognized the two men and fawned over them with a fawning expression. "This is just a pretty boy. How dare he steal the limelight from our young Master Lin and young Master Mu?" "That's right. I reckon the two young masters will be bringing a whole bunch of exotic beast materials to Miss Xiaofeng to settle accounts, while Jiang Kuo won't be able to produce a single material." Lin Feng, feeling smug from everyone's praise, looked at his cousin Lin Wan and said, "Wanner, why don't you team up with us? We'll definitely be able to protect you." Lin Wan gave Lin Feng a fake smile. He knew his cousin's strength. He had never beaten him in the clan competition. "Brothers, good luck. Bye-bye." A female officer straightened Lin Mu's uniform. She was also from a prominent family in Maple Leaf City, and she was well aware of Mu Xia and Lin Feng's strength. "Lin Mu, these people are disgusting. I'm looking forward to your performance the most. You are the pride of our Maple Leaf Army's new generation." The female officer gave Lin Mu an admiring look. After rejecting Lin Feng's invitation to team up, Lin Wan turned around and sent a team invitation to Jiang Kuo. "Jiang Kuo, I'm Lin Wan from the Lin family. Let's team up." Jiang Kuo was taken aback. He was already prepared to go it alone for this military mission, so he politely declined. Thank you for your appreciation, but I will not be teaming up with anyone for this operation. Mu Xia stared in disbelief at the scene. What? Lin Wan didn't team up with her brother but instead asked Jiang Qiu for help, and the worst part is that Jiang Qiu actually rejected her. The female hunter among the hunters and the female soldiers in the Maple Leaf Army would occasionally steal glances at Jiang Qiu's position, and when their eyes met, they would quickly look away guiltily. Lin Feng sighed. Mu Xia, didn't you see the looks those women were giving you? Jiang Qiu's modeling is truly exceptional. Mucha, tch, just a vase. After Yi Jun finished explaining the precautions for this mission, one of the hunters raised his hand and said, "Hey guys, how about we team up? It'll be safer that way." A female hunter immediately chimed in, yeah, let's team up. While they were discussing forming a team, Jiang Qiu went alone, carrying a battle sword, towards the forest outside the city. He used the flowing cloud steps technique and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 16, A Lesson Learned. Jiang Qiu flipped through the list of exotic beast materials on his phone. Thanks to the list of exotic beast materials that Xiao Feng copied for me, I don't have to carry the whole exotic beast back. I can just cut off the useful materials. Jiang Qiu leaped and darted among the ancient trees, his gaze already fixed on a rabid wild boar. Jiang Qiu flipped through the list of exotic beast materials to the column corresponding to the berserker boar. Wild boar with frenzied blood. The ears of wild boars are brimming with blood and qi, making them a raw material for second-grade blood and qi medicines. Jiang Qiu stared at the wild boar's 2 ears. Now the money will come. Jiang Qiu swung his sword down at the raging wild boar, the 100 battles sword technique becoming even more powerful under the influence of gravity. One cut. The berserk boar was decapitated, and Jiang Qiu scanned the boar's carcass with a wristband issued by the military. Samsung Hunter Jiang Qiu's progress in killing a Tier 2 berserker boar plus 1%. After completing the military's mission verification, Jiang Qiu cut off a pair of ears from the frenzied boar and put them in his backpack. Hey, that's awesome. After completing the military's mission progress, I can also accumulate alien beast materials. Jiang Qiu continued forward, sword in hand. A bounty mission is about getting 2 rewards for 1 job. Jiang Qiu hadn't gone far when he encountered 2 black-shelled turtles in the swamp. Jiang Qiu grinned and said, "Black-shelled turtles, old friends." Jiang Qiu had personally killed the black-armored turtle in the illusory mirror, so he was very familiar with its weaknesses. The black-armored turtles provocatively stabbed at Jiang Qiu with the black spikes on their backs. Jiang Qiu looked at the pair of black-armored turtles and suddenly swung his battle sword. After 2 cuts, the black-shelled turtle was separated from its shell at the joint. After scanning, where can I find the materials for the black-shelled turtle? Jiang Qiu flipped through the list of exotic beast materials. Oh, this tortoise shell can be used to make the golden body elixir. Jiang Qiu chiseled out the special shell of the black-shelled turtle and put it into his backpack. Suddenly, a lightning wolf darted out from the nearby bushes. Jiang Qiu was overjoyed. He had killed 4 of these lightning wolves in the virtual mirror, so he was naturally very familiar with this strange beast. The lightning wolf excels in speed. But my flowing cloud steps can completely suppress it. His mastery of the flowing cloud steps gave him a speed advantage over the lightning wolf. Jiang Qiu used the flowing cloud steps to block him, and then killed him with a single slash. Jiang Sui raised his wristband and scanned it. Samsung Hunter Jiang Qiu's quest progress for defeating a Tier 2 lightning wolf plus 1%. Just as Jiang Qiu was about to take the materials from the thunder wolf, a voice came from the direction of the dwarf tree. Stop. Take it if it's your beast. The newcomers were 2 men, and Jiang Qiu looked at them coldly. Musha, hurry up and scan it, don't let this guy steal it. Mucha took out his bracelet to scan, and after fiddling with it for a while, he finally aimed the miniature camera at the wolf carcass on the ground. This monster's quest progress has already been verified, please do not verify it again. The bracelet beeped, and Jiang Qiu snorted inwardly, these 2 mascots are incredibly stupid. Mu Xia and Lin Feng stared intently at Jiang Qiu, their words dripping with malice. Don't you know any rules? Do you know how long we've been chasing this thunder wolf? Jiang Qiu cut off the 4 claws of the thunder wolf and looked at the 2 of them as if they were idiots. Do you need anything? If not, I'll be leaving. Jiang Qiu put the 4 claws of the thunder wolf into his backpack and turned to leave, but Mu Xia moved in front of him in 1 step. Mu Xia grabbed Jiang Qiu's backpack, trying to snatch it away. Do you know who we are? One is from the Mu family, and the other is from the Lin family. You can't afford to mess with us. As Mucha pulled on Jiang Suo's backpack, he noticed its weight. Wow, there's quite a lot of stuff here. Consider it an apology to us. Jiang Qiu looked at Muxia and realized that this playboy in front of him was actually from his wife's family. It seems that as an elder, I really need to teach them a lesson. Jiang Qiu held his sword horizontally in front of Muxia's neck, the blade already embedded in Muxia's flesh. Blood gushed out instantly, and Muxia's eyes were filled with terror. He was used to bullying others because of his family, and no one had ever dared to put a knife to his neck before. Jiang Qiu used the 100 battles sword technique in his swordplay, and Muxia, a third-rank beginner, was unable to dodge in time. His pupils contracted, and his hand, which was gripping Jiang Qiu's backpack, suddenly slipped away. Lin Feng, who was standing nearby, also anxiously tried to calm Jiang Qiu down. Jiang Qiu, brother, calm down. For the sake of your future, killing him will make you face the pursuit of the Mu family. Jiang Qiu sneered, since you two know my name, go back and find out who I am. Jiang Qiu slapped Muxia's cheek with the flat of his knife. This slap is me teaching you a lesson on behalf of Mu Chuxue. I have many ways to kill you silently, but I'll spare you for the sake of Chuxue. Lin Feng grabbed Muxia's hand and begged for mercy repeatedly. Brother Jiang Qiu, we were wrong, thank you for not killing us. Lin Feng tugged at Muxia's clothes even harder. Muxia, hurry up and apologize to brother Jiang Qiu. Mucha still refused to budge, his pampered upbringing making him arrogant. Jiang Qiu curled the corners of his mouth. Kids don't know any better, a good beating will do the trick. In the wild, which was his home turf, he kept making the calls of the pine breeze monkey. Jiang Qiu summoned several pine wind apes to teach them a lesson. After 8-second rank pine wind apes surrounded the two of them. The two then realized the seriousness of the situation. Lin Feng grabbed Muxia, pleading with Jiang Qiu for mercy. Brother Jiang Suo. Brother Jiang Suo. We can't handle these 8-second great exotic beasts. Mucha's eyes were filled with panic. 8-second rank pine wind apes, even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Muxia hurriedly begged for mercy. Jiang Qiu, don't go, I was wrong. Jiang Qiu sneered, you're not wrong, you're just scared. Jiang Qiu sighed as he watched Muxia and Lin Feng's movements. These two rank 3 individuals were only able to reach rank 3 through family resources. They have absolutely no practical combat skills. They need to learn their lesson. After dealing with the two spoiled brats, Jiang Qiu continued deeper into the desolate forest, knife in hand. Jiang Qiu set his sights on the iron-spined crocodile lying on the mud. The shell of the iron-spined crocodile is also a raw material for refining the golden body elixir. The 100 battles blade technique was swiftly unleashed, accompanied by a long sword. Jiang Qiu watched as the long sword pierced the heart of the iron-spined crocodile, while his own battle blade sliced off the crocodile's shell. Jiang Qiu held his knife on guard, staring at his prey, wondering to himself if another scene of snatching the spoils was about to unfold. He looked in the direction the long sword flew out, where a military man in uniform stood, exuding a heroic air, his aura in the face of the beast comparable to Jiang Qiu's. Jiang Qiu focused his gaze and recognized the newcomer, Lin Mu, a third-rank martial artist. Lin Mu slowly approached him and the iron-spined crocodile, each step exuding the oppressive aura of a military martial artist. Chapter 17, Selling Materials from Mythical Beasts. Lin Mu took the opportunity to pull the long sword from the ironback crocodile. Jiang Qiu stared intently at Lin Mu's movements. If I were to clash with Lin Mu, I probably wouldn't be his match. This guy was a first-class meritorious soldier during the battle to eliminate the beast tide a year ago, while I was a second-class meritorious soldier. Moreover, my martial arts foundation was destroyed that year, and my strength stagnated for a whole year without any progress. If I insist on getting into a conflict with him, can I win by using Matsuke's monkey? Lin Mu looked at Jiang Qiu and said, does this kid think I'm going to steal his spoils? Lin Mu smiled and sheathed his long sword. Company Commander Jiang, it seems we both hit the vital point of this iron-spined crocodile. How about one of us take the progress and the other takes the materials? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu realized that the other party had consulted with him. Jiang Qiu looked at the carcass of the iron-spined crocodile. If we miss the mission progress, we can just kill another second-grade exotic beast. But if we lose this iron-spined crocodile, we'll lose real money. Jiang Qiu made way for Lin Mu and said, then Battalion Commander Lin, please scan first. Lin Mu, of course, didn't hold back, pointing the wristband issued by the General's Department at the ironback crocodile. After completing the authentication, Lin Mu returned the iron-spined crocodile to Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu looked at the iron-spined crocodile and skillfully peeled off its shell. Lin Mu watched as Jiang Qiuo's skillful technique failed to damage the iron-spined crocodile's shell in the slightest. His technique is quite skillful, just like that of an old hunter who has lived in the wild for 5 or 6 years. Looking at Jiang Qiuo's backpack full of exotic beast materials, Lin Mu couldn't help but smile. My older sister has a really good eye for people. This guy really is capable of reaching the level of a 3rd rank when he is only at the 2nd rank. These exotic beast materials actually made Lin Mu feel a sense of crisis, so he quickly used his movement technique to search for new exotic beasts. We can't let this guy get ahead. According to the information the military gave me, they will rank the teams based on their performance during the mission, and the top 3 will receive the coordinates of the 3rd-grade beast, the bloodthirsty bear. Killing this berserk blood bear is a silver medal in the military. Lin Mu sighed, sis, the man you've set your sights on has now become your brother's rival. But I won't give you any face. Jiang Qiuo saw that Lin Mu had already gone far away, and his backpack was temporarily unable to hold so many exotic beast materials. It's time to go and settle accounts with Xiaofeng. Jiang used his flowing cloud-like footwork to quickly return to the military's controlled area. In front of the Hunters Guild's camp, Jiang Qiuo saw Xiaofeng arguing angrily with the hunters who had come to retrieve their loot from afar. Mr. Zhao, your pair of bull hooves don't even meet the standards for recycling. The hunter surnamed Zhao pointed at the pair of hooves, his face contorted with rage. It had taken him a great deal of effort to kill this powerful bull, and now he was being told he couldn't take it back. Girl, don't try to fool me. Everyone says that the hooves of this powerful ox contain vital energy and blood, which are the raw materials for making vital energy pills. How can we not recycle them? Jiang Qiuo placed his backpack on the table. If this hunter continues to cause trouble, how am I supposed to retrieve it? Xiaofeng's eyes seemed to say to Jiang Qiuo, please help me, this guy is really troublesome. Jiang Qiuo looked at the bull hoof that the hunter was holding and immediately saw the problem. Sir, it is true that bull hooves can be used as raw materials for making qi and blood pills, but they are the front hooves used by bulls for attack, while the pair you have in your hands are clearly hind hooves. Moreover, the cut on your hoof is clearly poorly treated and doesn't meet the recycling standards at all. The hunter was taken aback, as if there really was such a saying, but seeing that the hunter in front of him was a young man, he suddenly felt confident enough to argue unreasonably. You little brat, are you even fully grown yet? Don't talk nonsense like that. The hunter standing nearby also recognized Jiang Qiuo. Hey, isn't that the pretty boy who's only a 2nd rank official? Oh my, look at all that blood on him, he must be seriously injured. If this face is injured, I won't be able to win a woman's heart. These people were the same group of hunters who sided with Mucha and Lin Feng at the time. Jiang Qiuo silently opened his backpack in the face of the barking dogs. The table was instantly covered with materials from exotic beasts. A sharp-eyed hunter immediately recognized the value of these materials. The ears of a blood pig, the limbs of a lightning wolf, the shell of an iron-spined crocodile, the forehooves of a powerful bull. The hunter quickly began to estimate the value of the materials. The value of each piece of material accumulated in his mind, and the gleam in his eyes grew stronger. The hunter surnamed Zhao grabbed the arm of the hunter who was actually assessing the value of the materials. Old Zhang, how much are these materials worth? A pair of lightning wolf claws costs 6,000 martial coins, a pair of blood pig ears costs 8,000 martial coins. 200,000. I roughly estimate that these things are worth 200,000. Hunter Zhao, his large eyes wide and his thick beard trembling along with his fat, exclaimed, this 2nd-rank kid, you said he got 200,000 worth of exotic beast materials in 4 nights. Looking at the bull's hind hoof in his hand, Hunter Zhao suddenly felt ashamed. He was a hunter with 20 years of experience, yet he had gotten into a fight with a young girl over a 2nd-grade exotic beast material. Hey, I'll take this ox hind hoof back and make soup for the baby. At least it'll help him gain some energy. Hunter Zhao put the bull's hind hoof into his backpack, turned, and headed into the wilderness. The younger generation has caught up. At this moment, 2 martial artists, leaning on canes and supporting each other, entered the safe zone. Someone's injured. Go check it out. 2 stretchers ran out of the bounty hunter's tent. Hey, buddy, could you lend me a hand and help me lift him up? The hunter lifted the man up and realized the wounded man looked familiar. Isn't this the young master of the Mu family? How did he get so badly hurt by that beast? The young master of the Lin family is here too, his body is covered in itches from being scratched by strange beasts. Oh my! When the 2 men carried the stretcher past Jiang Qiuo, their eyes met Jiang Qiuo's, and Mu Xia, in particular, couldn't hold it in and immediately urinated. One of the hunters pinched his nose and gave a disgusted look. Oh dear, look at how badly young Master Mu has been beaten up by the beast. Yi Jun patted Jiang Qiu, who was watching the commotion, and said, "You did a good job, didn't you? These two have some connections. Do you want me to help you sort this out?" Jiang Qiu waved his hand. "Hey, Battalion Commander Yi, these two are used to being arrogant and domineering. I'm just teaching them a lesson." At this moment, Xiaofeng had finished the settlement and handed a martial arts coin card to Jiang Qiu. "Mr. Jiang, including the blood rat eyes from last time, the total is 320,000 martial coins." 320,000 martial coins. You mean he, a second-rank martial artist, produced 320,000 martial coins worth of exotic beast materials in 4 nights? The hunters, who were resting in the safe zone, gathered towards the bounty hunters' tents. This young man is truly remarkable. A martial artist at the second rank can hunt down so many exotic beasts in such a short time. Jiang Qiu accepted the martial arts coin card. Jiang Qiu was secretly delighted. With this 300,000 yuan in startup capital, he could at least acquire 3D level sword techniques. When the 100 battles blade technique absorbs the 3 blade techniques, it will be able to reach a new level. Chapter 18, A Bloodthirsty Blade. Maple Leaf Wuhan University. As soon as Jiang Qiu stepped off the subway, he rushed into the school gate. He bumped into 2 students from the martial arts university. Jiang Qiu waved his hand and headed towards the sales office. The 2 people who were hit recognized him as Jiang Qiu. "Isn't this the rookie of the year? He hasn't been at school for days. Hey, I wonder what he's been up to." Wei Yu has already overtaken him in the virtual realm score. Jiang Qiu rushed to the sales office and threw the gold card worth over 300,000 yuan in front of the counter. "Teacher, could you please get me 3 books on sword techniques?" The old man at the sales office glanced at Jiang Qiu and asked, "What do you need so many sword techniques for?" The old man looked at Jiang Qiu and said, "This kid isn't thinking of reselling it for a profit, is he? The city lord's mansion offers preferential treatment to martial arts students." Jiang Qiu sighed, "I forgot about that. There are restrictions on the amount of martial arts techniques that students at Wuhan University can purchase. If they buy too many, they will be suspected of using them for resale." Jiang Qiu said to the teacher in the sales department, "Teacher, please don't misunderstand. I have taken Professor Lin Ro's course on swordsmanship and martial arts research. I bought these martial arts techniques only for reference, as I intend to use them in the development of my own martial arts techniques." Although the old man still had some doubts, Jiang Qiu's reasoning was valid. Every year, several students did indeed think about creating their own martial arts techniques. The old man looked at Jiang Qiu with a smile. "You kid, thinking you can collect that huge royalty fee after creating your own martial arts technique? It's important to understand that martial arts techniques can enhance a martial artist's combat abilities. Just like Jiang Qiu achieved cross-realm combat through the 100 battle saber technique. Once a martial arts technique is created, even the lowest F-rank technique is a huge asset." The old man got up from the recliner and went into the storeroom. "Kid, wait here, I'll go find it for you right away." After Jiang Qiu relaxed, he felt his stomach was empty. "I haven't eaten for 4 nights in the wild, and I'm really hungry now." Jiang Qiu opened the contact information and clicked on Wang Wuhai's profile picture. He found dozens of messages. "Hey bro, where did you go? Wei Yu is going to surpass you in points. Brother, come back soon. 2 people have already surpassed your score." Jiang Qiu grinned. "Brother Wang, quickly buy me a meal and help me reclaim the top spot in the Void Realm." Wang Wuhai replied instantly, "Brother, where are you? I'll bring you food right away." Jiang Qiu smiled and said, "I'm at the sales office. Hurry up and bring me some food." The sales staff has compiled several D-level sword techniques. All the D-level sword techniques are here. See which ones you need. Jiang Qiu's eyes gleamed as he began searching among the several manuals laid out. This Blood Frenzy blade technique has the highest burst damage among Class D, but it consumes a lot of health when it is used. This is the Swift Wind blade technique. It has excellent combo effects, and when you reach a proficient and perfect level, you can unleash a combo of 36 strikes. This is an incomplete scroll, but after studying it, your swordsmanship will become moderate and adhere to its fundamental principles. Jiang Qiu pondered that if the 100 battles blade technique could be combined with the characteristics of the frenzied blood blade technique, it might be possible to reproduce the move he had used in the illusory mirror. If I master that move, I could really kill a third-grade beast like the bloodthirsty bear if I encountered it in the wild. Jiang Qiu chose the Berserker Blood Blade as his first choice. After choosing the Berserk Blood Blade manual, he then chose the Gale Blade technique and the incomplete scroll. Teacher, I've made my choices, I'll take these books. After Jiang Qiuo completed the transaction, he ran into Wang Wuhai, who had come to deliver food. Wang Wuhai carried a lunchbox in one hand and a drink in the other. Jiang Qiuo pushed Wang Wuhai toward the training room, saying, "Let's eat and talk as we go." Jiang Qiuo opened the lunchbox that Wang Wuhai had brought, roasted exotic beast meat mixed with rice, and beast bone drink that could increase qi and blood. Jiang Qiuo swept the contents of the lunchbox away like a whirlwind. Brother Jiang Qiuo, aren't you worried? Wei Yu has already surpassed you in the virtual realm. The rewards for this trial are very generous. It's a week of cultivation in the returning origin cave. Which outstanding figure in our Maple Leaf City hasn't entered the returning origin cave to cultivate? A smile appeared on Jiang Qiuo's face. Don't worry, I'm confident I can pass this trial. Jiang Qiuo took out the martial arts techniques he had purchased and began to deduce the Mad Blood Saber technique, starting with it. Wang Wuhai watched Jiang Qiuo practice the Mad Blood Blade technique and felt genuinely anxious for him. What on earth is Brother Jiang doing? He's started practicing martial arts now. Shouldn't the most important thing right now be to hurry up and farm points in the virtual realm? After Jiang Qiuo spent an hour mastering the basics of the bloodthirsty battle blade, Wang Wuhai assumed that Jiang Qiuo was finally going to grind points in the virtual mirror. But, to Wang Wuhai's complete surprise, after Jiang Qiuo mastered the Mad Blood Battle Blade, he leisurely took out a Swift Wind Blade technique and began to deduce its workings. Another D-level sword technique. What is Brother Jiang up to? What is Jiang Qiuo trying to do? Martial arts skills are about quality, not quantity. Even I, a first-rank martial artist, understand this simple principle. Why is Jiang Qiuo wasting time on the sheer number of martial arts techniques? Jiang Qiuo remained engrossed in deducing the sword technique, swish, swish. Another hour passed, and Jiang Qiuo had mastered the basics of the Swift Wind Saber technique. Wang Wuhai's mouth gaped open. Another hour to master the basics? He's learning martial arts way too fast. Jiang Qiuo has exceptional martial arts talent. Wang Wuhai's ability to enter the martial arts university indicates that his talent already surpasses that of ordinary people, but it still takes him no less than a day to learn even one martial art. Wang Wuhai's eyes were filled with anticipation. Now that Jiang Qiuo had mastered 2 martial arts techniques, he should be able to go to the virtual mirror to rack up points. Just as Wang Wuhai was looking forward to Jiang Qiuo going to the Void Mirror Warehouse to wreak havoc and regain first place, Jiang Qiuo actually took out another book on sword techniques and combat skills. Wang Wuhai sighed. He had already learned 2 sword techniques, which should have been enough to complement each other. Why was Jiang Qiuo still so greedy? Wang Wuhai finally couldn't help but speak up to dissuade him. Brother Jiang, learning too much swordsmanship is useless. Martial arts are about quality, not quantity. You're just wasting your energy learning like this. Jiang Qiuo patted Wang Wuhai on the shoulder. Wuhai, don't blink later. You'll know when I learn this third sword technique. Jiang Qiuo kept everyone in suspense. He began to deduce the sword techniques on the tattered scroll, a technique that followed a moderate approach, which took Jiang Qiuo a full 3 hours. System. Let the 100 battles sword technique absorb the experience of these sword techniques. A wealth of swordsmanship experience began to be absorbed by the 100 battles swordsmanship, and all the swordsmanship experience in Jiang Qiuo's sea of consciousness was converging. 100 battles sword technique absorbs frenzied blood sword technique. The 100 battles sword technique absorbs the swift wind sword technique. Absorb swordsmanship experience through the 100 battles sword technique, and master the frenzy blood strike. Chapter 19, Lin Ro's Favor. Jiang Qiuo held his breath, the battle sword in his hand trembling rapidly, emitting bursts of buzzing. The battle blade drained half of Jiang Qiuo's life force. He suddenly sprang up and slashed at the alloy doll used for the trial. Wang Wuhai felt a flash of lightning before his eyes, and the head of the alloy doll was split in 2 by Jiang Qiuo. His drowsiness from watching Jiang Qiuo practice his sword was instantly dispelled, as the power of his blood and qi directly impacted his face. What? This is incredible. That slash was so fast I couldn't even catch it. Wang Wuhai was still reeling from the shock of Jiang Zemin's bloodthirsty slash. Even a third-rank martial artist would be forced to kneel before this move. The alloy doll meant to withstand the blows was unexpectedly cleaved in 2 by Jiang Qiuo's single strike. Wang Wuhai gradually recovered from his shock. Brother Jiang just learned 3 martial arts techniques. This is in order to create his own martial arts techniques. In other words, that last slash was Jiang Qiuo's own creation. This strike was extremely powerful. Zhang Qiuo's battle blade left a long crack on the floor of the entire training room. Both of them were still reeling from the power of that last strike and only now noticed the extensive damage to the training room. Looking at the damaged ground, Wang Wuhai thought, Brother Zhang's move was incredibly powerful. It actually destroyed the training room like this. Brother Zhang, the training room is in such a state, the school won't make us pay for it, will they? Zhang Qiuo raised an eyebrow. Hey, if you don't tell and I don't tell, no one will know that I did it. Zhang Qiuo patted the chubby boy on the shoulder. Let's hurry up and get out while it's dark and no one's around. If I lose money, I might have to buy one less sword fighting skill. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. Student, it's wrong to damage public property. You not only damaged public property, but you also tried to run away. You have no sense of responsibility, you scumbags. I remember this martial arts training room cost 500,000 martial coins back then. Zhang Qiuo thought to himself, what is this woman trying to do? Is she trying to use this to threaten me again? Wang Wuhai looked flustered, and his gaze involuntarily darted away as he looked at the woman who had entered. Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin. In his panic, Wang Wuhai reached into the wrong pocket. He quickly reached into the other pocket and pulled out a Wubi card. Teacher Lin, we'll pay for it. Lin Ro poked Wang Wuhai's chubby body. The little fat boy is quite cute. Lin Ro looked at Zhang Qiuo, her mind racing. This guy actually created his own martial arts technique. Moreover, it is a martial art technique with extremely destructive power. Lin Ro said to Zhang Qiuo, you've created your own martial arts technique. Zhang Qiuo nodded to Lin Ro. After confirming the answer with Zhang Qiuo, Lin Ro secretly clenched her fist. In her heart, she thought, Zhang Qiuo, what kind of monster are you? You created your own martial arts technique while still at the second rank. Zhang Qiuo looked at Lin Ro's flushed face and said, Teacher Lin, please keep this a secret for me. Lin Ro nodded. Every master has his own destiny. Taking the opportunity, Lin Ro tried to win Zhang Qiuo over, saying, I'll take care of the matter of you damaging the training room this time. Lin Ro's lips curled into a sly smile. But this time I'm helping you personally, so you have to remember this favor. Zhang Qiuo readily agreed, saying that as long as he didn't lose money, everything was fine. Lin Ro showed Zhang Qiuo a video. Inside, a sophomore from Wuhan University inserted a chip into his cockpit. You haven't noticed anything unusual yet, have you? The intensity in your virtual mirror has been significantly amplified. A glint flashed in Zhang Qiuo's eyes. No wonder I haven't encountered a single beast of the first type in the illusory mirror. This chip was clearly meant to prevent him from getting a high score, but it inadvertently helped him improve his efficiency in hunting alien beasts. Zhang Qiuo immediately had a suspect. Who was the biggest beneficiary of preventing him from getting a high score? Zhang Qiuo already had the answer in his heart. Instructor Lin, this actually helped me improve my hunting efficiency in the virtual mirror. Lin Ro glared at Zhang Qiuo, how can you not see someone's good intentions? Although Wang Wuhai was timid, he was very good at reading people's expressions. The way Instructor Lin looked at Zhang Qiuo just now was clearly the look one would give a lover. Wang Wuhai couldn't help but feel a little sad. Damn you, God, how can you be so unfair? Teacher Mu, the most beautiful teacher in the school, is in love with Zhang Qiuo. Now, Lin Ro, the second most beautiful teacher in the school, is also interested in Zhang Qiuo. No. I must diligently cultivate martial arts. Once I break through to the 7th rank martial artist level, I will make Zhang Qingyao fall in love with me. Zhang Qiuo gently patted Wang Wuhai on the back of the head. What are you thinking about? Aren't you going? Wang Wuhai reluctantly ended his daydream. Brother Jiang, are you planning to go to the virtual mirror to rack up points next? Zhang Qiuo shook his head. Don't rush, I will take back what is rightfully mine as number 1, but not now. Wang Wuhai sighed, having power gives you the right to be reckless. After a night of exertion, Zhang Qiuo's stomach was growling with hunger again. Zhang Qiuo looked at Wang Wuhai. Wuhai, do you have any food on you? Wang Wuhai took out a bag of dried exotic beast meat from his spatial ring. A spatial ring. Wang Wuhai is indeed a small-time tycoon. If I had a spatial ring, I wouldn't have to carry around a big backpack anymore. Wang Wuhai cleverly caught Zhang Qiuo's gaze and took the ring off his hand. Brother Jiang, you keep this ring. Wow, this kid is really filial. Zhang Qiuo was deeply moved. Since Wang Wuhai was so kind, he wouldn't let him suffer a loss. Zhang Qiuo stuffed the remaining martial coins into Wang Wuhai's hands. Wuhai, take this money, I need to hurry back. Jiang Sua, munching on dried meat, stepped onto the city rail. The urban rail train sped between buildings, with neon lights streaming in through the windows. Jiang Kuo continued chewing the dried meat, and his blood and energy began to slowly return to normal. This little fat guy's beast jerky is really good stuff. I started to recover my energy after just a few bites. Jiang Kuo looked at the label on the outside of the bag of dried animal meat. Wang's exotic animal jerky. Ingredients: meat of a blood beast. Wow, Wang Wuhai's family can actually make this kind of exotic beast jerky that replenishes qi and blood. Next, you can hunt down exotic beasts and collect their meat. Anyway, with the space ring, I have an extra 10 cubic meters of storage space. These blood beast meats, which are of lower quality compared to other exotic beast meats, can also be collected. Jiang Kuo turned on his communication device and said to Wang Wuhai, "Wuhai, does your family accept the flesh and blood of alien beasts?" Wang Wuhai replied instantly, "Of course I'll take it, brother Jiang. I'll take as much blood beast meat as you can get." Upon receiving a positive reply, Jiang Kuo was overjoyed. This makes things much easier. If the blood beast's meat can be used to exchange for money, the speed at which I can upgrade the 100 battles blade technique can be greatly increased. Chapter 20, The Mu Family Dungeon. Jiang Sui keenly spotted a pair of scarlet eyes hidden behind a giant tree. Jiang Kuo swung his sword, and the second-grade frenzied blood pig was quickly cleaved in two. Point the bracelet at the body and scan quickly. Slay a rank 2 exotic beast, the berserker boar, and the quest progress will increase by 1%. This is a blood beast type alien beast, and its meat can be sold to Wang Wuhai's family. After Jiang Kuo put the rabid boar into his spatial ring, slay a rank 2 exotic beast, the berserker bull, and the quest progress will increase by 1%. Jiang Kuo successfully hunted blood beasts one after another, and the blood beast meat in his storage space began to pile up like a small mountain. A dark shadow appeared silently. Jiang Kuo saw a flash of cold light before his eyes. The blade struck his shoulder with a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Kuo's pupils trembled violently as he felt a powerful pressure from the qi and blood. The shadowy figure turned out to be a peak 4th rank martial artist. "You must be Jiang Kuo. You're the one who injured young Master Mu Xia, aren't you?" Jiang Kuo held his sword and calmly responded. This peak 4th grade martial artist instantly locked Jiang Kuo's movements with his qi and blood. "Don't make a futile struggle, come back with me to the Mu family to face judgment." A pair of alloy handcuffs instantly bound Jiang Kuo's hands. Jiang Kuo saw that the character Mu was engraved on the black alloy handcuffs. These are the Mu family's personal guards? The Mu family's personal guards only obey the Mu family and are above the city's law enforcement bureau. A member of the Mu family guard grabbed Jiang Kuo by the collar, cursing, "Hurry up and keep up. You're so slow. If you're late, the Mu family elders will definitely break one of your legs." The Mu family's personal guards carried Jiang Kuo towards the Mu family's residence. The Mu family's personal guard roughly threw Jiang Kuo into a cage behind an armored vehicle. He quickly locked the cage, saying, "Kid, stay put. If you dare to run, I'll kill you." The Mu family's armored vehicle bumped along the way, speeding towards the inner city. Jiang Kuo quickly pulled out his phone while on the armored vehicle and called his wife, Xu Shui, for help. "Wife, I've taken Mucho away. He's been kidnapped by your personal guards. Remember to get him out." At the same time, Jiang Kuo thought of Battalion Commander Yi and sent him a similar text message asking for help. Late at night, in the Mu family dungeon. The loading truck slowly descended the elevator shaft into the dungeon, and a powerful flashlight shone on Jiang Kuo's face. "Hey, kid, we're here." The guard opened the iron cage and ripped Jiang Kuo off. The smell of rust mixed with mold hit Jiang Kuo's nose directly. "Tie him up." The alloy shackles instantly locked Jiang Kuo's limbs. The Mu family's personal guard took out a whip with steel spikes. "Have you notified the second elder? I've brought back the person who injured his son." The guard lashed Jiang Kuo with his whip, the stinging sensation burning his body. Jiang Kuo gritted his teeth. This was how the Mu family's personal guards acted, like dogs relying on their master's power. Crack! The sound of whips echoed repeatedly in the dimly lit dungeon, and Jiang Kuo gritted his teeth. His eyes were fixed intently on the Mu family's personal guards. Crack! Another lash of the whip. A middle-aged man slowly emerged from the shadows. The guards immediately saluted him, "Second elder." The second elder was Mu Gu, Mu Xia's father. Mu Gu's face had an indescribable sinister quality. He produced an investigation report bearing the seal of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Jiang Qiu, I regret to inform you that Lin Feng has died despite all efforts to save him. Jiang Qiu sneered disdainfully upon hearing this, thinking, if you want to find fault, you can always find a reason. Lin Feng's death was clearly orchestrated by Mu Gu, whose purpose was to frame me as a murderer. If Mu Chuxue were here, would he still dare to do this? That old fox has such a vicious heart. Mu slowly approached Jiang Qiu's ear. Mu, like a viper spitting its tongue, dragged out the words. To tell you the truth, Jiang Qiu, after Lin Feng was sent to the martial arts hospital by the Bounty Association, he shared a ward with Xia. I just asked Xia to add some poison to his medicine that would deplete his qi and blood. Don't worry, only black market pharmacists know how to make this medicine, and very few people know about it. After use, it will dissipate along with your blood and qi, and it will not be detected on your body at all. Mu's expression grew increasingly arrogant as he spoke. I wouldn't normally care about the life or death of an ant like you, but you've hurt my precious son. Then I have no choice but to crush a martial artist like you with no background to vent my anger for my son. Mu placed the investigation report in front of Jiang Qiu. You know, families like ours care most about their reputation, so in order to legally and reasonably kill you, I specially obtained this investigation report from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Mu's eyes were filled with disdain. Ants like you shouldn't think you can do whatever you want just because you've shown some talent. There are some beings you can't afford to offend. I advise you to confess your sins quickly. Only by confessing can you suffer less before you die. Jiang Qiu's eyes were ruthless. He would never admit to doing something he hadn't done. It's a disgrace to the Mu family to have a scoundrel like you in their ranks. Jiang Qiu had blood at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were unyielding. This Mu Gu is just a collateral branch of the Mu family. He usually disguises himself very well within the family. I really want Chuxue to see what her uncle is really like. Let everyone see what these hypocritical elders of noble families are really like. Mu's face was grim. He waved one hand, signaling his personal guards to continue whipping her. Your body wants to be as stubborn as your mouth. Mu was clearly provoked by Jiang Qiu's words, and his blood surged. Open the door. Mu Chuxue's voice came from the dungeon entrance, and she quickly appeared in front of Jiang Qiu. Mu looked at Mu Chuxue, who had appeared before him, and his mouth gaped open as wide as an egg. Xue. First snow, this kid bullied Mu Xia first. Mucha is your brother. Mu Chuxue's gaze was cold as she glared at Mu Gu, her eyes leaving no room for negotiation. Mu Gu's heart leaped into his throat. By seniority, he was Mu Chuxue's uncle, but only if Mu Chuxue acknowledged him. Mu Chuxue's strength was already at the peak of the 6th rank, while he had yet to find a way to break through to the 6th rank. Most importantly, Mu Chuxue's father is the head of the Mu family, a figure who can decide the fate of everyone in the family. Mu Chuxue was the little princess in his poem. Let him go. Mu Chuxue spoke to the guards who were still holding whips, her tone cold, but with anger hidden within. The guards were so nervous when Mu Chuxue came in that they forgot to drop their whips. This peak 4th rank personal guard was like an insect in front of Jiang Qiu. The guards obediently loosened the shackles on Jiang Qiu's body. Mu Chuxue looked at Jiang Qiu's injuries with heartache and forced back tears. She supported Jiang Qiu, who was covered in injuries. Jiang Qiu still had the strength to stand, but he took the opportunity to lean on Mu Chuxue's shoulder. He looked at Chuxue's snow-white neck. This was the first time he had ever been so close to her. Jiang Qiu pressed down on the corners of his mouth. Mu Chuxue helped Jiang Qiu walk out. Before leaving, she left a message: you don't need me to tell you what to do next, right? Chapter 21, Call Me Dad. After Mu Chuxue helped Jiang Qiu leave, the guard drew his tang sword and swung it fiercely. He cut off his right arm. Mu was extremely devastated at this moment. He was prepared to turn himself in to the Law Enforcement Bureau, as there was no place for him in the Mu family anymore. At the Mu family dragon bone pool, Mu Chuxue gently pinched Jiang Qiu's waist. Haven't you gotten enough of the bargains yet? Jiang Qiu was taken aback. It turned out that Mu Chuxue knew Jiang Qiu was faking it. Mu Chuxue feigned anger, but her face showed a hint of shyness. Today, I'm letting you take advantage of me because you're injured. Jiang Qiu was secretly pleased. Once there was a first time, how could there not be a second? Women are all like that, they just can't let go of their pride. Jiang Qiu knew perfectly well what to do next after she put her arm around his shoulder. The dragon bone pool was filled with mist, and the water in the pool appeared dark red. Mu Chuxue ripped off Jiang Qiu's clothes and kicked him into the dragon bone pool. You little brat. Mu Chuxue pressed down on the corner of her mouth. This is the dragon bone pool of our Mu family. Soak in it properly, it will be good for your injuries. Jiang Qiuo swam in the dragon bone pool. My wife, Chu Shui, said she was waiting for me on the other side of the dragon bone pool. I think swimming in this dragon bone pool is like completing a full cycle of soaking. The essence in the dragon bone pool began to heal Jiang Qiuo's injuries. As expected of the number one family in Maple Leaf City, this dragon bone pool has actually healed most of my injuries. Jiang Qiuo's eyes gleamed. This time, he had once again benefited from his wife Chu Shui's good fortune and had actually arrived at the Mu family's blessed land. Looking at the pool of spring water, Jiang Qiuo thought, why not take this opportunity to temper my physical body? Jiang Qiuo mobilized the flow of qi and blood throughout his body to temper his skin and flesh. The powerful beings in the pool saw Jiang Qiuo tempering his body. This is Xu Shui's young husband. This guy really knows how to seize the opportunity. Mu Yanwu looked at his son-in-law with curiosity. He's not bad looking, but he's a little less handsome than I was back then. That girl, Chu Shui, is really good to him. She's willing to give him her quota for soaking in the dragon bone pool. When Mu Yanwu thought about how good his precious daughter was to his husband, he suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. You brat! Why don't I give him a try? Mu Yanwu grinned slyly. Haha, kid. Mu Yanwu released his qi and blood pressure, and the intense pressure instantly enveloped Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo felt an immense pressure all over his body. He opened his eyes and saw that the person in front of him was a high-level expert. He deliberately restrained his strength to achieve this level of energy and blood. Jiang Qiuo withstood the pressure, saying, he's testing my abilities. After Jiang Qiuo realized Mu Yanwu's intention, his breathing became slightly excited. Perhaps we can even get guidance from a master of the Mu family. Jiang Qiuo's eyes narrowed, his divine nature becoming restrained. It begins to mobilize qi and blood. Jiang Qiuo's skin began to strengthen, and this just right pressure actually accelerated the process of Jiang Qiuo's body tempering. His aura and pressure are actually helping me temper my body. Boom! 7 layers of skin tempering. Jiang Qiuo clenched his fist tightly. The Mu family's dragon bone pool is indeed a blessed land. It actually allowed me to break through to the 7th level of skin tempering in one leap. My current physical strength is no different from that of a third-grade early-stage beast. Mu Yanwu suppressed the pressure of his released blood and qi, and his mouth unconsciously turned up. Goodness, Chu Shui has high standards. She can actually break through to the 7th level of the skin tempering realm at the mid-2nd rank. Back when I was in the mid-stage of the 2nd rank, I only managed to temper my body to the 6th level of the skin tempering stage. Mu Yanwu was overjoyed. This was no ordinary person. He had gone from a crippled martial artist whose foundation had been destroyed to a new path in martial arts, and in such a short time, he had demonstrated such martial arts talent. Mu Yanwu became increasingly curious about Jiang Qiuo. Kid, let's have a go. Jiang Qiuo nodded, yes. It's not necessarily a bad thing to have an elder to spar with. Sometimes, a little guidance from a strong person can be better than one's own hard work. Jiang Qiuo mobilized the Pajun Quan and tested their moves with Mu Yanwu. In Mu Yanwu's eyes, Jiang Qiuo rushed towards him through the spring water of the dragon bone pool. The breaking army fist, interesting. Mu Yanwu kept giving Jiang Qiuo practice moves, and Jiang Qiuo also experienced the mysteries of boxing in the process of each move. Each move, each stance, was executed with agility and skill. Mu Yanwu probed Jiang Qiuo's proficiency level in the breaking army fist. To his surprise, Jiang Qiuo, a 2nd-rank martial artist, had mastered the breaking army fist of the proficiency realm. As a peak 7th-rank martial artist, Mu Yanwu naturally knew the difficulty of learning a C-rank martial skill for a 2nd-rank martial artist. Good heavens, even some 4th-rank veteran boxers can only barely raise a C-rank martial skill to the proficiency level. This guy has mastered a C-rank martial skill at the proficiency level at the 2nd rank. No wonder he can always kill enemies beyond his level. Mu Yanwu suddenly realized that he still quite admired the man who had taken away his little darling. Mu Yanwu pursed his lips, thinking to himself, for Chu Shui's sake, I'll teach you a few more moves and see how much you can learn. Mu Yanwu changed his punching style. Seeing Mu Yanwu's sudden change in the direction of his punches, Jiang Qiuo was momentarily unsure and his own punches deviated from their intended direction. However, Jiang Qiuo quickly adjusted his moves. Mu Yanwu suppressed his martial arts cultivation to the same level as Jiang Qiuo, but he used a B-level proficiency fist technique. Jiang Qiuo honed his skills in the breaking army fist under Mu Yanwu's guidance. As Mu Yenwu sparred with his moves, Jiang Qiuo had a sudden flash of inspiration and a way to break the deadlock appeared in his mind. The way the Mad Blood Blade generates power seems to be transferable to fist techniques. Jiang Qiuo suddenly changed his punching style, and his blood and chi quickly gathered in his right arm. Boom! Turn your fist into a blade. This punch broke through Mu Yenwu's fist technique blockade. Mu Yenwu's pupils suddenly changed. This fist seemed not to be a fist, but a knife. The blade of chi and blood stirred up huge waves, forcing Mu Yenwu to release his suppression. Jiang Qiuo quickly withdrew from the power of that move that transformed his fist into a blade, because his breaking army fist had broken through. His breaking army fist technique has advanced to the subtle realm. Mu Yenwu's pupils suddenly brightened. Suppressing the surging blood and chi in his body, he was not angry, but rather appreciative. Jiang Qiuo's Pajun fist had progressed from the proficiency level to the subtlety level, which naturally could not escape his notice. Mu Yenwu laughed heartily. Ha! Heroes and martial artists emerge from among the young. Zhu Shui was right about you, what a fine lad. Mu Yenwu patted Jiang Qiuo on the shoulder. Many 6th rank boxing masters can't even get past the proficiency realm to the subtle realm. You actually managed to integrate swordsmanship into your boxing technique, impressive. Jiang Qiuo clasped his hands in a fist salute, thanks to Lord Mu's guidance. Jiang Qiuo attributed all the credit for his breakthrough to his father-in-law, which made Mu Yenwu even happier. He thought his son-in-law really knew how to handle things. Hey, why are you calling me Lord Mu? You're being too polite. You call me Dad, just like the first snow. Jiang Qiuo blushed. Dad. Chapter 22, First Snow's Generous Reward. Mu Yenwu was excited to see his beloved son-in-law. He held Jiang Qiuo's hand in one hand and Mu Chushua's hand in the other. Mu Yenwu placed Jiang Qiuo's hand in Mu Chushua's palm. Mu Chushua was momentarily stunned after touching Jiang Qiuo's palm. She winked at Mu Yenwu. Dad, that's not what I told you before. I told you to play the good cop in front of Jiang Qiuo. Then I'd stand up for him and make him remember my good deeds. But the way you're acting, it's like you're selling your daughter. Mu Yenwu's eyes were now only on Jiang Qiuo, and he couldn't care less about the subtle hints in his eyes. Shue, it's getting late. You and Jiang Qiuo can stay here tonight. I've already asked the housekeeper to tidy up your room. Mu Chushua's cheeks were flushed red. Old Deng, you're hopeless. You've really sold your daughter. Jiang Qiuo felt the warmth of the palm, and his heart was itching at the thought of sharing a bed with his wife, Chushue, tonight. Mu Chushue didn't want to talk to the old man who was selling his daughter. She pulled Jiang Qiuo back to their room. Jiang Qiuo followed closely behind Mu Chushue. What? My Chushue wife is so impatient too? Mu Chushue pulled Jiang Qiuo into the house, and her calves deftly closed the door. The whole movement was smooth and adorable. Mu Chushue now wore a new face. The obedient little rabbit in front of Mu Yenwu had transformed into a little devil queen. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Jiang Qiuo, little friend, tell me, how did you manage to bewitch my dad in the dragon bone pool just now? Jiang Qiuo naturally knew to play along with Mu Chushue's acting desires. Her anger was feigned. Teacher Mu, I just told Dad that we will give him a little granddaughter as cute as you. Mu Chushue snorted and looked at Jiang Qiuo suspiciously. Where did this guy learn to be so wicked? He used to be a well-behaved little boy who handed in his savings book. How did he become so cunning now? Could it be because he has old Deng backing him up? Jiang Qiuo then helped Mu Chushue sit down at the foot of the bed. Alright, Shue, my breaking army fist has broken through to the microscopic realm. Perhaps City Lord Mu will recognize me from the bottom of his heart after seeing my good performance. When Mu Chushue heard that Jiang Qiuo's breaking army fist had broken through to the subtle realm, her legs kicked involuntarily before she quickly withdrew them. Damn it, I was so excited in front of this guy. But this guy's talent is terrifying, it's like he's cheating. I only have 3 martial arts techniques that have reached the microscopic level. Mu Chushue reverted to her mischievous disguise. Your performance was indeed quite good. So, can I sleep in the bed tonight? Ha? 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 Where are you going to sleep if you don't sleep in the bed? Jiang Qiuo's words caught Mu Chushue completely off guard. Has my mischievous teacher persona gotten so bad in Jiang Qiuo's mind that it's become this bad? Wah, no way. We need to salvage the situation quickly, Mu Chushue said, nodding vigorously while holding Jiang Qiuo's hand. Jiang Qiuo suppressed his barely suppressed smile. With the help of his ability to probe the goddess's heart, Mu Chushue's thoughts were completely exposed to Jiang Qiuo. Mu Chushue was incredibly gentle at this moment, obediently lying down on one side. Jiang Qiuo understood her nervous thoughts. Jiang Qiuo simply held Chushue's hand and said, "Don't be nervous, at least not if you don't want to." Hearing Jiang Qiuo's breathing gradually become steady, Mu Chushue lowered her guard and they both drifted off to sleep. Their hands never parted. The next day, Jiang Qiuo was awakened by the notification sound of the soft rice system. Mu Chushue feels safe with you, rewarded with the blood armor slaughter skill. The blood armor slaughter technique is a special type of martial art that, once learned, immediately reaches the perfect level. After killing an enemy, an invisible blood armor forms around the body. The strength of the blood armor is related to the rank and number of enemies killed. How wonderful! This alarm clock is truly wonderful. Jiang Qiuo was not only rewarded by his wife Chu Shui, but also by this soft rice system. This blood armor of slaughter gives him another way to save his life. Jiang Qiuo slowly opened his eyes and found Mu Chushue clinging to him like an octopus. The two hadn't let go of each other's hands, but Mu Chushue buried her head in Jiang Qiuo's neck. Mu Chushue murmured, "Jiang Qiuo." Jiang Qiuo was absolutely thrilled at that moment. He wished time could stand still. Mu Chushue had already woken up, but she dared not move. She judged that Jiang Qiuo had also woken up by his breathing. "What should I do? I'm awake but too scared to move." Mu Chushue closed her eyes, pretended to roll over, and got off Jiang Qiuo. "Hee, you didn't get caught, did you?" Mu Chushue slowly opened her eyes and stared straight at Jiang Qiuo. Mu Chushue's hand was still being held by Jiang Qiuo. "Honestly, you haven't had enough after holding hands all night." Mu Chushue's mischievous teacher is back online. "What are you doing, little Jiang Qiuo?" "I'm hungry, don't you know to get me some breakfast?" Jiang Qiuo pursed his lips, clearly feeling a little guilty after what Jiang Qiuo said. Mu Chushue pulled her hand back, kicked Jiang Qiuo with her foot, and said in a coquettish voice, "Go now." After Jiang Qiuo left, Mu Chushue buried her face in the quilt. Her cheeks were burning hot, and Jiang Qiuo's warmth still lingered in her palms. "This is so embarrassing." Jiang Qiuo quickly brought in a breakfast, and on his way out, he ran into City Lord Mu. Mu Yanwu patted Jiang Qiuo on the shoulder as he watched Jiang Qiuo carrying breakfast. "Good lad, you've got potential. That's how your dad got here back in the day." Jiang Qiuo fed the food from the plate to Mu Chushue. "I never imagined my father-in-law was a kept man." Looking at Mu Yanwu's current status, he has become the city lord of Maple Leaf City. Following Mu Chushue's instructions, Jiang Qiuo fed the food she had chosen to her. Jiang Qiuo thoughtfully served Mu Chushue until she finished her breakfast. Jiang Qiuo saw the jam that Mu Chushue had smeared on the corner of his mouth, and reached out to wipe it off for him. Mu Chushue smiled faintly at Jiang Qiuo. "I remember today is the last day of the Void Mirror trial. You are still far from being first, but I have confidence in you." A warm feeling welled up in Jiang Qiuo's heart. This was the recognition from his wife, Chu Shui. Mu Chushue quickly completed all her pre-work tasks. She tossed her bag to Jiang Qiuo, saying, "Okay, hold this for me, I'm going to get the car." Mu Chushue was wearing sunglasses, and Jiang Qiuo looked like her handbag carrier at that moment. Mu Chushue drove her red sports car through the traffic in the inner city. "Jiang Qiuo, yesterday's reward was quite generous, wasn't it?" Mu Chushue paused here, because she herself felt extremely ashamed of what she was about to say. However, in order to inspire Jiang Qiuo's fighting spirit, she still spoke up. "If you can win first place in this competition, I will give you a reward." Mu Chushue nervously finished speaking, then urged Jiang Qiuo to hurry up and go to the virtual mirror chamber for the trial. Chapter 23, Killing the Berserker Bear Again. Virtual Cockpit. Jiang Qiuo strode into the virtual cockpit and ran into an anxious Wang Wuhai. "Brother Jiang, this is serious. Your ranking has dropped to 7th. Brother Jiang, why aren't you in a hurry at all? Today is the final day of the Mirror Realm, and everyone is making their last efforts." At this moment, Wei Yu got out of the cockpit. He looked at Jiang Qiuo and grinned from ear to ear. "Jiang Qiuo, look at the leaderboard. I've already reached 4,500 points. What are you comparing with me?" Feeling confident of victory, Wei Yu dropped his pretense and said smugly, "I'm determined to get the return to Origin Cave this time. Remember, in the path of martial arts, if you're slow at one step, you'll be slow at every step. Once I'm training in the return to Origin Cave, you'll only be able to look up to me." Jiang Qiuo looked at the leaderboard and saw that Wei Yu had 4,500 points. He said to Wang Wuhai, "Look, the number 1 player only has 4,500 points now. I can beat him in just one round. Jiang Qiu immediately entered his virtual cockpit and transmitted his consciousness data to the virtual server. Jiang Qiu, sword in hand, stepped into the illusory mirror. Jiang Qiu encountered 4 lightning wolves right away, and sheathed her sword. Let me show you my breaking army fist. Jiang Qiu swiftly used the flowing cloud steps, dodging and weaving through the encirclement of the lightning wolves. He seized the opportunity and unleashed the breaking army fist, killing the lightning wolf with a single punch. The lightning wolf vanished rapidly under the force of his punch. Slaying the lightning wolf earns you plus 20 points. Jiang Qiu quickly began harvesting the remaining lightning werewolf heads. Slay the lightning wolf, plus 60 points. The breaking army fist at the microscopic realm can actually kill a second-grade alien beast with one punch. Jiang Qiu loves this kind of martial art that consumes little energy but has great power. After Jiang Qiu killed the 4 lightning wolves, an invisible armor formed around his body. A glint flashed in Jiang Qiu's eyes, slaughter blood armor. With the blood armor of slaughter, Jiang Qiu was able to unleash his full power. With this blood armor of slaughter, Jiang Qiu can focus more of his energy on killing alien beasts. Defeat the black armored turtle, score plus 120. This kill rate is too slow. Jiang Qiu located the gathering place of the Songfeng monkeys by following their footprints and droppings on the ground. This is where the group of monkeys gathers. Jiang Qiu's lips curled up. Let me call you all out. SHHHHH. SHHHHHH. Jiang Qiu imitated the language of the pine wind ape. The gist of Jiang Qiu's words in the pine wind ape's language system is, "You are all a bunch of trash, come and hit me." Boom. 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 The 6 pine wind apes jumped down from the tree, creating craters one after another. Subsequently, more than 10 more Songfeng apes gathered from a distance toward Jiang Qiu. The pine breeze ape bared its teeth, its black fangs pointing at Jiang Qiu, and hissed. Jiang Qiu ignored Songfeng Yuan's insults and threw a punch. Defeat the pine breeze ape, score plus 20. Jiang Qiu faced the circle of pine breeze apes and unleashed the breaking army fist in succession, striking down 1 pine breeze apes with each punch. Jiang Qiu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Several trees in the desolate forest were broken. He slowly gathered his chi and blood. Defeat the pine breeze ape, score plus 500. Ha, thanks to Lao Wang for teaching me the language of the pine breeze ape, I was able to wipe out the entire pine breeze ape population in this desolate forest in one fell swoop. Jiang Qiu looked at his soaring points and said, now I'm increasingly certain that the void mirror is a replica of the desolate forest outside the city, and the types of strange beasts inside are all the same. The military's mission has inadvertently helped my virtual mirror trial. Although Jiang Qiu didn't spend the last 2 weeks frantically grinding points in the virtual mirror, he refreshed the original model that the virtual mirror modeling referenced several times. Jiang Qiu chopped off the head of a powerful bull, and he had arrived at the spot where he had first killed the bloodthirsty bear. He drew his sword and stood facing the oppressive presence of this third-grade beast. Jiang Qiu's sword trembled, emitting a buzzing sound at an extremely high frequency. The reactivated blood bear clearly didn't remember Jiang Qiu, who had killed it last week, but the third-grade bear was actually chilled by Jiang Qiu's glare. The blood bear felt as if he were facing a butcher whose hands were stained with the blood of countless strange beasts. Jiang Qiu channeled his chi and blood into the battle blade, causing the veins on his arm to bulge like earthworms. Berserk blood slash. The bloodthirsty bear stared in disbelief as Jiang Qiu, a second-grade martial artist, abandoned all defense and swung his sword at him. He suddenly slapped out with his palm. However, the blood armor Jiang absorbed all the impact, and the power of the blood madness blade devoured the blood madness bear. Slay the berserker bear and survive to earn plus 400 points. This bloodthirsty strike consumed half of the body's vital energy but also possessed immense power. Including this bloodthirsty bear, I've wiped out all the beasts in the entire illusory mirror. Complete the kill of grade 3 or grade 2 exotic beasts to receive an additional 500 points. Jiang Qiu's consciousness was transmitted back to the virtual mirror cockpit, and his score jumped to the top of the leaderboard. Jiang Qiu reached a total score of 8,000 points. He killed all the second-grade alien beasts in the virtual mirror and finally killed the mad blood bear. Jiang Qiu stepped out of the virtual mirror's cockpit and looked at the large screen outside the cockpit, which was playing a replay of his spectacular kill of the berserker bear. Lin Ro, as the deputy chief examiner, watched as Jiang Qiu quickly racked up 8,000 points and couldn't help but marvel, this guy's talent is truly terrifying. He has improved his strength to this level in just 2 weeks. The chief examiner, Zhang Feiyang, handed a token to Jiang Qiu. Good lad, even if you were to fight a third-rank martial artist from the upper grades, you would not be at a disadvantage. This is a token for the Huiyuan Cave. With this token, you can enter the Huiyuan Cave to cultivate. Jiang Qiuo took the token and waved it in front of Wei Yu. Wei Yu was still reeling from the shock of Jiang Qiuo's sudden increase in points from over 1,000 to 8,000, staring blankly at the token. Oh dear, in the path of martial arts, if you're slow at one step, you'll be slow at every step. Wang Wuhai said smugly, as if he were the one who had qualified to go to the returning origin cave. Wei Yu slammed the door and left. In his extreme emotional state, he was unable to feign anything. Lin Ro said to Jiang Qiuo, I suggest you enter the Huiyuan Cave to cultivate as soon as possible. With your martial arts talent, it is very possible that you will gain something beyond your martial arts cultivation. Our city lord Mu raised his searching for plum blossoms and snow skill to a higher level in the returning origin cave back then, and since then he has never been defeated in battles of the same level. When Lin Ro mentioned Mu Yanwu, Jiang Qiuo suddenly realized that the Huiyuan Cave was not only beneficial to martial arts cultivation, but also provided inspiration for improving martial arts skills. Zhang Feiyan also offered Jiang Qiuo some pointers, as he was astonished by the potential Jiang Qiuo displayed in both martial arts and combat. Who wouldn't want to be a teacher of a genius? You still have that chi and blood pill from the freshman trial, right? It'll be perfect to use it after entering the cave. Chapter 24, Comprehending Martial Arts Techniques in the Returning Yuan Cave. Return to Yuan Cave. A military officer emerged from the crystal door, and the guards saluted him. Thanks to this first-class merit, I was able to break through successfully. Jiang Qiuo handed his token to the military guards outside the Huiyuan Cave. This is my token. The military guard took the token. You've come at the right time. That officer just came out, and now the return to Origin Cave is empty. Volunteers from Wuhan University will guide you into the underground cave. The Huiyuan Cave is controlled by the military, but its actual location is within the Martial Arts University. Its usage rights are jointly held by the military and the Martial Arts University. The two students in their third year at Martial Arts University were in charge of guiding them. Are you a student at Wuhan University? How did you get here? Jiang Qiuo said, yes, I achieved first place in the virtual mirror and qualified to enter the returning origin cave. The third-year student in charge of guiding them muttered to his companion, hey, he actually got lucky and qualified to enter the Huiyuan Cave. Hey, who says otherwise? We worked in this Huiyuan Cave for 2 years before we could get a chance to enter the Huiyuan Cave. Jiang Qiuo naturally ignored their complaints. The path of martial arts can only be earned through one's own efforts. He seized the opportunity to return to the Yuan Cave himself. Zhang Xue entered the Huiyuan Cave. Strange runes were engraved on the dark walls. Jiang Qiuo sat down on a futon and began to meditate and practice his cultivation technique. As the ancient Dragon Sutra slowly circulated, the blood pool within Zhang Xue's inner landscape began to accumulate. With the blessing of the ancient dragon scripture and the energy of the cave, the blood pool in the inner landscape is increasing at a high and steady rate. After the blood pool's accumulation of qi and blood slowed down, Jiang Qiuo swallowed the qi and blood pill, a second-grade pill that would stimulate a surge in the qi and blood within his body. After the qi and blood pill was swallowed, the qi and blood in the blood pool surged forth like a torrent. They're here. Zhang Xue excitedly sensed the subtle changes in his body during the breakthrough. Jiang Qiuo's eyes gleamed, and his martial arts cultivation advanced further. Having clearly entered the late stage of the second rank, Jiang Qiuo seemed to be restricted by some kind of restriction within the Huiyuan Cave when he tried to break through further. Even if I activate the ancient dragon scripture again, my qi and blood will no longer rise. Zhang Xue had no choice but to get up from the prayer mat, but in doing so, he accidentally moved the mat. There was a yellowed book under the cushion. Jiang Qiuo flipped through the contents of the book and found that it was filled with the writings of people who had entered the Huiyuan Cave for cultivation. Recently, I observed the stone wall on the south side of the cave and gained some insights into the swift thunderstep technique. My martial arts skills have progressed from proficiency to mastery. Practicing boxing on the stone wall on the north side was surprisingly effective. In just 3 days, my Gangfeng fist went from being proficient to mastering. Don't try to understand these runes, just approach them. Zhang Xue continued browsing and came across a familiar message. After carefully examining this stone wall on the south side, I found that it actually has a subtle connection with the martial arts techniques passed down in my Mu family. My snow-treading plum blossom footwork has gone from being proficient to being mastered. In the 182nd year of the Woolly Reign, during the reign of Emperor Mu Yanwu, Jiang Qiuo's eyes lit up. His father-in-law had also left a message. These people are all outstanding figures in the history of Maple Leaf City. After each of them improved a martial art, they left their insights in this book for future generations to refer to. Looking at the booklet, Jiang Qiuo thought of the reason for setting up the restrictions in the Huiyuan cave. You will receive assistance if you enter the Huiyuan cave to advance to the next realm, but if you are greedy for progress in martial arts cultivation, then the restrictions will take effect. The restriction exists so that you will spend more time in the Return to Origin cave focusing on the runes on the walls. Jiang Qiuo was overjoyed that a senior was so thoughtful. Jiang Qiuo took the lead and went to the south stone wall of the cave. The runes on the stone wall were obscure and difficult to understand, so Jiang Qiuo could only strain to read them. The more Jiang Qiuo read these words, the more chaotic they seemed, and the more dizzy he felt. Strange, looking at these words has not improved my martial arts skills, but instead has made me dizzy and lightheaded. Jiang Qiuo adjusted his mindset, saying, "Don't try to understand these words, but try to approach them. This proximity is definitely not a physical proximity. Since it's not a physical proximity, let me give it a try." Jiang Qiuo altered the distribution of qi and blood in his legs according to the runes on the wall. He changed the way his qi and blood circulated according to the shapes of the runes on the wall. After circulating these runes one by one, Jiang Qiuo felt his legs were full of strength. Jiang Qiuo quickly began practicing the flowing cloud steps. As the flowing cloud steps were running at high speed, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Qiuo, and he advanced from the proficient level to the master level of the flowing cloud steps. Jiang Qiuo twisted and turned, leaving afterimages in mid-air. This Yuan cave is truly wondrous. These runes can actually help one gain enlightenment in martial arts. I never expected that it would take me half the time to suddenly comprehend the flowing cloud step. Jiang Qiuo arrived at the western stone wall where one could contemplate the way of the sword. There is no stone wall here for deriving sword techniques, so I suppose this sword technique is the same. Jiang Qiuo began practicing his swordsmanship in the same way, leaving behind many marks left by his ancestors wielding their swords in front of this sword path stone wall. Jiang Qiuo brandished his knife, drawing sword intent from the chaotic slashes. Boom! Jiang Qiuo swung his sword, leaving a deep cut on the stone wall. The 100 battles sword technique has also progressed from the proficient level to the master level. In this cave of rebirth, one truly cannot feel the passage of time. 3 days passed after Jiang Qiuo raised the 100 battles sword technique to the proficiency level. Jiang Qiuo wrote down his experiences and gains in that booklet. After practicing for 3 days under the stone wall on the south side, I have mastered the flowing cloud steps. After practicing for 3 days under the sword-wielding stone wall on the west side, I have mastered my self-created sword technique. 212, Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo was secretly pleased, because his father-in-law had only improved one martial skill in this Huiyuan cave, while he himself had improved 2. My martial arts talent is no worse than my father-in-law's. Jiang Qiuo picked up his battle sword and stepped out of the Huiyuan cave. The 2 martial arts university students who were guiding him sensed a sudden change in Jiang Qiuo's aura. The 2 whispered to each other, "This kid must have had some pretty amazing experiences inside. How come his aura feels even more terrifying than Wei Yang, who is only a 3rd-rank cultivator? Hey, don't be envious of others. In another 6 months, we will also have the opportunity to enter the Return to Origin cave." Jiang Qiuo carried his battle sword and headed into the desolate forest. I need to hurry and find some strange beasts to test my abilities. The 100 battles sword technique still has a lot of room for improvement. The soft rice system suggests that if I absorb 5 more D-level sword techniques, the 100 battles sword technique can be upgraded from C to B. Thinking of this, Jiang Qiuo became even more motivated to use the 100 battles knife technique to earn money for baby formula. Chapter 25, Slaying the Berserker Blood Bear. In the desolate forest outside the city, under the silent night sky, strange beasts lay in wait, attempting to break through the high walls and enter the city. Under the moonlight, the flowing cloud steps left behind afterimages. Jiang Qiuo's sharp eyes fixed on the fleeing blood leopard. Triple strike of the 100 battles sword technique. With a swift stroke, Jiang Qiuo killed the mad blood leopard. Jiang Qiuo quickly dismembered the blood leopard, separating the flesh and blood from the animal materials. Task progress plus 1%. The wristbands issued by the military are flashing a beeping light as a notification. Complete the mission and be among the top 3 participants. The coordinates of the 3rd great exotic beast, the bloodthirsty bear, are below. This mission is high risk, please proceed with caution. Jiang Qiuo's facial muscles trembled, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. A 3rd great exotic beast. If I kill it and sell its materials, I can immediately gather enough materials to upgrade my 100 battles blade technique. Berserk Blood Bear, I've already killed you twice in the illusory mirror. Zhang Qiuo disappeared into the darkness, heading towards the ancient tree fortress where the bloodthirsty bear was located. Ancient Tree Castle. Lin Mu, dressed in a military green trench coat and holding a long sword, with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuded the air of a general. Zhang Qiuo watched as Lin Mu and his group arrived at the ancient tree fortress first. He also received a mission. Zhang Qiuo looked at the man and woman beside Lin Mu and said, their strength has also reached the 3rd rank, and they are not like Mu Xia or Lin Feng. These two's 3rd rank was clearly earned through practical experience, not through the accumulation of family resources. Are we really going to break ties with them over this rank 3 berserker bear? Zhang Qiuo jumped down from the tree trunk where he was hiding, and his movement attracted the attention of the 3 people. Zhang Qiuo, carrying his battle sword, looked at the 3 of them. Who goes there? We were the ones who set our sights on this rank 3 berserker bear first. The man next to Lin Mu pointed a long spear at Zhang Qiuo. Lin Mu was the first to recognize the iconic longsword, brother Zhang Qiuo. Lin Mu smiled and said, Battalion Commander Yi was right after all. You did a great job. Zhang Qiuo held his sword horizontally behind him. Although Lin Mu was a man of strong character in his eyes, it was hard not to be tempted by the huge benefits of the bloodthirsty bear. Lin Mu stopped Yi Kong's spear. He is Battalion Commander Ye's old subordinate, let's be polite. Upon learning that Zhang Qiuo was also from the Maple Leaf Army, Yi Kong's hostility towards Zhang Qiuo lessened considerably. Lin Mu blocked Yi Kong behind him, his aura undiminished. Zhang Qiuo, you've also set your sights on this blood bear. I think it's best if you, with your 2nd-grade martial arts cultivation, don't attack rashly. Zhang Qiuo looked at Lin Mu and thought to himself, although Lin Mu is upright, he is still somewhat arrogant. Lin Mu, if the path of martial arts is only about fighting opponents of the same level, how boring would that be? To be a martial artist is to constantly take on challenges. Lin Mu held a long sword that gleamed coldly, and the martial arts path that Zhang Qiuo pursued coincided with his own. Well said. Let's each take 3 moves from this bear beast, and whoever kills it first gets to keep it. Zhang Qiuo nodded in agreement. The female officer next to Lin Mu curled her lip and said, Brother Lin, why did you agree to this kid's request? Even if you have the first 3rd-grade exotic beast all to yourself, Yi Kong and I are fully capable of stopping him. This blood bear has the blood of many Maple Leaf Army soldiers on it. Brother Lin, taking it down will be another great achievement for you. Lin Mu put his hands on Wei Yu's shoulders and said, Yeah, do you not have confidence in me? Wei Yu shook her head, no, of course I believe you can kill the mad bear before Zhang Qiuo. Yi Kong had absolute confidence in his elder brother. Sister Yu, my brother just wants to give that guy a chance to shut him up, so he won't spread rumors that we bullied the weak with numbers and lose face for the aristocratic family. Zhang Qiuo is just a mere 2nd-rank official. What can he do to compete with my brother? What we need to do is save Zhang Qiuo when the bloodthirsty bear is about to kill him. Our brother Yi, a prodigy from a prestigious family, is the future Maple Leaf General. Lin Mu and Zhang Qiuo agreed that Lin Mu would first go into the tree fortress to provoke the blood bear, and then make 3 moves. Lin Mu used his longsword to slice through the bark of the tree in front of the ancient tree fortress. A burst of blood and chi sword energy instantly rushed towards the sleeping berserker bear. Roar! The blood bear charged out, revealing its fangs. Lin Mu swung his sword to counter the blood bear's attack. At this moment, both Zhang Qiuo and Lin Mu realized that this 3rd-grade beast was different from the information they had received. Late stage of rank 3. Lin Mu thrust his sword again, but the blood bear blocked it with its palms together. The intelligence indicated that the berserk blood bear was at the early stage of the 3rd rank, and Lin Mu was confident that he could defeat it within 3 moves. However, this berserk blood bear had already advanced to the late stage of the 3rd rank. Lin Mu focused his mind and gathered his strength, then thrust his sword towards the head of the bloodthirsty bear. Wei Yu and Yi Kong dared not breathe. Their heartbeats were inextricably linked to Lin Mu's trembling sword. Yi Kong's eyes suddenly widened, piercing through it. However, the blood bear reacted a split second and dodged to the side, leaving a bloody gash on its face with the long sword. Damn it! Yi Kong clenched his fists tightly. The moment Lin Kong landed, the berserker bear slammed down with its forepaw. Yi Kong and Wei Yu were on tenterhooks. They simply couldn't make it in time. Don't want! Wei Yu exclaimed in surprise. Boom! A long sword was placed in front of Lin Mu, and Zhang Qiuo's blood-red armor of slaughter dimmed a bit. Zhang Qiu grinned, Battalion Commander Lin, it's my turn to make my move. For a brief moment, even Lin Mu was a little flustered. He smiled at Zhang Qiu after being rescued by him. Zhang used his flowing cloud steps to quickly break free from the oppression of the blood bear. Lin Mu, Yikong, and Wei Yu were all stunned when they saw the afterimage left by Zhang Qiu, a movement technique mastered to a high level. Zhang Qiu moved around the blood bear, searching for an opportunity to strike. Yikong was stunned by the lightning-fast footwork and was clearly a little sore. He's just a little fast in his movement, but his other martial arts skills are definitely not good. Zhang Qiu quickly closed in on the bloodthirsty bear, then unleashed a powerful punch that caused the bloodthirsty bear to lose its balance. Zhang Sui used the recoil from his punch to leap into the air. What? That punch just now looked like the breaking army fist at the subtle realm. Having trained in the military, Yikong was naturally very familiar with the breaking army fist. Zhang Qiu's body was propelled past the ancient tree by the force of the recoiling punch, and then his blood and chi flowed into his battle blade. Lin Mu's eyes were filled with awe. He had already seen the power of this move. Berserker's Blood Strike. A tremendous force poured down. The reflection of Zhang Qiu wielding his sword was visible in the pupils of all three. Boom! The blood bear's head was cleaved in two. Zhang Qiu exhaled, realizing that this single strike had drained 2/3 of his vital energy. Yikong slowly said, is this guy really a second-rank martial artist? How come every martial skill he uses is so powerful? Wei Yu was annoyed to see Yikong's military merits being taken away, but she was also very impressed by Zhang Qiu's abilities. Although Lin Mu felt resentful about losing the blood bear, he had boundless respect for the veteran of the Maple Leaf Army in front of him. Third-grade exotic beast materials. Zhang Qiu's eyes showed no joy at victory, only a thirst for money. He quickly put the blood bear into his spatial storage. After Zhang Qiu took the blood bear away in front of the three of them, he felt a little guilty and didn't share any of the benefits with them, since they had still contributed. Forget it. These people definitely won't be interested. I'd better hurry up and give this bloodthirsty bear away to that black market Wang Wuhai mentioned. Chapter 26, The Black Market. Outer City District, Northern City District. An abandoned factory building, its xenon headlights illuminating the entire open space within the factory area. The smell of the inferior medicine hit Zhang Qiu's nose. The entrails of the slaughtered beasts were scattered carelessly on the ground, and occasionally children from outside the city would try to pick them up. Brother Zhang, this is the largest underground black market in Maple Leaf City. The things here have some problems with their origins, including meat from exotic beasts that haven't passed quarantine, qi and blood pills with excessively high levels of toxicity, and some cultivation techniques of dubious origin. Zhang Qiu has already received the mission reward of 500,000 martial coins. I've already used up this year's quota for martial arts training materials I bought from the school. Spending money here not only saves money, but also avoids the control of the Martial Arts Alliance. Wang Wuhai leaned close to Zhang Qiu's ear and draped a robe over him. Brother, there's a boxing match on the black market today, so the supervision will be stricter than usual. Newcomers like you will have to pay membership fees to get in. Let's keep a low profile. Zhang Qiu frowned. This market was clearly spontaneously organized and had no formal managers. It was just that some people were eyeing the profits in it. A meat stall selling exotic animals. Zhang Jia poked the berserk wild boar inside with a motor rod. What are you yelling about? If you hadn't mutated and couldn't pass quarantine, would I have needed to bring you here to sell? Zhang Jia's eyes flashed. The figure that passed before him looked so familiar. It's him. Zhang Jia, who was helping his family process the meat of exotic animals that could not be quarantined, saw Zhang Qiu. Hey! It really is that damn kid. Upon seeing Zhang Qiu, Zhang Jia felt a sharp pain in his wounds. A glint of malice flashed in Zhang Jia's eyes. This guy must have sneaked and he definitely didn't pay his membership fee. Zhang Jia immediately raised his hand and shouted, Regulator! Regulator! Someone here hasn't paid their membership fee. Zhang Jia's shouts immediately attracted the attention of the supervisors who were holding long guns. The group quickly surrounded Zhang Qiu and Wang Wuhai. Wang Wuhai slammed his fleshy hand heavily on his forehead. Damn it! Someone actually snitched on us. Zhang Qiu naturally realized that the informant was Zhang Jia. Trouble. If I were alone, I could just use the flowing cloud step to slip away, but I have Wang Wuhai with me. This guy is an expert in this market, and we really can't do without him. Zhang Qiu saw the animal cage next to Zhang Jia, and the frenzied wild boar inside seemed more irritable than ordinary wild boars. Although the supervisor was a head shorter than Zhang Qiuo, he looked at Zhang Qiuo's youthful appearance and pointed his nose at him with great confidence. The membership fee is 50,000 martial coins, plus the fine of 50,000 martial coins for sneaking in, for a total of 100,000 martial coins. The regulators are demanding payment. Zhang Qiuo looked at the pig claw-like hand and pretended to take out his Wubi card. With the aid of his flowing cloud steps, he swiftly flashed to the side of the prison where the bloodthirsty boar was imprisoned. His sword then swiftly slashed at the alloy lock on the animal cage. The rabid wild boar escaped from its cage. Quick! The wild boar is out of control. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhang Qiuo immediately escaped with Wang Wuhai. Wu Hai, give me directions. How do I proceed from here? Wang Wuhai pointed out the way the entire market was intricate and complex, but Wang Wuhai was able to quickly find an escape route. The chaos they had just created made it impossible for the supervisors to catch up with Zhang Qiuo and his companion. Alright, brother Jiang. Once you climb over this iron fence, you'll reach another area. Zhang Qiuo led Wang Wuhai over the iron bars. Zhang Qiuo then came to a street stall, where an illuminated billboard caught his eye. All kinds of martial arts techniques are available. Zhang Qiuo looked at the martial arts techniques on the ground and said, "Boss, bring out any D-level sword techniques." The shopkeeper looked at the young man with some suspicion. This guy was so young he probably came from the outer city to join in the fun. If they can't pay me back, all my trouble will have been for nothing. However, when the boss saw Wang Wuhai, who looked quite wealthy, standing next to Zhang Qiuo, his suspicions were largely dispelled. The young master Wang from the butcher shop should be able to pay the money. The boss compiled several D-level sword techniques. All the D-level martial arts techniques are here. Zhang Qiuo had just picked out a few books and was about to pay when a sudden voice rang out. Don't listen to his nonsense. This guy sneaked in without even paying his membership fee. He's a student at the martial arts university. Where would he get the money? Zhang Jie climbed over the iron bars and stopped the transaction. Zhang Qiuo frowned, his eyes filled with anger. Zhang Jie's face was covered in bruises and swelling. The wild boar had just escaped, and it had taken the supervisors a lot of effort to deal with it. Unable to find Zhang Qiuo, the troublemaker, these regulators vented their anger on Zhang Jie. The boss saw through the robe that Zhang Qiuo was indeed wearing a martial arts university uniform. Hey! You really are a student. Usually, it's 2-star and 3-star hunters and people from aristocratic families who come here to buy things. I didn't expect to be fooled by a poor student like you. The boss snatched the martial arts technique back from Zhang Qiuo's hands, his face full of disgust. In his eyes, a person without money is like a stray dog. Zhang Qiuo turned and left, instantly appearing in front of Zhang Jie with his flowing cloud steps. I've discovered that you're pathetically ridiculous. Zhang Qiuo used a rope used to tie up goods on the ground to lift Zhang Jie up. Zhang Jie struggled repeatedly like a living animal, and everyone watching the scene couldn't help but laugh. This is hilarious. This person got lifted up like that. With his hands bound, Zhang Jie could only curse, Zhang Qiuo, you son of a bitch. Let me down right now. Zhang Qiuo turned and left, his robe billowing up to reveal his 4-star hunter badge. The stall owner saw the 4-star hunter's waist badge and felt his eyes were blurry. 4-star hunter's waist badge. The shopkeeper quickly grabbed the books and moved closer to Zhang Qiuo, saying, "Oh dear, young man, I was blind just now. Look, I didn't even put these sword techniques back. Please do me a favor." Zhang Qiuo snorted coldly and pointed at Zhang Jie, "If you don't want to end up like this guy, I advise you to get lost." Sigh, the boss sighed inwardly, blaming himself for believing Zhang Jie's words so easily. Zhang Qiuo turned and went to another shop, whose signboard was much more understated. Lin's shop. Although this shop's signboard isn't as eye-catching as others, the items inside are genuinely high quality. He possessed a grade 3 Qi and blood pill and a C-level martial arts technique. The owner of the Lin family shop was also a strongman who practiced external martial arts. Looking at his muscular physique, Zhang Qiuo concluded that his strength was considerable, and he was probably a servant trained by some family. Zhang Qiuo selected 5 D-level sword techniques from them, and then took out a martial arts coin card to settle the transaction. Seeing Zhang Qiuo's bold and decisive actions, the former boss looked back at the martial arts technique he had lost and regretted it so much that he wanted to put Zhang Jie down and beat him up. Zhang Qiuo, having collected all 5 D-level sword techniques, was about to leave with Wang Wuhai when the shop owner bowed to the 2 women and said, "Miss, you've arrived." Zhang Qiuo happened to know one of the 2 women who came. Lin Ku, Jiang Kuo's classmate. The Lin family, a prominent and powerful family in Maple Leaf City, even has its own business in the black market. Lin Ku waved to Jiang Kuo. Even with her quiet personality, she started to take the initiative towards Jiang Kuo after her older sister's instructions. Hello. The owner of Lin's shop handed Lin Ku 3 ribbons of different colors. Miss Ku, Miss Chi, these are boxing match ribbons. Give the ribbon to anyone who wants a piece of the boxing match, and he will win the prize for you. Lin Ku took the ribbon. Sister Chi, why don't you go? I don't like watching this kind of thing. Lin Chi pulled Lin Ku. Hey, you promised to play with me, come on. Your classmate is here, let him come too. Chapter 27, The Lin Sisters. Players with ribbons can choose their favorite boxer to compete against. The prizes will be split equally between the player and the boxer. The organizers announced the rules of the boxing match in a high-profile manner. These boxing matches are held every now and then, in order to attract people to the black market. Jiang Kuo looked at the prizes on the red cloth table, a second-grade Qi and blood pill, a second-grade golden body liquid, and a mysterious stone. Lin Chi, with her fiery red short hair, shook her head as she looked around the crowd. Who should I choose? There are so many boxers. Lin Ku then moved closer to Jiang Kuo and asked, Jiang Kuo, do you want to try boxing? Jiang Kuo said, I don't want to, but I want that stone on the table. Lin Ku understood. Sister Chi, don't choose anymore, let Jiang Kuo play around. After Lin Ku introduced Jiang Kuo to Lin Chi, she had a particularly bad impression of him. Raymond Lam is his cousin. Although he is usually unreliable, the siblings still have a good relationship. Although the law enforcement report stated that Mu Xiao was responsible for Lin Feng's death, Jiang Kuo bore indirect responsibility for Lin Feng's death. Lin Chi sized up Jiang Kuo and concluded that he was at most a second-rank martial artist. Lin Chi's face twitched. Humph, what kind of drug did this guy give Kur? Him? Forget about it. He's your classmate. If he gets hurt, it wouldn't be fair if we didn't pay for it. Lin Ku is petite and charming. If she acts coquettishly, not only will the men in her family fall for her charm, but the women in the Lin family will also be charmed by her coquettishness. Sis, just let him play one round first. Anyway, the opponents at the beginning aren't very strong. Lin Chi was immediately defeated by her sister's coquettishness, took out a ribbon and gave it to her, then poked Lin Ku's cheek 3 times with her finger. Honestly, the whole family falls for your act. Let your classmate go have some fun. Lin Ku took the ribbon and then handed it to Jiang Kuo. After sending out a ribbon, Lin Chi went to look for new boxers. The first one was a waste, but the next 2 could not be taken lightly, especially the reward for the last one. Jiang Kuo stepped onto the stage. He looked at his opponent, who was tall and strong, clearly an experienced boxing master who specialized in boxing techniques. He was very big, a head taller than Jiang Kuo. The big guy said, Kid, you should admit defeat. This big guy was confident of victory in his eyes. Jiang Kuo was just a little kid. Wow! The big guy suddenly rushed out and punched Jiang Kuo. Boom! The big guy fell to the ground. Jiang Kuo punched the big guy in the chest. The big guy was blasted away, causing quite a commotion. Jiang Kuo smirked and pocketed the golden body liquid. Hee, it's mine now. He handed a vial of the golden body liquid to Lin Ku. Lin Ku blushed slightly as she looked at Jiang Kuo's performance. You're too fast. At this moment, Lin Chi, who was searching for the boxer, also returned. She looked at Jiang Kuo in front of her and said, Hey, this kid must have been guessing. Look at you, he just won by luck, why are you so eager to cling to him? Lin Chi pulled Lin Ku to her side and said fiercely to Lin Ku, girls shouldn't throw themselves at each other. Just as Lin Ku was about to help Jiang Kuo get the next ribbon, Lin Chi took out the ribbon and was about to give it to the boxer he had chosen. Lin Ku looked pitifully at Lin Ro, but Lin Chi forced Lin Ku's gaze to retreat. Just consider what happened as a game, but we can't miss out on the rewards that follow. However, Jiang Sua quickly grabbed the ribbon. Lin Chi snapped, Hey, you little brat, you think you can just climb up there by any means necessary? You really think you can get away with winning by sheer luck? Jiang Kuo's aura surged, suppressing Lin Chi's momentum. It's just a ribbon. If I lose, I'll double the reward to compensate you. Jiang Kuo's words left Lin Chi speechless, and she crossed her arms over her chest. Okay, just don't get killed, or I'll wait for you to give me double the reward. The second match has begun. Zhang Qiuo's opponent was a man whose body was covered with scars that looked like centipedes. Clearly, this old hunter was highly experienced in combat. The scars on his body were his medals of honor. Lin Chi curled his lip. TCH, if this kid wants to gamble and encounter a second-rank expert and then get lucky and win, he won't get his wish. Countless strange beasts have died at my hands. Lin Ke tugged at Lin Chi's sleeve. Sister, look at what we're saying. Sister Lin Ro really thinks highly of him. Sister Ro thinks highly of him? Lin Chi felt that there was something wrong with Sister Ro's judgment. Sister, look. Zhang Qiuo has made his move. Zhang Qiuo's opponent compressed himself like a spring, and then suddenly sprang out. The movements were very fast. Zhang Qiuo's eyes narrowed, and he quickly unleashed the breaking army fist. Tong tong tong, the Pejun fist quickly formed a wall of fists. The Pejun fist, at the level of the microscopic realm, immediately dealt a severe blow to the enemy charging towards him. Lin Ke looked proudly at her older sister. How was it, Sister Chi? Lin Chi pursed her lips. This guy really does have some skills. No wonder Lin Ke was attracted to him. Lin Chi playfully pinched Lin Ke's nose. You really are siding with an outsider. With a crackling sound, a punch was thrown out, a technique that Zhang Qiuo had transferred from the Mad Blood Blade to his fist style. With that punch, the opponent fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Zhang Qiuo, victorious, grinned at the old hunter and said, What a coincidence, the number of strange beasts that died at the hands of the old master is countless. Zhang Qiuo didn't spend too much time on the entire battle, and he resolved it quickly as always. He took the reward and returned to the two women. Zhang Qiuo handed the reward to Lin Ke, while Lin Chi took the initiative to give the prize for the third round to Zhang Qiuo. Hey, Sister Lin Chi, I lost this time, do you want me to pay you double? Lin Chi was also an impatient person. Hey, of course I have to pay. I trust you so much, you can't lose, I've staked everything on you. However, Lin Chi changed the subject halfway through her sentence, but if you win, I won't stop you from taking Lin Ke on a date or anything. The girl's healthy blush turned bright red, and she was so anxious that she wanted to kick Lin Chi a few times. Sister Chi. Lin Ke turned her face away from Zhang Qiuo. How embarrassing. The third match has begun, and the Pejun fist, which has reached the level of the microscopic realm, allows him to kill enemies beyond his realm. Zhang Qiuo's punches were fierce and swift. Unsurprisingly, he won the third match. He carried away the two unusual stones from the red cloth table. Zhang Qiuo handed one of the strange stones to the Lin sisters, and put the other one into his own bag. Lin Chi had completely lost his previous arrogance and pulled Lin Ke to Zhang Qiuo's side. Hey, Zhang Qiuo, Xiaoke has a good eye. My eye is no good. I couldn't have seen your talent. Lin Chi held Lin Ke's neck down, and at that moment Lin Ke looked like a little chick. Zhang Qiuo, you and Lin Chi are classmates, so if you're free, come to the Lin family to play with Lin Ke. Zhang Qiuo nodded in agreement, but inwardly he sighed that Lin Chi was just as fiery as her hair color. After saying goodbye to the Lin sisters, Wang Wuhai, who hadn't dared to speak up in front of Lin Chi, asked enviously, Brother, when are you going to the Lin family? If I were you, I would go home with them tonight. Zhang Qiuo also answered Wang Wuhai's small question. Oh, Wuhai, your brother Jiang is also in a lot of pain. So many women like me, but I am only devoted to my mentor Mu. Zhang Qiuo thought of Mu Chushui and touched the strange stone in his pocket. This strange stone seems to be of great benefit to martial arts cultivation. Chapter 28, 100 Battles Sword Technique, Rank B. Zhang Qiuo faced the sky with his 5 hearts turned upwards, practicing his breathing technique. The divine radiance slowly released by the strange stone covered Zhang Qiuo's body. Zhang Qiuo put the strange stone into his spatial ring. This stone can actually accelerate my breathing technique cultivation. His eyes gleamed with a strange light. With the aid of the strange stone, he was just one step away from the peak of the second rank. Today, Zhang Qiuo has reached the limit of his breathing technique. If he continues to force himself to practice, he might be able to break through, but Zhang Qiuo is not greedy for quick results. He calmed his qi and blood, and regulated his breathing. Only through diligent accumulation can one unleash a powerful force. Zhang Qiuo clearly understood that this was the correct mindset for martial arts. He immediately devoted himself to practicing swordsmanship, constantly comprehending the 5D level sword techniques he had obtained from the black market. Each of the 5 martial arts techniques has its own strengths, and Zhang Qiuo, through continuous study, has absorbed the valuable experience of the martial arts masters. Each martial arts manual brought Zhang Qiuo a small shock. He never knew a knife could be used in such a way. As time went by, Zhang Qiuo gradually taught all 5D level sword techniques to the students. After sweating profusely all night in the training room, Jiang Qiuo took off his shirt, which was soaked with sweat, revealing muscles that swayed like fiery serpents. Soft rice system. Absorb the experience of 5 sword techniques. Absorbing the 100 battles sword technique. The 100 battles sword technique has been upgraded from grade C to grade B. The bloodthirsty slash has been upgraded to Azure Dragon slash. Jiang Qiuo's eyes gleamed with excitement. After this upgrade of the 100 battles sword technique, its proficiency level remains at the mastery level. Jiang Qiuo was worried that if he used the Azure Dragon slash in the training room, he might destroy the room. However, Jiang Qiuo had already envisioned the power of the Azure Dragon slash in his mind. Consuming half of his vital energy, he unleashed the Azure Dragon slash like an Azure Dragon soaring through the air. Whoosh! The Azure Dragon slash swiftly devoured a ferocious beast. Jiang Qiuo watched as the strange beast was reduced to a pool of blood and flesh under the power of the Azure Dragon slash. This can actually kill a 4th grade early stage beast. Jiang Qiuo was extremely excited. The power of this Azure Dragon slash was twice as strong as the Mad Blood Blade. At the same time, the 3-hit combo has been upgraded to a 6-hit combo, which can continuously build up sword momentum, making each strike stronger than the last. If you can build up your sword momentum to the 6th strike, the damage will be 10 times that of the first strike. With the B-level 100 battles blade technique, Jiang Qiuo's martial arts skill level and realm have surpassed most 5th-rank martial artists. Just then, the soft rice system gave Jiang Qiuo a notification. This is a notification to upgrade the B-level 100 battles sword technique to a level. The conditions for advancing from B-level 100 battles sword technique to a level 100 battles sword technique are observing a B-level mastery level sword technique 3 times, and simultaneously absorbing the experience from 6 C-level sword techniques. Looking at the promotion requirements, Jiang Qiuo thought, the price of a C-level swordsmanship skill ranges from 300,000 to 500,000 martial coins, which is quite an expense. Buying martial arts skills is fine. Now that I'm a 4-star hunter, I can accept C-rank missions. The key is to observe martial arts techniques. The B-level mastery level sword techniques are mostly mastered by martial artists of the 5th rank or above. The cost of having them demonstrate would exceed 1 million. However, it's worth the effort to upgrade to a level. Jiang Qiuo said with anticipation. After the 100 battles blade technique is upgraded, it will retain its original level, which requires much less effort than learning a new A-level martial art and raising its proficiency to a higher level. Moreover, if I can raise the proficiency of my martial arts skills to the level of subtlety before upgrading to a rank, then I will directly possess an A-rank martial arts skill at the level of subtlety after the upgrade. Imagine if I possessed an A-level combat skill at the level of the 3rd rank, wouldn't I be unmatched among my peers? No wonder Mu Yanwu was able to dominate the realm for 20 years after he attained enlightenment in the Huiyuan cave. A-level martial arts techniques at the level of entering the subtle realm can unleash powerful force with only a small amount of blood and energy consumption. In this way, if I casually swing my sword, the effect will be just like the bloodlust slash. Wouldn't that mean my little move is stronger than other people's ultimate move? Thinking of this, Jiang Qiuo was full of energy. Looks like I'll be spending the next few days in the wilderness making extra money. As Jiang Qiuo was traveling by city rail to the Maple Leaf City bounty event, he received a phone call from the military. Battalion Commander Yi. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. Ha. Kid, I didn't expect you to take down that rank 3 beast. You helped the military capture that ancient tree fortress. This location leads to the satellite city. After our military captured this location, the construction team could quickly build defensive fortifications for the buffer zone. You've done a great job. The military has awarded you the first-class Maple Leaf City Guardian Award. This medal is equivalent to a first-class merit. With this Guardian medal, you can enter the Return to Origin cave once or find a master from the military to teach you martial arts. Upon hearing that he could learn martial arts from experts in the military, Jiang Qiuo's eyes lit up. The military experts would surely demonstrate the techniques themselves, which would speed up the process of advancing his 100 battles blade technique. By the way, Jiang Qiuo, after what happened at the Law Enforcement Bureau last time, did the Lin family cause you any trouble? If there's anything else you need my help with, just let me know. Jiang Qiuo hesitated for a moment, but then swallowed his words. Although Battalion Commander Yi held a high position in the hearts of the people of Maple Leaf City, the embezzlement of materials by the Maple Leaf City Management Office involved the Wei family. Don't involve other people without clear evidence. No, Battalion Commander Yi. Jiang Qiuo hung up the phone, and thinking of the woman who died in the mouth of the blood rat, he clenched his fists. The Wei family, a prominent family in Maple Leaf City, actually profited from the city's building materials. If Jiang Qiuo hadn't learned about it from a few hunters and the bounty hunters, he wouldn't have known that the Wei family had done so many despicable things behind the scenes. Some people sacrifice their lives to protect humanity's home, while others engage in opportunistic schemes for their own selfish desires. The magnetic track reached a tall building, from which a steady stream of hunters emerged. Maple Leaf City Bounty Guild, Mission Hall. Task information kept popping up on the data screen. Rank D mission, kill a rank 2 bloodthirsty beast and obtain its beast core. Issued by Miss Zhao Min. Rank B mission, defeat the 4th grade exotic beast, the exclusive dragon rhinoceros, and obtain its horn. Issued by Maple Leaf Martial Arts University, Divine Weapon Department. Among the massive amount of task information, one task caught his attention. Level C mission, follow the convoy to deliver supplies to the military post station outside the city. The military post station is not located in the buffer zone between the satellite city and Maple Leaf City, and is threatened by rank 3 and rank 4 alien beasts. Posted by Wang Fan. Jiang Qiuo accepted the task without hesitation. Wang Fan was Jiang Qiuo's team leader at the meat processing plant. I never expected to receive a mission from Uncle Wang this time. Since marrying Xuxue, I haven't seen Uncle Wang for a long time. This time, I'll have to learn some more beast languages from him. However, when Chen Mingjian, disguised as a hunter, saw Jiang Qiuo appear and accept the mission, he immediately dialed Zhang Jie's number. Brother Zhang, Jiang Qiuo has already accepted that mission. Well done. Make sure you keep that thing with young Master Wei safe. Chapter 29, the military post station is a nail driven into the territory of the alien beasts. Damn it, you damned monkey, how dare you block my way? Wang Fan jerked the steering wheel, shaking off the alien beast that was lunging at the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle drifted along the winding mountain road, and the teammates inside were already used to Wang Fan's wild driving style. Hey! Uncle Wang, your driving skills have improved. Wang Fan, a cigarette dangling from his lips and a sly grin on his face, said, of course, you can't be the only one doing so well. Jiang Qiuo and Uncle Wang, old friends, met again and naturally had a long chat. Uncle Wang, teach me some of the languages of the strange beasts when we get to the military post station. Wang Fan laughed, turned the steering wheel, and quickly drove the car towards the military post station. Alright, I'll teach you a few more tricks to pick up girls. You brat, you're always thinking about digging up my secrets. The trees along the way became increasingly sparse, and the dense jungle was replaced by wild grass. 3 iron towers appeared first in front of everyone, and the armored vehicles kicked up dust as they drove along. The armored convoy slowly came to a stop in front of the military post station. The 3 iron towers were equipped with firearms, and below the towers were unfinished stone walls and iron fences. Hey, damn it, let me do it. Wang Fan jumped out of the car and helped the shackled prisoner push open the iron gate of the military post station. After pushing open the heavy iron gate, Wang Fan immediately jumped into the car and parked it in the military post station. Hey buddy, come help me unload this stuff. With a sizzling sound, the rear doors of several armored vehicles were opened. Several military personnel, accompanied by several shackled prisoners, began carrying food from inside. The prisoners stared longingly at the meat of the strange beasts inside, their mouths watering involuntarily. These prisoners desperately wanted to eat the meat, but fearing the stun guns of the military personnel, they dared not touch it and could only obediently carry it away. At this moment, a fat man in work clothes said to Chen Mingjian, who was also in work clothes, "Old Chen, is he the person Brother Zhang and young Master Wei were talking about?" Chen Mingjian spotted Jiang Qiuo in his clean martial arts uniform. At a glance it was him. Yes, it's him. Zhao Junhan leaned close to Chen Mingjian's ear and said, Old Chen, do you want him to lose face in front of these people? A wicked smile crept across Zhao Junhan's face. Then he grabbed the steamed bun that was meant to be used for meals and gave it to a mute old man who was wearing tattered clothes and smelled foul. Zhao Junhan placed the steamed bun in front of the mute old man and swung it around. The mute old man's eyes were filled with a hungry light, and Zhao Junhan threw the steamed bun to him. Then he was told what to do. For this kind of old prisoner who was almost unable to work, it was harder to get food than for other prisoners, so he was willing to take on the challenge. The mute old man, dragging his iron chain, limped closer to Jiang Qiuo. Ah, retreat. He spat a mouthful of phlegm at Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo dodged the moment the thick phlegm came out of his mouth, using the flowing cloud step. Jiang Qiuo moved like a ghost, successfully dodging the foul-smelling phlegm. Jiang Qiuo's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but when he saw that the person who vomited at him was an old man who was about to be buried, and looking at the white steamed bun in the old man's hand, he realized that the old man was also being used. "Hey! You old bastard, you're asking for a beating." Wang Fan was furious. This old man had spat a mouthful of phlegm at Jiang Qiu for no reason. The soldier standing nearby was about to whip the old man with an iron whip when he shouted, "Old Zhang, are you tired of living?" Jiang Qiu stopped the long whip, saying, "Hey," he was also acting on someone's orders. Jiang Qiu pointed to the steamed bun in his hand, and everyone suddenly realized. The military man holding the whip said, "No wonder, I was wondering why this guy had steamed buns." Jiang Qiu waved his hand at the two men, stopping them from being violent towards the old man. "I'll handle this." Jiang Qiu took out some dried beast meat from his spatial storage. After breaking the dried meat apart, its aroma wafted into the mute old man's nose. Jiang Qiu handed the dried meat to the mute old man. "Tell me, old man, who ordered you to do this?" The mute old man hadn't eaten meat in a long time, so this bag of meat was a treasure in his eyes. He pointed to Zhao Junhan's location. At this moment, Shen Mingjian had already slipped away, leaving Zhao Junhan alone to prepare the meal. Wang Fan wanted to stand up for Jiang Qiu. "Damn it!" Wang Fan stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Hanjun's arm. Although Zhao Hanjun was obese, he was still a small man in front of Wang Fan. He picked Zhao Hanjun up like a chick. Zhao Junhan was like a sheep at this moment, not daring to make a sound. Wang Fan dragged Zhao Junhan in front of Jiang Qiu, who then slapped him across the face. Wang Fan flung the slapped Zhao Hanjun in front of the thick phlegm, yelling, "Damn it, lick it." Zhao Junhan was about to escape, but Jiang Qiu's sword was already at his neck. Seeing Jiang Qiu's icy gaze, Zhao Junhan was terrified. He prostrated himself and looked up at Jiang Qiu as if he were looking at a god or Buddha. The sword was brimming with vital energy, emitting a buzzing vibration. Zhao Junhan trembled all over, enduring the stench as he began. Suddenly, movement was heard on the horizon beyond the setting sun. Wang Fan, with his seasoned experience, suddenly had a flash in his eyes and frowned. What bad timing! The monster is here! Upon hearing that the strange beast was coming, the prisoners dropped the stone bricks they were carrying and scrambled into the underground cave for refuge. As soon as Zhao Junhan saw the strange beast arrive, he immediately got up and rushed towards the refuge pit. He scrambled and rolled, covered in dust, shouting, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" He ran much faster than the prisoners who were shackled, and he kept pushing aside the prisoners who stood in his way. "Old man, get out of my way!" He quickly pushed an emaciated old prisoner to the ground. Zhao Junhan stepped over the old prisoner's body and staggered, but he obviously didn't care about rushing to the refuge pit immediately. Damn it, what a coward! Wang Fan was furious. How could he have encountered such a coward? At this moment, the military personnel standing nearby looked at the young Jiang Qiu and said, "Young man, is this your first mission? It's understandable that you've encountered this situation. You should quickly go and hide in the refuge pit." The military man's words made Wang Fan laugh. Jiang Qiu, you can't blame him. It's just that you're too fair-skinned." Jiang Qiu smiled faintly, his battle sword humming wildly as his blood and chi surged. "It's all right. You'll know whether I need to hide in the refuge pit or not later." The military man looked at Jiang Qiu with suspicion, at his bar-like face. The military man thought to himself, "I'll keep an eye on him for a while. There are always new recruits who like to rush to the front and end up getting torn to pieces by the monsters." The warriors at the military post station and the core members of the meat processing plant were all on high alert as they faced the attacking horde of strange beasts. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Mingjian went to the bottom of the car that Jiang Qiu had been riding in and planted a detonator at the bottom of the armored vehicle. The horde of beasts charged rapidly toward the military post station. At this moment, the garrison platoon leader of the post station was extremely anxious. This military post station is like a nail driven into the territory of the beasts. As this military post station continues to expand, it can coordinate with satellite cities and Maple Leaf City to reclaim human land. Sigh, it looks like we're about to lose the situation. Jiang Qiu stood before the crowd, sword in hand, and said, "Don't worry, the military post station won't be lost with me here." The platoon leader looked at him. The boy in front of him was only 20 years old and probably just a first or second grade martial artist. How could he possibly stand up to the fangs of these third-grade beasts? Chapter 30, The Death of Uncle Wang. Oh no! It's a lightning wolf! A military man shouted. Wang Fan, leaning against the approaching wolf pack, shouted, "Damn it, everyone, don't break formation. Zhang Zhe displayed his flowing cloud-like footwork and suddenly plunged into the wolf pack. Nonsense! The platoon leader of the post station tried to rush out and intercept him. Zhang Zhe displayed his 100 battles sword technique with a series of 6 consecutive strikes, scattering the wolf pack's attack. The platoon leader's mouth gaped open like an egg. This kid is awesome. Wang Fan saw that the 6 consecutive sword strikes had knocked down the alpha wolf charging into the formation, and exclaimed, "Ha, good lad. Let's not embarrass Jiang Kuo. He has already broken up the wolf pack's charge." With Wang Fan's shout, both the military personnel and the convoy members gained confidence. Good kill. Jiang Kuo's flowing cloud steps swept through the wolf pack, directly reaching the core of the wolf pack. A wolf-like beast with horns on its head gleamed with ferocity in its eyes. Damn it! A rank 3 horn thunder wolf. The platoon leader saw that Jiang Kuo was now facing an extremely powerful beast. Wang Fan also rushed out from the formation to help Jiang Kuo. Jiang Kuo stood confidently, sword in hand, and said, "You are lucky to be the first beast to die by my old age's slash." Jiang Kuo used the flowing cloud steps to leap into the air, his blood and chi filling his battle blade. With a single swing, he directly slashed at the horned thunder wolf. This strike affected all the surrounding thunder wolves, with many being hit. The platoon leader's facial muscles twitched when he saw this. If this guy were in our military post station, give us 2 more years and I'd build a prototype satellite city for Maple Leaf City. Wang Fan laughed heartily, "Ha, you little rascal, you're so capable." Upon seeing the horned thunder wolf killed, the lightning wolves were immediately routed. We won. Great, Wang Fan, Jiang Kuo who came with you is really capable. Let us borrow him for a while. Wang Fan put his arm around Jiang Kuo's shoulder and grinned slyly at the platoon leader. That won't do, he's with the bounty hunters now. The people at the military post station were the happiest about this victory. They had firmly secured their position once again. Brother Jiang Sua. You can do it. The platoon leader pounded Jiang Kuo's chest. You deserve the most credit for defending the military post this time. On behalf of the Maple Leaf Army, I salute you. Jiang Kuo returned the greeting, saying, "Martial artists are born to slay strange beasts and safeguard peace." Wang Fan looked at Jiang Kuo and thought to himself, this kid has really grown a lot since we last met. Wang Fan's feelings for Jiang Kuo were somewhere between those of a father and an older brother. Good lad, let's have a good drink when we get back to the city. I'll do whatever Uncle Wang says. Hey, here are the keys to that car. The driver is injured. Come on, see if your driving skills have deteriorated. Can you keep up with me? As the convoy departed from the military post station, the soldiers on the Iron Tower saluted the convoy. Jiang Kuo and Uncle Wang then really started comparing their driving skills. Wang Fan revved the engine to its maximum, a smile playing on his lips. Ha, kid Jiang, you didn't expect this, did you? I just finished modifying this car, it can fly. Jiang Kuo was left behind by Wang Fan, and by this time, the passenger in Jiang Kuo's seat could no longer hold on. Brother Jiang, why are you arguing with the captain? I'm going to throw up. Jiang Kuo smiled broadly, for following Wang Fan, he could truly experience the joy between men. Hold on tight, this is a father-son game between Brother Jiang and the captain. Just as Jiang Kuo was about to unleash his skills to catch up, the scene before him made his heart stop. Jiang Kuo stepped on the brakes and slowly approached the flames. After the explosion, fragments of the armored vehicle were scattered on the ground. Old Wang. Tears welled up in Jiang Kuo's eyes, and he dared not look at the object. Wang Fan's. Old Wang. Jiang Suo was filled with anger. The explosion was clearly targeted. Jiang Kuo's blood was surging. If Wang Fan hadn't made him change cars, he might have been the one who died. Brother Jiang. The brothers in the convoy all had red eyes and their voices were trembling with sobs, but their minds were in turmoil, and they were waiting for Jiang Kuo to make a decision. The problem lies at the military post station. You all stay here and carefully collect Uncle Wang's remains. I'm going to the military post station. Brother Jiang, let me go with you. Jiang Kuo held his shoulder. No, this time I'm doing a secret operation to find the person who killed Uncle Wang. You all stay here and guard Uncle Wang for me. Jiang Kuo got into the car and quickly turned it around. He couldn't hold back his tears the whole way. This Uncle Wang, who was like a father to him, was gone. Uncle Wang. Jiang Kuo is an orphan, and Uncle Wang treated him well. This enmity is the enmity for killing his father. Jiang Kuo parked the car in a secluded spot and then drove it into the military post station. Having mastered the flowing cloud steps, Jiang Qiuo remained completely unnoticed by the martial artists in the military post station. After entering the military post station, Jiang Qiuo walked along the wall towards the dormitory. Suddenly, a smell rushed into Jiang Qiuo's nose. Old mute. Jiang Qiuo was about to knock him unconscious when the old mute waved his hands repeatedly. He began to write on the ground. Then, with the light shining from the dormitory, Jiang Qiuo saw the words clearly. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt a sharp pain. I saw someone put something under your car. Jiang Qiuo's eyes widened, and disregarding the dirt, he placed his hands on the old mute's shoulders. Do you know who he is? The old mute nodded, then wrote on the ground, I know where he is, I'll take you there. The old mute led Jiang Qiuo into the kitchen through a ventilation duct. The old mute had hidden many things in this duct. The old mute man pointed to the pipe opening. Jiang Qiuo looked in that direction and saw the person. He clenched his fists tightly, his blood surging. Jiang Qiuo gave all the dried meat he had to the old mute man, and then rushed out from the end of the pipe. He moved swiftly, his sword held against Chen Mingjian's neck. Jiang Qiuo's cold words were like a death announcement. Who told you to do this? Upon seeing that Jiang Qiuo was still alive, Chen Mingjian cowed out repeatedly, as if pounding garlic. It was all Zhang Jie's doing, and the military bombs were provided by Wei Yu. I was forced into it, Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo grabbed Chen Mingjian by the collar and lifted him up. They stuffed his mouth shut again. Jiang Qiuo led Chen Mingjian out of the military post station, his sword held against Chen Mingjian's neck. Chen Mingjian's legs went weak, and his pants were completely soaked. Remember, it was you who did something deserving of death for your master. Jiang Qiuo swung his sword, and Chen Mingjian died. Jiang Qiuo blew his whistle, attracting the pine wind monkeys, who then destroyed the body and covered up the evidence. Clean everything up. Jiang Sui got into the car, gripped the steering wheel tightly, and gritted his teeth. The Wei family and the Zhang family, you are truly utterly wicked. Jiang Sui let out a long breath, venting his anger. Uncle Wang, it's my fault that you've been harmed. Jiang Qiuo choked up, Uncle Wang, I will make the entire Wei and Zhang families pay with their lives. The Zhang siblings are spoiled and arrogant. The Wei family is corrupt from top to bottom. They must die. Let's start our revenge with the Zhang family. Chapter 31, Meat Processing Plant Mixers. Zhang's Meat Processing Plant, Recruitment Site. Meat Processing Plant is hiring, both men and women welcome, martial artists preferred. There was a lot of chattering and noise in the crowd. Working at this meat processing plant is great, you can take some offal with you every month. Have you heard? This time, the convoy was attacked by a strange beast on its way back from the military post station, and even the meat processing plant captain was killed. After disguising himself in the black market, Jiang Qiuo blended into the recruitment line. When he heard that the people in that truck had died from an attack by a strange beast, he clenched his fists tightly, his bones making a cracking sound. He gritted his teeth, the Zhang family really knows how to do things, managing to turn a murder case into an accidental attack by a strange beast. Jiang Qiuo carefully put away the bloodlust pill he had acquired from the black market. If it weren't for Mu Xia, he wouldn't have known that there were poison masters in the black market. These forbidden blood qi pills made by poison masters could cause a temporary burst of blood qi. Jiang Qiuo's eyes sharpened. The Zhang family, are you ready to face my wrath? Hello? Hello? You pockmarked fool, it's your turn. Jiang Qiuo was clearly not used to his pockmarked face, and it took him a while to realize that they were calling him. The interviewers were two managers, one fat and one thin. The fat man's stomach was propped up on the long interview table, and he was panting heavily. The skinny guy was as thin as a bamboo pole. He had to move his stool very close to the long table to sit comfortably. Looking at Jiang Qiuo's pockmarked face, the chubby supervisor thought of his own pockmarked wife. If it weren't for her kinship with the Zhang family, he wouldn't be able to become the supervisor. The fat man saw Jiang Qiuo and cursed, what a jinx. He had clearly suffered a lot of mistreatment from his wife. The fat man, panting, asked Jiang Qiuo, is he a martial artist? Jiang Qiuo had already concealed his martial arts aura, and he shook his hands, no. The fat man rolled his eyes. Useless thing. Do you even have any experience in butchering? Jiang Sui echoed, no. The skinny manager spoke up at this moment, while rubbing his 5 fingers together on his left hand, you're not a martial artist, so this is a bit difficult. Jiang Qiuo stared at the hand that was waving around, cursing inwardly, how dare they ask me for money? Jiang Qiuo smiled and said, I've been prepared for a long time. He took out 2 red envelopes, each containing 1,000 martial coins. Managers, I can ask for a smaller salary. You can use the difference to go on drinks. The fat manager roared, nonsense, what are you talking about? The skinny manager, on the other hand, put on a nice face and said, hey kid, watch your mouth. What do you mean we'll take it for drinks? Why would we take your money? The thin manager then stuffed his red envelope into his pocket. The thin manager beckoned to Jiang Qiuo, signaling him to come closer. We think you're pretty clever. In a little while, give us 2,000 each, and I'll arrange good jobs for you. Jiang Qiuo smiled and nodded, but the smile was forced and insincere. Hee, you like money, huh? I'll kill you too first. Jiang Qiuo successfully joined the company and was assigned to the exotic beast breeding area. In 3 days, Jiang Qiuo had thoroughly investigated the breeding area. Only employees of the breeding area could enter the exotic beast breeding area, and only the 2 supervisors in Shirkunshan could enter through the iron gate at the end of the breeding area. At that moment, a new employee who was feeding the blood pigs was kicked by Shirkunshan. Hey, newbie, don't you know how to feed someone? After kicking the new employees, but Shirkunshan nitpicked at the feed that Jiang Qiuo had mixed, saying, the feed isn't even mixed properly. Jiang Qiuo knew that now was not the time to erupt. Shirkunshan was like a blood-soaked pig grunting and munching on feed in this stone trough. Shirkunshan, relying on his status as a martial artist, would always punch and kick these employees who were not martial artists. Just as Shirkunshan was about to kick Jiang Qiuo as well, 2 supervisors walked in. Kunshan, you're gone. The skinny man waved to Shirkunshan and took out a bunch of keys, inserting them into the lock. The reason the skinny person holds the key is because the fat person's large stomach would push him open and he wouldn't be able to unlock the door. With a click, the lock opened, and Shirkunshan pushed a cart full of exotic animal feed inside. Jiang Qiuo glanced inside. It was filled with rows of gleaming silver iron cages. The fat man's large stomach squeezed through the door, followed by Shirkunshan pushing the feed cart in. The iron gate clicked shut. Jiang Qiuo looked at the bloodthirst pill in his hand. It should be inside here. The mutated beasts are all in that place. Night. The meat processing plant was dimly lit, and the panting of the strange beasts constantly pierced Jiang Qiuo's ears. Shirkunshan was carrying a pot of wine as he walked back. Shirkunshan's steps became distorted, and he walked unsteadily. The half-empty bottle of medicinal wine swayed with his steps. Hiccup. After Shirkunshan let out a long burp, the air was filled with the smell of alcohol. Jiang used his flowing cloud-like footwork to quickly approach Shirkunshan. When Shirkunshan saw Jiang Qiuo appear before him like a ghost, his heart skipped a beat, as if he had seen a ghost. When he realized that the person who came was Jiang Qiuo, a new employee, his fear turned into anger. Shirkunshan, his face flushed red, was about to start cursing when he found that Jiang Qiuo was gripping his throat tightly. Shirkunshan attempted to unleash his own qi and blood to repel Jiang Qiuo, but he discovered that the qi and blood emanating from Jiang Qiuo was several times stronger than his own. You are a martial artist. Shirkunshan couldn't make a sound, but his twisted vocal cords still made that movement. Jiang's actions increased his blood and qi, and Shirkunshan's neck was snapped. Jiang Qiuo's pent-up resentment was finally released. This is a step towards avenging Uncle Wang. Jiang Qiuo quickly threw Shirkunshan's body into the beast's food trough. After Jiang Qiuo had dealt with Shirkunshan, he sighed towards the sky. Uncle Wang, don't worry, I will kill everyone who harmed you, bit by bit. At that moment, a message arrived on Jiang Qiuo's communicator. Maple Leaf Martial Arts University, this semester's final exam will be a field combat exercise. Field combat is life-threatening, so students are urged to diligently hone their martial arts skills and improve their martial arts cultivation. Jiang Qiuo was overjoyed upon seeing this message. Wasn't this an opportunity from heaven to get rid of Wei Yu? As long as something happens at this meat processing plant, Zhang Jia will lose his powerful backing, and the entire Zhang family can be eliminated in the process. To kill Wei Yu, Jiang Qiuo had to consider the Wei family, a very influential family in Maple Leaf City. But what if Wei Yu is in the wild? That's Jiang Qiuo's territory. He's very confident he can kill a young master from a powerful family. At the same time, Jiang Qiuo also considered the upcoming field combat, and that way you might take this opportunity to attack him. Strength. Strength is everything. Improve our strength. A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Qiuo's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. Uncle Wang. Chapter 32, The Demise of the Meat Processing Plant. The day after Shirkunshan's death. In the feeding area, the smell of pig manure was mixed with the smell of pig feed. Jiang Xua and the new employees fed the blood pigs as usual. That annoying Shirkunshin didn't come today. The new employees, who had been tormented by Shirkunshin, had a small sense of happiness. An employee kept adding feed to the stone trough, and he even looked towards the door to make sure that Shirkunshin hadn't come. Maybe he got drunk and fell into some ditch and drowned. Jiang Qiuo stopped the employee's hand, who had been so focused on talking that he hadn't noticed his hand was about to go into the stone trough. Watch your hand, or the blood pig will bite it. Upon hearing that Shirkunshin might have drowned, many employees became quite excited. This guy can't handle his wife at home, so he takes it all out on us. He should just drown. Just then, someone announced, "The fat man and the skinny man are here. Everyone, stop whispering, or you'll be punished by having to sweep the pigsty." A large stomach pushed open the door to the feeding area. The skinny man followed behind the fat man and shouted, "Where's Shirkunshin?" Everyone shook their heads, and Jiang Qiuo jumped out at this moment. Supervisor, Brother Kunshin probably got too drunk yesterday and forgot the time. Just tell me what you need." The skinny man glanced at the fat man, and they reached an agreement the moment their eyes met. "The kid's smart enough to come in with us." Jiang Qiuo immediately pushed the cart of mixed feed and followed the two of them behind the iron gate. Jiang Qiuo had already crushed the bloodthirst pill into powder and added it to the alien beast feed. After entering through the iron gate, the skinny man locked the door from the inside. "Whatever you saw, don't talk about it outside." Suddenly, Jiang Qiuo grabbed the skinny man by the neck and sent him to his death with a single blow. Before the fat man could even react, his chest was pierced through. Upon witnessing the bloody scene, the mutated beasts in the cage began to become frenzied and excited. Jiang Qiuo pretended to shout, "Help! Help! The beast has gone out of control." Jiang Qiuo then scattered the feed containing the bloodless pill onto the strange beast, shouting, "Stop eating! Quick, save people!" The skinny man and the fat man were fed into the mouth of the strange beast. Jiang Qiuo grinned, his heart leaping with excitement. The real show is just beginning. These mutated beasts already possessed excessively violent physical attributes, and after consuming the berserker blood pill in human blood, the iron cage could no longer suppress them. Jiang Qiuo tore off his clothes, stained them with the fat man's blood, and scattered them on the ground, pretending that he had also been eaten by the monster. He did all this. Chaos at the meat processing plant was inevitable, and failing to dispose of these mutated beasts according to the Law Enforcement Bureau's regulations was a serious crime. The meat processing plant owner will not escape imprisonment. Even if he is capable, without the meat processing plant's assets, he is like a rootless duckweed. Who will help him? Jiang Qiuo used his movement technique and watched as the meat processing plant owner took out a machine gun to try to suppress the rebellious alien beasts. However, the number of alien beasts was too great, and these frenzied mutated beasts directly pushed open the blood pig cages in the breeding area. The boss kept firing his machine gun at the charging monsters, his forehead covered in sweat. It's over, all the savings I've accumulated over the years are gone." Boss Zheng dropped his machine gun and jumped over the electric fence. "These monsters are out of control." Boss Zheng's voice was trembling with tears. "What should we do now? The mutated beasts have rioted, and even the one from the Law Enforcement Bureau can't protect me." The unusual activity at the meat processing plant immediately alerted the Law Enforcement Bureau, and 5 law enforcement officers watched as the strange beast was about to break through the electric fence. "Quickly! Report to the General Administration." The 5 law enforcement officers immediately began killing the alien beasts. Their firearms only had single shots, not bursts. Oh no, oh no! What if these monsters break through the electric fence? The law enforcement officers couldn't believe what the consequences would be. At this moment, Mr. Zhang, a passionate citizen, comes online. He ran forward. "Sir, is there anything I can do?" The law enforcement officer looked at Jiang Qiuo, who was holding a battle knife, but was a very young boy. The law enforcement officers exchanged glances. Could a college student really handle this? A female law enforcement officer, Mu Zitong, spoke up. "Do we have any other options now?" Although Mu Zitong cannot become a martial artist due to her lack of martial arts talent, she has a lot of influence among law enforcement officers. The crowd made way for Jiang Qiuo, who then jumped into the electric fence. The officers were all on tenterhooks. If Jiang Qiuo failed badly, not to mention the terrible consequences of the beast breaking through the electric fence. Just because Jiang Qiuo got into trouble, their careers will be tarnished, and they won't have any chance of promotion for the next 5 years. A newly recruited law enforcement officer closed his eyes, whether out of fear of seeing bloodshed or concern for his career, it was unclear. However, at this moment, Mu Zitong smiled broadly. Look, he has already eliminated a large number of alien beasts. My god! How did this guy do that? Is he a third-grade martial artist? An old law enforcement officer recognized Jiang Quo's strength. To be able to quell so many rioting beasts in such a short time, he certainly has the strength of a third-rank official, but this kid's martial arts skills are his real secret weapon. The law enforcement officer was overjoyed. With Jiang Quo around, these rioting monsters would not wreak havoc on the city. At the same time, they could almost certainly claim credit for discovering and resolving such a large-scale beast uprising. Jiang Quo leaped out of the electric fence with his knife in hand. He had already wiped out all the strange beasts inside. Jiang Quo, covered in blood, stood before the law enforcement officer. The older law enforcement officer patted Jiang Quo on the shoulder. Good lad. You're really something. You single-handedly quelled so many rioting beasts. A cute female law enforcement officer came up to him and said, you're amazing. I thought we were going to lose the defense. Brother martial artist, do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Quo was taken aback. He chuckled awkwardly. Your Excellencies, aren't you going to investigate this accident? Mu Zitong was the only law enforcement officer present who wasn't blinded by victory. She pointed her gun at Director Zhang's head. Crouch down. Put your hands behind your back. With 2 clicks of the handcuffs, Boss Zhang was quickly subdued by her. Mu Zitong's tone was cold. You haven't forgotten the regulations on raising exotic beasts, have you? If a beast raised for consumption shows signs of mutation, it must be killed immediately and reported to the Food and Drug Administration for harmless disposal. With shackles on his back, Boss Zhang was heartbroken. This beast uprising would not only subject him to a huge fine, but also imprisonment. Get on the bus. Mr. Zhang was escorted into the car by law enforcement officers. Seeing the wicked Boss Zhang brought to justice, Jiang Quo felt a great sense of satisfaction. The destruction of the meat processing plant signaled that the Zhang family could no longer cause any trouble. Without the meat processing plant's resource supply, Zhang Jia was like a grasshopper in autumn, waiting for Jiang Quo to reap the benefits. After Uncle Wang's death, Jiang Quo's pent-up resentment was finally released. So satisfying. So satisfying. So satisfying. Chapter 33, The Guidance of the Little Virtuous Wife. Oh no. Oh no. Today's movement technique class is with my wife, Mu Chushue. Jiang Zemin quickly rushed towards the training building, displaying his flowing cloud steps. The students on the road saw Jiang Quo pass by like a bolt of lightning. What was that just now? Ugh, probably one of those teachers who's always late for class. Using the flowing cloud steps technique, Jiang Quo stepped directly onto the outer wall and went up to the 3rd floor. I really didn't expect that it would take me so much time to take a group photo with the law enforcement bureau. The lovely female law enforcement officer kept saying the angle wasn't good, and it took more than a dozen shots before she finally chose one she was satisfied with. Jiang Quo quickly arrived at the classroom door. Whoosh. I really hope my wife is late for the first snow too. Jiang Quo pushed open the classroom door and met Mu Chushue's big, round eyes. Looking at Jiang Quo, whose face was covered in blood, Mu Chushue was mainly worried. He's off on another mission. How did I end up bringing home such a restless person? But it would be a lie to say I wasn't angry. Mu Chushue prepared to tease Jiang Quo. You're late, write a 2,000-word self-criticism. Jiang Quo already had a plan in mind. When I was writing the self-criticism, I would write a love letter. Come in. Jiang Quo raised an eyebrow at Chu Shui, his wife, and Chu Shui glared at him with her hands on her hips. Just then, a message popped up on Mu Chushue's phone from her best friend's circle of friends. Inside was a group photo. Looking at the photo, Mu Chishue's eyebrows furrowed repeatedly. In the photo, Jiang Quo is flanked by 2 beautiful women, one petite and cute, the other sweet and elegant. That beautiful woman with purple eyes was one of the 2 beauties of the Mu family, along with her. Mu Chushue pouted angrily. Oh, so this kid was late for my class because he was taking pictures with pretty girls. Jiang Tsua. Mu Chushue's voice startled Jiang Quo, who had just sat down next to Wang Wuhai. Did I tell you to sit down? So sit down. You'll stand for the rest of the class. Several boys looked at Jiang Quo with a hint of schadenfreude, and some even whispered, oh no, Jiang Quo's doomed. He's made teacher Chushue so angry he's going to fail his movement technique class. Wei Yu felt incredibly pleased to see Jiang Quo get the short end of the stick. You're quite the talent, Jiang Quo, to be able to anger teacher Mu. Wang Wuhai then spoke up for Jiang Quo, saying, hey, you bunch of single dogs, what do you know? This is just a little flirtation between brother Jiang and instructor Mu. You can't even stand up for him. Don't be fooled by Jiang's standing position. Instructor Mu can spot him at a glance. Jiang is feeling pretty good right now. Jiang Qiuo gave Wang Wuhai a good brother, you know what I mean. Wei Yu was provoked by Wang Wuhai's words. What nonsense are you talking about? At this moment, Mu Chushue coldly said to Wei Yu, what are you shouting about? You squat down. Wei Yu then retorted, Professor Mu, I'm not the only one arguing. Mu Chushue's lips curled up slightly. Ha? I didn't hear that. Wei Yu then nitpicked, then why is Jiang Qiuo standing while I'm squatting? Mu Chushue was furious. Who did you think you were to compare yourself to Jiang Qiuo? Mu Chushue smiled politely again, what's it to you? I can teach my class however I want. I made you squat down because I didn't want to see you. If you talk back again, you'll have to lie down and I'll fail you. Upon hearing that he would fail the exam, Wei Yu obediently squatted down. Jiang Qiuo gave Chu Shue's wife a thumbs up. As Mu Chushue was giving her lesson, only 5 minutes later, her thoughts began to drift back to Jiang Qiuo. Was I too harsh on him? He did go to his rescue, and he must have had several sleepless nights. Mu Chushue's heart softened immediately, and she gave Jiang Qiuo a look, signaling him to quietly sit down. After receiving Mu Chushue's signal, Jiang Qiuo sat back down in his seat. However, Wei Yu's legs went numb from squatting on the ground, and after 20 minutes, he still hadn't received Mu Chushue's signal to stand up. He really wanted to have a serious talk with Mu Chushue, but he was also afraid that Mu Chushue would fail him. Mu Chushue's class was a theory class, and Jiang Qiuo felt very at ease listening to his wife's soft and gentle voice. Jiang Qiuo, who hadn't slept for several nights, drifted into a blissful dream to the sound of Mu Chushue's white noise. Mu Chushue pursed her delicate lips, you brat. Late. Taking pictures with pretty girls. Going to sleep. Mu Chushue's anger simmered, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, but she still softened and waited until Jiang Qiuo slept until the end of get out of class. Mu Chushue walked to Jiang Qiuo's side, at which point Wang Wuhai frantically reminded him. Mu Chushue grabbed Jiang Qiuo's ear. She did this only to maintain her teacher's dignity, and it was definitely not because she was jealous or angry. No, absolutely not. Jiang Sua, who was pulled away, felt a little aggrieved. Jiang Qiuo, come to my office after class. As Mu Chushue walked back, she saw Wei Yu still squatting on the ground. She gave a cold snort. A wicked smile played on Wang Wuhai's face, only he knew how happy Jiang Qiuo would be. Jiang Qiuo stood up and bumped into Wei Yu, who was unsteady on his feet. Jiang Qiuo's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This guy was definitely involved in Uncle Wang's death. Jiang Qiuo kicked Wei Yu in the stomach, yelling, what are you doing, blocking the way? Wei Yu winced in pain. Jiang Qiuo's kick was very powerful, and Wei Yu curled up on the ground. Jiang Qiuo smiled dismissively. Killing someone at school was unacceptable, but this level of friction was perfectly permissible. Looking at Wei Yu lying on the ground, he sighed and said, good. Brilliant. It's unclear whether Jiang Qiuo's joy stemmed from reprimanding Wei Yu or from the prospect of spending time alone with his wife, Chu Shui. Mu Chushue's private cultivation room. Mu Chushue had already transformed into a warm and caring wife. She put a white towel into the bathtub and wet it. She gently wiped the bloodstains off Jiang Qiuo's body, saying, you, coming to my class, don't even bother to clean yourself up, you're covered in blood. Jiang Qiuo grasped Mu Chushue's hand. Oh, it's not because I'm anxious about attending my wife's class. What a greasy guy. But I actually quite like him. Mu Chushue added the bottle of golden body liquid that Jiang Qiuo had won in the black market boxing match to the bathtub. Jiang Qiuo began to circulate his qi and blood to temper his skin, while Mu Chushue provided thoughtful guidance from the side. Mu Chushue kept splashing the golden body liquid from the bathtub onto Jiang Qiuo's skin. Mu Chushue looked at Jiang Qiuo, her eyes flickering. Skin tempering 8th realm. Jiang Qiuo's body tempering level has been improved once again. Not bad. Looking at the abundant blood and energy in Jiang Qiuo's body, Mu Chushue said, while the golden body elixir is still effective, break through to the peak of the 2nd rank. Jiang Qiuo took out a rare stone from his spatial ring, and with the help of the stone, the blood and qi in Jiang Qiuo's inner blood pool slowly increased. Mu Chushue looked at the strange stone and recognized it as a dragon tiger stone. That jerk really has some luck. He even managed to get his hands on a dragon tiger stone that can boost cultivation speed. Wow! Jiang Qiuo's aura suddenly surged, and he successfully broke through to the peak of the 2nd rank. Jiang Qiuo's eyes gleamed. His strength had increased once more. He had also taken another step closer to avenging his uncle. Mu Chushue was just as excited as Zhang Kuo. In just a few months, he went from a useless martial artist to the peak of the second rank, so fast. Mu Chushue watched Zhang Kuo deep in thought. The martial arts exam for freshmen was coming up soon, so she decided to prepare a set of external martial arts techniques for Zhang Kuo. Moreover, martial arts of sea level and above will not cause the side effect of body deformation, so I can still have a husband with a perfect body. Thinking of her figure, Mu Chushue's eyes flickered, her delicate lips pursed, and she secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Chapter 34, Mu Chushue's Sneak Attack. Mu Chushue in Zhang Kuo's little home. At this moment, Zhang Kuo transforms into a little master chef to thank Mu Chushue for the martial arts techniques she is about to give him. Mu Chushue sat cross-legged on the sofa. Although she loved snacks, she didn't dare to say anything more. Chushue, why are you so greedy? You won't be able to eat Zhang Kuo's food later. Mu Chushue tossed the bag of food aside. Zhang Kuo worked very quickly, and he served 4 dishes and a soup on the table in no time. This is a basic skill for men who live off women. Looking at the 4 dishes and soup that looked quite appetizing, and seeing the bright red braised pork ribs, Mu Chushue reached out to grab them. The piece of pork rib stuffed Mu Chushue's cheeks bulged, and the red sauce from the rib stuck to the corner of her mouth. Mu Chushue's eyes sparkled. So delicious. Zhang Kuo smiled as he saw that Mu Chushue's usual aloof and strict teacher image was completely gone. The two of them started eating, and the delicious dishes were almost completely devoured by them. Mine. At this moment, both of their chopsticks were resting on the last piece of pork rib. Faced with such delicious food, neither was willing to give in. Mu Chushue pouted. She had her eye on this piece of pork rib first, and this little Zhang Kuo dared to snatch it from her. Mu Chushue curled the corners of her lips and placed her small feet directly on Zhang Kuo's legs. Zhang Kuo was startled by the sensation on her leg and saw Mu Chushue's fair little feet. Ah! His ears turned red, and his heart pounded. However, Mu Chushue chuckled mischievously and poked Zhang Kuo's stomach with her foot. Zhang Kuo chuckled, his grip on the chopsticks loosened, and Mu Chushue put the piece of pork rib into her mouth. Mu Chushue looked at Zhang Kuo triumphantly. Well, you've actually resorted to a sneak attack. After Mu Chushue finished enjoying the piece of pork rib, she took out a gift box. This is to pay your medical expenses. Zhang Kuo accepted the exquisite gift box. This was a blissful moment unique to the gigolo. C-level external training technique, bone refining technique. Zhang Kuo was filled with happiness. Whatever he lacked, his beautiful wife would give him. He used to look down on the idea of living off a woman, but after actually doing so, the happiness he experienced was something that those who had never done it could not understand. Martial arts soft rice system. Mu Chushue snatched the last piece of pork rib and, seeing her host's smug expression after being humiliated, triggered a reward. The C-level horizontal training bone refining technique was upgraded to the B-level profound dragon bone refining technique. Mysterious dragon bone refining technique, rank B upgradable. After learning it, you can perform independent body tempering and obtain the mysterious dragon golden body. Make the most of the weekend and study hard. Next week, Zhang Feiyang will test your body tempering level. Monday, test square. Zhang Kuo, I spent a weekend learning the basics of the Xinlong bone refining technique, and my body refining realm has directly reached the 9th level of skin tempering. If I advance one more level, I will reach the flesh refining realm. Zhang Feiyang announced, this test is to prepare for the final practical exam. Practicing martial arts can greatly improve your ability to survive. The test is divided into 2 types. The first is the body tempering realm test, and the second is the chi and blood endurance test. The first place winner of this test will be rewarded with a body tempering soup worth 300,000 martial coins. What is body strengthening soup? You don't even know about the body tempering soup. After taking it, your body will enter a period of tempering. This is the oral version of the golden body elixir, and its effects far surpass those of the golden body elixir. Let's begin the test. The first one is Li Zhang. Li Zhang entered the crystal-covered testing equipment, where a metal indentation ring tightened around his body. The instrument's display screen showed his body tempering realm as skin tempering second realm. Zhang Feiyang looked at Li Zhang, who came out from inside, and said, almost a semester has passed, and you're still only at the 2nd level of the skin tempering realm. You should hurry up and find a martial arts technique for external training. I'm worried about whether you can survive in the wild. A student went in immediately afterward. For realms of skin tempering. It's alright. I'll make sure to solidify my knowledge before the final exam. Because Zheng Jia and Chen Shaol were beaten up by Zhang Qiu, they couldn't earn enough credits. Zheng Jia had to repeat a year, while Chen Shaol took a leave of absence. Zheng Jia's body swelled up. After the incident at the meat processing plant, Zheng Jia spent all his living expenses on a D-level body strengthening manual. I've already learned the D-level body tempering technique, and with the golden body elixir I soaked in before, the test results this time will definitely be good. After repeating a year in my sophomore year, I'm really confident I can get that body strengthening soup. With that soup, my strength will improve by another level, and I'll be able to rescue my dad right away. Zheng Jia entered the crystal instrument, and his reading stopped at 6th realm of skin tempering. Good, not bad. This level is more than enough for the wild. Next, focus on refining your combat skills. After hearing Zhang Feiyang's praise, Zheng Jia looked at Zhang Qiu with a smug expression. Zhang Qiu, although your martial arts skills are very strong, your body tempering is no match for mine. Hearing Zhang Jia's sarcasm, Zhang Qiu only found it laughable. The 6th level of skin tempering was a long time ago for him. Lin Ku, it's you. Lin Ku smiled slightly at Zhang Qiu. Her stats rose rapidly but then stopped at the 7th level of skin tempering. 7th level of skin tempering. It's actually the 7th level of skin tempering. As expected of the talented woman from the Lin family, she has actually reached the 7th level of skin tempering. You all say Lin Ke practiced external martial arts techniques, so why hasn't her figure changed? What do you mean by out of shape? They must be practicing martial arts of C level or higher, how could they have the side effect of out of shape? A girl asked, Lin Ku, what kind of external martial arts technique do you practice? Lin Ku, it's the C-level martial art, silver python body. No wonder she can maintain such a good figure. Wei Yu stepped out of the instrument and looked at his physical training level. 7 realms of skin tempering. Wei Yu looked at Zhang Qiu smugly. Zhang Qiu, my body is soaked in the golden body liquid every week, what do you have to compare with me? Defense. Defense. Defense is the true foundation. Zhang Qiu curled the corners of his mouth. Ever since Wei Yu was defeated by him, it seemed like his intelligence had declined. Zhang Qiu stepped into the instrument, and the test values climbed upwards. 7. 8. 9. 9 realms of skin tempering. Zhang Feiyang's pupils flashed, skin tempering 9th realm, this kid's body tempering is this strong too. Wei Yu looked at Zhang Qiu's strength at the 9th level of the skin tempering realm in disbelief. He must have spent all his time training his body, he must have. Moreover, the upcoming tests will largely depend on the quality of the external martial arts techniques. I possess a C-rank martial art, the Golden Tortoise technique. Once the Golden Tortoise body is activated, its defensive capabilities will increase significantly. Those who have reached the 6th realm or above will proceed to the second test. In the Qi and Blood Endurance test, students can use their martial arts skills to actively defend themselves. The test measures the student's Qi and blood endurance by observing whether their chest frame shows any deformation. Zheng Jia had just passed the mark, and he was extremely flustered. Their martial arts skills all seem to be above sea level, and Zhang Qiu's body tempering realm has even reached the 9th level. The next level is the flesh refining realm. Zheng Jia was disheartened at this moment. Without the support of his family's resources, he was truly nothing. I'd better not embarrass myself by doing the Qi and blood tolerance test. Zheng Jia turned to Zhang Feiyang and said, Teacher, I'm giving up the Qi and blood tolerance test. Zhang Feiyang looked at Zheng Jia. This kid's confidence had been undermined by these people. Chapter 35, Qi and blood tolerance values. Zhang Qiu was surprised by Zheng Jia's retreat. Wasn't he just very confident? Seeing Zheng Jia's cowardice, Zhang Qiu knew that Zheng Jia was already ruined. Ever since Zheng Jia was crippled by Zhang Qiu during the freshman trial, Zhang Qiu has become his inner demon. This time I demonstrated the strength of the 9th level of the skin tempering realm. Zheng Jia's martial arts mentality has probably been shattered. Zhang Qiu looked at the dejected man, his anger undiminished. Don't worry, crippling Zheng Jia won't atone for your sins. Qi and blood tolerance test begins. Zhang Qiu was brought back to his senses by Zhang Feiyang's voice. Lin Ku, you can start. Lin Ku stood on the round platform, and Zhang Feiyang began to slowly release his Qi and blood. Lin Ku unleashed her silver python body, her entire body covered in a protective armor of Qi and blood, resembling scales. As Lin Ke's blood and qi levels slowly rose, Zhang Feiyang immediately stopped infusing her blood and qi the moment her sternum showed slight deformation. 198 qi and blood points, that's a very good result. Lin Ke was already quite satisfied with making it into the top 3, because her focus in martial arts was not on external martial arts techniques. She specializes in swordsmanship. Zhang Feiyang knew that the Lin family was always good at using swordsmanship, and Lin Ke's physical training level was already quite good. Not bad. With this level of physical training and your Lin family's swordsmanship, you can be sure of passing your final exams this time. Wei Yu, come up here. I've seen you eager to try. The test has begun. 180. 190. 200. The value only stopped rising after it reached 310. 310. Even with the golden body skill from the horizontal martial arts, a normal level 7 skin tempering realm cultivator can only reach around 180 units of qi and blood. Wei Yu, what's this? Has it opened? Several students with a solid theoretical foundation saw that Wei Yu's values were far beyond what was expected, and they found it all unbelievable. As a seasoned instructor of external martial arts, Zhang Feiyang naturally saw through the mystery. This guy's bone density is higher than that of an average person, and the golden tortoise technique is highly compatible with him, allowing him to unleash the true power of the golden tortoise technique. Wei Yu looked at Zhang Qiuo and said, Zhang Qiuo, sometimes moving too fast isn't a good thing. Look at your 9th level of skin tempering, you only got a tolerance value of 250 calories. Aren't you ashamed? You should just give up the test like Zhang Jie did. Zhang Qiuo looked at the arrogant Wei Yu and found it laughable. What did high compatibility and high bone density matter in the face of martial arts grade? Zhang Feiyang looked at Zhang Qiuo expectantly, wondering what kind of surprise this 2-round run to first place in the virtual realm would bring him. Is it ready yet? Zhang Xuan nodded. Zhang Feiyang began to infuse his qi and blood. The value jumped from 100 to 200, and Zhang Qiuo then said, Teacher, you can hurry up and infuse it. Zhang Feiyang was a little stunned. What if we push this kid to his limit when he accelerates and injure him? Wei Yu stared nervously at Zhang Qiuo's rising numbers, 291, 293, 294. 310. What? This kid's tolerance level is actually higher than mine. Faced with Zhang Feiyang's slow and steady application of qi and blood, Zhang Qiuo finally couldn't hold back any longer. Teacher. Zhang Feiyang temporarily stopped releasing his qi and blood, and looked at Zhang Qiuo with concern. Zhang Qiuo, are you feeling unwell? Yeah, brother Zhang, you've already got first place. If you're not feeling well, you should stop, Wang Wuhai asked worriedly. Wei Yu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Zhang Qiuo call a halt. Phew, it's finally stopped. 378 calories, not too much over my limit, I still have a chance. Zhang Qiuo then spoke up to clarify, No, teacher, I haven't activated the golden body form yet. When Zhang Feiyang heard Zhang Qiuo's words and saw the number 378 on the screen, his mouth exploded into a slit. Wei Yu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Impossible. How can there be 378 without activating the golden body technique? Even with the golden turtle technique activated, I only have 310 cards. Wang Wuhai exclaimed, Brother Zhang, you're a monster. A value of 378? No invincibility activated. Lin Ke's eyes, as clear as autumn water, couldn't hide her excitement. How can Zhang Qiuo's physical body be so strong? A 9th level skin tempering expert, how could he possibly have such strength? Zhang Feiyang began to apply qi and blood, starting by accumulating 50 calories at a time. Zhang Qiuo's Shenlong body is activated when the value reaches 420 calories. Zhang Qiuo's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he activated the ancient dragon scripture and the profound dragon bone refining technique simultaneously. He was beaming with excitement, the legendary resonance of cultivation techniques. As discussed in martial arts theory classes, 2 martial arts techniques with commonalities can resonate with a specific human body. Zhang Qiuo listened to the dragon's roar between his bones and meridians, and the resonance of his cultivation technique was amplifying his body. The resonance of the cultivation technique will increase as the proficiency of the technique increases. Look! Zhang Qiuo's score is about to break 1,000. 988. At this moment, Zhang Feiyang only dared to carefully increase his qi and blood. The person in front of him was only a second-grade martial artist, so he had to be extremely cautious. 999. 1,000. It surpassed 1,000. Zhang Qiuo is too powerful. At the second rank, one has 1000 chi and blood endurance points, which is something even some third-rank body temperament warriors cannot achieve. When the value was 1211, the testing instrument detected a slight deformation of Jiang Qiuo's sternum. The final chi and blood tolerance value was set at 1211. Zheng Feiyan looked at Jiang Qiuo as if he were a monster. If this guy were my student, humanity would definitely achieve new heights in the art of external martial arts. Brother Jiang, stop cheating. Give us a chance. Wang Wuhai was both afraid that his brother would suffer and afraid that his brother would drive a Land Rover. Lin Ke looked at Jiang Qiuo with admiration. Women really do admire strength. She was now a little jealous of Instructor Mu. When Jiang Qiuo's chi and blood tolerance value reached 1211, Wei Yu was undoubtedly the one most affected. His small achievements, such as high bone density and high compatibility of techniques, were crushed by Jiang Qiuo, this high mountain. Wei Yu, I heard you have high bone density, and I heard your cultivation technique is highly compatible with yours. Why aren't you barking now? Public opinion tends to side with the winner. Jiang Qiuo's outstanding performance made the second-place finisher in the test look utterly insignificant, and because of the previous ridicule, he became the target of everyone's attacks. Wei Yu, isn't he supposed to be special? How come he's so different from Brother Jiang? Jiang Qiuo took the bottle of body-strengthening soup as expected. Being number one was addictive. It feels so good to win all the prizes. Jiang Qiuo pressed his advantage, unscrewing the tube of body-strengthening soup and drinking it down in one gulp. The Xianlong body forging technique actually began to operate steadily under the stimulation of the body forging soup. Jiang Qiuo felt that the energy he had just swallowed was very rich, but his body was digesting it very slowly. Jiang Qiuo was very confident that this body tempering soup would bring him to the realm of flesh refinement after a period of time. With his physical strength increased, Jiang Qiuo considered using the medals he obtained from hunting the bloodthirsty breast to exchange for a sword technique inheritance. This Be Great 100 Battles blade technique is a one-hit wonder against both alien beasts and enemies. Jiang Qiuo imagined that if he could learn something from the observation, it wouldn't just be a simple task to complete before upgrading a B-level sword technique to a level, but a real boost in combat power. In this wilderness combat test, he not only has to be extremely wary of alien beasts, but also has to crush Wei Yu. Chapter 36, Rao Chuanxiu, the Swordsmanship Instructor. In the Maple Leaf City Inner City building, Jiang Qiuo took the elevator to the 16th floor. This is Instructor Rao's studio. To own a floor in the heart of Maple Leaf City as his own studio, Instructor Rao must be quite capable. Hey ha! Hey ha! The sounds of apprentices practicing their swordsmanship drifted through the metal door. The corridor was filled with the scent of chi and blood potions, and Jiang Qiuo was drawn to the atmosphere of practicing swordsmanship. After he stepped into the Chuanxiu studio, a balding man was talking to the receptionist. The man, dressed in an executive jacket, looked out of place in the Chuanxiu studio, a place steeped in martial arts atmosphere. He showed great respect to the receptionist. Miss Rao, our second martial arts middle school sincerely invites Mr. Rao to teach swordsmanship at our school, but the teaching fee of 5 million martial arts coins is simply too high. Rao Feifei pouted, Principal, 5 million martial coins is already a discounted price. The school's teaching fee is 8 million, and the price for individual teaching is 1 million. The principal of number 2 middle school looked troubled. Even with the allocation from the city lord's mansion, it was only enough to barely cover the school's normal expenses. In order to secure a better future for the students, he had already shamelessly begged the instructors for mercy several times. The principal of number 2 middle school sat on the sofa in the lobby for a while, then made a phone call. How much money is left in our teaching account? Upon hearing the answer, he let out a long sigh of relief. Hey, Instructor Rao is the chief swordsmanship instructor of Maple Leaf City. Many of the swordsmen in the Maple Leaf Army are his students. If those talented senior students can receive guidance from Instructor Rao, they'll have a very good chance of getting into Wuhan University this year. Jiang Qiuo was currently undergoing qualification certification with Rao Feifei. The Maple Leaf City Guardian's gold medal granted him one-on-one guidance from Instructor Rao. Jiang Qiuo, Maple Leaf City Guardian, Grandpa will be out soon. Rao Feifei returned the Maple Leaf City Guardian's medal to Jiang Qiuo with a smile of admiration on her face. The principal of number 2 middle school looked at Jiang Qiuo, who was wearing the martial arts uniform of Maple Leaf Martial Arts University, and his eyes shone. He is still a student of Martial Arts University, and he has already become a Maple Leaf City Guardian. Martial Arts University is truly a place that cultivates people. I have to beg Instructor Muhammad again to let him guide some of our number 2 middle school students and try to send more students into Martial Arts University this year. At this moment, an old man with gray hair, but very robust, walked out of the combat skills room. As soon as Instructor Rao came out, the principal of number 2 middle school bypassed Jiang Qiuo and spoke to Instructor Rao first. Instructor Rao, could you lower the school's tuition fees a bit more? Several talented students from our school are eager to receive your guidance. Looking at the principal of number 2 middle school who had worked tirelessly for the students, Rao Chuanqiu said, Principal, this fee is stipulated by the military and I cannot make the decision on my own. How about this, you select 10 students to come to my studio to work and learn at the same time. The principal of number 2 middle school's eyes lit up instantly, and he became so excited that his eyes reddened. Okay. 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 Thank you, Instructor Rao. Looking at the young Jiang Qiuo, Rao Chuanqiu naturally assumed that he was a young master arranged by the Mu family. It was another case of a rich young master like him giving one-on-one lessons, which made him not work hard. Even if he learned my swordsmanship, it would be useless. You're from the Mu family, aren't you? Jiang Qiuo was stunned when he heard the name Mu family. His wife was indeed Mu Chuxue, so he could be considered a member of the Mu family. Rao Chuanqiu beckoned to him, come with me. Inside the martial arts room, Rao Chuanqiu stood with his sword in hand, his vigorous blood and energy flowing into the green dragon blade. In Jiang Qiuo's eyes, the blue dragon on the back of the knife seemed to come alive, like a bloodthirsty beast. Kid, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Next up is the B-rank martial art, Azure Dragon Slash. Rao Chuanqiu chanted the incantation as he swung his sword, making the air in the training room rustle as he cut. You have observed and mastered a B-level sword technique. Once you need 2 more observations to upgrade. Jiang Qiuo focused his attention on observing the Azure Dragon Blade technique. Rao Chuanqiu performed 2 rounds, and Jiang Qiuo had already mastered the basics of this B-level Azure Dragon Slash in the first round. During the second round of observation, Jiang Xuan noticed something new. If I transfer the power generation method of Azure Dragon Slash to Azure Dragon Slash, I can retain its power while reducing the health consumption by 20%. After this demonstration, the power of the Azure Dragon Slash has reached a new level. Rao Chuanqiu, seeing Jiang Qiuo slowly drifting into a daze, was furious. Hey! Kid, your family spent so much money to teach you martial arts, how can you be so careless? Rao Chuanqiu didn't have a good impression of these spoiled brats from aristocratic families. How could these good-for-nothings who relied on their family resources compare to those martial artists who fought against strange beasts and made progress? Jiang Qiuo knew that Rao Chuanqiu was treating him like a rich young master who had spent 1 million martial coins to come and learn. A glint of inspiration flashed in Jiang Qiuo's eyes. Since he has mistaken me for someone else, I might as well play along and let him demonstrate a few more sword techniques for me to watch. Jiang Qiuo immediately put on the foolish act of some rich young master. He scratched his head and pretended to be very picky. Hey! Instructor Rao, the Azure Dragon Slash you taught looks powerful, but it's not flexible enough. Jiang Qiuo's words annoyed Rao Chuanqiu. This rich young master had really gone too far. Jiang Qiuo continued, Instructor Rao, I really want to learn. Could you demonstrate another sword technique for me? Rao Chuanqiu frowned. He thought to himself, although this rich kid is unreliable, the Mu family provides a lot of support to the Maple Leaf Army every year. Oh well, since this kid hasn't learned it yet, I'll teach him the Wind and Thunder Slash again. Rao Chuanqiu continued to use the Wind and Thunder Blade technique. Jiang Qiuo was so engrossed in watching that his body emitted sounds like thunder and lightning. Rao Chuanqiu's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the wind and thunder aura emanating from Jiang Qiuo. Hey! This young master of the Mu family is so compatible with the Wind and Thunder Slash. Oh my! Looks like he's not entirely useless after all. I have observed B-level sword techniques twice, and only 1 more observation is needed to upgrade. Jiang Qiuo trembled with excitement. A single observation opportunity allowed me to witness 2 B-level sword techniques at the mastery level. And this Wind and Thunder Slash even gives my 100 Battles Blade technique the feeling of wind and thunder. Rao Chuanqiu had just finished his performance when Rao Feifei entered the room, shouting, Grandpa, a new guest has arrived. Upon hearing this, Rao Chuanqiu's face immediately lit up with a desire to attract talent. Oh, that kid Ji Jun mentioned to me, right? Feifei, you chat with the guests for a bit, I'll talk to him first. If you like him, you can be his girlfriend. Rao Chuanqiu pushed Jiang Qiuo out the door, saying, the second demonstration is already an exception. If it weren't for the Mu family's connections, I would only demonstrate it once to guests, even if they are military merit guests. Now that you've mastered the Wind and Thunder Slash, go back and practice it diligently. Don't waste it. Rao Chuanqiu grasped Mushi's hand, who was sitting on the sofa. You must be Jiang Kuo. Oh my, Yi Jun said that you killed the mad blood bear at the second rank. Your swordsmanship is extremely high. Jiang Kuo chuckled softly upon hearing Rao Chuanqiu's words and walked out of the studio. With 2 weeks left before the final exams, let's further improve our martial arts skills. We still need to take on the bounty missions. Just then, Rao Feifei brought over some tea and snacks. Grandpa, you've got it wrong. That one was Jiang Kuo. Rao Chuanqiu's expression changed instantly. That was Jiang Kuo just now, so this must be the young master of the Mu family. Rao Chuanqiu coldly said to Mushi, since you're here, let's begin. Rao Feifei asked in confusion, Grandpa, didn't you want to chat with him? I've already brought over tea and snacks. Rao Chuanqiu ate a piece of tea snack. What are you talking about? By the way, Feifei, you should stay away from him in the future. I don't like rich young masters like him. Jiang Kuo, who had mistaken Rao Chuanqiu for someone else, laughed awkwardly. He muttered to himself, this Jiang kid is really something. He didn't even introduce himself. Now look what's happened. My impression of him is terrible. How am I supposed to marry my granddaughter to him now? How am I supposed to exchange martial arts techniques with him? It's rare to see such a young Maple Leaf City guard. Chapter 37, The Hunt for the Wanted Criminal. After leaving the Chuanqiu studio, Jiang Kuo immediately accepted a mission from the Bounty Hunters Association. This mission is actually to apprehend a wanted criminal. Jiang Kuo looked at the wanted poster in front of him. Wanted criminal, Pan Bo, a peak third-rank martial artist, carries forbidden chi boosting drugs. He fled from Huai City to Maple Leaf City and committed numerous serious crimes in Huai City, all of whom were women. He can be killed on sight. A series of murders have occurred in the slums of Maple Leaf City, all of the victims being women. Based on the geographical locations of these murders, Jiang Kuo deduced a possibility. Black market. These murders all occurred near the black market. The black market has always been a mixed bag, which made it a good hiding place for Pan Bo. Jiang Kuo infiltrated the black market. Under the cover of night, the yellow lights of the vendors illuminate the bustling scene, creating a noisy environment filled with a dense crowd. The shouts of the vendors rise and fall. Come on! The chi and blood pill only has a 5% chance of causing erysipelas. Beast meat, beast meat. If the kids in the family eat this, they won't have to worry about the martial arts exam. Jiang Xua also plunged into the crowd. Jiang Kuo released his chi and blood to amplify his senses. Martial artists who have used forbidden drugs always have a difference in their chi and blood. Their chi and blood will be more violent. Sure enough, a man in black at one of the stalls was emanating a violent aura. Jiang Kuo sensed danger. Suddenly, the items on the black-clad man's stall vanished, and he launched a sudden attack on Jiang Kuo. Jiang Kuo immediately drew his sword to block, bang! It triggered a powerful impact. The black shirt of the man in black ripped open, revealing a ferocious beast tattoo. Pan Bo. Jiang Kuo recognized the person in front of him as Pan Bo. Pan Bo quickly used his agility to escape, and Jiang Kuo gave chase. Two figures weaved between the stalls, using their footwork to gain leverage on the black market stalls. Damn it! This is terrible, all my goods are ruined. He fled, he chased. Pan Bo turned around and let out a strange hee-hee laugh at Jiang Kuo. Pan Bo led Jiang Kuo to an abandoned workshop. Jiang Kuo's 4-star hunter's waist token swayed at his waist. Pan Bo's lips curled into a grin that reached his ears. A 4-star hunter, no less. Pan Bo then pulled out a bunch of hunter badges, some 3-star and some 4-star, and at the same time he threw out a bunch of medals, some company level and a few battalion level. Jiang Kuo stared at these things, his teeth grinding together. Scoundrel! These warriors and hunters didn't die on the battlefield fighting against the alien beasts, but they died at the hands of this scoundrel. Jiang Kuo brandished his battle sword and immediately engaged Pan Bo in battle. Bang bang bang! The game was deadlocked. At that moment, a voice rang out. Don't move! Law enforcement is handling a case. Jiang Kuo recognized the voice as that of the female law enforcement officer, Mu Zitong. The fighting has not stopped. Bang! A bullet grazed Jiang Kuo's cheek and flew towards Pan Bo. A specially made bullet struck Pan Bo's arm. Pan Bo, in pain, quickly used his agility to escape. Jiang Kuo's anger erupted at this moment. That tiger woman. She almost hurt me just now. Ignoring his anger, Jiang Qiu immediately used the flowing cloud steps to continue the pursuit. The head of this wanted criminal is worth 300,000 martial coins. Most importantly, he has so many lives on his hands. Jiang Qiu continuously used the flowing cloud steps technique, and the speed of his steps was comparable to that of Pan Bo. Pan Bo jumped into the manhole and rushed towards the exit. The two stepped out of the exit one after the other, and Jiang Qiu saw that the alloy steel mesh shield that defended against the alien beasts was gone. Pan Bo quickly headed towards an abandoned tree fortress, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "Hey buddy, I've come to help." A dark figure emerged from the abandoned tree fortress. "Oh, so someone actually managed to injure the deacon." Pan Bo's face was pale. Mu Zitong's bullet was a special bullet that would slowly drain the blood and chi from a martial artist's body after hitting him. Pan Bo, his face contorted with rage, dug the bullet out with his bare hands. The law enforcement officers in Maple Leaf City are really ruthless. This bullet actually drained my life force. Jiang Qiu stared at the dark figure before him, and suddenly his body trembled. It was Wei's personal guard. It turns out that Wei's personal guards were colluding with a wanted criminal. This bodyguard is a 4th rank, first stage soldier. At this moment, Mu Zitong arrived with 2 military warriors. The 2 military warriors looked at the Wei family's personal guard, and then at Jiang Qiu's martial arts uniform. The military personnel immediately mistook Wei's personal guards for the wanted Pan Bo. The soldiers charged forward, and Jiang Qiu shouted, "No! He's a 4th rank official, you're no match for him." 2 military warriors, only at the initial stage of the 2nd rank, were instantly killed by the double axes of Wei family's personal guards. Jiang Qiu's eyes burned with rage as he brandished his longsword and fought against Wei's personal guards. At this moment, Mu Zitong was holding a gun, but the two were too close to have any chance to fire. The Wei family's personal guards stared in disbelief at the 2nd-rank martial artist before them, who was actually fighting them to a standstill. Jiang Zemin displayed the flowing cloud steps and incorporated the breaking army fist into the 100 battles saber technique. At this moment, part of the medicinal power of the body tempering soup was refined, and his body tempering realm directly broke through to the flesh tempering realm. If Jiang Qiu were to unleash the mysterious dragon body at the 9th realm of skin tempering, his chi and blood tolerance value could reach 1211 calories. When he uses the mysterious dragon body at the 1st level of the flesh refining stage, his blood and chi tolerance can directly reach 2400 calories. Unable to find a way to break the deadlock, the Wei family's personal guards poured all their energy into their double axes and struck with all their might. This was a gamble he was taking, and if he won, Jiang Qiu would be cut in half at the waist. Jiang Qiu grinned. This personal guard actually dared to release all his blood and chi to gamble. Boom! The blood armor of slaughter withstood all the impacts. The 2 axes stopped at his waist. The Wei family guards stared at Jiang Qiu in disbelief. Jiang Qiu smiled at them, a smile that was sinister. What? Jiang Qiu's attack weakened the Wei family's personal guards, and his sword was about to behead one of them. Mu Zitong pointed the gun at Jiang Qiu's head. "I order you not to move. He is a key suspect." Mu Zitong displayed the imposing aura of a law enforcement officer. Her gun was enough to threaten a martial artist of Jiang Qiu's caliber. Mu Zitong smiled slightly, thinking she had Jiang Qiu under her control. Jiang Qiu's eyes burned with rage. 2 military warriors had just died at the hands of Wei family's personal guards. Moreover, the personal guards were of Wei family status and deserved to die. If he didn't kill Wei family's personal guards, his mental state would be in turmoil. Ignoring Mu Zitong's warning, Jiang Qiu directly beheaded his personal guard. In Mu Zitong's eyes, the head of the personal guard fell off instantly, and Jiang Qiu's actions were swift and decisive. Mu Zitong's pupils flashed with shock. What? This guy actually dares to disregard the laws of Maple Leaf City. Jiang Tsua. What are you doing? Jiang Qiu smiled at Mu Zitong, a wicked smile. Jiang Qiu then pulled Pan Bo out and pressed the battle knife down on his head. Mu Zitong's hand holding the gun trembled incessantly. Jiang Qiu, Pan Bo is no longer capable of fighting. You mustn't kill him. He is of great value to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Ignoring Mu Zitong's warning, Jiang Qiu suddenly looked down at Pan Bo's head. Such a sinner, whose hands are stained with the blood of hunters and warriors, must die at his hands. You! Bang bang bang! Mu Zitong fired 3 shots into the air in a fit of rage. Jiang Qiu slowly approached him, and his imposing aura actually frightened Mu Zitong, who was not afraid even when facing a 6th-rank expert. Mu Zitong pointed the gun at Jiang Qiu. Don't come any closer. What are you doing? Chapter 38, The Church of the Beast God. Jiang Qiu gave Mu Zitong a token that he had taken from Pan Bo. Enforcer Mu, you surely recognize this token. This token is enough to get you out of trouble. Mu Zitong stared in shock at the Beast God Church's level 2 deacon token. The cult Beast God Church had actually come to Maple Leaf City. Deacons are considered minor leaders in the Church of the Beast God, and they can command their subordinate members and believers. Mu Zitong looked at the two corpses on the ground. They are key suspects. Letting them live will allow me to obtain more information from them. How could you be so impulsive? Jiang Qiu retorted angrily, don't you know what kind of people the Beast God Church is? Did they prepare those poison sacks in their molars for nothing? They're all desperados. Mu Zitong adopted her identity as a law enforcement officer, intending to use her authority to intimidate Jiang Qiu. I am a law enforcement officer, and you have an obligation to cooperate with me. You killed them just to vent your anger. Jiang Qiu grinned. Didn't you also fire a shot to vent your anger? Now you've lost your trump card of talking to me on equal terms. Mu Zitong's heart skipped a beat. She had fired the 3 bullets she had thrown, and now there was only 1 bullet left in the gun. What threat could this pose to Jiang Qiu, who was a master of movement techniques? Jiang Qiu snorted lightly, killing them to vent my anger is true, but didn't they deserve to die? One was a deacon of a cult, and the other, as a member of a noble family's personal guard, cruelly turned against his comrade. That's a capital offense. Even if they live a moment longer in this world, I feel their sins will never be absolved. Jiang Qiu's words were sharp and piercing, striking straight at Mu Zitong's chest. This young lady of the Mu family, who was used to being high and mighty, had never been spoken to like this before. Jiang Qiu's anger flared up the moment he thought about how the Wei family had colluded with the Beast God Church. Whether it was to avenge his uncle or to seek justice for the warriors who died at the hands of the cult, the Wei family deserved to die. Jiang Qiu's anger towards the Wei family caused him to lose all patience for Mu Zitong. Mu Zitong, recognize your current situation. If you keep pushing yourself, go back on your own. Mu Zitong shut up at this point. She was just a non-martial artist, and she had very few of the special bullets that could release blood from the air. If she went back alone in this wild area where strange beasts roamed, wouldn't that be like delivering midnight snacks to the beasts? Mu Zitong's temper softened, and she began to behave like a docile little rabbit. Jiang Qiu was walking towards Maple Leaf City when he noticed that Mu Zitong hadn't followed. Why aren't you leaving? Do you have any backbone? Mu Zitong's cheeks flushed crimson. Jiang Qiu. Mu Zitong looked at Jiang Qiu with a very aggrieved expression and slowly said, my legs are weak. Jiang Qiu had just killed 2 people right in front of her, and she was terrified by Jiang Qiu's godlike demeanor. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Qiu stepped forward and put his arm around Mu Zitong's waist. Mu Zitong let out a coquettish cry as she felt the touch on her waist, followed by a blush creeping up her cheeks. Mu Zitong turned her blushing face away, not daring to look at Jiang Qiu. This was the first time a man had put his arm around her waist. Jiang Qiu had one arm around Mu Zitong and held a knife in the other. Hold on to me. Mu Zitong panicked and obediently did as she was told, wrapping her arms around Jiang Qiu's neck. Jiang Qiu swiftly used the flowing cloud steps to return to Maple Leaf City. The girl in his arms was completely thrown into disarray. The girl's purple eyes flickered in the night sky. Although her mind was in turmoil, she felt a strange sense of security in Jiang Qiu's arms. The thrill of chasing the criminal was soothed at this moment. Jiang Qiu put his arm around Mu Zitong, and the two had already entered Maple Leaf City. Where are you going? I'll take you. Mu Zitong's heart skipped a beat, and she pursed her red lips. Go to the law enforcement bureau. Although they had already entered the city, neither of them mentioned that they could put Mu Zitong down. Mu Zitong's voice was soft and sweet. She knew that Jiang Qiu would respond better to gentleness than force in front of her. Jiang Qiu, please don't leave later, okay? Does Chief Enforcer Mu need some comforting because the scene just now was too bloody? Mu Zitong's face flushed, and she raised her voice, but her tone was clearly tinged with shyness. No. It's just that you'll have to cooperate in completing a statement later, since someone's dead. Jiang Qiu's anger had subsided considerably. Looking into the purple eyes of the beauty in his arms, he sighed. After all, Chief Enforcer Mu had let him hold her for so long as a law-abiding citizen, he needed to cooperate with his work. Besides, her tone just now clearly had a hint of coquetry. Jiang Qiu nodded in agreement. Maple Leaf City Inner City Law Enforcement Bureau, Case Handling Area. Mu Zitong's hands moved nimbly across the typewriter. She quickly drafted an investigation report on Pan Bo, who had killed a second-level deacon of the Church of the Beast God. Much of the content describes how urgent and uncontrollable the situation was, leaving no other choice but to kill the person. The gist of this investigation report is as follows. Zhang Qiuo, a citizen of Maple Leaf City, is a freshman at Martial Arts University and a 4-star hunter. He helped the Maple Leaf City law enforcement officer kill Pan Bo, a second-level deacon of the Beast God Church, and also killed a 4th-rank martial artist who colluded with Pan Bo. Mu Zitong was quick-witted and capable in the case handling area, no longer the delicate and weak girl she had been in Zhang Qiuo's arms. Mr. Zhang, if there are no problems with this investigation report, please sign it. As Zhang Qiuo looked at the report, he noticed that Mu Zitong had not mentioned any friction between them. This directly transformed Zhang Qiuo from a murderer who disobeyed the law enforcement officers into a heroic young man who cooperated with the officers. Zhang Qiuo smiled at Mu Zitong. Mu Zitong pouted, cursing inwardly, "You bastard, it's all your fault. Now that both of you are dead, how am I supposed to investigate the Beast God Church? I even wrote the investigation report in a positive light about you." Mu Zitong's heart pounded again, and she mentally screamed, "Zhang Qiuo. Disobeying the orders of a law enforcement officer. Indecent assault against a female law enforcement officer. Death penalty. Death penalty. He must die." Mu Zitong thought about it again and realized that she was just saying it in anger. Sigh, if Zhang Qiuo were really sentenced to death, she would be reluctant to do it. The spineless Mu Zitong could only vent her frustrations in silence. Zhang Qiuo quickly signed the investigation report. "Officer, may I leave now?" Etc. Mu Zitong was typing something on the device. "You've done a great job killing Pan Bo this time. Combined with the incident at the meat processing plant, the bonuses for both acts of bravery will be deposited into your account tomorrow. However, the certificate of honor will take a little longer." Upon hearing this news, Zhang Qiuo was both delighted and pleased. The meat processing plant had retaliated against the Zhang family and received money, while the bounty for killing Pan Bo would be 300,000 martial coins. He didn't expect the law enforcement bureau to give him another reward. Zhang Qiuo felt a warmth in his heart. Mu Zitong's efforts in facilitating this act of bravery were indispensable. He never expected that this law enforcement officer, Mu, was actually a kind-hearted person with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Now the funds for upgrading the 100 battles blade technique are almost up. From rank B to rank A. That's another huge boost in combat power. After learning all 6 C-level sword manuals, with just one more opportunity to observe sword techniques and combat skills, the 100 battles sword technique can be directly upgraded to a level. "Yes, thank you." Mu Zitong maintained her air of authority and strictness as an enforcer. "Well, you can go now." Zhang Qiuo picked up his knife and went out, quick and decisive. After finishing his work, he naturally went back to sleep. Otherwise, did he expect Mu Zitong to treat him to a late-night snack? Mu Zitong pouted, her eyebrows furrowing in displeasure. "Humph, I told you to leave, and you actually did. I've helped you so much, and you haven't even offered to treat me to a meal." Chapter 39, Swordsmanship Practice. Maple Leaf Wuhan University, Male Dormitory. The alloy doll used to release energy had its chest severely deformed, and the entire silver gray wall was covered with marks left by the burst of energy. Maple Leaf Bank receives 1 million martial coins. Zhang Qiuo was woken up by the warm alarm sound. "I really love this wonderful alarm sound." Zhang Qiuo glanced at his phone and saw that Mu Zitong had sent him a voice message. "Zhang Qiuo, the reward for your act of bravery has been deposited into your account." The tone remained as cold and aloof as ever. Looking at the balance in his account, Zhang Qiuo realized that there was another problem. The Martial Arts Alliance had very strict control over martial arts techniques, and the higher the grade of the martial arts technique, the harder it was to buy. Purchasing in large quantities through legitimate channels will definitely be considered reselling. Zhang Qiuo pondered, thinking that the teacher at the school's sales office was sometimes easy to talk to, and that he had already used up his annual purchase quota of 5D level sword techniques books. How will you know if you don't try? This time, he was asking for a favor. In accordance with Uncle Wang's usual style, he would carry 2 jugs of wine. Zhang Qiuo followed suit and carried 2 gifts. Zhang Sua, carrying gifts, stepped into the school's sales office. An old man buried himself in a pile of goods consisting of elixirs, martial arts techniques, weapons, and armor. He gently tapped on the counter and looked at the old man with a smile. Teacher, look, these are some local specialties I brought for you. The old man waved his hand. Kid, what's up this time? Jiang Qiuo put down the local specialties and said, Hee, teacher, I bought 5 books on sword techniques and combat skills before to create my own martial arts. The effect was quite good. I actually figured out 1 or 2 moves. The old man pushed up his slipping reading glasses and glanced at Jiang Qiuo. This kid isn't here to buy sword techniques and martial arts skills again, is he? So you're here to buy swordsmanship techniques? Jiang Qiuo nodded, yes, teacher, this time I want to buy 6 sea-level sword techniques. 6 books? That's a rather large quantity. The old man looked at Jiang Qiuo in front of him. How could a martial arts university student like him have so much money to buy 6 sea-level sword techniques? The old man looked Jiang Qiuo up and down suspiciously. Could this kid have already sold the martial arts technique he bought from me last time? If this martial arts technique circulates into a cult, it will be a disaster. You brat, even your teacher wouldn't dare to ask for 6 C-rank martial arts techniques. You've got quite the appetite, haven't you? If you've really developed any original martial arts techniques, come and show them to me. After saying that, the old man took out a shield from the counter, a B-grade alloy shield. Jiang Qiuo took the alloy shield. Who's responsible if it gets damaged? A grade B alloy shield can withstand a full force attack from a grade 4 beast. How could you, a freshman, break it? Don't be ridiculous. Do you really think that attending a martial arts academy for a few days makes you a powerful expert? The old man said directly, if you damage it, it's on me. Jiang Qiuo and the old man arrived at the perimeter of the sales area, where several students were watching, including Lin Ke, who had come to buy something. Jiang Qiuo looked at the old man and grinned. Even if you don't sell me martial arts skills, I'll still make a profit once I break this shield. Look, the rookie king is arguing with the old man at the sales counter. I bet 10 martial arts coins he can't cut through it. Dude, stop joking. That's a grade B alloy, it's amazing he even managed to leave a mark. Lin Ke looked at Jiang Qiuo. Was his swordsmanship really that strong? In Lin Ke's memory, Jiang Qiuo never did anything without being sure of success. Jiang Qiuo drew his sword, channeled his chi and blood, and unleashed the Azure Dragon Slash. With a single swing, a surge of energy cleaved the B-grade shield in 2, shattering the floor tiles into a spiderweb-like pattern. The old man's reading glasses, which were perched on his ears, fell to the ground. Damn, it really broke. Holy crap, even a third-rank martial artist would die from this strike. Only those few geniuses in their senior year could probably make B-grade alloys. The old man glared angrily at Jiang Qiuo. Kid, this B-grade shield is mine, but you'll have to pay for the floor tile yourself. Jiang Qiuo snorted lightly, ha. This old man has no class at all. Okay, I'll pay 10 yuan for each of those floor tiles that cost tens of yuan. The old man carefully put away the 2 halves of the B-grade alloy shield, gave Jiang Qiuo an angry snort, and then slammed the door of the sales area shut. Jiang Qiuo shook his head. What kind of vision did this old man have? Lin Ke stepped forward and asked, Jiang Qiuo, why are you arguing with Teacher Bai? Jiang Qiuo spread his hands out. I just wanted to buy a few sword techniques from him to create my own, but he insisted that I was reselling them. After learning the whole story, Lin Ke's fair face broke into a pair of sweet dimples. Lin Ke's mind started racing at this moment. Jiang Qiuo is also very talented in swordsmanship, so it's perfect to have him as my sparring partner. Let him be my sparring partner, so that my swordsmanship can be further improved before the final practical assessment. Lin Ke's lips curled into a smile. Jiang Qiuo, I can help you with your need for sword techniques. Our Lin family's martial arts pavilion has a wide variety of sword techniques. However, you'll have to be my sparring partner, my swordsmanship sparring partner. Swordsmanship sparring partner? Lin Ke actually took a liking to me and asked me to be her swordsmanship sparring partner. The Lin family is a family of swordsmen, and Lin Ro, who comes from the Lin family, is a master swordsman. Wouldn't it be a win-win situation for me to be Lin Ke's swordsmanship sparring partner? Moreover, Lin Ke promised that if he went to the Lin family's scripture pavilion, he would get his hands on those 6 sea-level sword techniques. There is still hope for one more observation session. Jiang Qiuo looked at Lin Ke with some excitement, wondering if he could also meet his observation target for the next time. Lin Ke, have you reached the level of subtlety in your swordsmanship? Lin Ke pouted, her eyebrows furrowed. If I could reach the level of microscopic perception, would I still need you as my sparring partner? I asked you to be my sparring partner because I want to improve my martial arts skills through actual combat. Jiang Qiuo realized that she had gotten too excited. It was indeed unrealistic for a freshman girl to achieve AB-level swordsmanship at the microscopic realm. However, the Lin family is a family that uses knives, and as long as you are in the Lin family, you will always have the opportunity to observe the B-level knife skills at the microscopic level. At the same time, if Lin Ke's swordsmanship becomes more refined as he practices, wouldn't he be able to take the opportunity to observe it? If he himself becomes more refined, wouldn't that be even more beneficial? With this in mind, Jiang Qiuo agreed to Lin Ke's request. Lin Ke was overjoyed. Her older sister had wanted Jiang Qiuo to come to the Lin family several times, but she never expected that she would let her invite him back to the Lin family under the guise of a sparring partner. I brought back the people my older sister couldn't bring back. Lin Ke led Jiang Qiuo out of the school gate. Butler, this is the sparring partner I hired from the school. The Lin family's butler gave Lin Ke a knowing look, opened the car door for Jiang Qiuo, and respectfully gestured for him to enter. This scene was witnessed by students from Wuhan University. Holy crap, the Rookie of the Year was taken home by campus belle Lin Ke. Look at the treatment the new king receives. The butler personally opens the car door. Do you know that the Lin family's butler is a 5th-rank martial artist? Sigh, that's how the world works. Martial arts strength is everything. Jiang Qiuo just cleaved through a B-grade alloy shield, and the next second Lin Ke invited him back to be her sparring partner. In my opinion, being a sparring partner is just a pretext. The real purpose is to win them over. Wang Wuhai, who was in the crowd, also saw this scene. He wiped away a tear. As Jiang Qiuo's good younger brother, his tears were not out of jealousy, but because he was genuinely happy for his older brother. Wang Wuhai immediately sent a private message to brother Jiang, which contained 3 thumbs-up emojis. Chapter 40, Lin Family Scripture Pavilion. The Lin family's residence, the Jingda Pavilion. Keep your voice down, we sneaked up here. Lin Ke led Jiang Qiuo up to his family's scripture pavilion. Jiang Suo was deeply moved as he looked at the vast collection of scriptures that stretched from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor ceiling. This is what a prestigious family is like. They actually possess such a vast array of martial arts techniques. Lin Ke led Jiang Qiuo up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor contained D-level and C-level martial arts techniques. Jiang Qiuo, this is where the C-level sword techniques are stored. Jiang Qiuo looked at the 3rd floor and asked, Lin Ke, is the 3rd floor where A-level martial arts techniques are stored? Lin Ke nodded. Yes, if you want to go up and take a look, you have to meet one of 2 conditions. One is to marry into the Lin family and become a member of the Lin family. The other is to kill a bishop of the Beast God Society. Jiang Qiuo was taken aback. He had only asked about the scriptures on the 3rd floor, and Lin Ke had already laid out the conditions for going up to the 3rd floor. Lin Ke stared at Jiang Qiuo, afraid that Jiang Qiuo would lose control and take a few more sword techniques books. Jiang Qiuo, you can only take 6 books. If you take more, my pleading and cajoling won't work. Jiang Qiuo smiled lightly. The highest grade martial arts skill on his 2nd floor was only C-level. Even if he took more, it wouldn't be of any use to him. Okay, take 6 books. You decide. Lin Hai watched as his daughter led a stranger into the scripture pavilion and even started practicing martial arts. He immediately felt that his usually well-behaved daughter was about to be abducted by this man. Honey, do you see? Our daughter has grown up. Jiang Qiuo quickly selected 6 C-level sword techniques from the wall covered with sword skills. All right. Lin Ke nodded. Come on, I'll take you to my training room. Lin Ke grabbed Jiang Qiuo's hand and headed towards the training room. Lin Hai felt a pang of jealousy when he saw Lin Ke holding Jiang Qiuo's hand. My little sweetheart, whom I hold in the palm of my hand, is already holding hands with a boy. Lin Hai darted forward and immediately followed. After Lin Ke led Jiang Qiuo into the training room, she immediately locked the door from the inside. You'll learn martial arts here. Jiang Qiuo looked around the training room, the B-grade alloy floor, the blood and chi dummy, and a row of steel knives. As expected of the Lin family, they are so wealthy. Jiang Qiuo didn't stand on ceremony with Lin Ke and took out a C-level martial arts manual to begin learning. Triple Wave Slash. Jiang Qiuo began, starting his training according to the methods described in the martial arts manual. Call. Call. The sword energy piled up like ocean waves, and this technique of concentrating sword energy was similar to the 6-move combo of the 100 battles sword technique. During the initial learning process, Jiang Qiuo transferred the combos of the 100 battles blade technique to the stacked wolf triple slash. Suddenly, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he unleashed a 6-hit combo, 6 stacked wave slashes. Wow! 6-fold wave slash. Lin Ke's eyes widened in disbelief. The power of the triple wave slash would explode at the third level, while Jiang Qiuo's six-fold slash unleashed even greater power in each level after the third. Your talent is terrifying. Faced with Lin Ke's praise, Jiang Qiuo picked up the second martial arts manual and began to study it again. Outside the door, Lin Hai paced anxiously. Oh dear. It's been an hour already. What are those two doing in there? Lin Hai called the butler over. Go inside and take a look. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the training room. Miss, what would you like to eat? Lin Ke looked at Jiang Qiuo, who was sweating profusely. She wasn't hungry, but Jiang Qiuo would consume a lot of his energy every time he learned a new martial art. This won't do. Bring some foods that replenish qi and blood, and deliver them every hour. After the butler left, he reported to Lin Hai, Master, don't worry, they are practicing their swordsmanship. They also said they would bring food every hour. Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief, hoping his precious daughter wouldn't be fooled. Jiang Qiuo quickly mastered the technique, and the steward brought out 2 bowls of third-grade blood beast meat soup. After Lin Ke took it, she said to the housekeeper, you go and eat first. Jiang Qiuo took the blood beast meat soup from Lin Ke. Having mastered 2 sword techniques, Jiang Qiuo was starving. Gulp, gulp, it was done in half a minute. As the blood beast broth entered his stomach, the energy and blood he had consumed while practicing his sword began to recover rapidly. No wonder these scions of noble families often cultivate much faster than ordinary people. This specially made nourishing soup can quickly restore the qi and blood consumed during cultivation. As long as there's enough nourishing soup, you can keep cultivating. Seeing that Jiang Qiuo quickly finished the blood beast meat soup, Lin Ke gave him her share. Here, I'll give you this one too. I only took 1 sip. Jiang Qiuo took it and drank it all in 1 gulp. The 2 servings of blood beast meat soup continued to help Jiang Qiuo recover his energy and blood. Jiang Qiuo began practicing the sword techniques in the 3rd volume. Thunder Blade. Call. Call. Jiang Qiuo continued to swing his sword, and a crackling sound of lightning slowly appeared on the blade. The Thunder Blade intent and the Wind and Thunder Blade intent that Jiang Qiuo comprehended secretly resonated with each other. A purple lightning python appeared in Jiang Qiuo's pupils, enhancing his Wind and Thunder Blade intent, making his blade strikes even more swift and fierce. With the enhancement of the Wind and Thunder Blade intent, the attack speed of the battle blade became both swift and fierce. Jiang Qiuo swiftly swung his sword, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the air. Lin Ke stared blankly at this scene. Wind and Thunder Blade intent. This guy has mastered the essence of this blade technique. Once the Wind and Thunder Blade intent is comprehended, the blade's momentum will be incredibly swift. Moreover, the thunderous power within Jiang Qiuo's Wind and Thunder Blade intent is immense, making his blade technique extremely destructive. Jiang Qiuo then practiced the 4th and 5th sword techniques. By the time he got to the 6th book, Jiang Qiuo looked at the title of the book, Shadow Blade. This sword technique is clearly more difficult to learn than the previous ones. As the eldest daughter of a family of swordsmen, Lin Ke naturally understood the difficulty of mastering the Shadow Blade and its effects. This Shadow Blade can be used as a blade, and is known for its unpredictability and danger. If mastered, it can kill enemies invisibly. Jiang Qiuo continuously comprehended the changes in light and shadow during the sword-wielding process. The light and shadow were illusory, while the sword was real, and the transformation between the illusory and the real was constant. Jiang Qiuo's eyes flashed with a sharp light. This shadow blade was a cunning blade, making the opponent mistake the actual blade for its shadow. Jiang Qiuo has also mastered the basics of the shadow blade technique. Call. Lin Ke looked at Jiang Qiuo, who had actually learned the shadow blade technique in such a short time. Jiang Qiuo adjusted his breathing to calm his turbulent blood and qi. The 6 sea-level martial arts techniques he had acquired this time had brought him considerable gains. At this moment, the butler brought over 2 more servings of nourishing food. Jiang Qiuo ate heartily while simultaneously summoning the system. System, the 100 Battles Sword Technique has absorbed all sea-level sword technique experience. The 100 Battles Sword Technique absorbs all sea-level sword technique experience. To upgrade to a level sword technique, it needs to observe a B-level microscopic realm sword technique once. I'll be able to advance to the next level soon. Chapter 41. You're the sparring partner. Jiang Sui has finished enjoying the nourishing food for replenishing qi and blood. Seeing that he seemed to want more, Lin Ke asked, would you like another one? Jiang Qiuo thought to himself, I'm eating way too much. No, thank you. Lin Ke stood up from her cross-legged position, a slight smile playing on her lips. She got up and went to the row of steel knives, all of which were unsharpened. Lin Ke picked one out and tossed it to Jiang Qiu, then picked one up for herself. Jiang Qiu took the steel knife and twirled it in his hand. If there are no problems, let's begin. Good. The moment the word good left her lips, Lin Ke lunged towards Jiang Qiu. The crescent moon slash was unleashed swiftly. Jiang Qiu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. This was actually an A-level martial skill, crescent slash. If Lin Ke, who was proficient in the A-level crescent blade, were to use a B-level martial art, wouldn't he have already reached the realm of subtlety? Jiang Qiu suddenly drew his sword and unleashed the overlapping wave slash. Jiang Qiu swung his knife with incredible speed, swiftly unleashing 3 slashes. The sword strikes piled up like giant waves. Just as Jiang Qiu was about to unleash his 5th strike, Lin Ke interrupted Jiang Qiu's attack with an even more powerful move. The accumulated power of Jiang Qiu's overlapping blades vanished instantly. Lin Ke smiled gently, showing off her success to Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu was excited. Lin Ke, a master swordsman, was about to give him a thrilling and exhilarating swordsmanship battle. The two then unleashed their full swordsmanship skills, fighting for countless rounds. Jiang Qiu and this genius girl who wields a knife are evenly matched in their fight. Lin Hai, who was watching from the sidelines, suddenly widened his pupils and his facial muscles twitched. Well, the man Xiao Ke brought back actually fought him to a standstill. Lin Hai said to the butler beside him, "Butler, help me find out who this kid is." Jiang Qiu continuously gained new insights from Lin Ke's swordsmanship. As the eldest daughter of a family specializing in swordsmanship, Lin Ke had spent far more time on swordsmanship than Jiang Qiu. Clang, 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 the 2 steel blades clashed, sparks flying. Jiang Qiu's lips curled up. During his battle with Lin Ke, he vaguely felt that his proficiency in the 100 battles sword technique was about to break through. In this swordsmanship competition, it's really hard to say who will be the sparring partner. The Wind and Thunder blade was aimed at Jiang Qiu's steel blade, creating invisible pressure on Lin Ke. The swordsmanship is so exquisite, it's right before my eyes. Lin Ke's steel blade slashed horizontally towards Jiang Qiu, while Jiang Qiu also unleashed his own sword technique, slashing at Lin Ke. Just then, Jiang Qiu's 100 battles sword technique successfully reached the microscopic level. At this moment, Jiang Qiu's eyes were not filled with excitement and joy at his breakthrough in swordsmanship, but with fear. His strike had reached the level of the microscopic realm. If it were aimed at Lin Ke, it would surely cause serious injury. Jiang Qiu quickly turned to the side, releasing the powerful blow onto the alloy floor. Boom! The B-grade alloy floor was cleaved in 2 by a single strike, the crack stretching 5 meters long and half a meter deep at its core. Lin Hai's anger subsided. If that knife had landed on his precious daughter, this day next year would have been Jiang Qiu's death anniversary. Lin Ke was too late to stop herself. She was terrified because Jiang Qiu's sudden turn exposed her left waist. Xianlong body. Jiang Qiu then activated the golden body form of his horizontal martial arts technique for defense. Lin Ke's knife struck Jiang Qiu in the waist, a very solid blow. Lin Ke immediately dropped the knife. Jiang Qiu. Lin Ke stepped forward, her eyes instantly filling with tears. Why did you suddenly change the direction of your swing? Tears streamed down Lin Ke's face. You big idiot. Lin Ke reached out and tugged at Jiang Qiu's martial arts uniform. Jiang Qiu panicked and desperately tried to protect the little crybaby with his hands. It was one thing for the little crybaby to cry, but why was he resorting to violence? Lin Ke pulled Jiang Qiu's clothes with tremendous force. Hey, let me see how badly you're injured. Lin Ke and Jiang Qiu were fighting over the clothes. Jiang Qiu protected it fiercely. He couldn't afford to lose his innocence. Cough, cough. Lin Hai, who had been watching from the shadows, appeared at this moment. Xiao Ke, this kid is fine. His golden body completely withstood your knife attack. Good lad, he actually reached the 1st level of body refinement at the 2nd rank. Lin Ke was slightly shocked. Not long ago, Jiang Qiu was only at the skin tempering realm in the body refinement realm test, but he broke through a major realm in just a few days. Lin Ke pursed her delicate lips, feeling that she hadn't had enough fun with Jiang Qiu just now. Then let's do it again. Jiang Qiu. Just as Lin Ke was about to pick up the knife, Lin Hai stopped her, saying, Xiao Ke, you can't possibly defeat Jiang Qiu in terms of swordsmanship now. Lin Ke's eyes were full of doubt. She had just slashed Jiang Qiu, but she was not injured at all. Why? Jiang Qiu slowly said to Lin Ke, because my swordsmanship is extremely refined. I've gone to great lengths, even with a light touch. Lin Ke's heart trembled. She was happy for Jiang Qiu, but also felt resentful for herself. So, I've become a sparring partner. Lin Ke pointed to himself, saying that he had painstakingly taken Jiang Qiu to the scripture pavilion to select martial arts techniques, and then fought for hundreds of rounds, but instead of achieving a breakthrough in his swordsmanship, his sparring partner Jiang Qiu had taken the lead in mastering the subtle techniques. Damn it, this Jiang Qiu has such strange luck. Lin Hai then took a steel knife from the knife rack, becoming increasingly curious about the man who was about to abduct his daughter. Young man, you can still fight, right? Let's exchange a few blows. Lin Ke and Jiang Qiu were both surprised and exchanged a few blows with the 7th rank martial artist. Dad, what are you doing? A 7th rank official fighting a 2nd rank official? How can you have the nerve to do that? Lin Hai said, don't worry, I will suppress my cultivation level and won't hurt him. Dad just hasn't seen the sword technique he just used and wants to experience it for himself. Jiang Qiu was more than happy to be guided by a strong person like Lin Hai, and he still had one more observation opportunity. Good. Jiang Qiu readily agreed, and Lin Hai's eyes sparkled with joy. It had been a long time since he had encountered a genius in swordsmanship. Jiang Qiu, whose swordsmanship was exquisite, wanted to test its power first. He thrust his sword fiercely at Lin Hai, the sword flashing with the intent of wind and thunder. Lin Hai's crescent blade had reached a level of unparalleled skill, while Jiang Qiu's wind and thunder blade intent was being subtly suppressed by something invisible. At this moment, the blade's energy surged. Lin Hai let Jiang Qiu complete the first 5 strikes of the 6-fold wave slash, because he also wanted to see the power of a martial art that had condensed 6 layers of sword energy. The final blow came at him like a tsunami, and Lin Hai condensed the crescent blade energy to defend against it. 6-fold wave slash, this kid is truly a genius who created his own martial arts. Show me your tricks, let me have a go. Jiang Qiu poured his vital energy into the steel blade and slashed fiercely at Lin Hai. Lin Hai poured his vital energy into the steel blade. The Azure Dragon Slash was extremely powerful. Even though Lin Hai had infused his blood and chi into the steel blade, the blade still bent. Good. This attack will surely kill even a 4th-grade beast. Chapter 42. As long as swordsmanship can improve, a 7th-rank martial artist can be a sparring partner. Lin Hai, a burly man, gripped his steel knife tightly with his calloused hands. As the head of the Lin family in this generation, his talent was not outstanding, but he had the advantage of perseverance. Mu Yanwu, who was the same age as him, commented that Brother Lin was the most hard-working martial arts practitioner he had ever seen. At this moment, the 7th-rank martial artist was shocked by Jiang Qiu's talent, who had mastered a sword technique at the microscopic level in his first year of university. Looking at the entire Maple Leaf City, Jiang Qiu is a top-tier genius. Lin Hai slashed at Jiang Qiu with his steel blade. As a 7th-rank martial artist, he used moves that were suitable for a martial artist of Jiang Qiu's level. Jiang Qiu immediately understood Lin Hai's intention. This was a subtle hint. An opportunity to spar with a 7th-rank martial artist. Lin Hai's crescent moon blade technique constantly forced Jiang Qiu to unleash more fluid martial arts techniques. At the same time, Lin Hai also demonstrated his perfect crescent moon blade technique to Jiang Qiu during the training session. The 100 Battles sword technique has met the upgrade requirements and has been upgraded to a plus rank. Jiang Qiu's eyes filled with light, his chest heaved violently, and he unleashed another Azure Dragon Slash. Lin Hai shouted, "Good!" Lin Hai then used his movement skills to dodge the attack. Boom! After the strike, a crack appeared that ran through the entire training room. Jiang Qiu stared at the crack. His 100 Battles sword technique had actually broken through to a plus level. This must be due to Lin Hai's perfect sword technique. As long as sword skills improve, even a 7th-rank martial artist can be his sparring partner. Observing the Lin family head's perfect sword technique has been incredibly rewarding. Lin Hai was only thinking that sparring with Jiang Qiu might unleash his potential, but he didn't expect that Jiang Qiu would actually be forced to use his ultimate technique. The advancement of a self-created martial art depends not only on martial arts experience, but also on the timing in the blink of an eye. Young friend Jiang Qiu, your attack took full advantage of the right time, place, and people. Lin Hai looked at the young man with exceptional swordsmanship talent and said, Jiang Qiu, your swordsmanship talent is top-notch even in the Eastern Martial Arts Alliance. I have high hopes for you. Lin Hai then extended an olive branch, young friend Jiang Qiu, my Lin family is willing to fully support you. I will cover all your cultivation resources, such as pills and martial arts techniques, during your time at the Martial Arts University. Once you graduate, you can join the Maple Leaf Army and lead them to reclaim the land that belongs to humanity. Lin Ke is someone I've cherished and raised. I can tell she's interested in you too. Lin Ke blushed at Lin Hai's words and gently stepped on Lin Hai's foot. Dad, if you say that again, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. The generous terms were tempting to Jiang Qiuo, but agreeing would mean joining the Lin family and becoming their subject. Patriarch Lin, I will lead humanity to reclaim our territory, but I, Jiang Qiuo, am a free spirit and do not wish to become an appendage of any family. At this moment, Jiang Qiuo once again delivered a powerful reply, and the Beast God Church, its deacons, bishops, and pope, I will destroy them all. I killed a second-level deacon a few days ago. Lin Hai was deeply moved by Jiang Qiuo's words. He had a blood feud with the Beast God Church, and Jiang Qiuo actually had such a heart. Good lad, you've got ambition. Since that's the case, I won't force you. Lin Hai had given up on forcing the issue, but Lin Ke was anxious she couldn't bear to let go. Jiang Sua, I want to become your disciple. Becoming an apprentice? Lin Hai and Jiang Qiuo were both stunned. What kind of operation was this? Did Lin Hai not know how to teach her? Lin Ke stepped forward and took Lin Hai's arm. Dad, although our Lin family is a family of swordsmen with a deep family tradition, you yourself said that his talent for swordsmanship is unparalleled. Wouldn't he be the future sword saint? If I become his disciple, wouldn't I be the disciple of the future sword saint? As the man who raised Lin Ke, how could Lin Hai not know what his daughter was thinking? Lin Ke tugged at Lin Hai's sleeve and began his secret weapon of coaxing. Dad, please. Lin Hai shrugged. As long as you can handle your master, I'm fine with it. Thank you, Dad. Lin Ke also used her charm on Jiang Qiuo. Master. Master. Please accept me as your disciple. Jiang Qiuo was defeated after only a few rounds. Alright, I agree, good disciple. In fact, Jiang Qiuo was just pretending to decline. If he could become the master of this little princess who was cherished by everyone in the Lin family, wouldn't his status in the Lin family be higher than that of the Lin family's retainers? At the apprenticeship ceremony, Jiang Qiuo couldn't refuse Lin Hai and Lin Ke's insistence on holding an apprenticeship ceremony. Jiang Qiuo and Lin's father sat together on two chairs, while Lin Ke knelt in front of them. Prior to this, Lin Ke had specially added an identical seat next to the head of the household to show respect for his master, Jiang Qiuo. Lin Ke brought out a cup of tea and handed it to Jiang Qiuo, saying, Master, please have some tea. Being called master by others fills Jiang Sua with a great sense of accomplishment, but also with a touch of embarrassment. Lin Ke knew how to treat everyone equally, so she specially prepared 2 servings of tea. She handed the remaining serving to her father, saying, Dad, you can have some tea too. Lin Hai took the tea from his daughter, took a sip, and said to Jiang Qiuo beside him, Young friend Jiang, now that you are Lin Ke's master, you are a distinguished guest of our Lin family, and we will treat you as a guest master. Lin Hai was very sincere, and he showed Jiang Qiuo the utmost respect to this guest elder who was 5 realms below him. As a guest elder, you can freely choose any martial arts manual from the 1st and 2nd floors of the Lin family's scripture pavilion, and you can choose 1 martial arts manual from the top floor. Furthermore, if young friend Jiang encounters any trouble in the future, our Lin family will do everything in our power to help you. Jiang Qiuo finally realized the true value of Lin Ke's master. Becoming the master of this little princess of the Lin family had made the entire Lin family his background. Since Lin Hai has been so polite in giving me the opportunity to enter the Lin family's martial arts pavilion and choose a martial arts technique, I might as well take advantage of this opportunity to choose a martial arts technique that I like before leaving the Lin family. Inside the scripture pavilion, Jiang Qiuo actually found a martial arts manual that he really liked. Among the vast sea of B-level martial arts techniques, Jiang Qiuo found a book called Flowing Cloud Leg Technique. The 2 combat techniques, Flowing Cloud Leg Technique and Flowing Cloud Footwork, one a body technique and the other a leg technique, both originated from the same powerful master, Mu Luyun. Jiang Qiuo chose the Flowing Cloud Leg Technique not because he admired Yi Luyun so much, but because the 2 martial arts originated from the same source, and once he learned them, there was a high chance that he could trigger martial arts resonance. Martial arts resonance can unleash a stronger effect on top of the original level of a martial arts technique. Jiang Qiuo's ancient dragon scripture resonated with the Xianlong body refining technique, making the strength of the Xianlong golden body far exceed its original strength. The Flowing Cloud Leg Technique is divided into 4 types: front leg, intercepting leg, sweeping leg, and back kick. The straight leg kick is a common leg technique. Maintain a steady and solid stance. The leg severing technique uses hidden force. The leg sweeps diagonally like an iron whip, forcefully injecting the power of qi and blood into the enemy's body. The sweeping leg technique targets the enemy's lower body, making it a deadly move that sweeps away their base. The back kick is an attack aimed at the rear, often used to launch surprise attacks. Zhang Qiuo spent an entire night learning the B-level flowing cloud leg technique, and after mastering it, he indeed achieved a martial arts resonance with the flowing cloud footwork. The resonance of martial arts techniques allowed the flowing cloud leg technique to advance directly to the proficient level. The flowing cloud step technique directly reached the realm of subtlety. After mastering the flowing cloud steps, Zhang Qiuo's figure moved as swiftly as flowing clouds. In future battles against Lin Ke, as long as I use the flowing cloud steps with all my might, Lin Ke will have no chance to hurt me. Wei Yu and Zhang Jia, are you prepared to fail the final exam? Chapter 43 Forbidden Drug appears, Lightning Wolf goes berserk. In the outer city area, at the city defense square, the new students of Maple Leaf Martial Arts University are all ready to go. Wang Wuhai looked at Zhang Qiuo beside him and said, "Brother Jiang, this final exam is like a shopping trip for you. The batch of exotic beast meat you sent last time has already been made into jerky and sold." Zhang Qiuo has reached an agreement with Wang Wuhai, whereby Zhang Qiuo will be responsible for hunting the strange beasts and Wang Wuhai will be responsible for sales. The two will start a company together. Zhang Qiuo knew that martial artists must own their own businesses, otherwise they would find it difficult to move forward. Qi and blood pills, golden body liquid, martial arts techniques, and weapons all require money, and the expenses will increase as the cultivation level rises. The poor study literature, the rich study martial arts. By the winter break, Zhanghai Meat Processing Plant can be officially established. Just then, the Zhang family's meat processing plant was destroyed, and Zhanghai Meat Processing Plant can take advantage of the market gap left by the Zhang family. With Zhanghai Meat Processing Plant as its backing, Jiangsuo will receive strong resource support. Standing atop the city wall, Zhang Feiyang, the head of the grade, spoke in a booming voice, "Students, you have been at Wuhan University for a semester now, and it is time to put yourselves to the test. Martial artists are born to fight against strange beasts. I hope you can show courage and fearlessness. This time, we will continue to use the points system in the virtual mirror. The first place winner of this competition will be rewarded with a grade 3 Qi and blood pill. The second and third place winners will be rewarded with bone forging soup. Of course, I also hope that you will act within your capabilities and use your wristwatch to call for help if the situation becomes uncontrollable." Zhang Jia and Wei Yu both looked at Zhang Qiuo, their eyes revealing a desire to kill him. Zhang Jia turned to Wei Yu and said, "This time, Zhang Qiuo should finally lose his life in the wilderness." Wei Yu's lips curled into a grin towards his ears. "My brother has already arranged for the Wei family's personal guards to be included in the assessment. They'll just stage a scene where Zhang Qiuo is no match for the alien beast." Zhang Qiuo stared at Wei Yu and Zhang Jia, his blood surging. Don't worry, I won't let you flounder for long." Wang Wuhai glared back at the two men. "Brother Jiang, be careful of these two. They're both wicked, and I'm afraid they might do something to you." Lin Ke gripped the battle sword with her small, fair hand. She pouted slightly, clearly displeased with Wei and Zhang. "Master, don't worry, I will protect you." Wang Wuhai was both surprised and delighted. When did Brother Jiang become the master of the Lin family's little princess? "Brother Jiang, you're awesome." Wang Wuhai increasingly felt that recognizing Zhang Qiuo as his elder brother was the right thing to do. Since Zhang Qiuo could become the master of the Lin family's beloved disciple, then Zhang Qiuo was an honored guest of the Lin family. The Lin family, who wield absolute power within the Maple Leaf Army. "What are you spacing out for, fatty? Kill the monster." Wang Wuhai was pulled back to reality by Zhang Qiuo's call. At this moment, the city gates of Maple Leaf City had been opened, and the freshmen of Martial Arts University poured out of the city like fish. "Fatty, Core, I'm going first. If we encounter any monsters we can't handle, run into the tree fortress. It's Brother Jiang. It's Master." Zhang Qiuo quickened his pace in front of the two men, and in an instant, his figure disappeared from their sight. Zhang Qiuo ventured quite a distance deeper, thinking, if I had stuck with them earlier, I wouldn't have had enough monsters to kill on my own. His ears twitched, and the slightest sound reached them. This commotion made Zhang Qiuo's eyes light up even more. The panting sounded like that of a raging wild boar. Judging from the sound, there must be quite a few bloodthirsty boars. Zhang Qiuo touched his battle sword, his eyes filled with longing for flesh and blood. "Little pigs, let you become the next batch of Wang's dried meat at Zhanghai Meat Processing Plant." Flowing cloud steps. Jiangsuo suddenly lunged towards the direction where the wild boar was panting. A gentle breeze swept by, and Zhang Qiuo leaped onto a tree next to the wild boar camp. Several wild boars lay on the mud puddle, while others rolled around merrily in the mud. Muddy water splashed onto the wild boars in the mud pit, causing them to grunt and snort. Jiangsuo counted the wild boars in the wild boar camp, 9, 10. 16. 16 wild boars. Zhang Qiuo's eyes were full of excitement. 16 wild boars in total. The meat from the slaughtered beasts would need to be hauled up by truck. Zhang Qiuo leaped from the tree onto a wild boar, using the flowing cloud leg technique. With a slanted kick, Zhang Qiuo broke the ribs of a wild boar beside him, the broken ribs piercing directly into the boar's heart. The grunting wild boar began to pounce on Zhang Qiuo. Facing the horde of wild boars charging towards him, Zhang Qiuo's eyes blazed with excitement for battle. Perfect timing. I can finally test out my flowing cloud steps. Day. Zhang Qiuo used every move of the flowing cloud leg technique: straight leg kick, intercepting leg kick, sweeping leg kick, and back kick. Bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. Zhang Qiuo annihilated all 16 wild boars, which lay on the muddy ground. Zhang Qiuo began scanning using the wristband. Slay the berserker boar, score plus 320. It's still best to hunt wild boars in packs like these. You can get 320 points in one go. Zhang Qiuo glanced at the points leaderboard when he had a moment to spare. Lin Ko had 80 points and Wei Yu had 42 points. Zhang Qiuo curled the corners of his mouth. Oh, as expected of my disciple, you actually killed 4 second-grade exotic beasts in one go. After the scan was complete, Zhang Qiuo put the 16 rabid blood boars into his spatial storage. Next, we just need to hand it over to Wang Wuhai to make into jerky. Just as Zhang Qiuo was about to continue searching for the strange beast, a running figure appeared behind him. Help! Help! A lightning wolf was chasing her. Zhang Qiuo recognized the girl. Zhao Keqing was a student who usually performed quite well, so why couldn't she handle a thunder wolf in actual combat? Zhang Qiuo acted decisively and discovered that the lightning wolf's eyes were blood red and it was radiating a violent and irritable aura. Zhang Qiuo slashed out with his sword, cutting the thunder wolf in two. A violent surge of blood energy erupted. Zhao Keqing had been bitten on the leg, and blood was flowing out continuously. Zhang Qiuo, thank you. Zhang Qiuo took out some emergency medicine powder and sprinkled it on her wound. What's wrong with you? The violent blood energy in this wolf is not right. Zhao Keqing's brows furrowed tightly. I saw Zhang Jia pour some red powder into a pond. I thought it was some kind of medicine to weaken the alien beasts, and I was about to attack the thunderwolves that had drunk the water from the pond. Zhao Keqing's eyes suddenly widened in horror, but this lightning wolf is clearly not as strong as the one I encountered in the illusory mirror. So it was Zhang Jia. That's a kind of medicine that can make the blood and qi in a living organism run wild. Zhao Keqing exclaimed, isn't that a banned drug? How did Zhang Jia get it? Forbidden drugs? You'll have to ask that young master of the Wei family. The Wei family are the beast god's loyal dogs. Getting some forbidden drugs that can make one's blood and qi go berserk is incredibly easy for them. If these beasts go berserk, it will be much more difficult for other students to hunt them and earn points. Wouldn't Wei Yu and Zhang Jia be the ones who benefit? If they find an opportunity to kill me, wouldn't Wei Yu be number one on the leaderboard? No, the most crucial point is that the other students simply cannot withstand such a ferocious beast for long. They will all call for help and evacuate. The beast went berserk, and most of the students evacuated. Zhang Qiuo, was arrogant and conceited, and died in the beast's mouth. Zhang Qiuo grinned. Wei Yu, Zhang Jia, even if you send out the Wei family's personal guards, you can't do anything to me. This wilderness will become your burial ground. Chapter 44, Slaying Wei Family Guards. Zhang Qiuo said to Zhao Keqing, I suggest you call for help immediately. The entire wilderness is now teeming with these berserk beasts. Zhao Keqing looked at her wound and sighed deeply. Somewhat unwillingly, she used her wristwatch to call for help. Zhang Qiuo saw that Zhao Keqing listened to advice and asked for help. That's good. She's not a stubborn person. Yes, you lured this lightning wolf here. The points are yours, and the wolf claws are mine. Zhao Keqing was extremely grateful to Zhang Qiuo. She had only killed a few first-grade exotic beasts. If her final grade was in the single digits, it would be too embarrassing. Thanks. Ugh. A wolf's howl pierced Zhang Qiuo's ears. Another strange beast. Zhang Qiuo immediately gave chase, only to find it was a third-grade exotic beast, the horned thunder wolf. The horns of this horned thunder wolf are a valuable resource. Abundant thunder element can be extracted from them. Jiangzi used his flowing cloud steps technique, stepping on the leaning tree trunk and leaping up to a high place in 2 steps, gazing in the direction the horned thunder wolf had fled. He quickly caught up, and the horned thunder wolf turned to look at him. Zhang Qiuo decisively made his move, and the azure dragon slashed directly at the horned thunder wolf's neck. Whoosh! The wolf's head fell off in an instant. Jiang Qiu first ate the special dried meat that Wang Wuhai had given him to restore his energy and blood, and then pointed his wristwatch at the Horned Thunder Wolf to scan it. Slaying the Horned Thunder Wolf grants plus 200 points. He quickly gouged out the Thunder Wolf's pair of horns. The sound of clashing swords reached Jiang Qiu's ears. It's actually a battle between martial artists. Even at this point, they're still killing each other. If they had the strength, killing a few more strange beasts would be a good thing. Jiang Qiu strode forward, ready to see what was going on. Jiang Qiu looked closely and saw that it was his apprentice Lin Ke who was fighting with someone. Jiang Qiu drew his knife and attacked. Hitting his disciple was tantamount to slapping him in the face. Lin Ke was already in a state of continuous retreat, and the strength of his opponent was at the 4th rank. Kill me and you'll die too. Lin Ke felt despair. She had no chance of escaping from this powerful enemy. Suddenly, a battle sword was placed in front of the two of them. Kid, are you looking for death? What business is it of yours? Jiang Qiu scoffed. They bullied my disciple, how is that none of my business? Lin Ke, having recovered from her fear of death, looked at Jiang Qiu excitedly. Master, he was a member of the Wei family's personal guard. I overheard them plotting against you, that's why they tried to silence me. Jiang Qiu's killing intent burned, and his blood and chi flowed into the dragon and snake. Layered Wave Blade. Jiang Qiu, combined with the flowing cloud steps, made it impossible for the Wei family's personal guards to distinguish between afterimages and the real body. A stack. Jiang Qiu struck successfully, opening a gash in the body of his personal guard. The guard gripped his sickle tightly, searching for an opportunity to strike and kill. Jiang Qiu succeeded in one attack after another, and his stacked wave blade had reached the 5th level. The power of the final overlapping wave blade will exceed the sum of the power of the previous 5 overlapping wave blades. Whoosh! The scythe flew out. Personnel man, now I've found your true form. Anyone below the 4th rank without armor is certain to die. The shadow of a flying scythe flashed in Jiang Suozhong's pupils. He was unimpressed by the attack, as the red light of the blood armor of slaughter had already illuminated the area. Lin Ke's heart leaped into her throat. If that flying sickle hit Jiang Qiu, her master would surely die. Boom! The flying scythe struck Jiang Qiu, while the 6-fold wave blade slashed at the personal guard. The guard stared at Jiang Qiu in astonishment. His flying sickle had not harmed Jiang Qiu at all. His chest was ripped open. As the slaughter was completed, another layer of blood-red armor slowly condensed around Jiang Qiu's body. Then the armor's color faded, disappearing into the surroundings of Jiang Qiu. Lin Ke rushed towards Jiang Qiu, her eyes already brimming with tears. Master, are you all right? Lin Ke reached out and examined Jiang Qiu's injuries. Jiang Qiu stopped Lin Ke, saying, Master is all right. Lin Ke's eyes reddened, her brows furrowed, and she tugged at Jiang Qiu's arm. You're lying, that flying sickle clearly hit you just now. Jiang Qiu really couldn't do anything with this little crybaby. Lin Ke, just now, the Wei family's personal guards only hit a layer of Master's chi and blood armor. This chi and blood armor is a special type of external martial arts technique. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled. Really? You can't lie to me. No wonder Lin Ke is so pampered in the Lin family. Her adorable charm is just irresistible. Jiang Qiu soothed his cute little apprentice, gently stroking her hair with his broad hand. Of course it's true. When has your master ever lied to you? Lin Ke was finally relieved, as she was afraid that something might happen to her master. Lin Ke, from now on we'll head back. Your master will go kill the strange beasts. Lin Ke pulled Jiang Qiu along, thinking of traveling with him. Lin Ke, you need to accumulate 1,000 points this time. This is your master's test for you. Lin Ke nodded. This Lin Ke is so easy to coax. If she were here, I really wouldn't know how to deal with Wei Yu and the other two. Jiang Qiu began searching the bodies of Wei's personal guards, and sure enough, he found something. Jiang Qiu found a token of the Beast God Church on the body of Wei's personal guard. There is also the blood exploding powder, which can cause blood and chi to surge wildly. The Wei family is really deeply involved with the Beast God Church. They were able to find items from the Beast God Church on a mere bodyguard. The Wei family is a malignant tumor buried deep in Maple Leaf City. Jiang Qiu stored the corpses of Wei family guards in his spatial ring. The Wei family's personal guards have all appeared, so Wei Yu can't be too far away. Jiang Suoton's eyes began to burn with rage. Uncle Wang, today I will make the person who killed you pay with their life. In the desolate forest, the roars of strange beasts echoed through the trees, these berserk beasts craving human flesh and blood even more. Jiang Qiuo kept a close eye on Wei Yu's 5-person team. Hey, boss Wei, my stomach's acting up. I'm going over there to take care of this. One of Wei Yu's henchmen pointed to the bushes nearby. A fleeting look of displeasure crossed Wei Yu's face. A lazy donkey on a millstone will produce a lot of excrement and urine, she thought. How could Zhang Jia have chosen someone like this? Go quickly and come back quickly. Zhang Jia, hurry up, you bastard. Brother Wei is waiting. Just as Wei Yu's underling crouched down in the bushes to take off his pants, he saw Jiang Qiuo with a fierce expression. The sword swiftly sliced across his neck. He stared in shock at Jiang Qiuo, trying to call for help, but quickly lost consciousness. One strike solves the problem, clean and efficient. Don't blame me, blame yourself for being a dog for the Wei family. Zhang Jia kicked the henchman next to him. Go check, why hasn't he come back yet? Although the younger brother was somewhat reluctant to leave this safe group, he had no choice but to obediently do as he was told. It's brother Zhang. When the henchman arrived and discovered his companion's body, he tried to call out to the 3 men, but found that he couldn't make a sound. His throat had already been slit open by Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo watched Wei Yu's underling fall to the ground, and the corners of his mouth turned up in a grin. Jiang Qiuo used the flowing cloud steps to disappear into the night, and under the cover of darkness, he was as if he had vanished. Wei Yu and Zhang Jia, the revenge against you is about to begin. Chapter 45, A Satisfying Kill. Why haven't they come back yet? Wei Yu was clearly losing patience. At this moment, the last henchman was trembling with fear. He was terrified that if Wei Yu sent him to check the situation, he might not be able to come back either. Brother Wei Yu, could something have happened to those two? The last henchman asked tremblingly. Zhang Jia also felt something was strange about the bushes. Brother Wei, let's go our own way. If those two are gone, so be it. Wei Yu had met his family's personal guards not long ago. The guards were of the 4th rank and could certainly keep him safe. Wei Yu kicked the underling hard in the butt. What's the panic? My brother has sent his personal guards. They're 4th rank strong. With me, are you afraid of losing face? Upon hearing the name of a 4th rank personal guard, Jiang Qiuo's lips curled into a smile. Just wait, it will be your time to break through your defenses. The younger brother clearly lacked experience in the wild, and faced with the sudden disappearance of the 2 people, he was extremely likely to associate it with something terrifying. Jiang Qiuo appeared in front of the henchman like a ghost. He pulled the henchman into the darkness, and then Jiang Qiuo killed him with a single blow. Zhang Jia was about to kick his underlings to embolden himself, but he missed and stumbled. Ouch! Where the hell have you been? You made me trip and fall. Wei Yu was a little flustered by the commotion Zhang Jia had caused. He turned on his communicator and called out to Wei's personal guards for help. Old Wu, come to us. Zhang Jia's nose was broken, and he was about to lash out at his underling when he realized something even worse: the underling had disappeared. At this moment, Jiang Qiuo imitated the voice of the pine wind ape. This voice did not really attract the pine wind ape, it only sounded similar. Brother Wei. Brother Wei. Wei Yu was already worried about the lack of a reply from his personal guards, and Zhang Jia's outburst only fueled his anger. What are you doing? You're babbling on too. Zhang Jia trembled. No, brother, that thing just disappeared right under my nose. If all else fails, let's ask the school for help. Wei Yu was taken aback. Another person was missing, and his heart began to clench with worry. Asking the school for help? Don't be ridiculous. The wilderness is teeming with ferocious beasts, and rescue efforts are simply insufficient. What should we do, Brother Wei? Jiang Qiuo's hissing and whistling sounds made Zhang Jia even more flustered. He almost lost control of his bladder. Brother Wei. It's the voice of the pine wind ape. That Jiang Qiuo will summon the pine wind apes. Zhang Jia's psychological defenses crumbled quickly, and the traumatic scenes from a few months ago resurfaced in his mind. Faced with the roar of the strange beast, Wei Yu kept sending messages to Lao Wu. What's wrong with Lao Wu? He wasn't here when I called him. How could he do any work? I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I get back. Wei Yu sent another message to his personal guard, and then kicked Zhang Jia, who was clinging to his leg, away. What's the panic? Once the personal guards arrive, all the demons and monsters will die. Wei Yu was already feeling uneasy. He dialed Lao Wu's communicator, but there was no answer for a long time. Damn it, answer the phone. Damn it. Seeing that the time was right, Zhang Qiu threw Lao Wu's body down. What? Zhang Jia was the first to touch the sticky blood and the corpse beside him. Beep beep beep. Just then, Lao Wu's communicator rang, and Wei Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, a sense of fear surging up from the bottom of her heart. Old Wu. Wei Yu lunged at Lao Wu, who was lying next to Zhang Jia, and lifted the hair covering Lao Wu's face. Upon seeing Lao Wu's face, Wei Yu's body instantly went limp. Wei Yu was all show and no substance, relying entirely on the fourth-rank personal guards he brought with him. When he saw his guards die, his last bit of courage vanished. Wei Yu's face turned deathly pale, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. It's over, it's really over now. Seeing the two people lying in despair, Zhang Qiu's eyes still held a fierce glint. This level of torture could not erase the crimes they had committed. Zhang Sua has appeared. The two men, slumped on the ground, watched as Zhang Qiu, wielding a knife like a god of death, slowly approached them. When Zhang Jia recognized the visitor as Zhang Qiu, he immediately kowtowed repeatedly. Zhang Qiu, don't, kill me, spare me, spare me. The incident at the military post station was all instigated by Wei Yu. Wei Yu was both angry and terrified. What nonsense are you talking about? I only provided a military bomb. Zhang Qiu watched the two of them bickering like dogs and found it truly laughable. Zhang Qiu held his sword to Zhang Jia's neck. Wei Yu and Zhang Jia felt death approaching. Wei Yu also tried to use the Wei family behind him to pressure him. Zhang Qiu, think it through. If I die, can you bear the wrath of the Wei family? If you release me now, I can pretend nothing happened. Zhang Qiu scoffed, the Wei family? The Wei family that colluded with the Beast God Church? Upon hearing the name of the Beast God Church, Wei Yu trembled. He sensed something more terrifying than death. Zhang Jia, I'm the one who orchestrated the whole thing at your meat processing plant. Your Zhang family deserves to die. You even abandoned Uncle Wang, who has worked diligently for your family for over a decade, just to kill me. Zhang Jia was heartbroken and powerless to resist Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu slashed with his sword, and Zhang Jia's head fell to the ground. Zhang Qiu immediately placed his sword against Wei Yu's head. Wei Yu, you have committed numerous evils. The Wei family colluded with the Beast God Church. You deserve to die. Wei Yu glared at him, aren't you afraid of the Law Enforcement Bureau? Killing a martial artist is a serious crime. Zhang Qiu's lips curled up. Your Wei family lost a personal guard a few days ago, didn't you? The one who was sent out to make contact with Pan Bo. Wei Yu was taken aback. The personal guard who had been sent out to meet with the second-level deacon of the Beast God Church had indeed not returned. How did Zhang Qiu know this? Wei Yu grew increasingly fearful. The Wei family had been in Maple Leaf City for many years, and had always been very good at disguising themselves. In front of Zhang Qiu, many of their secrets had been exposed. Fear, the fear of the family's fate. Zhang Qiu told Wei Yu the truth, I killed that bodyguard, right in front of the law enforcement officer. Wei Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He was terrified. The secret of their collusion with the Beast God Church was now in Zhang Qiu's hands, and the entire Wei family could very well be wiped out by Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu chopped off Wei Yu's head. Call. Zhang Qiu let out a long breath. The person who killed Wei Yu and murdered Uncle Wang was finally dead. Zhang Qiu's eyes were full of light. Uncle Wang, I've avenged you. Zhang Qiu felt incredibly relieved. Zhang Qiu attracted strange beasts, and these berserk beasts quickly cleaned up all traces at the scene. Good riddance. Zhang Qiu thought, looking at his score of 3,000, firmly occupying the top spot on the leaderboard, while his good apprentice Lin Ke was second. Zhang Qiu quickly returned to the outer city and found 2 law enforcement vehicles. The students in the city defense square all stared at Zhang Qiu, looking on with amusement. You are Zhang Qiu? The 2 officers from the law enforcement agency showed their identification. Zhang Swan nodded. Maple Leaf City Law Enforcement Bureau, come with us. When did the Wei family produce someone with a brain? They actually know about the elaborate scheme. Zhang Qiu snorted coldly and extended his hand to cooperate. Click, click, the shackles were put on Zhang Qiu's hands. These shackles, which can release air and blood, are specially used to restrain martial artists who break the law. Chapter 46 My Background. Law Enforcement Bureau, Case Handling Area. Zhang Qiu sat in the interrogation chair, his hands and feet cuffed. Zhang Qiu, Chen Mingjian disappeared at the military post station half a month ago. Our investigation has found that all the evidence points to you. Jiang Kuo snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. He wasn't flustered at all. He had handled Chen Mingjian's case very cleanly, and all the evidence pointed to him. This was just a common tactic used by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Enforcement Officer Tang Jiahao said to his colleague, "Brother Zhao, what do we do if he doesn't talk?" Zhao Chang, on the other hand, had an expression that suggested he had everything under control. "Don't worry, he's just a student from Wuhan University. How strong can his mental fortitude be? We don't need to give him a few rounds of intensive training before his mental defenses collapse." Jiang Kuo looked at the two of them. He believed that the news of his being taken away by the Law Enforcement Bureau would soon reach Chu Shui's ears. These two did not know his identity and wanted to take the opportunity to kill the case. "Your Honor, is it really a good idea to be the Wei family's dog?" Tang Jiahao's face turned pale instantly. He had passed numerous tests this year to join the Law Enforcement Bureau from the outer city, and his deep-seated inferiority complex made him feel extremely provoked by Jiang Kuo's words. "You're quite the talker." At that moment, a message from Wei Yang arrived on his phone. "My brother didn't make it back from the wilderness. Don't let Jiang Kuo walk out of the Law Enforcement Bureau alive." Upon seeing this message, Tang Jiahao found a new point of attack. After receiving Zhao Qing's signal, Tang Jiahao immediately put pressure on Jiang Kuo. "Jiang Kuo, you did Wei Yu's thing too, didn't you? You've got some nerve." Jiang Kuo curled the corners of his lips. This Tang Jiahao was clearly a greenhorn. His questioning methods were so naive that he couldn't compare to the Discipline Inspection Committee members of the Maple Leaf Army at all. As long as he kept sticking to his guns, the Law Enforcement Bureau wouldn't be able to do anything. All the actual evidence had already been destroyed by him. Zhao Cheng looked at Jiang Kuo and realized that he had indeed been targeted by the Wei family. His mental fortitude surpassed that of most people. Zhao Cheng snorted, "You all had wristbands for your final practical assessment this time. We just need to investigate whether Wei Yu and the other's signal location overlaps with yours." Jiang Kuo adopted a do-as-you-please attitude. He had naturally considered the naive reconnaissance method of using the wristband for location tracking, and he had already dealt with the wristband when he killed the Wei family's personal guards. Zhao Cheng continued to press closer. "Every contact leaves a trace. We'll find out soon enough, and you won't escape." "It's true that every contact leaves a trace, but can you two good-for-nothings find out the truth?" Zhao Cheng and Tang Jiahao took turns using various psychological tactics to repeatedly pressure Jiang. Jiang Kuo was getting annoyed by the endless repetition of these words. He couldn't admit to what he had done. Jiang Kuo had killed people without any guilt, and those people deserved to die. "He's a real tough nut to crack." Zhao Qing's temper flared up. Even a seasoned law enforcement officer couldn't get a student to talk. A loud banging sounded on the door. "Who is it?" "They're interrogating someone inside, can't you see them?" "Open the door." Suddenly, a clear female voice rang out from outside the interrogation room. The two guards looked nervously into the room. They dared not refuse to open the door. After all, that was Mu Zitong, a rising star in the Law Enforcement Bureau. Lin Ku and Mu Zitong walked in from outside the interrogation room. Zhao Cheng and Tang Jiahao looked at Mu Zitong, the law enforcement officer known for her coldness and impartiality. Zhao Cheng looked at Mu Zitong. Why was she here? Did she have some kind of relationship with Jiang Kuo? Jiang Kuo was just a student at Wuhan University. How could he have a relationship with Mu Zitong? Untie it. Mu Zitong's words carried an imposing air even without anger. Tang Jiahao was about to get up to unlock the door when Zhao Qing forcefully pressed him back down. Jiang Kuo looked at Zhao Qing provocatively. You didn't expect that, did you? I have a connection with Enforcer Mu. Zhao Qing steeled himself. He hadn't expected Mu Zitong to actually barge into the investigation area for him. He couldn't afford to let his guard down now he had the Wei family backing him. If he could completely destroy the case, a single, impartial law enforcement officer couldn't cause much trouble. Besides, he was just an ordinary martial arts student. The Wei family wanted him dead. Did two women really think they could protect him? Mu Zitong exuded a powerful aura. So my words don't carry any weight? Zhao Qing retorted, it's really no use. Jiang Kuo is a key suspect in the case. You can't take him away from me. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth. He had already offended Mu Zitong, but the Mu family behind her wouldn't bother with a nobody like him. Besides, as long as he could kill Jiang Kuo, he would have done a great service to the Wei family. Lin Ke said to Jiang Kuo, Master, I have already notified father, and he will come to rescue you soon. Mu Zitong is just one part of my background. Mu Zitong alone has already caused you trouble. What will you do if more people come and their backgrounds become stronger? Zhao Chang then shifted his attack back to Jiang Qiuo, saying, Jiang Qiuo, don't think you can get away with this. Confess now. Do you know that resisting will only lead to death, while confessing might save your life? They actually tried to scare me with those standard interrogation lines. Despite the pressure created by Mu Zitong, Zhao Chang continued the interrogation, saying, Officer Mu, I need to get back to work. Please leave. At that moment, a figure flashed into the interrogation room. The aura she exuded was so powerful that even the guards at the door couldn't stop her in time. Mu Chushue was taken aback when she saw the two women who came to rescue Jiang Qiuo. Then a hint of anger flashed across her face, and she gave Jiang Qiuo a meaningful look. Looking at Chushue's eyes, Jiang Qiuo thought to himself, now I should be worried not about how to get out of the law enforcement bureau, but whether Mu Chushue will let me into the house today. The Mu family, Mu Chushue, has come to demand her return. Mu Chushue. Zhao Chang and Tang Jiahao were both stunned. This was a 6th grade expert, the #1 female expert in Maple Leaf City. Jiang Qiuo was now completely confident. His eyes were fixed on Zhao Qing and Tang Jiahao. My real background has been revealed. Mu Chushue is a female martial artist at the peak of the 6th rank. Such a strong person has immunity even if she kills someone. How can I, a mere law enforcement officer in Maple Leaf City, fight against her? How come Jiang Qiuo has such a strong background? Isn't he just a student? Zhao Qing was weighing his options: continue pledging allegiance to the Wei family, or bow down to Mu Chushue. Those who do not pledge allegiance to the Wei family must die. Those who refuse to bow to Mu Chushue face a slim chance of survival. As Zhao Qing thought about the Wei family, he tried to give himself a boost of confidence and continue to fight against Mu Chushue and the others. A furious shout rang out, Zhao Qing! What are you standing there for? Untie these shackles. Zhao Qing was so frightened by the angry shout that he almost lost his mind. The person who came was none other than Yin Qing, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. The city lord's order came directly to his desk, ordering him, the bureau chief, to come and release the people in person. The fact that the city lord's mansion personally ordered the release of the person shows just how high their status and position were. Zhao Qing's legs went weak, and Mu Zitong snatched the key from his hand and unlocked Jiang Qiuo's door. Jiang Qiuo looked at Zhao Qing, whose legs were trembling, and his eyes no longer held the arrogance he had shown before. Didn't you have the Wei family backing you up? Can the Wei family still protect you now? A guard rushed into the investigation area, and a new situation arose. Chapter 47, 3 Wives and 4 Concubines? Chief. There are military men outside. The one leading them is a member of the Lin family's personal guards. He said that if we don't release them, he'll tear down the law enforcement bureau. The guard rushed in to report, a handprint still visible on his face. Yin Qing looked at Lin Ke beside her and knew that this must have been the work of the Lin family's little princess. Princess, why don't you have that guard lead those military personnel back first? We've already released Mr. Jiang, Haven Tiwi? Lin Ke crossed her arms and said, that won't do. I'll listen to my master. If my master tells me to retreat, I'll retreat. Yin Qing leaned close to Jiang Qiuo's ear and asked, Mr. Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Qiuo never expected that he had just been tricked, and that the people behind him were getting anxious, which meant things would get much worse. Since things have already gotten this big, let's take advantage of the situation and make it even bigger. Chief, these 2 law enforcement officers are going to convict me. Do you think I'm guilty? Yin Sheng knew that if he didn't let this young master vent his anger today, it would be difficult to quell his rage. The fact that the Law Enforcement Bureau was surrounded by military personnel was already a huge joke. If anything else happened, he might as well quit his job as the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Oh dear, how could you be guilty? You are a glorious guardian of Maple Leaf City. Jiang Qiuo stood up. Fine, since I am innocent, then I will sue the 2 law enforcement officers. I accuse them of bending the law for personal gain. Zhao Qing. Tang Jiahao. You 2 come and sit in these seats. Jiang Qiuo's words were like a death warrant, and even Zhao Qing trembled upon hearing them. The 2 law enforcement officers looked to Yin Qing for help. Yin Qing knew that if she didn't let Jiang Qiuo, this young master, cause a scene today, it would be difficult to end the situation. So she turned around and shouted angrily at the 2 of them. Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you hear Mr. Jiang speak? You're all sitting in the interrogation chairs. Zhao Qing sat down in the interrogation chair, her body trembling. She never expected that this martial arts student had such a powerful background, and that the Wei family was using him as a pawn. Tang Jiahao slumped in the interrogation chair, as if his soul had been ripped out. Zhao Qing. Tang Jiahao. Who ordered you to do this? Zhang Qiuo knew that simple questioning wouldn't get them to confess, so he needed to put some pressure on them and create something they feared. You know Mu Chuxue is standing behind me, right? She's a peak 6th grade martial artist with immunity. I think it wouldn't be a big deal if she accidentally killed a few corrupt law enforcement officers. Tang Jiahao, that hothead, trembled upon hearing this. Damn it, he believed Zhao Qing's nonsense, saying that the Wei family could protect them. What a load of rubbish. He had finally managed to become a law enforcement officer in the inner city, and today his career was over. Even if Mu Chuxue, a 6th-rank martial artist, were to commit murder, the Law Enforcement Bureau would be unable to prosecute her. In this world, whoever has the strongest fist holds the power. Zhang Qiuo used his wife's intimidation to stage a show of bullying. He could tell that Tang Jiahao was on the verge of collapse. Tang Jiahao, what do you want to say? Say it, and I won't touch you. Upon hearing this, Tang Jiahao grasped at a lifeline and said to Zhang Qiuo, it's all Zhao Qing's fault. It's all Zhao Qing's fault. He was the one who ordered it. He said that the Wei family would reward us handsomely if it was done, and that even if Zhang Qiuo was killed, the Wei family would protect us. I was blinded by greed. Zhang Qiuo sat down in the officer's seat and looked at Director Yin. Director, did you hear that clearly? Yin Qing looked troubled. All he wanted now was to get rid of Zhang Qiuo, this living Buddha, even if it involved the Wei family. Zhao Qing, what about you? Zhao Qing kept his head down. He had witnessed the Wei family's methods before. If he admitted that everything was orchestrated by the Wei family, he would not be able to bear their retaliation. I did all of this, and it has nothing to do with the Wei family. Zhang Qiuo snorted, fine. You've got guts. What a lackey of the Wei family. Go to hell. As soon as Zhang Qiuo finished speaking, Mu Chuxue slit Zhao Qing's throat. Mu Chuxue's decisive action was intended to intimidate those who wanted to harm Zhang Qiuo, and also to deter the group of women surrounding Zhang Qiuo. Mu Zitong watched as Mu Chuxue killed Zhao Qing because of Zhang Qiuo's words. Although Mu Chuxue presented a cold and aloof demeanor within the Mu family, she was actually quite gentle at heart now. However, she resembled a killing machine. Tang Jiahao's chest heaved as he breathed heavily, his pupils filled with terror. He was facing Mu Chuxue, who had descended upon him. The killing intent emanating from the 6th-rank expert felt as if he had been killed once before. After regaining his senses, Tang Jiahao was somewhat glad he had made the decision. If he had continued to side with the Wei family, he would have ended up like Zhao Qing. Yin Qing's heart clenched. Killing someone in the Law Enforcement Bureau would be a real hassle to clean up, but since it was Mu Chuxue who did it, no matter how troublesome it was, she had to clean up the mess. Zhang Qiuo's eyes lit up. His wife Chuxue's actions were truly decisive. She killed someone with just a few words from him. Zhang Qiuo, having gained face by observing the reactions of everyone present, now understood that Mu Chuxue, a peak 6th-grade martial artist, listened to him. Zhang Qiuo. Mu Chuxue looked at Zhang Qiuo with a smile. I will definitely give you face in public, but you'd better explain today's situation when we get home. Mu Zitong and Lin Ke, 2 women? And both of them are of high status. Well, Zhang Qiuo, you're keeping your home life intact while having mistresses on the side, huh? And you're only a 2nd-rank martial artist, yet you're already acting like a high-ranking martial artist with 3 wives and 4 concubines? Zhang Qiuo keenly noticed the subtle change in his wife Chuxue's expression. Something was wrong. Today's rescue operation was too saturated. It was mostly women who came, including Lin Ke and Mu Zitong, who stood up for him, and Chuxue, his wife, who all witnessed it. Lin Ke and Mu Zitong exchanged a glance. In front of Mu Chuxue, the empress, the 2 of them were as obedient as kittens. Mu Zitong watched as Zhang Qiuo and Mu Chuxue's gazes almost stretched out like silk threads, a strange emotion surging within her. If I could also cultivate martial arts, wouldn't I have a greater chance to compete with Chuxue? Looking at her master, Lin Ke felt a surge of possessiveness. Her pounding heart didn't lie. She knew she had feelings for him. She was merely using the guise of master and disciple to express her secret crush. Mu Chuxue grasped Zhang Qiuo's hand in one hand. Come home with me. Upon hearing this, the 2 women felt a tremor in their hearts. Were they just going to leave like that? Lin Ke couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She had gone to great lengths to get this group of military warriors from her father, and this was the first time she had acted impulsively for Zhang Qiuo. Jiang Qiu placed his hands on Lin Ku's shoulders and said, "Lin Ku, thank you." Jiang Qiu then turned to Mu Zitong and thanked her, "And you, Zitong." Mu Zitong felt warm inside that was more like it. But her words were quite different. "Come on, go back and think about how to coax your Chushue." Lin Ku, being obedient and sensible, replied, "You're welcome, master." Lin Ku looked at Mu Chushue and said, "Master, although I know you're going to be in big trouble, I can't beat Instructor Mu, so good luck to you." Chapter 48, The Heartbreaker. The living room of a small villa. The dim lighting added to the ambiguous atmosphere, and Mu Chushue's long legs accentuated her elegant demeanor. Her shoes tapped rhythmically on the ground. Jiang Qiu knelt on the washboard. His ears were bright red, clearly from being pulled hard. Mu Chushue's face showed anger, but when she saw Jiang Qiu's pitiful little appearance, she found him really cute. She was both angry and wanted to laugh. A womanizer. Mu Chushue pouted, "Little Jiang Qiu, you're only at the second rank and you're already trying to be like those high-level martial artists with 3 wives and 4 concubines. If your cultivation level improves any further, I can't even imagine how scum you'll become." First snow. Jiang Qiu thought he would try the same method again, using massage to calm his wife Chushue down. When Jiang Qiu touched Chushue's arm, Mu Chushue quickly pulled her arm back. She lightly touched Jiang Qiu's head a few times with her index finger. "I'm very angry. Don't even think about touching me until I calm down." Mu Chushue raised her eyebrows smugly. "Little Jiang Qiu, you may have many mistresses outside, but you'll still be under my control when you come home." Mu Chushue tossed a box to Jiang Qiu and said in a deliberately aloof tone, "Here, this is the qi and blood pill you won in this final exam." Jiang Qiu opened the brocade box, inside which lay a qi and blood pill with a cinnabar flower on it. This grade 3 qi and blood pill emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Jiang Qiu swallowed the grade 3 qi and blood pill in one gulp, and Mu Chushue's heart was also moved by Jiang Qiu's actions. As the ancient dragon scripture circulated, a surge of vital energy began to accumulate in the blood pool. Jiang Qiu sat cross-legged, his body in a posture with his 5 hearts facing the sky, and in an instant he entered the inner world. Mu Chushue's heart tightened. This kid was moving too fast, catching her completely off guard. Breathing in and out, accumulating. This ancient dragon scripture is an A-level breathing technique. Besides accelerating martial arts cultivation, it can also nourish one's vital essence. Using the ancient dragon scripture for breakthroughs can improve a martial artist's basic attributes. Jiang Qiu continued to use the Tingsha technique as his breathing method. When he did not use martial arts, he could generate 200 kilograms of punching power by consuming 50 calories of qi and blood. However, if he used the ancient dragon scripture, he could generate 500 kilograms of punching power with 50 calories of qi and blood. This time, it's a major breakthrough from the second rank to the third rank, and the improvement in basic attributes will be even greater. Thinking of this, Mu Chushue felt joyful. Changing Jiang Qiu's breathing method earlier was a wise move. Under the tempering effect of the ancient dragon scripture, Jiang Qiu sensed that his meridians and internal organs were being strengthened. Meridians and internal organs are the source of the explosion of qi and blood, and they determine the effectiveness of qi and blood. Stronger meridians and internal organs mean that the same amount of qi and blood consumption can cause greater damage. Jiang Qiu let out a long breath, and his aura suddenly changed, reaching the third rank. Seeing Jiang Qiu break through to the third rank, Mu Chushue was excited. She rushed towards Jiang Qiu, wrapped her arms around his neck, and unconsciously sat in his lap. Having just completed his breakthrough, Jiang Qiu held the soft and fragrant Mu Chushue in his arms, feeling a secret sense of satisfaction. Sure enough, as long as a man has strength, even if you are a kept man, your wife will be obedient to you. Mu Chushue was amazed by Jiang Qiu's martial arts talent. Watching Jiang Qiu break through, she forgot that she had just been jealous and angry. Now that she was in Jiang Qiu's arms, she would be an unromantic wife if she broke free. Peeking into the goddess's heart. "Humph, little Jiang Qiu, you're so naughty. You broke through so quickly, so I'll let you hold me as a reward for breaking through to the third rank." Jiang Qiu was riding high, his martial arts realm had leaped to the third rank, and Mu Chushue in his arms was once again looking delicate and charming. The two embraced and cuddled for a while. The martial arts soft rice system rewards the host for his behavior of living off others and awards him a grade 3 dragon turtle bone. Dragon-like animal bones. Jiang Qiu remembered that the Shenlong bone refining technique, a martial art for external training, was one that could be strengthened by consuming the bones of dragon-like beasts. Ah! It seems the rewards from the soft rice system are all geared towards current needs. The Xianlong bone refining technique has always been at the beginner level since I started learning it. Jiang Qiuo had a sudden thought, soft rice system, Xianlong bone refining technique to absorb the third-grade dragon turtle bone. The Xianlong bone refining technique has increased its proficiency level by absorbing the dragon turtle bone, raising it to the proficient realm. The attributes of the dragon turtle bone are highly compatible with the Xianlong bone refining technique, giving rise to a new mode, the Xianlong bone shield from the Xianlong golden body. Jiang Qiuo immediately tested the function of the Xianlong bone shield, which directly formed a golden shield in front of his arm. The Xianlong body is a full-body golden defense, while the Xianlong bone shield is a smaller area of defense, but with stronger defensive capabilities. Jiang Qiuo had already mentally rehearsed how to use the Xianlong bone shield in combination with other martial arts techniques to kill the enemy. Mu Chuxue said, after Jiang Qiuo's final practical assessment this semester, you will have winter break. This winter break is a good time to cultivate. Next semester, you will start the ranking competition. I am confident in your strength. However, you are still not confident enough to face those monsters in the senior year. Mu Chuxue smiled at Jiang Qiuo, so keep it up, little man. Mu Chuxue got up and went back to her room. By the way, the bone-strengthening soup you asked me to buy is already on your bedside table. Jiang Qiuo watched Mu Chuxue enter the room and suddenly felt a little empty. Happy times always pass by so quickly. His communicator rang, and a familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Jiang. The pig farm in the satellite city is finished. When are we going to catch some pigs? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiuo exclaimed, oh dear, I've completely forgotten about this. The two of them had long ago agreed to set up a meat processing plant in Shanghai, but the incident with the law enforcement bureau had caused them to forget about it. Since winter break has already started and I have plenty of time, I should hurry up and act quickly. Fatty, let's go catch a pig in the wild tomorrow. Upon hearing that the operation could begin tomorrow, the fat man on the other end of the communicator readily agreed, saying, all right, brother Jiang, see you tomorrow. Jiang Qiuo hung up the phone. He was very optimistic about the development prospects of Shanghai meat processing plant. With him, a 4-star hunter, catching a few wild boars to raise would be a piece of cake. Besides, if Shanghai meat processing continues to develop, I'll have more confidence. As a man, I must have my own career, even if it means being a kept man, so that I can stand tall and have my own affairs. Jiang Qiuo returned to his bedroom and looked at the 4 bottles of body-strengthening soup on the bedside table. The bottles of body-strengthening soup were carved with a dragon, giving people a fierce feeling. Jiang Qiuo unscrewed a bottle and drank it down, the Xianlong bone refining technique beginning to circulate slowly. This feeling of physical tempering was truly wonderful. He estimated that after drinking 2 more bottles, he could reach the second level of flesh refining. The body-strengthening soup is indeed effective, but the 2 million I've accumulated over this period is gone, and that 1 bottle just now cost me 500,000 martial coins. Jiang Qiuo smiled wryly. These people who make medicine are really good at making money. It's just that he doesn't have the talent for it. Otherwise, he would definitely take medicine while making medicine to improve his cultivation level. Chapter 49, The Breeding Pig is Lost. Maple Leaf City, Outer City. The mechanical bearings turned, and the steel door slowly rose. The machine guns of the semi-mechanized soldiers were aimed at the exit, guarding against any sudden intrusion of the alien beasts. A truck drove out of Maple Leaf City. The truck had been specially modified, with tires made of scratch and bite-resistant engineering rubber, and rows of steel nails arranged on the entire alloy body. Wang Wuhai drove the truck toward the wilderness, while Jiang Qiuo wiped his sword in case they encountered any difficult beasts. Jiang Qiuo looked at the increasingly desolate road ahead and asked, Fatty, why are you opening a pig farm in a satellite city? Wang Wuhai, steering the wheel, sighed, ugh, it's all because of that Zheng family's meat processing plant. Because of this, the Law Enforcement Bureau can only allow the existing exotic beast meat breeding area to be retained, and it can't be expanded anymore. There's no other way, we can only move the farm to the satellite city. Well, it's good that land is cheaper there. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiuo realized that the reason Shanghai Meat Processing's breeding base couldn't be established in Maple Leaf City was actually his fault. However, land prices in satellite cities are only 1/3 of those in Maple Leaf City, and saving money is normal at the beginning of a business. Jiang Qiuo saw some traces ahead and waved to Wang Wuhai, stop. Jiang Qiuo looked at the traces with excitement. These were the footprints of the mad blood boar they were looking for. Judging from the disordered arrangement of the traces, there seemed to be quite a few of them. Jiang Qiuo followed the footprints, while the fat man held a gun and stood guard in the driver's seat. A group of frenzied wild boars were rolling around merrily in the mud, their bodies covered in mud. Jiang Qiu counted them and found there were 7 rabid blood boars. He then took out a patch from his spatial ring. Jiang Zhe displayed his flowing cloud steps, moving swiftly through the wild boar herd like the wind, while simultaneously applying patches to the necks of the frenzied wild boars. The spikes on the patch pierced the skin of the rabid boar, and the anesthetic inside instantly entered the boar's body. Humph! Humph humph humph! The 7 frenzied wild boars were instantly paralyzed. Jiang Qiu looked at the 7 wild boars and said, "You will soon become the first residents of the breeding base." Jiang Qiu called Wang Wuhai on his communication device. "Fatty, Fatty, bring the car over here." Wang Wuhai parked the car beside the mudflat. Looking at the 7 raging wild boars lying neatly on the ground, he exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Jiang, your skills are truly extraordinary. You managed to get 7 raging wild boars in one go. Brother Jiang, you really are my brother." The bounty for catching 7 wild boars in the Bounty Council is about 400,000 martial coins, but with Jiang Qiu, the major shareholder, making a move, that 400,000 is immediately saved. If these 7 wild boars were fattened up a bit more, they could be slaughtered and made into jerky, which could sell for 600,000 martial coins. The 2 men loaded the wild boar onto the truck. "Let's go, let's catch a few more." Not long after they set off, Jiang Xue spotted a group of wild boars gathered together. Wang Wuhai's eyes lit up when he saw the group of wild boars, among which were a bunch of piglets. "Brother Jiang." Jiang Qiu understood immediately, jumped out of the truck, and quickly used the flowing cloud steps to plunge into the wild boar herd. He took out anesthetic patches from his spatial storage and applied them to the piglets first. Jiang Qiu's eyes immediately locked onto a robust wild boar, which was hopping around with great energy. Looking at this boar, Jiang Qiu thought, "Isn't this an excellent breeding boar?" Jiang Qiu rushed forward. Wang Wuhai also took a liking to the ravenous wild boar. "Ah, Brother Jiang, you've got your eye on it too. This is a standard breeding boar. With it, our pig herd will grow much stronger." Jiang Qiu applied an anesthetic patch to the neck of the raging boar. The boar continued to thrash around a few times. Jiang Qiu then applied another anesthetic patch, which finally put the boar to sleep. Seeing their leader paralyzed, the wild boars scattered and fled, and Jiang Qiu immediately gave chase. Jiang Qiu, who was in pursuit, felt a little puzzled. This environment was clearly not the usual habitat of the frenzied blood boars. They preferred mud pits, places where they could stop the itching. Jiang Qiu suddenly realized what these frenzied wild boars were eating. It was a kind of animal attracting drug. Could it be that someone else had also taken a liking to these wild boars? After Jiang Qiu drugged the 2 wild boars, he quickly turned back. He was worried about Fatty. If Fatty encountered the person who had drugged him, he would be in trouble. "Fatty, Fatty." Wang Wuhai collapsed to the ground, the air around him filled with the smell of medicine, a drug with anesthetic properties. The breeding boar that Jiang Xue had overthrown had vanished without a trace. Jiang Qiu's lips curled into a smile. An alchemist? To be able to paralyze a second-grade martial artist in such a short time, that's interesting. Jiang Qiu splashed a pot of cold water on Wang Wuhai's face. The biting cold woke him up. Wang Wuhai suddenly jumped up, shouting, "Kid! Don't run! That's our wild boar." Wang Wuhai watched as Jiang Qiu slowly came to his senses and realized that things were not good. "Hey, Brother Jiang, just now some little devil-drugged guy carried away our breeding pig. I went up to stop him, but I didn't expect that guy to spill a handful of powder from his pocket. I only smelled this powder twice and immediately passed out." Wang Wuhai felt sorry for the wild boar. "Brother Jiang, let's chase after it in our car." Jiang Qiu pointed to the satellite city that was right in front of them and said, "No need, the kid you mentioned should be in the satellite city." Wang Wuhai sighed in relief. "What are we going to do? There are so many people in the satellite city, it'll be hard to find such a kid. The kid that Fatty Wang was talking about should be an alchemist. These kinds of people are very distinctive. Their scent is different from that of ordinary people, so it's easy to find one." Jiang Qiu didn't care about the wild boar. If that brat really ate it, he could just catch another one. But he was very interested in this alchemist in the satellite city. Jiang Qiu had witnessed the exorbitant profits of alchemists. A single bottle of bone-forging soup could sell for 500,000 martial coins. If he could form a partnership with this kid, given his daily life in the wilderness, the raw materials for these potions could be harvested from exotic beasts at virtually no cost. "Let's go, Fatty, load these pigs onto the truck, let's head into town." The fat man moved very quickly. His anticipation for the pig farm made him work harder. The thought of him and brother Jiang soon owning a pig farm filled him with joy. Jiang Qiu thought that the little devil alchemist was more capable than a pig farm. Listening to Wang Wuhai's description, this little devil alchemist was very thin and looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. The reason he was called a little devil was because of his unkempt hair, which made him look like a ghost. So young, yet he knows how to make medicine. His talent is limitless. Chapter 50, The Little Demon Who Knows Alchemy. Zhanghai Meat Processing Plant, with its brightly lit advertising signs and a 10-meter-high double-layered electric grid crackling with electric arcs. By the time of the second phase, we can directly pour concrete for the high walls. The truck drove into the breeding area, where the employees were already waiting to unload. They were all workers that the fat man had recruited from the surrounding shantytowns, and their faces were beaming with happiness at being able to work at the meat processing plant. Boss Wang. A man in protective clothing shook hands with Wang Wuhai, his chest still bearing bits of feed residue left over from mixing the feed. The man looked at Jiang Qiu with great insight and extended his hand. This must be Boss Jiang. Look, I just finished preparing the feed, and you've already arrived. Yes, Jiang Sua. Old Zhang, don't be so polite, let's put the pigs in the cage. Old Zhang waved his hand, and several employees came forward to lift the pig. The pig, which was snoring and sleeping, was lifted onto the cart and continued to snort and sleep. The medicine was administered very aggressively. Wang Wuhai led Jiang Qiu on a tour of the breeding area, showing clean and tidy pigsties and protective fences made of alloy. Jiang Qiu tapped on it, feeling its dense texture. This protective railing was definitely made of high-quality materials. Wang Wuhai dared not be careless when it came to raising exotic beasts. Well done, fatty, this protective railing is a real investment. The rabid wild boars were carried into the pigpen one by one. Jiang Qiu and Wang Wuhai moved to the slaughtering area, which included the quarantine area, the slaughtering area, the bleeding area, and the meat extraction area. Everything was planned in an orderly manner. I have already hired 2 late-stage second-rank martial artists as butchers. They are both retired from the Maple Leaf Army, so I trust them. Next was the jerky-making workshop, where 2 pots were automatically stir-frying jerky, and workers on the assembly line were sealing and packaging it. Jiang Qiu looked at the running production line and thought, this fatty Wang is indeed a shrewd businessman. He started making jerky so quickly. Hee, brother Jiang, the batch of blood beast meat you sent last time is already in production. I estimate we can make 20 large boxes of jerky this time. Each box is worth 50,000 martial arts coins. Jiang Qiu was very satisfied with the result. The Zhanghai meat processing plant was already taking shape. The meat processing plant currently only produces fresh meat and Wang's dried meat. This is just the beginning. As the scale of breeding expands in the future, some pre-made meat soup packets and meat soup powders can be added. After all, parents are very willing to buy meat products to replenish their children's blood and energy. Jiang Qiu had a general plan for the development of the meat processing plant in mind. Brother Jiang, you haven't experienced the flavors of the satellite city, have you? There's a place called Lead Beef with charcoal grill that's absolutely amazing. Let's go get some and maybe nourish our blood and energy at the same time. Jiang Qiu's mind was still on the alchemist whom Wang Wuhai called a brat. Wang Wuhai's suggestion to go out for a late-night snack suited Jiang Qiu's desire to go out and look for the person. Okay, let's go take a look. Wang Wuhai led the way. The satellite city's layout isn't as clearly divided into inner and outer cities as the main city of Maple Leaf. However, some factory areas have high walls, electric fences, and sentry posts. Beyond these high walls are scattered bungalows and shantytowns. Wang Wuhai pointed to a stall, from which the aroma of oil was constantly emanating. The spices were sprinkled on the beef, and the aroma was immediately released. Just smelling it made Wang Wuhai's mouth water. Brother Jiang. This is it, look how much incense there is. However, Jiang Sua not only smelled the aroma of roasted meat, but also a special smell, the smell of medicinal pills. Jiang Qiu keenly followed the direction from which the scent of the medicinal pills was wafting, the shantytown. Jiang Qiu was very excited to find that kid there. John demonstrated his flowing cloud-like footwork and quickly rushed towards the shantytown. Seeing that Jiang Qiu had left, Wang Wuhai disregarded the delicious food and immediately used his movement technique to follow after him. Following the scent, Jiang Qiu found the shanty that was releasing the smell of the medicinal pills in this cluster of shantytowns. In front of the shack was a pot, in which a pair of wild warriors were being boiled, and inside was a hairy girl, sickly and very weak. What are you doing? A voice rang out from behind Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu looked at the boy behind him, who was disheveled and holding herbs he had traded for wild boar meat. Damn it, you brat, so you were here. Wang Wuhai reached out and grabbed the kid's wrist. You brat, how dare you steal our wild boar? The boy tried to break free from Wang Wuhai's grip, but he was clearly no match for him. Wang Wuhai was far stronger. The little devil argued with him, you were able to catch those wild boars only because they were lured there by my powder. This wild boar is rightfully mine. You're talking nonsense. Alright, fatty, he's right. Wang Wuhai looked somewhat taken aback when he heard Jiang Qiuo's words, and he let go of the little devil's hand. The little devil added herbs to the pot where the pig was stewing. The blood and chi particles from the pair of mad blood pig ears were dissolved into the soup after the herbs were added. Jiang Qiuo watched the kid's actions. This kid already knew how to extract blood and chi particles from the ears of the bloodlust pig. He had already mastered the method of making blood and chi pills. A poor boy living in a shantytown acquired this knowledge of crafting simply through trial and error. His talent for alchemy is astounding. If he were given systematic training, he could even refine bone forging soup and grade 3 chi and blood pills. The little devil scooped a spoonful of soup from the pot and poured it into a wooden bowl. The little devil carried the wooden bowl to the white-haired girl, scooped out a spoonful of soup, blew on it, and then fed it to her. After drinking the herbal soup, the girl's face gradually regained some color and vitality. A bright smile appeared on the little devil's dark face. Ha, it really worked. Little sister, this stuff works for your body. Jiang Qiuo looked at the little devil and said, come with me. I can take you to Maple Leaf City. There are better resources there to help your sister. The kid's words were very cold, showing none of the tenderness he usually showed his sister. I don't trust you. Nobody who runs a factory here is a good person. My sister and I had our home taken away by the factory owners. Especially the Wei family, they are the worst. 80% of the factory owners are either from the Wei family or their cronies. Jiang Qiuo looked at the high walls erected outside the factory area and was deeply moved. The Wei family's roots had actually spread to the satellite city. Then who is a good person? The little devil said, the Maple Leaf Army are good people. They used their bodies to build this satellite city for us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiuo suddenly felt hopeful. He was a member of the Maple Leaf Army, so he must be a good person. He took out his retired military officer's certificate and said, look, I'm also a member of the Maple Leaf Army. The little devil took the documents from Jiang Qiuo's hand, his face showing emotion. You've already retired from the army, how am I supposed to know if you've gone astray? Jiang Qiuo smiled. This guy was indeed cautious. Then tell me, how can I get you to come with me? The little devil pointed to the high wall in the distance. You need to steal something from inside for me. It can cure my sister's illness. Also, I need you to kill the owner of this factory. He robbed my sister and me of our home. The young man scoffed inwardly. How could someone as young as him possibly infiltrate a factory, kill someone, and bring back their head? Chapter 51 Sumu. Jiang Qiuo took out the Wei family's personal guard uniform from his spatial storage and changed into it. He also carefully put away the token from the Beast God Church. Jiang used his flowing cloud steps technique to quickly scale the high wall. His movements were extremely agile, and he easily crossed the electric fence that was more than 10 meters high. Thick smoke billowed from the chimneys of the Wei family's pharmaceutical refinery. 5 Wei family servants formed patrol teams, and several armored trucks, fully loaded with goods, were ready to leave the city at any time. Jiang Qiuo looked at the layout of Wei's pharmaceutical factory, which was divided into a pharmaceutical refining workshop, a packaging workshop, and a vehicle fleet area. There were 4 servants guarding the outside of the alchemy workshop. 2 of these servants were martial artists, and the other 2 were soldiers carrying electric weapons. Jiang Qiuo stepped forward, his every step revealing his natural identity as someone from the pharmaceutical factory. Who goes there? This is a restricted area for alchemy workers. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. A soldier holding a stun gun reached out to stop Jiang Qiuo, who stepped inside. Jiang Qiuo took out the token of the Beast God Church, then slapped the soldier across the face. Open your eyes wide and see clearly who you are stopping. The 2 warriors immediately recognized the token as belonging to a first-level deacon of the Beast God Church. A first-level deacon is just 1 step away from becoming a chief deacon, who is in charge of church activities in a small city. Is he crazy? This tiny soldier dares to stop him. The 2 warriors sympathized with the soldier and then respectfully stepped aside. Sir, please. Jiang Qiuo feigned anger and then stepped into the medicine refining workshop. Inside the pharmaceutical workshop, Jiang Qiuo saw 2 boilers in operation, with white steam constantly spraying out from the pressure relief valves. Zhang Qiu frowned as he smelled an unpleasant odor. This smell is off. The smell was clearly the same as the bloodthirsty powder that had been found on Wei's personal guards. The Wei family is actually refining the forbidden drug bloodthirst powder here. Satellite cities, meant to be humanity's gateway to defend against alien beasts, have become places where these people refine bloodthirst powder. The Maple Leaf Army sacrificed their lives to resist the alien beasts, while the Wei family colluded with the Beast God Church for their own benefit. Zhang Qiu clenched his fists tightly, and his bones cracked. Zhang Qiu walked down the stairs of the medicine refining area, which was the treasure room where refining materials were stored. The first alloy door leading to the treasure room was ajar, and Zhang Qiu stepped directly in. The second door was guarded by 4 martial artists dressed as Wei family guards. Who goes there? Zhang Qiu held up the token of the Beast God Church, and the 4 warriors immediately relaxed their guard when they saw that he was a deacon of the Beast God Church. Seeing that the others had relaxed and made way, a martial artist had already inserted the key into the lock, and Zhang Zemin unleashed his flowing cloud leg technique. Bang 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 bang! The 4 martial artists instantly collapsed to the ground. After dealing with the 4 martial artists, Zhang Qiu went straight into the treasure room. Upon entering the treasure room, Zhang Qiu saw piles of dried blood red bats scattered all over the floor. These blood-splattering bats are the raw materials for making blood-splattering powder. Once a creature ingests it, its blood and chi will become extremely frenzied, and the aggression of strange beasts will be significantly enhanced if they consume it. Zhang Qiu looked at the pair of berserk blood bats and said, "Just wait, I'll burn you all after I take that dog boss's head." Zhang Qiu found the blood salamander on the shelf of the rare treasure room, which was the medicine that could be used to treat little ghost sister's illness. Zhang Qiu stored the blood salamander in his storage space. Next up is the head of the owner of this elixir factory. Zhang Qiu darted up to the second floor of the workshop. The conversation inside reached Zhang Qiu's ears. "Sir, 80% of the businesses in this satellite city belong to the Wei family. This pill factory alone can continuously ship out bloodthirst powder. The Wei family really benefits from the bishop's influence. Since cooperating with the Wei family, their businesses in Maple Leaf City have grown stronger and stronger. Deacon, please ask the bishop to launch a beast tide to attack Maple Leaf City. This way, our patriarch can take the opportunity to make the satellite city the main city, and the patriarch can become the city lord." The deacon of the Beast God Church spoke up, "All right, as long as you can supply the bloodthirst powder." The Wei family's conspiracy was completely exposed to Zhang Qiu. Since they were the Beast God Church, he would send them all on their way. Zhang Qiu burst in, showing the token of the Beast God Church. Both of them were taken aback. The token from the Church of the Beast God made them lower their guard. "Deacon!" Zhang Qiu's mouth turned backward, and a battle sword quietly appeared behind him. A murderous intent burned in his eyes. He first targeted the pharmaceutical factory owner, who was at the mid-level of the 3rd rank, and with a single azure dragon slash, head fell to the ground. The powerful surge of chi and blood caused even the deacon of the Beast God Church to turn pale. Zhang Qiu's speed in attack was only a blink of an eye. Then, the deacon's eyes widened in terror. "What are you doing? I'm from the Church of the Beast God. If you dare touch my bishop, he won't let you get away with it." The Beast God Church, the one I killed was from the Beast God Church. This 3rd rank, 1st stage deacon was immediately killed by Zhang Qiu's blade. As Zhang Qiu swung his sword, the Shenlong bone refining technique accelerated its operation, and in an instant, his body refining realm advanced from the 1st level of flesh refining to the 2nd level of flesh refining. This Shenlong bone refining technique can actually accelerate the operation speed during battle. When breaking through to the 2nd level of flesh refining, the energy of the bone forging soup was completely consumed, so Zhang Qiu picked up a bowl of bone forging soup and drank it. The resonance between the martial arts techniques of the profound dragon bone refining technique and the ancient dragon scripture accelerated the cultivation speed of the profound dragon bone refining technique, and the speed could be even faster when there was a sufficient supply of body refining medicine. Zhang Qiu asked Lin Ku, who had just reached the 8th level of skin tempering, while he himself had already entered the 2nd level of flesh refining. Breakthrough in body refinement realm and slaying members of the Wei family today is truly a double celebration. Zhang Qiu put the pharmaceutical factory owner's head into his spatial ring, then went down to the medicine refining workshop and set the boiler temperature to the highest level on the control panel. The materials used in this bloodlust powder are inherently volatile, so it's easy to imagine that the boiler would explode in no time when exposed to high temperatures. At that time, the Wei family's medicine refinery and a large amount of bloodlust powder will be destroyed. After doing all this, Zhang Qiu immediately climbed over the high wall and returned to the shantytown. He waved to the little devil, who saw him and walked over from beside his sister. When I saw that Zhang Qiuo's hands were empty, I knew he had failed. There were many martial artists in that medicine factory, how could he have succeeded alone? Hey, you failed, didn't you? I knew you couldn't do it. That's the way family's pharmaceutical factory. Zhang Qiuo took out the blood salamander from his spatial storage. Suddenly, a light appeared in the eyes of the little blood core demon. It's a blood salamander. There's a way to treat my sister's illness. The little devil snatched the blood core of the blood salamander from Zhang Qiuo's hand and immediately hid his hand behind his back. I admit you're quite skilled at retrieving the blood salamander from so many guards, but I still can't go with you. You didn't kill that person, and I haven't avenged my sister and me yet. The little devil stuck out his middle finger and waved it arrogantly. My conditions were the blood salamander plus that bastard boss's head, and you only met one of them. Zhang Qiuo snorted, this guy is really interesting. The conditions for recognizing him as an elder brother are so demanding, but he deserves it. Zhang Qiuo then took out the head of the pharmaceutical factory owner from his spatial ring. When the little devil saw that the head belonged to the pharmaceutical factory owner who had demolished their house, his eyes lit up. He really killed that scoundrel boss. The kid's expression was priceless. Good riddance to that scoundrel boss. Zhang Qiuo is really amazing. There are at least dozens of people in this pharmaceutical factory, most of whom are martial artists. He actually managed to kill them all and escape unscathed. It's not a loss for me to recognize someone like him as my elder brother, the little devil was about to say when suddenly a loud noise came. It's in the direction of the pharmaceutical factory. The factory exploded. Thick smoke billowed into the sky. The little devil stared blankly at Zhang Qiuo. Did you do this too? Zhang Qiuo said casually, yes, I did it. The little devil immediately knelt down. He was completely and utterly convinced. Despite causing such a commotion, his clothes weren't even dirty. His abilities and courage are top-notch at his stage. Even the geniuses from aristocratic families who occasionally appear in front of him can't compare to him. This kind of person can indeed become his elder brother. Elder brother, please accept my bow. Big brother, my name is Su Mu, you can also call me Little Devil. Chapter 52, Refining Bone Forging Soup. Zhang Qiuo drove Wang Pangzi's armored truck to the shantytown, and the neighbors in the shantytown all knew that Su Mu and his sister were moving. Xiao Su is moving away. What am I going to do if I get a headache or fever in the future? An elderly woman with gray hair looked at the armored truck. It's only a matter of time. Little Su has managed to discover multiple medicines on his own. It's a good thing that he's been noticed by important figures in the main city. Yes, if Sumu had a good master, he could definitely become one of the best alchemists out of 100. Zhang Qiuo had seen the attitudes of the neighbors towards Sumu, and he never expected that Sumu could still maintain his kindness in such a difficult environment. Such a person is worth the effort he puts into nurturing. Sumu brought out 2 wooden boxes and placed them on the ground. Let's divide these 2 boxes of medicine among ourselves. One box is for treating injuries and pain, and the other box can help improve blood circulation. Sumu, this kid, still thinks of us. Sumu carried his younger sister into the car, and then said goodbye to his neighbors at the window. Sumu, you must become a great alchemist. Amid farewells from neighbors, Zhang Qiuo started the armored truck. The words of the shantytown residents echoed in Zhang Qiuo's ears. They all hoped that Sumu would become an alchemist. Sumu mastered the art of qi and blood pills simply by figuring it out on his own. If it were Wang Wuai, asking him to refine pills from a book, it would be a miracle if he didn't cause a huge uproar. Talent is something that can make people incredibly jealous. Sumu's talent for alchemy, if he had a good teacher, would shine even brighter in the field. It's time to find Sumu a mentor. Zhang Qiuo searched his mind for alchemists, but couldn't find a single one. He had been in Maple Leaf City for so many years and had never come into contact with a formal alchemist. However, a fragment popped into his mind. In the black market, the Lin family shop sold pills. The Lin family, being a prominent family with numerous members, had a huge expense in producing pills, yet they still had surplus pills to sell. The Lin family has an alchemist. Zhang Qiuo dialed Lin Ke's number. Hey, Lin Ke, do you have an alchemist in your family? Lin Ke, on the other end of the phone, wanted to have some pills refined to aid in martial arts cultivation for his master. Yes, master, do you have any pills you'd like to have refined? I'll definitely have Master Kai take care of it. Zhang Qiuo's heart warmed by his little apprentice's thoughtfulness. It's not about alchemy, it's that I have a friend who wants to learn how to make pills. Lin Ke's tone revealed her delight. Then Master, you've come to the right person. Master Kai is looking for apprentices today. If you want to become his disciple, then let Master's friend take the alchemy exam. Zhang Qiuo drove steadily through the city streets. After rushing for so long, I finally made it. Zhang Qiuo, along with Su Mu, settled his sister in the Lin family's home. The two arrived at the examination site. Cheng Kong, you'd better put in a lot of effort for Master Kai's exam this time. Your family has spent a lot of money enrolling you in pill refining tutoring classes. Cheng Kong, carrying a large bag, nodded to his parents. He had been preparing for this exam for 3 years and had a very high chance of becoming Master Kai's apprentice. There were more than 20 people taking the exam. They stood in front of a table, which contained only an electronic alchemy furnace. These 20-odd people are already all the potential alchemists in Maple Leaf City. Each of these people was carrying large bags and small packages, while Sumu had nothing in his hands. Hey, look, that dirty kid didn't bring anything. Ha, he must know he should bring his own materials. Hee, how can he refine pills without materials? One less competitor. Oh dear, I forgot to tell Master that we need to bring our own materials for this alchemy exam. Master, I'll go get the materials right now. At this moment, Master Hu Huabaikai came out to announce the exam question. The question for this exam is the bone forging soup. The formula has already been distributed to you. The prescription was distributed to the examinees by a servant of the Lin family. What should we do with this dirty child? We can't make any medicine without the ingredients. All 20-odd candidates were delighted to have one less competitor. Cheng Kong, however, was unmoved in his eyes. It didn't matter whether the dirty child was there or not. Zhang Qiuo grabbed Lin Ke, who was about to get the materials. Lin Ke, no need to trouble yourself. Just find any materials you need from me. Zhang Qiuo poured the alien beast material coefficients he had obtained from the final exam from his spatial ring onto the ground. The examinees stared wide-eyed at the huge pile of exotic beast materials. The value of such a large quantity of materials was estimated to be over 400,000. They were itching to try their hand at these materials. If they had such a large quantity of exotic beast materials to practice with when they were learning alchemy, their alchemy skills would definitely improve even further. The expert next to this dirty kid is truly skilled. Sumu looked at the pill formula and began selecting materials from the pile of exotic beast materials. Cheng Kong watched as Sumu selected materials according to the pill formula. It turned out this was the first time the kid had refined the bone forging soup. Cheng Kong breathed a sigh of relief. He was greatly shocked when Zhang Qiuo poured out a large amount of exotic beast materials. These materials were probably the materials he had spent on refining medicine for 3 years. Zhang Qiuo possessed such a large quantity of materials that he mistakenly believed that Su Mu, whom he had brought, was a little monster with extensive experience in alchemy. It turns out I misunderstood. This dirty kid was just a newbie. After selecting the materials, Sumu read the recipe for the bone forging soup twice before starting the process. The moment he started, his technique was as skillful as that of a seasoned alchemist. Some test takers, after seeing Sumu's actions, thought, this dirty kid must have guessed. He's so fast. Cheng Kong also noticed Sumu's actions. His hands were nimble. He controlled every moment perfectly, adding the medicine and raising the temperature. Calm down. I've made this bone strengthening soup at least 20 times. This dirty kid is only doing it for the first time. He's already wasted a lot of time looking for ingredients. He can't catch up with me. Sumu entered a state of high concentration, his hands becoming nimble, and he timed each step of the medicine refining process perfectly. Master Kai was also attracted to Sumu. Great. This kid is going to become my successor. Cheng Kong saw the admiring look in Master Kai's eyes for Sumu and immediately became anxious. No, how could I be outdone by such a young upstart? Cheng Kong quickened his pace, and Sumu soon finished refining the bone forging soup. Everyone was stunned. How old was this dirty kid? He was the first to successfully refine the bone forging soup. The appreciation in Master Kai's eyes was impossible to hide. Cheng Kang's face was filled with disbelief. I've undergone 3 years of standardized alchemy training, and this kid's first attempt took ages. His bone forging soup must be terrible. After a long time, except for the one whose furnace exploded halfway through, everyone finished making the bone forging soup. Master Kai began to rate the quality of the bone strengthening soup. The quality is just average, barely passing, 60 points. The heat was too high, the soup turned dark, 45 points. Not bad, 70. When Master Kai came to Chen Kang's side, he picked up his bone-strengthening soup and took a look. The soup has a bright color, not bad, 80 points. A satisfied smile spread across Chen Kang's face. This time I was absolutely certain. My bone-strengthening soup scored 80 points. Nobody got a higher score than me. When Master Kai walked up to Sumu, he picked up the bone-forging soup that Sumu had prepared and examined it carefully for a long time. Chapter 53, Pretending to be a Lover. Then, Master Kai's expression relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. 90 points. Zhang Qiuo looked at Sumu with admiration. This kid's talent was indeed amazing. He was given a high score of 90 by the master on his first attempt at refining. Cheng Kong heard Sumu's score of 90. This guy, is he a scion of some hidden family in the city? He looks like he's only a teenager. How can he refine a 90-point bone-forging soup? What are my 3 years of hard work compared to this? Sumu gave the finished bone-forging soup to Zhang Qiuo. Zhang Qiuo accepted the bone-forging soup, and after looking at the soup worth 500,000 martial coins, he drank it down in one gulp. The pure medicinal liquid began to frantically activate the Xianlong bone refining technique. Zhang Qiuo threw several punches in mid-air to accelerate the absorption of the medicinal power. After he finished a set of Pajun Fist, the medicinal power was completely absorbed. 3 realms of flesh refining. He actually broke through to the 3rd level of the flesh refining realm all at once. Zhang Qiuo calmed his blood and qi, and compared with the bone-forging soup made by Sumu, the bone-forging soup he bought from the market was like water. Upon hearing that his elder brother had broken through to a higher realm after consuming the bone-forging soup he had concocted, Sumu's eyes shone like stars tempered in fire. Excellent! My brother's strength has increased again after drinking the bone-forging soup. I must continue to work hard and refine even stronger pills to help him improve. Sumu's movements were somewhat awkward, clearly indicating that there were some things he was embarrassed to say. Zhang Qiuo guessed his thoughts. Sumu, you stay at the Lin family's house for the next few days. I'll find you a shop so you and Master Kai can learn medicine making while you sell it. Sumu was overjoyed. With the shop, he could bring his younger sister over to take care of her as well. He could take care of his sister while selling medicine for his older brother. Following Lin Ku's directions, Zhang Qiuo arrived at a commercial district lined with steel skyscrapers, where neon lights continuously emanated from the buildings. These buildings house many martial arts schools, martial arts studios, bounty hunter training classes, and other martial arts training institutions. The large number of these institutions means that there will be a large number of martial artists and aspiring martial artists who consume a lot of potions. Opening a potion shop here would be perfect. Zhang Qiuo set his sights on a shop on the 1st floor. The shop consisted of a storefront, a warehouse, and a living area. This was perfect for Sumu. After a few weeks of training, he could start selling potions in the shop. However, the shop prices in the inner city's commercial district were causing Zhang Qiuo some concern. To completely acquire the entire shop would require a total of 10 million martial coins. Fortunately, he could rent first and then buy, and the rent paid could be used to offset the amount required to purchase the shop. However, Zhang Qiuo cannot come up with the 1 million yuan rent payment at the moment. Suddenly, Zhang Qiuo's phone rang. It was Mu Zitong. Mr. Jiang, are you interested in the task assigned by the Law Enforcement Bureau? There's a reward of 1 million martial coins upon completion. Hey! You're short on cash, and someone's already brought you some. This is a reward of 1 million martial coins. Ever since Mu Zitong witnessed her killing Pan Bo, she seems to have treated her much better. Yes, Your Honor. Zhang Qiuo hung up Mu Zitong's call, boarded the city rail, and traveled quickly through the city. After getting off the city rail, he boarded an armored vehicle heading out of the city. Zhang Qiuo got off the armored vehicle, and the scene in front of him was already a wild forest. The two met in the desolate forest outside the city. Mu Zitong performed a disguise in front of Zhang Qiuo, and her face quickly transformed into that of a beautiful woman, while her purple pupils remained unchanged. She parted her red lips slightly and began to explain the mission to Zhang Qiuo. The Church of the Beast God has recently sent a large number of its members to the vicinity of Maple Leaf City. The Beast God Church has actually started to become active near Maple Leaf City. It's all because of the Wei family. Mu Zitong said, the Beast God Church will be showcasing its latest forbidden drug in an abandoned tree fortress outside Maple Leaf City. The Eastern Alliance's Law Enforcement Bureau has apprehended a witch from the Beast God Church. She also has a lover, He Shang, who is wanted by the Eastern Alliance and will not be appearing for some time. Mu Zitong blushed and said shyly to Jiang Kuo, this time we need to pretend to be a couple and sneak into the Beast God Church's gathering. Jiang Kuo's eyes widened suddenly. Oh, Mu Zitong, so you were waiting for me here. Mu Zitong had Jiang Kuo change into the Beast God Church's clothing as well. For this operation, we only need to obtain the Beast God Church's forbidden drug to complete the mission. The final kill of the Beast God Church's chief deacon will be carried out by Qin Yazhou, the law enforcement officer of the Eastern Alliance. Mu Zitong took Jiang Kuo's arm and walked towards the tree fortress. Be a little more affectionate, we're a couple now. Jiang Kuo naturally wrapped his arm around Mu Zitong's waist, causing her to tremble and her face to flush red again. Her hands gripped the hem of her wine-red dress tightly. Mu Zitong buried her face in Jiang Kuo's neck and whispered in his ear, this time, the chief deacon of the Beast God Church has the strength of a 6th rank official and is very cautious. If he finds out, they will definitely not show the Beast God Church's new forbidden medicine. The tree fortress was surrounded by vines, clearly indicating that it had been abandoned for a long time. As the two ventured deeper, they discovered a hidden world beneath the tree fortress. There was a vast space beneath the ground, meticulously excavated and easily large enough to accommodate 100 people. The ground was covered with puddles of water. The deacons of the Beast God Church mostly held a wineglass in their hands, the crimson wine inside clinking against the glass. Scarlet smoke. A steward approached Mu Zitong, his eyes filled with anger as he looked at Jiang Kuo. Well, Fian. It's only been a few days, and you've already hooked up with another man. Oh no. I never expected He Shang, who was wanted by Donglian, to have escaped here. A look of panic flashed in Mu Zitong's eyes. The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the Beast God Church. Jiang Kuo hugged Mu Zitong tightly around the waist. Fian, who is this person? I don't recognize him. Fian. You fucking went looking for some random man. He Shang stepped forward and grabbed Mu Zitong's wrist. Jiang Kuo curled the corners of his lips, looked coldly at the man, and kicked him in the stomach. Watch your mouth. Jiang Kuo took out the token of a first-level deacon. I suspect you are from the Law Enforcement Bureau or a military officer. What is your purpose in infiltrating our venue? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression tightened. Law Enforcement Bureau. He Shang got up. I'm from the Beast God Church. Where is your token? He Shang looked flustered. Damn it, he lost the token when he was wanted, and now he couldn't explain himself. The token. I lost it. It was those law enforcement officers who tracked me all the way from Donglian. Jiang Kuo's tone exuded the authority of a superior. No token, and you claim you're not from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Kill them. At this moment, the 6th-ranked chief steward said, hey, killing him is no fun. Strip him naked and feed him to the bear beast. Several second-level deacons of the Beast God Society quickly stepped forward and stripped He Shang naked. Then they pulled back a black curtain, inside which was a raging blood bear. He Shang's face was full of terror. He struggled incessantly, and in the struggle he noticed that something was wrong with Fei Yan and her eyes. They're fake. They're fake. However, he was immediately thrown into the cage, where the ferocious bear began to tear at him frantically. Upon hearing He Shang's words, the 6th-ranked steward sized up Jiang Kuo and his fake couple, wondering if they were truly a couple. Chapter 54 Beast Evolution Pill. Jiang Kuo's heart was in his throat. He knew that the 6th-ranked steward was watching him. He watched the bloody scene of He Shang being torn apart, while his hand lightly pinched Mu Zitong's waist. Mu Zitong buried her head in Jiang Kuo's arms, murmuring, I hate it, don't. Then Mu Zitong looked up at Jiang Kuo, a faint blush rising on her fair face, her heart racing. Nervousness and panic swirled within her. She didn't know if her feelings stemmed from fear of the Beast God Church or from genuine attraction to Jiang Kuo. Jiang Kuo's eyes were filled with excitement, the kind of excitement that comes from watching a bloody scene. The chief deacon chuckled inwardly. How could someone so fanatical about blood be a spy for the Enforcement Bureau? This guy is from our Beast God Church. Jiang Kuo breathed a sigh of relief once the chief deacon's gaze left him. Thank goodness, Mu Zitong thought to herself. This guy was born to be an enforcer, he didn't give himself away in front of a 6th-rank expert. The chief deacon waved his hands, and his trusted confidants immediately distributed bottles of red porcelain pills to the various deacons. Jiang Kuo and Mu Zitong took the bottle of pills, pretended to examine it, but actually replaced the beast evolution pills inside with the pills in their spatial rings. A wicked smile appeared on the chief deacon's face. Beast evolution pill. The chief steward threw the beast evolution pill he was holding into the cage where the blood bear was imprisoned, and the blood bear swallowed the beast evolution pill in one gulp. The blood bear's body trembled violently, crimson bone spurs grew from its back, and the claws on its paws became incredibly sharp. My God, these lunatics! Mu Zitong stared at the drastically changed blood bear. Under the catalysis of the beast evolution pill, this blood bear had actually advanced from rank 3 to rank 4. The chief deacon's face beamed with excitement. This monster is insane. If we use a large number of beast evolution pills in Maple Leaf City, then our divine sect will be able to take over Maple Leaf City and seize the return to Origin Cave in no time. Jiang Qiuo clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the murderous intent in his heart. These bastards actually thought of attacking Maple Leaf City. If they really did, what a terrible state Maple Leaf City would be in. The home that countless warriors risked their lives to build would be destroyed in an instant. A one-eyed deacon watched as the evolved giant bear frantically pounded on the alloy fence. I'm already looking forward to it. This beast will charge onto the walls of Maple Leaf City and bite off the head of the Maple Leaf Army's city defense officer. Jiang Qiuo's body trembled. Damn it, that killing intent was becoming uncontrollable. Boom! After a loud bang, the iron gate on the ground inside the tree fortress was blown open. Then a man in a law enforcement officer's uniform rushed into the hall, his target the chief deacon. The chief deacon's pupils trembled, and his voice was distorted. Eastern Alliance Enforcement Officer Qin Yazhou. Qin Yazhou drew his longsword and engaged the chief steward in battle. Jiang Qiuo could no longer suppress his anger, and his battle blade swiftly appeared in his palm. Flowing Cloud Step. Jiang Qiuo instantly appeared in front of the one-eyed deacon. Then, the blood and chi accumulated wildly within the battle blade. The one-eyed deacon looked panicked and forgot how to resist. Jiang Qiuo slashed out with his sword, and with a whoosh, the one-eyed deacon's head fell to the ground. Qin Yazhou felt the blow Jiang Qiuo had just delivered, and even during his battle with the chief steward, he still had the energy to observe Jiang Qiuo. Qin Yazhou continued to look at Jiang Qiuo. The power of that last strike was enough to kill a 4th-rank martial artist. This kid was only a 3rd rank. His swordsmanship was amazing. When did Maple Leaf City produce such a law enforcement officer? Jiang Qiuo looked at the severed head. How dare they attack the Maple Leaf Army? They deserved to die. In Jiang Qiuo's heart, the Maple Leaf Army was the most sacred force, the heroes who guarded Maple Leaf City. These cultists dared to offend the Maple Leaf Army like this, they deserved to die. Mu Zitong was no longer the gentle and weak woman she had been in Jiang Qiuo's arms. The pistol in her hand kept firing special bullets that could release air blood. These specially made bullets are extremely effective against martial artists below the 3rd rank. Jiang Qiuo slashed wildly with his sword, cutting down each and every one of the deacons of the Beast God Church he encountered. Don't move, my sword could pierce your chest at any moment. Qin Yazhou's sword was pointed at the chief steward's chest. The chief steward's face was filled with fear. He was about to bite through the venom sac in his molars when Qin Yazhou's longsword struck him in the face first. Then, Qin Yazhou slit open the chief steward's chest and immediately drained his blood and chi. After losing his vital energy, the chief steward quickly fainted. Jiang Qiuo caught a deacon of the Beast God Church and killed him with a single blow. Remember, this is Maple Leaf City. You heretics are not allowed to set foot here. Mu Zitong's eyes trembled as Jiang Qiuo revealed his murderous aura before her once again. With Jiang Qiuo's cooperation, the law enforcement officers of Donglian quickly dealt with the deacons under the tree fort. The chief deacon was injected with special needles that would continuously drain his blood and energy, and a suit of alloy armor that restricted his movement was locked onto his body. Commander Qin. Mu Zitong paid tribute to Qin Yazhou. The Maple Leaf City Law Enforcement Bureau did a good job this time. By the way, is this comrade a new recruit this year? I haven't seen him before at the Maple Leaf City Law Enforcement Bureau. Upon hearing this, Mu Zitong immediately introduced Jiang Qiuo to Qin Yazhou. Commander Qin, this is Jiang Qiuo, a student at Maple Leaf Martial Arts University, and also a 4-star bounty hunter of the Bounty Hunter Association. Qin Yazhou's expression changed. A student from Maple Leaf Martial Arts University, facing these fierce and savage deacons of the Beast God Church, could actually display such strength. And yet, a student at a martial arts university, already a 4-star bounty hunter, interesting, a promising candidate for an enforcement officer. Qin Yazhou, I'm from the Donglian Law Enforcement Bureau. You can come to me if you encounter any trouble in Donglian. Qin Yazhou handed a business card to Jiang Qiuo. Qin Yazhou, accompanied by law enforcement officers, escorted the Church of the Beast God out of the tree fortress. When Mu Zitong saw Qin Yazhou off, she was standing next to Jiang Kuo. She was still in shock from the bloody scene just now, and being close to Jiang Kuo gave her a sense of security. Jiang Kuo looked at the communicator and saw that Mu Chuxue had sent him a ranking list, the Maple Leaf Martial Arts University student ranking list. Jiang Kuo, this is the student ranking list of Maple Leaf Martial Arts University. You can challenge them after the start of the semester. Jiang Kuo looked at the leaderboard, first place, Mu Qingfeng second place, Lin Zhan and third place, Wei Yang. The top two on the leaderboard are seniors this year. Mu Qingfeng's strength has reached the middle stage of the fourth rank. He showed a special physique in his sophomore year. It is said that his snow-treading plum blossom step has reached the perfect realm. This year, he has consumed most of the resources that the Mu family gave to its members. Lin Zhan is the one in this generation of the Lin family who is most like their patriarch. He is persistent and steady in his swordsmanship, and has already mastered 2 swordsmanship techniques at the microscopic level. Looking at Mu Chushue's message, Jiang Kuo realized he needed to take advantage of the winter break to further improve his overall strength. Seeing Jiang Kuo's excitement and joy upon seeing Mu Chushue's message, Mu Zitong couldn't help but feel jealous. Just moments ago, the two of them had been playing the role of an intimate couple. Jiang Kuo took out the broken piece of alloy mesh from his spatial ring. Purple eyes, I found this at the drainage pipe network. Mu Zitong looked at the broken piece of alloy material, a material that didn't even qualify as a D-grade alloy. This is an alloy mesh cover. There are really some people in the Maple Leaf City administration who are completely corrupt. Jiang Kuo, thank you for your trust. I will continue my investigation. Mu Zitong's purple eyes flickered. She pursed her delicate lips and smiled knowingly. She had always thought that this guy would only chop people up when he encountered someone who displeased him, but she never expected him to ask her for help. At this moment, Mu Zitong felt a little smug. Chapter 55, Advanced Massage Techniques. Early morning. Jiang Kuo got out of the soft bed. The ranking list his wife had told him about yesterday, after the first snowfall, had put him under pressure. Mu Qingfeng's snow-treading plum blossom steps had actually reached a perfect level, and Lin Zhan's skill in swordsmanship was also very profound. As a result, it seemed that I had no advantage in martial arts. He looked at Mu Chuxue lying on the sofa. The room was very warm, and Mu Chuxue was dressed lightly, with her left leg crossed over her right leg, looking very relaxed. First snow? Yeah, he can live off a woman now, so why bother practicing martial arts so hard? He might as well rely on his wife Chuxue to get some rewards from the system. Let's go, let's live off women. First snow. After saying that, Jiang Kuo placed his hand on Mu Chushue's shoulder and began to slowly apply pressure. Mu Chushue's expression changed slightly. Why was Jiang Kuo massaging me again? Did he see what I was wearing, and that's why? Mu Chuxue was somewhat smug, wanting to take advantage of the situation. TCH, little boy. Jiang Kuo was very attentive. He was trying very hard to make the most of this opportunity to live off a woman. First snow, let me show you my new technique. Mu Chuxue curled her lips and snorted. I don't believe you. I think the experience technique is fake, and the real purpose is to take advantage of the situation. Okay, then let me see your technique. Mu Chuxue verbally agreed, partly because she wanted to see what Jiang Kuo was really up to, and partly because she wanted to take the opportunity to put some pressure on Jiang Kuo. Xiao Jiangsua, when you massage my legs later, I'll frame you for taking advantage of me. Jiang Kuo kneaded Mu Chushue's shoulders repeatedly, when suddenly he heard Mu Chuxue complaining in her mind, you stinky Jiang Kuo, all you know how to do is massage my shoulders, my arms are sore and numb too. This isn't some new technique, you idiot Jiang Kuo. Jiang Kuo understood immediately, and with a fluid movement, quickly switched the target of his force to Chushue's arm. This guy is interesting. It's like he can hear my thoughts. Jiang Kuo secretly suppressed the corners of his mouth, watching Mu Chuxue begin to enjoy his technique, and his heart was filled with excitement. With the help of Jiang Kuo's ability to glean insights into the goddess's heart, he was able to meet Mu Chushue's expectations with each change in technique. Mu Chushue's lips curled into a soft smile as she unconsciously tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Xiao Jiangsua always manages to press the button in the spot. I expect his new technique is quite interesting. Ding! Mu Chuxue is interested in your massage techniques. You are rewarded with beginner massage techniques. Jiang Kuo's Adam's apple bobbed. A skilled craftsman must first sharpen his tools. He'd been rewarded with a beginner's massage technique. Mu Chuxue was about to interrupt Jiang Kuo, as she had already relaxed from Jiang Qiuo's new technique, but she suddenly felt that Jiang Qiuo's technique had changed. Surprisingly, it made her feel a tingling sensation, like an electric current passing through her body. What? How come this guy's technique has improved so much in just a short time? A blush crept onto Mu Chushue's face. Jiang Qiuo's improved technique rekindled her interest in continuing the experience, even though she had originally intended to stop there. His technique was quite good. Jiang Qiuo gently massaged Mu Chushue's Yongquan acupoint. Chushue, you must have been eating a lot of cold foods lately, your little feet are so cold. Mu Chushue's cheeks turned even redder. Jiang Qiuo had discovered her little secret, and feeling guilty, she didn't dare to look Jiang Qiuo in the eye. This guy, he knows everything, how embarrassing. Mu Chushue murmured to herself. She seemed to have forgotten that she originally intended to use Jiang Qiuo's attempt to take advantage of her to put him in his place, but now it seemed that Jiang Qiuo was the one in control of this battle. Under the rudimentary massage techniques, Mu Chushue lost all the imposing presence of a 6th-rank martial artist, leaving only her shy demeanor. Seeing that Mu Chushue's defenses had relaxed, Jiang Qiuo took the opportunity to advance. Infuse your 2 fingers with blood and energy, and aim them at the acupoints indicated by the basic massage techniques. Mu Chushue's eyes were bright as she rubbed her fingertips on the sofa. This guy, when did he learn this technique? Mu Chushue was amazed by your massage techniques. You are rewarded with an upgrade to basic massage skills. Advancing from basic massage techniques to advanced massage techniques. Advanced massage techniques, acupressure and meridian clearing skills, the ultimate techniques for pleasing goddesses, and the essential self-cultivation of a top-tier gigolo. Jiang Qiuo had a flash of inspiration, and a wealth of massage experience flooded into his mind. His fingers moved swiftly over Mu Chushue's legs, each touch precisely infusing blood and qi into the corresponding acupoints. The acupoints and meridians in Mu Chushue's legs received excellent stimulation, and her blood and qi surged like a sea of clouds. Jiang Qiuo curled the corners of his mouth, because he saw that Goddess Mu's face was now completely red, just like a red apple. Mu Chushue's cheeks burned as she felt her blood and energy surging towards her 7th-rank barrier. Xiao Jiansua, where did you get the acupressure and meridian opening techniques? This massage seems to be helping me break through the bottleneck in my cultivation that has been bothering me for so long. Mu Chushue's blood and qi suddenly surged, and her aura instantly rose. She reached out and touched Jiang Qiuo's hand. Rank 7. Mu Chushue exhaled, calming the surging blood and qi in her body. Her toes lightly tapped Jiang Qiuo's leg, and she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Mu Chushue felt refreshed after her breakthrough. Little Jiang Qiuo, not bad. Where did you learn the acupoint opening technique? It actually helped me break through to the 7th rank. Mu Chushue's voice was light and cheerful, expressing her joy at breaking through to the 7th rank, and even more so her joy at Jiang Qiuo's thoughtfulness. Jiang Qiuo was also happy for Mu Chushue's breakthrough. Chushue's talent was even more astonishing. There were only a handful of 7th-grade experts in the entire Maple Leaf City. First Snow, this massage technique of mine seems to have been created for you. It suddenly popped into my mind and appeared for your breakthrough to the 7th rank. Mu Chushue smiled mischievously, you're quite the talker. Mu Chushue is overjoyed that your advanced massage techniques have broken through to the 7th rank, and rewards you with the flowing cloud leg technique reaching the proficiency level. It's here. Jiang Qiuo carefully savored this martial arts enlightenment, and his B-level martial arts technique, flowing cloud leg technique, was upgraded to the mastery level as a large amount of martial arts enlightenment poured in. Jiang Qiuo knew that the flowing cloud leg technique and the flowing cloud step technique were of the same origin. Once the flowing cloud leg technique was improved, the flowing cloud step technique would also be enhanced accordingly under the resonance of martial arts techniques. Jiang Qiuo was secretly delighted. He had only given Mu Chushue a small massage, yet he had received such a significant boost in his martial arts skills. Mu Chushue tidied her hair, then leaned close to Jiang Qiuo and gave him a sweet kiss. Jiang Sua, thank you. This time, it was the little boy's turn to panic. Jiang Qiuo, I have to go to the Mu family, and afterwards I have to go to the Maple Leaf Martial Arts Alliance to get certified as a high-level martial artist. Looking at his 7th-rank martial artist wife, Jiang Qiuo felt a pang of doubt, wondering if he was truly destined to be supported solely by Mu Chushue. After Mu Chushue's martial arts reached the 7th rank, Jiang Qiuo felt he had found an even stronger patron. When Mu Chushue arrived at her doorstep wearing a trench coat, she said, by the way, Xiao Jiangsua, your massage technique is very good. If you're home in the future, remember to give me a massage every day. Just as Mu Chushue was about to leave, Jiang Qiuo's communicator beeped with a message notification. Mu Chushue snatched the phone and clicked, hee hee. Jiang Kuo, 1 million martial coins have been transferred to your account. Upon hearing Mu Zitong's voice, Mu Chushue's joyful expression vanished. Mu Chushue gave Jiang Kuo a look that said, I'll deal with you when I get back. Oh, looks like I'm not your only client. Shue, I'm innocent. I only earned clean money. Chapter 56, Stealing the Crescent Moon Saber Technique. After receiving the million, Jiang Kuo felt melancholy. The timing of the million was really bad, as his wife Chu Shui had found out about it. However, with this million, the pharmacy could be opened smoothly. Jiang Kuo successfully rented the shop in the commercial district, and Lin Ku also took the Su siblings to the shop's location. Sumu looked at the nicely decorated shop and was very satisfied when he arrived at the living area. There were 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Sumu put his sister on the bed. Sue, how is it? Is this bed soft? Sue nodded, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. My brother is so thoughtful, he even considered Xiaowei's needs. Brother, all the pills I refined are in the car. Sumu and Jiang Kuo carried the pills from the car into the shop, while Lin Ke placed them on the shelves. Jiang Kuo looked at the pills in the box: grade 1 Qi and blood pill, grade 2 Qi and blood pill, golden body liquid, and bone forging soup. Among them, the first grade Qi and blood pill is the most numerous. The first grade Qi and blood pill is the best-selling of all pills. All martial arts high school students preparing for the martial arts exam and aspiring martial artists in society represent the largest martial arts group in Maple Leaf City. Moreover, those parents are most willing to buy Qi and blood-boosting medicines for martial arts students who are preparing for martial arts exams. The best-selling pills are those with high sales volume. The second-grade Qi and blood pill and golden body liquid are targeted at first-grade and second-grade martial artists, who have a certain economic foundation. Jiang Kuo finished tidying up the medicines in the pharmacy, while Lin Ke, the little princess, followed her master around busily. After Jiang Kuo finished all his work, he said to Sumu, Kid, Fatty Wang wants you to develop some medicinal soup packets that nourish Qi and blood. The medicinal soup packets that nourish Qi and blood were not too difficult for Sumu to prepare, so he agreed. After Sumu made the blood-nourishing soup medicinal soup packet, Zhanghai Meat Union prepared to launch a pre-made blood-nourishing meat soup packet. You should know that Maple Leaf City has a large number of families preparing for martial arts exams, and parents are very willing to spend money on their children who are preparing for martial arts exams. Jiang Kuo had just finished settling Sumu and his sister in and was about to leave when Lin Ke stopped him. Master, do you have time today? I need to practice my swordsmanship with you. Lin Ke looked up at Jiang Kuo. Jiang Kuo looked at his little apprentice, Lin Ke, who was busy helping him tidy up the shop. He noticed that Lin Ke's fair face was now covered in dust, making her look like a little kitten. Jiang Kuo looked at Lin Ke's messy face and couldn't help but chuckle. All right, my good disciple, I'll teach you some swordsmanship. Since his little apprentice became his disciple, Jiang Kuo hadn't properly taught her, making him a somewhat unworthy master. The Lin family's residence, inside the cultivation room. Lin Ke held a battle sword, her small face full of longing to spar with her master. Master, don't hold back later, I'm very powerful. Jiang Kuo's lips curled up slightly. This little apprentice. Lin Ke suddenly thrust towards Jiang Kuo, who dodged and used the flowing cloud step. Lin Ke dodged Jiang Kuo's slash in an instant. Then, Jiang Kuo gently flicked the blade with the handle of his knife, causing Lin Ke's sword to vibrate and making Jiang Kuo's hand go numb. Lin Ke pouted her master was just teasing her. Lin Ke unleashed the crescent moon blade technique, the blade flashing through the air like a crescent moon. While engaging in combat, Jiang Kuo was also silently familiarizing himself with the moves of the crescent moon blade technique. This is an A-level martial arts technique, and Jiang Kuo plans to learn it during the battle. Jiang Kuo's 100 battles sword technique has reached a level of subtlety, allowing him to provide Lin Ke with moves while simultaneously maintaining control of the battle. With each ping-pong, Lin Ke's attacks became increasingly intense. Jiang Kuo unleashed his shadow blade, a technique that seamlessly blended reality and illusion, its movements unpredictable and ever-changing. Jiang Kuo felt a surge of excitement. The shadow blade was an inconspicuous move in the 100 battles blade technique, but during his battle with Lin Ke, it showed signs of improvement. Lin Ke's crescent blade also changed rapidly. How could his master's move be so versatile? Sometimes, when he actually slashed down, all he saw was the shadow of his blade. Lin Ke looked serious as she focused on executing the crescent moonblade technique. Her mind followed the blade, intently sensing the changes in Jiang Kuo's swordsmanship. Jiang Kuo's shadow blade was constantly changing unpredictably. Then, the Shadow Blade sword technique broke through to a higher level, and the sword shadows that were created were just like real battle swords. Zhang Kuo was overjoyed. Little apprentice, it seems you've become my sparring partner again this time. With the improvement of his Shadow Blade technique, Zhang Kuo made great strides in the speed of his 100 battles blade technique. Improving the speed of swordsmanship can greatly enhance the overall ability of swordsmanship. Imagine if, within the interplay of illusion and reality, there were hidden the 6th level of the overlapping waves and the Azure Dragon Slash, 2 powerful strikes. How unexpected that would be for the enemy. My good disciple, I have learned a lot from you. However, Lin Ku's sword momentum did not show any signs of defeat under Zhang Kuo's enhanced Shadow Blade. On the contrary, it became even more rapid. A smug expression appeared on Lin Ku's small face. Master, it's my turn to break through this time. During the battle, Lin Ku could feel her heart pounding violently against her ribs. The Crescent Moon Blade technique is incredibly precise. Lin Ku's swordsmanship became even more swift and fierce. She poured her blood and chi into her sword, and her expression changed. Master, you must be careful from now on. Lin Ku unleashed his fierce Crescent Blade technique, and Zhang Kuo unleashed his full power to fight Lin Ku. He sensed that Lin Ku's Crescent Blade technique had reached the level of subtlety. It seems that my role as his master has indeed been effective. Lin Ku's Crescent Blade technique changed rapidly, while Zhang Zhe displayed the 6-fold wave slash. Lin Ku's Crescent Blade technique had just reached a certain level of proficiency, and under Zhang Kuo's 100 battles blade technique, Lin Ku's Crescent Blade was clearly at a disadvantage. Lin Ku pouted. Master is master. Even though my swordsmanship has improved to the level of subtlety, it is still full of flaws in my master's eyes. During his battle with Lin Ku, Zhang Kuo observed every move of the Crescent Moonblade technique. Last time, when he sparred with the head of the Lin family, he had not mastered the Crescent Moonblade technique. However, this time, during his battle with Lin Ku, Zhang Kuo was gradually mastering Lin Ku's Crescent Moonblade technique. Zhang Kuo's lips curled up. This time, his constant battles with Lin Ku had allowed him to successfully master the Crescent Moonblade technique. He has now mastered 2 A-level sword techniques. If he continues to delve deeper and elevates the Crescent Moon sword technique to the level of subtlety, while also becoming familiar with switching flexibly between the 2 sword techniques, then he can completely imitate Lin Zhan of the Lin family and climb the rankings by relying on the synergy between the 2 sword techniques. Lin Ku was completely exhausted. Holding her lower back, she said to Zhang Kuo, I'm not fighting anymore. Although his swordsmanship had reached a level of subtlety, there was still a significant gap compared to his master. If you're not going to fight, then it's my turn. A clear, male voice rang out. Chapter 57, Lin Zhan. Zhang Kuo looked at the man in front of him, whose arm muscles were clearly defined, as if they were wrapped in a layer of refined iron. Could this person be Lin Zhan, ranked 2nd on the Maple Leaf Martial Arts University list? Lin Ku moved closer to Zhang Kuo and said, Master, this is my brother, Lin Zhan. Everyone says he's most like our father. He's just as persistent as our father in swordsmanship, never stopping. Zhang Kuo's eyes shone like stars, and his interest in Lin Zhan grew even stronger. Being able to fight against such an opponent would allow his swordsmanship to improve even further. Okay. Then I'll fight you. Lin Ku tugged at Zhang Kuo's clothes. Master, my brother is a 4th-rank martial artist. How can you fight him when you're only a 3rd rank? Lin Zhan's expression changed slightly. This person is his sister's master? He only looks to be a 3rd-rank master. How can he teach core well? Oh, you are Lin Ku's master. I'd like to see if you are qualified to be a master. This was exactly what Zhang Kuo wanted. It was another opportunity to hone his martial arts skills. Lin Zhan held a B-grade battle sword, Crescent Moon, its entire blade made of B-grade alloy. Stop using that unsharpened steel blade. Use your own battle sword. Only with your own battle sword can you unleash your full power. Lin Ku immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Brother, what are you going to do? You're only a 4th-rank martial artist, and you want Zhang Kuo to fight you with his battle sword? What if he gets hurt? On one side is her brother, and on the other is her master. It wouldn't be good to hurt either of them. Zhang Kuo threw the steel knife in his hand back onto the knife rack, then took out his own battle sword from his spatial ring. Indeed, fighting with the battle sword was far more enjoyable than fighting with the steel knife. Alright, let's use the battle sword. Lin Zhan lunged forward, unleashing the Crescent Moonblade technique first. Zhang Kuo parried with his sword, but Lin Zhan's Crescent Moonblade technique was even more domineering than Lin Ku's, who had just entered the subtle realm of the Crescent Moonblade technique. This is a great opportunity for me to learn the crescent blade technique. Lin Zhan's crescent blade technique was swift and fierce, and Jiang Qiuo was willing to expend more of his energy to defend himself in order to see his swordsmanship clearly. Lin Zhan and Jiang Qiuo clashed at close range, and Lin Zhan got a clear look at Jiang Qiuo's handsome face. Oh, so he's just a pretty boy who only knows how to defend. He probably used his face to bewitch Kumei. Kid, you're just like a vase, all looks and no substance. Jiang Qiuo's swordsmanship was steady and methodical. Don't rush, the best is yet to come. Could Lin Zhan also be a siscon? Is he angry because I took his sister away? Jiang Zemin unleashed his crescent moon blade technique and engaged Lin Zhan in battle. Real combat is the best training. Lin Zhan stared at Jiang Qiuo's sudden display of the crescent moon blade technique. The crescent moon blade technique? He actually used the crescent moon blade technique to fight me. Lin Ke kept her eyes fixed on Jiang Qiuo's moves. She checked 3 times before she dared to believe that Jiang Qiuo was indeed using the crescent moon blade technique. Lin Zhan snorted lightly. I didn't expect Lin Ke to pass on the crescent blade to you. You're quite something, kid. His crescent-shaped blade technique continued to slash at Jiang Qiuo's battle blade. Jiang Qiuo had a flash of inspiration, and based on the 100 battles blade technique which had reached the level of subtlety, the crescent moon blade technique improved at an extremely fast pace. In the blink of an eye, the crescent moon blade technique had progressed from the beginner level to the proficient level. Jiang Qiuo briefly demonstrated his crescent-shaped sword technique in front of Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan watched as Jiang Qiuo displayed the crescent moon blade technique at a proficient level. This kid learns pretty quickly. Interesting. Hey, bring out some other moves. You're only using the Lin family's techniques. Okay, if you want to see other moves, then I'll show you other moves. Zhang's measures showcased a 6-fold wave-like slash. Lin Zhan looked at the layered wave slash. Wasn't this just the layered wave triple slash? What was so special about it? However, after Jiang Qiuo's 3 strikes, Lin Zhan discovered that Jiang Qiuo's momentum was still building up, and he struck a 4th time. Lin Zhan's eyes lit up. He could actually apply it on top of the original technique. But his eyes weren't blind. Jiang Qiuo had a talent for swordsmanship. Jiang Qiuo unleashed his 6th strike, and Lin Zhan grew increasingly excited as the battle progressed. He had initially thought Jiang Qiuo was all show and no substance, but he never expected that Jiang Qiuo would develop the triple wave slash to its 6th strike. Inspired by Lin Zhan, Jiang Qiuo unleashed his 7th strike, the overlapping wave slash. It was powerful and heavy. Good. The 7th strike of the overlapping waves has been unleashed. Lin Zhan is truly a benefactor. Lin Zhan sighed inwardly. 7 consecutive kills, Jiang Qiuo is truly a monster. Lin Zhan then unleashed the instant thunder slash, renowned for its speed. When mastered to the level of microscopic speed, its speed is so great that even a shadow in the air is difficult to catch. Jiang Qiuo used the shadow blade in the battle. This shadow blade was a mix of illusion and reality. Lin Zhan, who was fighting for the first time, actually fell for the shadow blade's trick and mistook the illusion for the real thing. The 2 blades clashed in mid-air, and Jiang Qiuo's shadow blade gradually increased from the previous triple shadow to a 6-fold shadow. Lin Zhan was deeply moved. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an opponent among his peers. The only one who could fight him to this extent was Mu Qingfeng. Lin Zhan's instant thunder slash and Jiang Qiuo's shadow blade both knew that the decisive moment was approaching. Jiang Qiuo channeled his vital energy into the slashing blade, unleashing the Azure Dragon slash. Lin Zhan unleashed a powerful strike, the Thunderstorm blade. Both strikes were their signature moves. Lin Ke watched the 2 fighting nervously, her hands gripping the martial arts uniform tightly, unable to let go. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, Jiang Qiuo's battle sword broke. Lin Zhan abruptly withdrew the blood and energy he had poured into his battle blade, while Jiang Qiuo immediately used the flowing cloud steps to dodge. Jiang Qiuo's movements left afterimages in the air, demonstrating his mastery of the flowing cloud steps. Lin Zhan was taken aback. His 2 sword techniques at the microscopic level had failed to force out his microscopic movement technique. Instead, it was because his battle sword was of insufficient quality. Good heavens, this Maple Leaf City actually has such a hidden talent. Amazing. It was worth it to have Lin Ke as my master. Brother Jiang. I never expected that not only is your swordsmanship superb, but your footwork is also first-rate. Brilliant. Lin Zhan clasped his hands in a fist salute. Brother Jiang, I am truly sorry that you lost a sword. I will compensate you for the loss. Jiang Qiuo looked at the broken sword in 2. Although he felt regret for the sword that had been with him for so long, the joy from Wang Wuhai's transfer message made the regret outweigh the joy. Lin Ke pulled Jiang Qiuo's arm around her, her expression somewhat angry. Humph, brother, you didn't even know to hold back. Master's battle sword is damaged. What if you hurt him? Master, I'll accompany you to choose a battle sword later. Lin Ke saw the contents of Jiang Qiuo's communicator and was greatly shocked by the transfer shown on it. 1,200,000. Lin Ke looked at Wang Wuhai's private message and said, Brother Jiang, the meat and blood you sent last time have been made into jerky and sold. However, our batch of mad blood boars has not yet been raised, so we need another batch of meat and blood to keep up with sales. Lin Ke tugged at Jiang Qiuo, Master, I know a good place to sell battle swords, but you have to take me to kill alien beasts. Good heavens, Lin Ke was actually sneaking a peek. Lin Ke, the wilderness is very dangerous. Aren't you just being silly? Lin Zhan tried to dissuade his younger sister. But Lin Ke put on a faint smile, brother, come with us. When Lin Zhan heard that he was to be taken along, he was really eager to go. Okay, I'll go with you. Jiang Qiuo looked at the two siblings and thought to himself, Lin Zhan is really hypocritical. He said it was dangerous and wouldn't let Lin Ke go, but actually he wanted to go but couldn't. Chapter 58, The Black Dragon Soul Blade. Maple Leaf City, a bustling commercial district, is teeming with people, and electronic advertising announcements constantly emanate from various shops. Chi and Blood Pill, Chi and Blood Pill. If there's a martial arts high school student in your family who's preparing for the martial arts exam, get one. It'll improve their grades and help them get into Maple Leaf Martial Arts University. Martial Arts. Martial Arts. Mastering martial arts will keep you calm in the face of enemies, and you can learn martial arts to kill enemies beyond your borders. All kinds of weapons are for sale, and the quality is guaranteed. Jiang Qiuo and his group arrived at the weapons section, and his 100 battle sword technique guided him toward a shop. The 100 battle sword technique? I sense it. As soon as Jiang Qiuo reached the door, he heard the boss inside berating a martial arts high school student who had come to work part-time. Hey, you're so stupid, you can't even clean a few guns properly. I really don't know how your brain works, someone like you wants to get into Maple Leaf Martial Arts University. The boy in the martial arts academy uniform was simply wiping his weapons with his head down. Lin Ke stopped Jiang Qiuo, who was about to enter, and said, Master, this shop belongs to the Wei family. Why don't you go to our Lin family shop? We can even give you a discount. Lin Zhan then spoke to Jiang Qiuo, Yes, Brother Jiang, I'm the one who broke your sword. Go to our Lin family's shop. The reaction when Bai Zhan Daofei arrived at the shop was very strong. There must be a battle sword in this shop that is very suitable for Bai Zhan Daofei. I can only appreciate the kindness of the Lin siblings. Lin Zhan, Lin Ke, come inside with me and take a look. Maybe there's something that's perfect for me. At this moment, the proprietress in the leopard print coat greeted the three with a smile. Oh, my little guests, come in and have a look. The proprietress in the leopard print dress had a loud voice that made her dark purple curly hair tremble. The part-time male student from Wugao High School looked at Jiang Qiuo and his group as they entered, and a look of relief immediately appeared on his face. Jiang Qiuo's arrival could allow him to escape the barrage of attacks from that shrewish landlady for a while. Jiang Qiuo spoke first, Boss, take out all the battle swords and let me see them. The leopard print shopkeeper immediately pushed aside the martial arts high school boy who was wiping his weapons, looking at him with disdain, You're so clumsy, let me do it. The proprietress quickly brought out the battle sword, but it was too heavy for her to lift. She immediately yelled at the martial arts high school boy, Are you just going to stand there and watch? Can't you help me move it? All the swords in the shop were displayed in front of Jiang Qiuo. The proprietress stared intently at Jiang Qiuo and his two companions. Hey, these three look like greenhorns. I'll sell them to them for a high price. Jiang Qiuo picked up a cleaver from the circle of swords. The moment his hand touched it, his 100 battle sword technique showed no obvious change. No. The old woman looked at the C-grade battle knife. If she could sell this knife, she would have enough for this week's revenue. This is a C-grade battle sword. Using it to perform sword techniques can increase speed by 10%. Jiang Qiuo shook his head and placed his hand on another battle sword that Lin Zhan had recommended. Brother Jiang, this is a B-grade battle sword. Look at the alloy material, it's all B-grade. It's sure to be very effective. The proprietress's expression changed slightly. Among these three people, one of them seemed to know what was going on. It looked like it would be a bit difficult to fool them, she would have to use some persuasion. Zhang Qiuo shook his head again. His 100 battles sword technique remained unchanged. Zhang Qiuo placed his hand on an inconspicuous black battle sword. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The 100 battles sword technique actually resonated with this battle sword. Azure Dragon Slash senses the sleeping Black Dragon Soul Blade. Black Dragon Soul Blade Grade C upgradable. A Black Dragon Soul slumbers within the blade. It can be activated by absorbing the souls of other beasts. Zhang Qiuo's heart surged with emotion. This was actually a battle sword with a weapon spirit. Because the weapon spirit resonated with the Dragon Soul and the Azure Dragon Slash, only Zhang Qiuo could sense the existence of the weapon spirit. Zhang Qiuo pulled the cleaver from the sword rack and held it in his hand to feel it carefully. The proprietress watched as Zhang Qiuo pulled out the C-grade battle sword that had been gathering dust on the sword rack for who knows how long. Oh dear, she thought, if this kid can buy this sword, I won't have to open for business for 2 weeks. It should be noted that although this battle sword is a C-grade battle sword, it has no additional attributes. To a martial artist, it is at most a D-grade battle sword with slightly better materials. Lin Zhan also helped Zhang Qiuo examine the battle sword. Lin Zhan said, Brother Zhang, this sword has no additional attributes. You should know that martial arts skills of C rank and above will produce additional attributes such as a 10% attack speed bonus. This battle sword has no attribute bonuses whatsoever. It's practically a ruined C-grade battle sword. Since I'm going to replace my battle sword anyway, I might as well just get a B-grade one. The proprietress's expression clearly showed displeasure upon hearing this. This kid had ruined my plans. That handsome young man in martial arts uniform was obviously interested in my knife. Zhang Qiuo fiddled with the battle sword, saying, I think this battle sword is quite good, and I feel a connection with it. That handsome young man looks stupid. All we need to do is keep fooling him. A wicked smile crept across the proprietress's face. Hey, this handsome young man is right. The most important thing is that we click with each other when it comes to swords. Upon hearing the proprietress's words, Zhang Qiuo realized that the knife actually belonged to the Wei family. What a pity, today this battle knife with a weapon spirit will belong to me. The thought of getting a great bargain from the Wei family soon made Zhang Qiuo feel very happy. Lin Ke watched as her master looked at the battle sword as if it were a treasure. Why was her master so stubborn? Master, you're definitely going to lose money if you buy this sword. My brother may not be a professional appraiser, but the Lin family has so many swords. Even if he just looked at them, he would understand them. Lin Zhan pulled Lin Ke aside and whispered something in her ear. Lin Ke then jumped out of the Wei family's knife shop and headed towards her own shop. The proprietress smiled broadly and said, Oh, handsome brother, I think this knife is perfect for you. Since you're so handsome, I'll give you a discount. The original price was 300,000, but now I'll only charge you 280,000. 280,000, and I can still make half of it. This kid is not only a hothead, but he also won't listen to advice. I really got a bargain. At this moment, Lin Ke led an old man into the shop. Master, this is the appraiser from our Lin family. Let him take a look at your work. The proprietress's face turned pale. It turned out to be the Lin family's appraiser. If he examined the knife, he would determine its nature. Unexpectedly, these 3 young men are from the Lin family. This is troublesome. The appraiser stared at the sword for a moment, then slowly said, Miss, this is a C-grade sword. However, the blacksmith's skill is insufficient, so this sword has no additional attributes. In our Lin family, this sword sells for 200,000. The proprietress smiled obsequiously, the Lin family's appraiser is here, so let's go with the master's assessment, 200,000. Even if I sell it to you for 200,000, I can still make 60,000. The purchase price of this knife was 140,000, which was based on the value of C-grade materials. Okay, deal. Chapter 59, Slaughtering Pigs in the Wilderness. Zhang Qiuo snorted, the Wei family are such shrewd merchants. They originally wanted to charge me an extra 80,000, but if you had known that there was a dragon soul spirit inside this sword, you wouldn't have sold it for even $1 million. Zhang Qiuo and the Lin siblings walked out of the Wei family's knife shop. Master, why did you buy such a knife? Without some special attribute bonuses, the enemies you will face in the future will all have good weapons. Lin Ke pouted. Her master was already strong, and if he had a B-grade battle sword with attribute bonuses, his strength would be even greater. Lin Zhan also felt sorry for Zhang Qiuo. He spent 200,000 yuan to buy such a knife, which was not as good as buying a battle knife with attribute bonuses for 300,000 yuan. Zhang Qiuo looked at the sword and poured his blood and qi into it. The sword intent of the Azure Dragon battle awakened the dragon soul within the sword. Azure Dragon / awakens the Dragon Soul. Black Dragon Soul blade attack speed plus 10%, damage plus 10%. Spirit weapon, Black Dragon Soul Awakening level 1. It can continuously absorb the souls of alien beasts to improve its resurrection level. At this moment, a faint red light emanated from the Black Dragon Soul blade, making the blade appear even more powerful. Lin Zhan and Lin Ku also noticed the change in the battle sword. What was going on? This battle sword looked completely different from the previous gray and dull battle sword. The blade was also emitting bursts of red light. Brother Jiang, may I borrow your knife to take a look? Jiang Qiuo tossed the sword to Lin Zhan, who grasped it and casually demonstrated his swordsmanship, noting that the speed and power of his techniques had increased. The light in his eyes was like sparks. What a fine knife! This knife is just as good as mine. Lin Ke snatched the battle sword from Lin Zhan's hand and handed it to the Lin family's appraiser, saying, "Grandpa Appraiser, please take another look at this battle sword for us." The appraiser reached out and grasped the sword, his wrinkled hands trembling, his aged eyes burning like torches. "Oh dear, is that so? This old man, have misjudged it." The appraiser looked at Jiang Qiuo with great admiration, his fingers constantly caressing the treasure. This kid had actually seen that an ancient weapon spirit was dormant within the knife, and more importantly, he had even been able to activate this dormant weapon spirit. There's a saying in the industry, a weapon with a spirit will automatically increase its grade by 1 level. Lin Zhan and Lin Ke were very curious about Jiang Qiuo's battle sword, wondering what was going on. The appraiser didn't keep them in suspense any longer. This battle sword has now surpassed the young master's Xian snake sword. Lin Zhan and Lin Ke were both stunned. That Xian snake was worth millions. Jiang Qiuo actually only spent 200,000 to get a battle sword worth millions. Jiang Qiuo pursed his lips. This sword will be worth more than 1 million in the future. The more alien beasts he kills, the stronger this battle sword will become. Looking at the expressions of Lin Zhan and the other two, Jiang Qiuo felt secretly pleased. His Azure Dragon Slash could actually resonate with this divine weapon. This freed him from his slumber on the knife rack. Jiang Qiuo stroked the Black Dragon Soul blade. "I'm getting more and more excited about this battle blade cutting off the heads of the Wei family." Jiang Qiuo stored the battle sword in his storage space. The current priority is to kill more alien beasts and raise the level of the Dragon Soul's revival. Jiang Qiuo led Lin Ku and Lin Zhan to Wang Wuhai's armored truck. Lin Ku was a little excited. She kept jumping up and down. Being able to go out and kill alien beasts made her very excited. Lin Zhan climbed onto the large truck, his starry eyes filled with anticipation at the thought of going out into the wild to hunt strange beasts. Jiang Qiuo started the armored truck this time. He was going to kill even more blood beast-type alien beasts. He was going to make Wang Pangzi spend the entire winter break supervising the meat processing plant. The armored truck drove out of Maple Leaf City, and also out of the buffer zone between Maple Leaf City and the satellite city. "Brother Jiang, have we already left the buffer zone?" The buffer zone has tree fortresses set up by the Maple Leaf Army and sanctuaries established by bounty hunters, but beyond the buffer zone lies the territory of the alien beasts. Lin Zhan was somewhat worried that he would face even more powerful alien beasts after leaving the buffer zone. Jiang Qiuo nodded. Yes, there are fewer strange beasts in the buffer zone, while the area outside the buffer zone is the real wilderness. Lin Ke's eyes were filled with excitement. Yay! We can kill even more and stronger alien beasts. As the car ventured deeper into the wilderness, the incessant chattering of strange beasts reached the three of them from outside the vehicle. Jiang Qiuo found a bunker set up by humans and parked the armored truck inside. The trees in the forest are not very dense. It is a transitional zone between woodland and grassland. Jiang Qiuo held his battle sword, while Lin Ku and Lin Zhan were also ready to fight. A wolf leaped in front of the three, its eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. Second-grade exotic beast. Lin Ke, carrying his battle sword, exclaimed excitedly, "Hee, let me do it." Lin Ke slashed fiercely, and after 2 strikes, the lightning wolf was killed. Lin Kerson put away his knife with satisfaction. Jiang Qiuo and Lin Zhan praised Lin Ke, and Jiang Qiuo's thumb was still raised in mid-air when he suddenly noticed a familiar and exciting voice. The sound of a raging wild boar. "Come with me." Jiang Qiuo moved swiftly, chasing after the direction of the sound. Watching the jubilant herd of pigs, Jiang Qiuo began counting the piglets again. 1, 2, 8, 9 inch. 9 little pigs. Jiang Qiuo drew his battle sword, his eyes gleaming as he looked at these fat, ferocious wild boars. He killed one little boar after another with a single slash, thoroughly enjoying himself. This Black Dragon Soul Blade is indeed powerful. The 10% attack speed bonus allowed it to unleash its full power in an instant. If his attack speed were increased by another 10%, he would be at a disadvantage even when facing Lin Zhan. Jiang Quojiao had already cleared the area before the two siblings arrived. The remnant souls of the raging blood boars drifted into the battle blade. The blade absorbed the remnant souls of the 9 boars and trembled, as if saying to Jiang Quo, "Not enough. Not enough. I haven't had enough. Don't worry, I'll make sure you eat your fill today." The Black Dragon Soul Blade stopped trembling, as if it had truly understood Jiang Quo's words. When Lin Ku and Lin Zhan arrived at the scene, they saw Jiang Quo already dismembering the raging blood boar on the ground. Lin Ku pouted, "Humph, master, you didn't leave any for me." Jiang Quo, adhering to the principle that a good disciple should be diligent, said, "Lin Ku, help your master dissect the meat, I'll teach you." Lin Ku immediately transformed into a diligent little helper, her feigned anger turning into obedience. She helped Jiang Quo begin dismantling the raging blood boar on the ground, while Lin Zhan, a rough man who only knew how to kill strange beasts, also helped Jiang Quo dismantle the raging blood boar into flesh and blood. Jiang Quo looked at the two people working hard for him and thought, I, Jiang Quo, have finally made something of myself, getting the young master and young lady of the Lin family to work for me for free. Slaying the rabid blood boar is a win-win situation. It collects the souls of the beasts for the Black Dragon Soul Blade and gathers raw materials for the Jianghai Meat Union. Now, the frenzied blood boar has become the beast that Jiang Quo most wants to kill. Jiang Quo then told Lin Ku and Lin Zhan about the habits of the frenzied blood boar, asking them to keep an eye out for its tracks. Chapter 60, Upgrading the Black Dragon Soul Blade. Lin Ku buried her little head in a short slope. His eyes were fixed on the rolling wild boar. 15 berserk wild boars. Master. There are berserk boars here. Jiang Quo and Lin Zhan rushed out quickly, their blades aimed directly at the bloodthirsty boar. Lin Ku, who was disguised and lying in ambush, immediately drew her knife and charged forward, shouting, "You didn't wait for me." Before Jiang Quo arrived, his blade was already there. Not to be outdone, Lin Zhan swiftly slashed at the raging wild boar with his own blade. Jiang Zhe displayed the Shadow Blade, which, with the enhancement of the Black Dragon Soul Blade, killed 8 frenzied blood boars. The remaining frenzied blood boars were dealt with by the siblings Lin Zhan and Lin Ku. After slaying 8 raging blood boars, the Black Dragon Soul Blade absorbed the remnants of the boar's souls into its blade, causing the blade to tremble. Jiang Quo stared intently at the Black Dragon Soul Blade, his heart pounding with excitement. The Black Dragon Soul Blade, having consumed the remnants of strange beast souls, was about to break through. The Black Dragon Soul Blade absorbs a large amount of remnant souls of second-grade exotic beasts and begins its breakthrough. The Black Dragon Soul absorbs the remnant soul, breaking through to the second realm of resurrection. Black Dragon Soul Blade, attack speed bonus 15%, attack bonus 15%. When the Black Dragon Soul Blade is upgraded to the 9th realm of resurrection, it can unleash the Dragon Soul to fight for you. Jiang Quo was amazed. Merely absorbing the soul of the frenzied blood boar had brought about such a significant boost from the Black Dragon Soul. With a 15% attack speed bonus, combined with Shadow Blade's transformations are as elusive as a ghost. The 15% attack bonus, combined with Azure Dragon Slash, makes Azure Dragon Slash even more powerful and sharp. With a 15% attack speed bonus and a 15% attack bonus, it's worth 2 million for a piece of cake. Lin Zhan and Lin Ku had obviously improved their speed in dismantling the berserk boars. Jiang Quo was only distracted for a moment, and the two of them dismantled 5 berserk boars for him. After packing all the wild boar meat into their spatial rings, the 3-person team continued deeper into the wilderness. As the trees thinned out, a vast plain appeared before the 3 of them. Jiang Quo saw 3 raging blood bulls, 2 of which were clashing with each other using their horns. Jiang Quo's eyes were sharp. The mad blood bull was a 3rd-grade blood beast. Its horns were the raw material for making 3rd-grade qi and blood pills, while its flesh was a good type of meat for consumption. Some medicinal diets often used mad blood bull meat. This is good stuff. However, Lin Zhan charged straight out, his movements extremely fast, and Lin Ku followed her brother as they rushed towards the 3 raging blood bulls. Jiang Quo watched as the soles of the brother and sister's shoes shimmered with light. Their movement speed was now identical to that of someone at the subtle realm. The protective gear they wore on their feet could actually enhance their movement speed. Jiang Quo felt a little envious. If he had such a pair of protective gear, plus his flowing cloud steps at the microscopic realm, how fast he would be. Once I've earned enough money from this round of beast meat, I'll get myself a pair of boots that increase my movement speed. Thinking it over, Jiang Qiu was not willing to be left behind, so he stepped forward and fought the alien beast. Jiang Qiu demonstrated the overlapping waves blade technique. When the overlapping waves blade reached the fourth strike, the berserk bull was broken and fell to the ground. Jiang Qiu took the lead in removing the bull's horns, saying, "Take them to Sumu to refine pills." They then began dismantling the flesh and blood of the berserker bull. The meat yield of this cow is equivalent to that of 3 to 5 ravenous wild boars, and it is high quality, grade 3 exotic beast meat. If this flesh and blood were sent to Jianghai meat processing plant and made into a blood-nourishing medicinal soup by Fatty Wang, it would be a considerable source of income. My plan to buy armor would then be much more promising. Just as the three of them finished dissecting the flesh and blood of the raging blood bull, the roar of a strange beast came from not far away. Jiang Qiu and the other two looked in that direction and saw a familiar figure. Scientific Expedition Team. Lin Ke listened to Jiang Qiu's words and asked, "Master, how can you be sure they are the alien beast research team?" Jiang Qiu looked at the familiar uniforms of the expedition team. He knew them all too well. He had participated in the escort missions of the expedition team when he was in the Maple Leaf Army. Their uniforms belonged to the research team from the East Union. I cooperated with their operations when I was in the Maple Leaf Army. Lin Ke's eyes were filled with admiration for her master. If it's a scientific expedition team, then they're collecting data on the alien beasts and their biological samples to develop methods for humanity to combat them. Lin Zhan looked at the fourth-grade bloodthirsty serpent beast and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and help them deal with the strange beast." At this moment, Jiang Qiu grabbed Lin Zhan. "Hey, Lin Zhan, don't rush. They are collecting behavioral data of the alien beasts for modeling. The alien beasts you encountered in the virtual mirror were all modeled by the research team through data collection." Lin Zhan suddenly realized why the strange beasts he encountered in the wild were almost identical to those in the virtual mirror. It turned out that this scientific expedition team was reproducing the collected data on the strange beasts in space. Just then, a group of people dressed in black combat uniforms appeared. The leader said, "We're taking this bloodthirsty serpent beast. You outsiders, get out of the way." Jiang Qiu recognized the newcomers. Their distinctive clothing clearly identified them as members of the Wei family. A member of the Donglian Scientific Expedition Team stepped forward to negotiate. "Sir, we are from the Donglian Scientific Expedition Team. This bloodthirsty serpent beast has important scientific research value for us. If you want materials about exotic beasts, we are willing to provide them." The hunter leader from the Wei family revealed his yellow teeth. "Stop talking nonsense, we want the blood serpent beast. You Eastern Alliance people come to our Maple Leaf territory. You should ask the Wei family if they agree to it." Jiang Qiu overheard their conversation clearly. Wasn't the Wei family's desire for this bloodthirsty serpent beast all for the purpose of developing forbidden drugs? The flesh and blood of the bloodthirsty serpent beast are not edible, and its serpentine essence contains toxins that cannot be used to make armor. However, if a creature consumes the flesh and blood of the bloodthirsty serpent beast, that creature will become extremely violent. That was exactly what the Wei family's hunting team was planning. The leader of the Wei family hunter team immediately drew his weapon and pointed it at the research team. "Brothers, these guys from the Eastern Alliance are trying to act all high and mighty with us. Let's take them down first, and then deal with that beast." The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. The Donglian expedition team had not been on guard against the Wei family's hunter team, and was now in a very passive position, attacked from both sides. Captain Chi of the Donglian Scientific Expedition Team looked at the Wei family hunter team rushing towards them and exclaimed, "Are these Maple Leaf City hunters crazy? How dare they attack our scientific expedition team?" Jiang Qiu's expression was extremely ugly. He gripped the Black Dragon Soul Blade tightly in his hand. "Wei family hunter team, today is your burial ground." The scientific expedition team's contributions to humanity are indelible. All martial artists were able to receive almost realistic training in combat against exotic beasts, thanks in no small part to these expedition members. However, today, this group of hunters from the Wei family dared to lay a hand on humanity's heroes. Jiang Qiu leaped forward and slashed directly at the Wei family's hunter team. Seeing that her master had already taken action, Lin Ke stepped forward with her machete in hand. Seeing that his sister had already taken action, Lin Zhan also put aside his concerns. "Let's do it. What kind of damn Wei family is this? At worst, we'll just have to go to the Law Enforcement Bureau." Chapter 61 Virtual Realm Access Card. Jiang Qiu said to the members of the scientific expedition team, "You focus on collecting data on the alien beasts, we'll handle the hunters from the Wei family." Jiang Qiu beheaded a Wei family hunter with a single stroke. The members of the East Alliance expedition team were taken aback when they heard about the Wei family hunters. The Wei family? Wasn't that a powerful family in Maple Leaf City? Why would they attack us? Seeing that Zhang Qiuo was quite strong, the members of the Donglian expedition team then devoted themselves to collecting data on the alien beasts. The members of the Donglian expedition team continuously used their martial arts skills to force the bloodthirsty serpent beast to make a move. Only through continuous stimulation can the most authentic data be collected. Zhang Qiuo quickly engaged in combat with the Wei family's hunter captain. The Wei family's hunter captain revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Hey, where did this brat come from, daring to block our Wei family's way? Doesn't he know that what the Wei family sets its sights on, no one can take away?" Zhang Qiuo sneered. The Wei family were nothing but scum. Embezzling defense funds, colluding with the Beast God Society, and harming human heroes, each one of them was a capital offense. My hands are full of the lives of people from your Wei family. Zhang Zixin brandished his shadow blade and slashed at the fourth-rank hunter captain. The hunter captain looked at this third-rank brat who dared to lay a hand on him and thought, ridiculous, just a third-rank kid hiding in school eating chi blood pills. However, he was wrong. Zhang Qiuo's shadow blade was so fast that he couldn't see it clearly. This sword technique, which combined illusion and reality, left him unable to find a way to deal with it for a while. His thrusting staff couldn't stop Zhang Qiuo's shadow knife at all. These shadow blades swiftly slashed at the hunter captain's body, and in an instant, 18 blade wounds appeared on his body. The hunter captain's eyes were filled with terror. This third-rank guy had actually swiftly slashed 18 times at him. If he were to be slashed a few more times, he would be dead. The hunter captain tried to slip away, but to no avail, as Zhang Qiuo's agility was on him. Zhang Qiuo, like a ghost, poured all his vital energy into his battle blade and unleashed the Azure Dragon Slash. The hunter captain was terrified. What? How could this kid be so fast? The Azure Dragon Slash was unleashed, and the hunter captain was killed. The remaining Wei family hunters, seeing their leader dead, tried to escape. Even the research team members who were collecting data on the alien beasts gasped in shock. That young man's strike had just killed the fourth-rank martial artist. Seeing her master kill so decisively, Lin Ku felt a little fear but was also shocked. Lin Zhan watched as Zhang Qiuo recklessly slaughtered the Wei family members. Brother Jiang is truly fierce. The remnant soul of a fourth-rank hunter captain entered the Black Dragon Soul Blade. Zhang Qiuo quickly blocked the Wei family hunter team's escape route. Trying to run? What your Wei family has done is unforgivable. Zhang Qiuo transformed into a killing machine, his blade locked onto their heads. The Wei family embezzled funds intended for defending against the alien beasts, resulting in the deaths of civilians. They deserve to die. The Wei family colluded with the Beast God Church to produce forbidden drugs. They deserve to die. The Wei family attacked the meritorious scientific expedition team. They deserve to die. With the flowing cloud steps technique, one can kill a person in 10 steps. The remnant soul of the Wei family hunter flowed into Zhang Qiuo's Black Dragon Soul Blade, causing the blade to tremble violently. The Black Dragon Soul Blade absorbs a large number of martial artists' souls and begins to break through. The Black Dragon Soul absorbs the remnant soul, breaking through to the third realm of resurrection. The Black Dragon Soul Blade has been upgraded to Grade B, incorporating the Wind and Thunder Blade intent. Each strike now carries a Wind and Thunder Blade aura, dealing additional damage. The Black Dragon Soul Blade gleamed, its red light radiating killing intent. Zhang Qiuo annihilated the Wei family's hunter squad here. Captain Qi of the Donglian expedition team recognized Zhang Qiuo, the military expert. Years ago, they had also conducted scientific expeditions in the wilderness area outside Maple Leaf City, and Zhang Qiuo had been part of the team on the escort mission. It's that junior company commander. Captain Qi pulled Zhang Qiuo aside. You must be company commander Jiang. Zhang Qiuo's murderous intent dissipated as he looked at the East Alliance expedition team leader, who had actually recognized him. Captain Qi, it's been a long time. The leader of the Donglian scientific expedition team smiled and said, "It really is you. Company Commander Jiang, why are these people from the Wei family attacking us?" After pondering for a moment, Zhang Qiuo decided to believe the expedition leader. The Wei family has sided with the Beast God Church. Captain Qi's face was clearly furious. These bastards had actually become lackeys of the Beast God Church. Zhang Qiuo, don't worry, I will contact the people from the Law Enforcement Bureau as soon as I get back to Donglian. To thank Zhang Qiuo for his help, Captain Qi took out a chip card from the inner pocket of his clothes. He handed it to Zhang Qiuo. This is an access card produced by Donglian Technology. It can also be used in your Maple Leaf City. You can enter the upgraded version of the virtual mirror for training. Zhang Qiuo didn't stand on ceremony with Captain Qi and accepted it directly. Donglian Technology is the top technology company in Donglian. In Donglian Technology's eyes, products like Virtual Mirror are just the most basic virtual combat platforms. Thank you, Captain Qi. Captain Qi continued his conversation with Zhang Qiuo. By the way, is Zhang Qiuo's Deputy Battalion Commander Fong still in the Maple Leaf Army? Deputy Battalion Commander Fong was Zhang Qiuo's comrade in arms, Fong Yi. Deputy Battalion Commander Fong was wounded during the Beast Tide and retired. When Deputy Battalion Commander Fong retired, Lin Feng took his place. Both of them felt sorry for Fong Yi. If such a military warrior could stay in the Maple Leaf Army, the Maple Leaf Army would have more strength in fighting against the alien beasts. After seeing off the Donglian scientific expedition team, Zhang Qiuo drove an armored truck loaded with exotic beast meat toward the satellite city. Lin Ke's eyes held a hint of admiration for her master, who actually knew the captain of the scientific expedition team from Donglian and had even obtained a high-level technology chip experience card. Just then, a phone rang, and Jiang Sui answered it. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. A group of people have gathered outside our meat processing plant and are causing trouble. These people all come from the shanty towns and want to beg us for meat from strange beasts. Zhang Qiuo's face darkened as he listened. His meat processing plant was unlike other plants, which had high concrete walls and towers with firearms mounted on them. Moreover, its main industry was meat, which was indispensable for the residents of the shantytowns. I never expected that the people in the shantytown would target my meat processing plant so quickly. Jiang Sui slammed on the gas and drove toward the shantytown. Zhang Qiuo's armored truck slowly drove into the satellite city from above the moat, and arrived at the entrance of the Jianghai meat processing plant after passing through the factory area. A group of young men surrounded the gate of the meat processing plant, and they all came from the shantytown. Hey, fatty, all you have is this little fire stick. I have dozens of brothers behind me. How many bullets can your little fire stick fire? The man in the lead was arrogant and overbearing. Zhang Qiuo noticed that this kid was a martial artist, no wonder he dared to gather so many people. Wang Wuhai's face flushed red. He really wanted to shoot the troublemaker, but seeing that they were all poor people who had come from the shantytown, he hesitated. Looking at the crowd emerging from the shantytown, Zhang Qiuo gave his spatial ring to Lin Ku. Xiao Ke, the meat distribution in your district's shantytowns is only for the elderly and children. Chapter 62, Suppressing the Beast Tide. Brother and I, why waste words with these rich guys? Let's fight them. That's what the henchman next to the leader said. Chen brandished a piece of alloy rod, and then all his underlings brandished short rods. Wang Wuhai was holding a gun, and the men behind him were also holding stun guns. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Zhang Qiuo put the Black Dragon Soul Blade into his spatial ring. His blood surged. It seemed he wouldn't be able to end this without defeating a few people. Stop. Zhang Zhe displayed his flowing cloud steps and leaped in front of Wang Wuhai, asking, Do you really want to try? Chen stared intently at Zhang Qiuo. A martial artist? So what if you're a martial artist? There are more of us. You're just a rich kid from Maple Leaf City who relied on your family's resources to reach your cultivation level. If it really came down to a fight, you might not be a match for us. Chen looked at Zhang Qiuo, rapidly swinging the alloy short baton in his hand. He was about to wave his hands to summon his brothers to fight Zhang Qiuo when an alarm sounded. Loud alarms blared across the skies over the satellite city. Everyone's expression changed, and Chen's heart beat faster and faster, as if it were about to burst through her chest. People coming from the shantytowns were breathing rapidly, their faces were pale, and their life force seemed to have been drained away by fear. After the alarm sounded, a cold, mechanical voice announced, Satellite City is under attack by a Class D beast tide. Satellite City is under attack by a beast tide. The anger in Zhang Qiuo's eyes dissipated, replaced by intense killing intent. He took out his battle blade from his spatial ring and then used the flowing cloud steps to head towards the city wall. Zhang Qiuo had no time to deal with the group causing trouble at the meat processing plant. Compared to the beast tide, the disturbance caused by these people in the shantytown was nothing. Brother and I, what do we do now? Chen gripped the short stick in his hand. The beast tide was something that all the people in the satellite city feared and resented. How many of their relatives had died in the mouths of the beasts? Chen tightly gripped the short stick in his hand. He watched as Zhang Qiuo and his group, who had just been confronting him, had already climbed onto the city wall of the satellite city. Chen gripped the short stick and walked towards the city wall of the satellite city. If you don't want others to look down on us from the shantytowns, come with me. This beast tide is a wolf-like beast tide, and the Maple Leaf army on the city wall is operating mechanical ballistae to aim at the strange beasts on the ground. The soldiers had already descended to the outside of the city walls and carved out a bloody defensive line. Seeing the wolves leaping up, Jiang Qiu suddenly jumped off the city wall and swiftly used his shadow blade to reap the heads of the lightning wolves. During the process of slaying the wolf beasts, the power of the bone forging soup continuously propelled the Xianlong bone forging technique to operate rapidly. With Sumo around, he could drink potions like the bone forging soup to his heart's content. Jiang Qiu unscrewed another bottle of bone strengthening soup and poured it into his mouth. Lin Zhan displayed true bravery when facing the beasts, ignoring their defenses and charging directly into the pack. Taking advantage of the situation, a third-grade horned thunder wolf pounced on Lin Zhan's back. The thunder wolf's claws dug into his back. After Lin Zhan chopped off the head of the thunder wolf in front of him, he suddenly retreated, slamming the wolf into a tree trunk. Chen, who had climbed up the city wall, watched as Jiang Qiu had already beheaded a large number of strange beasts. This guy was so strong. If he had taken out that knife, wouldn't we have been beheaded by him long ago? Chen was unwilling to be just a small-time thug. He commanded his brothers, let's move stones and smash the monster. Young people from the shantytown took turns carrying stones from a nearby construction site. Smash it! The falling stones not only repelled the attack of the strange beasts, but also killed several lightning wolves that were trying to climb the city wall. Seeing that his organization's defenses were effective, Chen then had his men continue to carry stones and throw them at the lightning wolves. Well done, brothers. Let's not bring shame to the shantytown. Chen watched Jiang Qiu charge at the alien beasts. This man was really different from the other wealthy families in the satellite city. The wealthy families in the satellite city were tough on them, the commoners in the shantytowns. As for the alien beasts, well, they only dared to hide behind the high concrete walls. Jiang Qiu's battle blade severed the head of one horned thunder wolf. Just as another horned thunder wolf was about to pounce on him, Jiang Qiu activated his Xianlong body to defend himself. However, the horned thunder wolf missed him. In mid-air, it was hit by an arrow and its direction changed. Jiang Qiu seized the opportunity and slashed at the horned thunder wolf's forehead, causing blood to splatter. Jiang Qiu looked up at the city wall and saw a man drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. This person was Fong Yi, the deputy battalion commander, who retired with him. Old Fong. Fong Yi continued shooting arrows, hitting the lightning wolf next to Jiang Qiu. Kid, don't get distracted. With the cooperation of Jiang Qiu and Lin Zhan, the soldiers who had built a flesh and blood defense line in front of the city wall steadily advanced the line. Below the city walls, wolves attempting to leap onto the satellite city walls were either crushed to death by stones or had their chests pierced by mechanical ballistae. Fong Yi calmly drew his bow and shot an arrow, helping the soldiers at the front line to quickly clear out the wolf beasts. Chen and his brothers from the shantytown helped the Maple Leaf army on the city wall carry arrows. Lin Zhan and Jiang Qiu have broken through to the core of the wolf pack, where there is a fourth-grade exotic beast, the iron-horned demon wolf. Lin Zhan and Jiang Qiu attacked together, slashing at the iron-horned demon wolf. Jiang Qiu poured his own blood and chi into the black dragon soul blade, unleashing the azure dragon slash to strike the iron-horned demon wolf. Lin Zhan's thunder slash instantly reached the iron-horned demon wolf, and his battle blade broke through the iron-horned demon wolf's defense. Jiang Qiu channeled the power of his azure dragon slash into the crack in the iron-horned demon wolf's skull. Iron-horned thunder wolf crashed to the ground, and Jiang Qiu's black dragon soul blade instantly absorbed the iron-horned thunder wolf's soul. The tempering of his body during the slaying of the alien beasts allowed Jiang Qiu's body refinement realm to leap to the fourth level of flesh refinement. Having reached the fourth level of body refinement, Jiang Qiu was already experiencing the joy of drinking bone forging soup. After taking Sumo under his wing, his body forging realm rose like a rocket. Jiang Qiu felt the strength of his body and was certain that in Maple Leaf City, there was no one at the third rank with such strength. Chen watched from the city wall as Jiang Qiu killed the fourth-grade iron-horned demon wolf. The killing intent emanating from him was enough to instill fear in anyone who saw it. Chen's brothers also witnessed Jiang Qiu's performance in the face of the alien beast, and they felt guilty. Chen clenched his fists and sighed to his brothers beside him, "Hey, why did we bother him? It's all thanks to his magnanimity. If he had treated us like monsters, we would have been chopped into mincemeat long ago." Jiang Qiu quickly chopped off the iron horn of the fourth-grade iron-horned demon wolf. This was a valuable item. He could get a lot of money from Xiao Feng. Jiang Qiu, Lin Zhan, and a group of military warriors returned to the satellite city, where the aroma of stewed meat wafted into their nostrils. It smells so good. Chapter 63, The Righteous Army Establishing Satellite Cities. Jiang Sua and his entourage returned to the satellite city. As soon as he stepped into the satellite city, the elderly and children in the shantytown lined the streets to welcome Jiang Sua's triumphant return. Hey, the great philanthropist is back. Yes, thank you for sharing some of our exotic beast meat. Thank you, big brother. Jiang Qiu asked Lin Ke to sort the meat in the shantytown, and Lin Ke gave all the credit to Jiang Qiu. Looking at Jiang Qiu's act of kindness, Chen felt a surge of guilt. The young people in the shantytown felt even more guilty for their previous behavior when they saw their families eating the exotic beast meat that Jiang Qiu had given them. An old woman grabbed Jiang Qiu's arm. Young man, I remember you. You must be Su Mu's older brother. Jiang Qiu nodded. Upon hearing this, Chen realized that Jiang Qiu was actually Su Xiaozi's older brother. Oh dear, all the trouble he had caused before was just a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Jiang Qiu looked at the young men who had just come down from the city wall. They weren't inherently bad, they were just starving. Su Mu had a good reputation in the shantytown, and Jiang Qiu was Su Mu's older brother. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to recruit them? At this moment, several Maple Leaf Army soldiers came to Jiang Qiu's side. Company Commander Jiang. Chen was taken aback. Jiang Qiu was actually a member of the Maple Leaf Army. The people in the shantytowns admired the soldiers of the Maple Leaf Army the most. He wished he could follow Jiang Qiu and make something of himself. Old Fong was actually in a satellite city after retiring. He didn't become an archery instructor. How come Lao Fong is in your Maple Leaf Army too? The two military men said, Battalion Commander Fong, he's a bounty hunter now, so he's just stopping by to see us old comrades. Old Fong really can't sit still. If he doesn't kill some strange beasts for a day, I reckon he'll be itching all over. Chen led his brothers from the shantytown to Jiang Qiu's side. Company Commander Jiang, let our brothers join you too. We want to do our part in killing the alien beasts. Jiang Qiu hadn't expected Chen and his group to volunteer to join him. It seemed the Maple Leaf Army had a good reputation after all. Looking at these young men, Jiang Qiu noticed that several of them did indeed possess martial arts talent. If he could solve their problems with food, medicine, and education, they could be nurtured into several rank 3 martial artists. Martial artists need to eat high-quality food like exotic beast meat to keep their qi and blood in order. He happens to own a meat processing plant. Martial artists need pills, and Su Mu can provide enough first and second grade qi and blood pills. As for training, education, and management, Jiang Qiu already has someone in mind, Fong Yi. As the deputy battalion commander of the Maple Leaf Army, Fong Yi was the perfect person to serve as their instructor. Moreover, the status of the Maple Leaf Army battalion commanders in the hearts of the people in the shantytown was self-evident. If old Fong were to manage these people, who wouldn't be convinced? Alright, all of you go to Jianghai Meat Processing Plant to register. You are now part of the Satellite City Rebel Army. The crowd cheered, great. Joining the Satellite City's Rebel Army is like having a secure job. It means we now have hope of becoming martial artists. Jiang Qiu successfully persuaded Lao Fong to become the captain of his militia. The Satellite City Militia was a team affiliated with Jianghai Meat Processing Plant. They were responsible for production during normal times and training after work. The militia was also responsible for the security of the meat processing plant. After Jiang Qiu had collected a considerable amount of exotic beast meat in the shantytown, the remaining exotic beast meat mainly consisted of berserk bulls and a small amount of berserk wild boar meat. Jiang Qiu originally planned to go and kill a few more berserk wild boars to increase the meat reserves of the meat processing plant, but Mu Chushua's message was sent to his communicator. Where are you, Xiao Jiangsua? Come to the Mu family. If you don't make it by tonight, you're dead. At the end of the message were 2 little devil emojis. Jiang Qiu took Lin Zhan and Lin Ke with him and boarded the armored truck. At the same time, he poked his head out from the lathe and instructed Wang Pengzi. I've given you the recipe for the blood-nourishing medicinal soup that Su Mu developed. Process those barbarian beef first. Brother Jiang, is it really necessary to be in such a hurry? I haven't even killed enough strange beasts yet. Lin Ke pulled her brother close to her ear. Upon hearing his sister's words, Lin Zhan's eyes suddenly widened, and he immediately lost control of his voice. Professor Mu, isn't Jiang Qiu just a gigolo? Lin Ke blushed. She and her brother had been teasing their master, but Lin Zhan had exposed them. She looked away from her master. Master, I was just telling the truth, you can't blame me. Jiang Qiuo felt a sense of kinship upon hearing the term gold digger. He was quite pleased with himself, and a smile curved his lips. Yes, having a wife who was a high-level 7th rank martial artist, isn't that what it means to be a gold digger? Lin Ke's expression changed slightly. She wondered if she had misheard. Instructor Mu had reached the 7th rank? Lin Zhan was also taken aback. His older sister, Lin Ro, had been at odds with Mu Chuxue recently. The two had fought countless times in the Lin family's fighting arena without a clear winner. Now that Mu Chuxue had broken through to the 7th rank, his older sister would soon become a defeated opponent. Mu Chuxue is really amazing. No, Jiang Qiuo is the most amazing. He subdued the #1 beautiful female mentor of Maple Leaf City, who was at the 7th rank, and made her his wife while only at the 3rd rank. Amazing! What a great example of the weak overcoming the strong. Jiang Qiuo felt even happier seeing the envious look on Lin Zhan's face. He hadn't expected that just being a kept man would make Lin Zhan so envious. After Jiang Qiuo escorted the Lin siblings back to the Lin family, he drove straight to the Mu family. This was his second time visiting the Mu family. The first time, he was captured by the Mu family's personal guards. Jiang Qiuo drove very fast. He was determined to carry out his wife's orders, no matter what. Jiang Qiuo, driving Wang Pengzi's armored truck and covered in dust, tried to enter the Mu family's residence but was stopped by the Mu family's personal guards. I told you I really am Mu Chuxue's husband. The Mu family's personal guard couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Sir, please don't be silly. If our Miss Mu had a husband like you, then I would be Jiang Qingyao's husband. Our young lady is indeed married. She is said to be a martial artist with considerable talent, but she is definitely not someone like you who delivers goods, the Mu family guard said, looking at the disheveled man in front of him. He couldn't reconcile the man with his young lady's husband. Jiang Qiuo was covered in blood and mud, looking more like someone who had fled a disaster. He couldn't possibly be associated with the son-in-law of the Mu family. Hey, Chuxue, I've arrived at the Mu family's gate, but I was stopped by the guards because I was too dirty. The two bodyguards of the Mu family were grinning from ear to ear. This guy must have lost his mind. He's actually making a scene on the phone. Jiang Qiuo wasn't annoyed by the two guards. Instead, he was looking forward to their reaction after Mu Chuxue came to pick him up. Mu Chuxue walked out wearing a white dress, and Jiang Qiuo's eyes lit up. Chapter 64, Mu Chuxue in a disheveled state. Looking at the dirty Jiang Qiuo, Mu Chuxue realized why he had been stopped by the guards at the door. Mu Chuxue got into Jiang Qiuo's truck, and she kept chuckling to herself as she sat in the driver's seat. Little Jiang Qiuo. You didn't even bother to tidy up before coming. You deserve to be stopped. Jiang Qiuo said to Mu Chuxue, isn't it because I was anxious to see you, Chuxue? Mu Chuxue's lips curved slightly, and she decided to believe Jiang Qiuo's nonsense for the time being. The two guards were shocked to see their young lady driving a truck. Is this guy really her husband? How can he be a truck driver if he's not? This is outrageous. Mu Chuxue parked the car in front of a small building. Jiang Qiuo, go take a shower in a bit, then I'll take you there. Don't let people say I'm mistreating you if you're all dirty. Jiang Qiuo looked at Mu Chuxue, who was helping him get dressed, and asked, Chuxue, what brings you to the Mu family today? Mu Chuxue pouted and snorted, anyway, it's a good thing. You'll find out soon enough. Jiang Qiuo looked at Mu Chuxue's expression. He had seen this expression before, and it was clearly Mu Chuxue's expression of jealousy. Mu Chuxue blushed slightly. If you succeed in this matter, the Mu family will give you the Treading Snow to Find Plum Blossom style as a token of our gratitude. Upon hearing the name Treading Snow to Find Plum Blossom step, Jiang Qiuo's eyes lit up. This step was a family heirloom of the Mu family, and its rating was even a level. He had been married to Mu Chuxue for so long, but he had never been able to receive her instruction. It seemed that even within the family, the Mu family strictly controlled the teaching of the Treading Snow to Find Plum Blossom step. This time, the Mu family actually gave it to him as a thank you gift. Jiang Qiuo grew increasingly curious about what was going on. Mu Chuxue dressed Jiang Qiuo in a trench coat similar in style to hers, and he looked very handsome. Mu Chuxue looked at her work with satisfaction. Not bad, enough to make me look good. Mu Chuxue took Jiang Qiuo's arm. Let's go. The Mu family, Tingyu Tower. Ah, Lord Mu, I am also troubled by matters concerning the foundation of martial arts. An elderly man with gray hair walked out of the room and spoke to Mu Yanwu. Mu Yanwu looked dejected. Even you can't do anything about it? The old man shook his head. At this moment, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes stood beside Mu Yanwu. He looked at the old man and said, "Sir, you are the #1 doctor in Maple Leaf City. Over the years, many martial artists who have been seriously injured have been cured under your skillful hands." A woman said, "Hey, it's been so many years since Ziton's incident. If even Gulao can't do anything about it, why waste time on a cripple?" The boy said, "Second aunt, don't say that." The second aunt was also sharp-tongued. "Qingfeng, what's the big deal? How much money has our Mu family spent on that sick girl? We should use that money to buy qi and blood pills for my child." Mu Chuxue brought Jiang Qiuo to the group. "Dad, I brought Jiang Qiuo. Let him give it a try." All eyes fell on Jiang Qiuo. Looking at the young man in front of him, what was so special about him besides his good looks? Mu Qingfeng looked at Jiang Qiuo. This was Chu Shue's husband, the newcomer king. He also knew medicine? Second aunt glanced at Jiang Qiuo and said, "Oh, Chu Shue, so this is your live-in husband? He looks like a freeloader." Mu Chuxue ignored her second aunt and said, "Dad, my 7th rank is thanks to Jiang Qiuo's acupressure and meridian opening technique. Let Jiang Qiuo try it won't cost any money anyway." Jiang Qiuo then realized why his wife, Chu Shue, had brought him here. She wanted him to give his sister-in-law, Mu Ziton, a massage. Second aunt looked at Jiang Qiuo and said, "So he's just a pretty boy who massages smelly feet. And he actually wants to make that sickly guy better?" Jiang Qiuo looked at this so-called second aunt, and he had a very bad impression of her. Mu Yanwu simply took Mu Chushue's claim that breaking through to the 7th rank was entirely due to Jiang Qiuo's acupoint stimulation as a joke between the young couple. Fine, let Jiang Qiuo give it a try. Let Jiang Sui give it a try. If it doesn't work out, it'll be better to give up on the idea. Mu Chuxue led Jiang Qiuo to Mu Zitong's door, saying, "For a while, you can only give massages, nothing else." Jiang Qiuo replied, "Yes." When Jiang Qiuo pushed open Mu Zitong's door, he was trembling. It was bad enough that he was a kept man and had to massage his wife, but he never expected that he would have to massage his sister-in-law as well. If word got out, how could he face people? Mu Zitong looked at the person who came in, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Jiang Qiuo, what are you doing here? Did you come to the wrong room? Chu Shue's room is in another building." Jiang Qiuo's gaze lingered on Mu Zitong's purple eyes. "Officer Mu, I'm here to treat you." Put. Even Mu Zitong was amused by Jiang Qiuo. "Healing? Jiang Qiuo, stop joking, okay? This Jiang Qiuo who only does missions outside all day, how could he know anything about healing?" Looking at Mu Zitong's expression, Jiang Qiuo realized that she didn't really trust his skills. After all, he was someone with advanced massage techniques. "Enforcement Officer Mu, please be serious." "I'm serious." Mu Zitong suppressed her laughter, deciding to play along for a bit. Mu Zitong sat on the bed, her expression deliberately serious. "Okay, Dr. Jiang, tell me how I should cooperate." Jiang Sui said, "Just lie flat." Mu Zitong did as she was told, her eyes fixed on Jiang Qiuo. "Jiang Qiuo, did you know you came to Chuxue? If she gets jealous, I can't handle her anger. She's already at the 7th rank, even the family head can't stop her anymore." Jiang Qiuo listened to Mu Zitong's tone and realized that she was clearly teasing him, the doctor. "Humph, Officer Mu, you're in for a world of hurt. Even the peak 6th rank Chu Shue will beg for mercy under my methods." "It's alright, Officer Mu, she's the one who sent me." Jiang Qiuo warmed his palms with his qi and blood before touching Mu Zitong's delicate, milk-like skin. Even though she pretended to be experienced in front of Jiang Qiuo, Mu Zitong's heart was still touched when Jiang Qiuo's hand actually touched her legs. Then a blush slowly spread across Mu Zitong's cheeks. Jiang Qiuo's technique was skillful and powerful. At the beginning, he did not infuse qi and blood into the acupoints, but applied pressure according to the acupoints indicated by the advanced massage technique. He wanted to see Mu Zitong's tolerance first, and then proceed slowly. Mu Zitong felt a wave of weakness wash over her body from the mere application of force, but she gritted her teeth and didn't show any fear. This guy seems to really have some skills. Could it be that he trained with Chu Shue? Jiang Qiuo looked at Mu Zitong and saw that she had no other reaction except for blushing slightly. Impressive. As expected of an enforcement officer, she was able to hold out until now. Jiang Sui began to slowly infuse his qi and blood into the acupoints he was massaging. As the blood and qi flowed in, a stinging sensation arose, and the sheets beside Mu Zitong were crumpled into messy wrinkles, with sweat gradually seeping from her back into the sheets. Mu Zitong began to murmur softly. Her panting continued, and Mu Zitong's upper body began to writhe like a maggot. Immediately, Jiang Xue increased the release of qi and blood again. Mu Zitong was in a panic, a tingling sensation like an electric current making her feel as if her soul was being pulled away. Damn it, how did I end up looking so pathetic in front of him? Chapter 65, Restoring the Foundation of Martial Arts. Jiangxi used his final technique, channeling his qi and blood into Mu Zitong's Yongquan acupoint as if performing acupuncture. Mu Zitong, with her hair disheveled, had a gentle and tender gaze, but the purple hue burned intensely. She was both surprised and delighted, as she could actually feel the flow of her qi and blood. The problem that had troubled her for years was actually solved by the young man's skill. Mu Zitong embraced Jiang Qiu, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Qiu, I can cultivate now. Mu Zitong's chest heaved, her heart pounding violently against her ribs. Mu Zitong gave him a passionate kiss, then quickly pulled away. Reason told her that the man in front of her did not belong to her. No. Don't misunderstand, I just wanted to thank you. Mu Zitong wiped away her tears, somewhat unwilling. You go out first, I'll tidy up and come out. Jiang Qiu looked at Mu Zitong. He had also experienced the trouble of not being able to practice martial arts, but Mu Zitong had been unable to practice martial arts for more than 20 years. He understood Mu Zitong's feelings all too well. Jiang Qiu pushed open Mu Zitong's door and found that everyone was still waiting. How's it going? Jiang Qiu did not answer directly. I think you want to hear Mu Zitong say it herself. Mu Yanwu let out a long sigh. Indeed, it had been more than 20 years, so a little longer wouldn't make a difference. Mu Chushua pulled Jiang Qiu to her side, her large, grape-like eyes fixed on him. How is she? Jiang Qiu naturally put his arm around Mu Chushua's waist. Don't worry, I'll definitely make City Lord Mu obediently spit out the snow-treading plum blossom step. Hearing Jiang Qiu's confident demeanor, Mu Chushua secretly felt smug. I knew it. Jiang Qiu could definitely do it. It's just that Zitong got a good deal. I've only experienced Jiang Qiu's superb skills once before. Mu Chushua felt a pang of jealousy when she thought about how her sister Mu Zitong had been with Jiang Qiu for so long. No way, I feel like I'm losing out just thinking about it. Tonight I'm going to have Jiang Qiu give me a massage. At this moment, second aunt started acting up. She glanced at Jiang Qiu and said, Humph, what do you mean by letting Zitong say it himself? I think this kid has no confidence at all. I told you long ago, why waste energy on someone like this? If you ask me, Chushue, your taste is terrible. You're already a 7th rank official, it would be so much better to find someone of equal social standing. Zhang Feiyang from your martial arts university is quite good, isn't he? You should divorce Jiang Qiu. If you ask me, Mu Chushua's marriage should be used to win over powerful people for the family. Jiang Qiu gritted his teeth, thinking, what an ungrateful old man. At this moment, Mu Zitong walked out of the room. Everyone stepped forward, and Mu Qingfeng was the first to lose his temper. Sister Zitong, how is it? Mu Yanwu's eyes also held a hint of anticipation. Old Gu also wanted to see if this son-in-law of the Mu family had any real skills. Mu Zitong swallowed hard. I can already activate my breathing technique, but my blood circulation is a bit sluggish. If Jiang Qiu treats me for a few more courses of treatment, I can recover completely. Mu Yanwu lifted Mu Zitong into the air. Great, Zitong. We've finally waited for this day. Mu Qingfeng's gaze lingered on his brother-in-law. Amazing. No matter how many famous doctors Zitong consulted, they couldn't help with her martial arts problem, but he actually solved it. Old Gu smiled broadly. This son-in-law of the Mu family is still a skilled doctor, he can't deny his age. Second aunt's face was extremely ugly. This pretty boy really got lucky and cured Mu Zitong's martial arts foundation problem. Alas, it's just a pity for my child. With Mu Zitong's martial arts foundation repaired, Mu Yanwu will definitely give Mu Zitong a lot of resources because of his guilt over the past few years. In that case, what resources will my child get? Mu Yanwu put Mu Zitong down and wiped away the hot tears in his eyes. Mu Yanwu walked to Jiang Qiu's side and patted him on the shoulder with his broad hand. Good lad, this is a great achievement for the Mu family. Mu Yanwu suppressed a smile. Jiang Qiu, I'll teach you the Mu family's seeking plum blossoms in the snow steppe in a little while. Then Mu Yanwu turned around and glared at the woman. Second wife, your third son's footwork inheritance was given to Jiang Qiu. Hearing Mu Yenwu's words, Jiang Qiuo felt incredibly relieved. Good, karma has come. Mu Chuxue, who was standing next to Jiang Qiuo, also laughed out loud. Upon hearing this, the woman's face turned extremely ugly. Why? Just for something like this, which involves marrying into the family, you, the head of the family, won't let your own family members learn it, but instead let an outsider learn it. Mu Yenwu slapped the woman across the face. Oh ho! Jiang Qiuo exclaimed excitedly. He felt incredibly satisfied watching that slap. Some people just don't understand their own position or who they rely on for their livelihood. Sometimes, being greedy will only lead to losing everything. Mu Yenwu straightened his voice. If you ask me, your second son is also a good for nothing. He's still only a second-grade martial artist. Passing on movement techniques to him would only be a waste of our Mu family's resources. Furthermore, Jiang Qiuo is the son-in-law I approve of. You keep calling him a live-in son-in-law and a gigolo. Isn't that a slap in the face to me, Mu Yenwu? Your second child is too weak, unlike my son-in-law, who is a retired military athlete from the Maple Leaf Army. Second son's wife, send your child to the Maple Leaf Army to practice his skills before he comes back. The woman was now terrified and clung to Mu Yenwu's leg, crying, Master! Master! My child will die if he goes to the front lines. The woman kept slapping her own face. She crawled to Jiang Qiuo's feet and begged him, young master, I was blind to your greatness. Please plead with the head of the family not to send my child to the front lines. Jiang Qiuo looked at the woman kneeling on the ground, his eyes devoid of any pity. Your child will die, but won't other people's children die too? Whose children are the soldiers who die on the front lines? Martial artists are born to defend against alien beasts. Is your precious pet any different from others? If you're unhappy that I'm taking his resources, then let him defend them through his own abilities, not by throwing a tantrum here. Let me tell you the truth, a martial artist like you, raised in a pampered environment, wouldn't survive more than a month on the front lines. If you let him leave the Mu family, he won't be long before he dies. You and your brat have been living too comfortably thanks to the Mu family's influence. You've sucked too much blood from the Mu family, and now it's time for you to pay the price. Mu Chuxue had fought off beast tides when she was only a 5th rank official, and Mu Zitong was a law enforcement officer in Maple Leaf City, having killed countless deacons of the Beast God Church and heinous criminals. Each of them deserved to enjoy the resources of the Mu family. Jiang Qiuo, having shed blood and rendered meritorious service for Maple Leaf City, naturally has the right to enjoy the Mu family's footwork as the son-in-law of the Mu family. Jiang Qiuo, come with me now. Mu Yenwu waved to Jiang Qiuo, while Mu Chuxue gave Jiang Qiuo a push. Chapter 66, A Journey to Find Plum Blossoms in the Snow. The Mu family's residence is located beneath a rocky cliff. The bottom of the rock wall is a dry, rough stone surface, which is covered with moss, and the top is a smooth ice surface. Mu Yenwu's loud voice echoed from the rock wall. Movement techniques are the specialty of our Mu family, and this is where the family's disciples practice movement techniques. Jiang Qiuo looked at the rock wall and thought, this is indeed a prestigious family. They even have such a professional rock wall just for practicing movement techniques. Mu Yenwu gathered his strength and said, let's begin. I'll demonstrate first, and you stay close to me. Mu Yenwu quickly used the plum blossom seeking step in actual combat to begin climbing up the rock face. John's measures and flowing steps quickly followed. Mu Yenwu suppressed his movement technique to the proficiency level and reduced his blood and chi supply to maintain a speed that Jiang Qiuo could keep up with and observe carefully. The key points of the searching for plum blossoms in the snow step quickly flooded Jiang Qiuo's mind, and he began to perform the steps according to the searching for plum blossoms in the snow step. Mu Yenwu caught a glimpse of Jiang Qiuo behind him out of the corner of his eye, and a smile appeared on his lips. The kid learns pretty quickly. Mu Yenwu stopped his movement. The footwork you just used was the flowing cloud step, wasn't it? The flowing cloud step also comes from our Mu family. Don't forget the flowing cloud step after learning the snow-treading plum blossom step. The flowing cloud step has a high probability of triggering a martial arts resonance with the snow-treading plum blossom step. Once the martial arts resonance is triggered, the two movement techniques work together, and the two movement techniques at the microscopic level can suppress the movement technique at the perfect level. Mu Yenwu patted Jiang Qiuo on the shoulder. Not bad, kid. I have some business to attend to at the city lord's mansion, so I'll be leaving now. Mu Yenwu immediately leaped from beside Jiang Qiuo to the top of the rock wall. After seeing off his father-in-law, Jiang Qiuo continued to practice his footwork on the rock face. He had to make good use of this natural training ground for footwork. After Jiang Qiuo practiced the snow-treading plum blossom steps twice, a group of people came chattering on the rock face. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. Hey, look, he's still practicing his movement techniques. A member of the Mu family jumped out and said to Jiang Qiuo, "Hey buddy, who are you?" Jiang Qiuo glanced at the Mu family members, who should have called him brother-in-law. Well, I'm here to deliver goods. This place seems perfect for practicing movement techniques, so I'll practice here for a bit. A girl looked at Jiang Qiuo and laughed. Hey, even delivery men need to practice movement techniques? It really is like everyone's a martial artist. A tall, thin boy in the crowd laughed and said, of course, delivery men need to know how to move around, so they can stay competitive among a group of delivery guys. Yeah, nowadays a lot of delivery guys are learning some D-level movement techniques to make deliveries. Once you've mastered just one D-level movement technique, you can outrun 80% of your competitors. Brother, when you use your movement skills to run errands, can you outrun most of your competitors? Jiang Qiuo's face was all smiles, and he appeared very confident in front of Mu Chushue's younger siblings. Of course, I win the singles title from time to time. The Mu family members surrounding Jiang Qiuo invited him, brother, come with us. Jiang Qiuo curled the corners of his mouth. Mu Chushue's younger siblings were really interesting. He might as well play with them. Everyone starts on the same starting line and then sets off together. Jiang Qiuo followed behind them, deliberately slowing down. Jiang Qiuo watched as these Mu family disciples slipped and fell to the ground after reaching the moss, and even fewer managed to make it to the ice. As for those who managed to reach the summit, there were none. Jiang Qiuo also pretended to be unskilled in his movements and fell to the ground. At this moment, the tall, thin boy said, "Look, that's Sister Chushue on the top of the rock wall. Let's try to climb to the top of the rock wall. Sister Chushue is already a 7th grade martial artist. If we could get a word or two of guidance from her, we could improve a lot." After saying this, the Mu family members began to try to climb to the top, and many of them slipped and fell to the ground when their feet touched the moss-covered rock face. Oh dear. It's only this far again. As everyone continued to slide down, only the slender boy and a girl remained on the ice. At this moment, Jiang Qiuo's body began to tremble, and he used the flowing cloud steps to pursue. Look! That delivery guy! He's starting to try to climb to the top too. As everyone watched Jiang Qiuo swiftly execute the flowing cloud steps, they recognized it as a sea-level movement technique from the Mu family. They watched as Jiang Qiuo's steps quickened, until his shadow became indistinct. This delivery guy seems pretty skilled. His flowing cloud step technique looks like it's already at the mastery level or higher. A girl's eyes lit up, and her mouth gaped open. Look, he's already up to the mossy rock face. Jiang Qiuo's speed did not slow down when he reached the moss-covered rock wall. On the contrary, it increased. Why is the delivery guy moving even faster on the mossy rock face instead of slower? Not only is it faster, it's almost catching up with Mu Xiaosong and Mu Min. Jiang Qiuo instantly overtook Mu Xiaosong and Mu Min, and changed his steps to the searching for plum blossoms in the snow style. Searching for plum blossoms in the snow. He's not a delivery man. As everyone watched him scale the cliff face using the treading snow to find plum blossoms technique, they exclaimed, "This isn't just some delivery guy, he's clearly a guest elder who has made significant contributions to the Mu family." Outsiders who want to learn the treading snow to find plum blossoms technique must make substantial contributions to the Mu family. Jiang Qiuo leaped to the top of the rock face. First snow. Mu Chushue leaned against him. Not bad, you came down the cliff so quickly. Jiang Qiuo was a little smug. This is nothing. Mu Xiaosong and Mu Min looked at Jiang Qiuo, who was embracing Mu Chushue, and suddenly realized that this was not just a delivery guy, but Chushue's rumored husband. No wonder he's so good at agility, turns out he's Sister Chushue's husband. Amidst the envious gazes of her younger siblings, Mu Chushue led Jiang Qiuo toward the small building. As soon as Mu Chushue entered the room, she quickly locked the door and stared at Jiang Qiuo like a hungry tiger. She pushed Jiang Qiuo onto the bed. First snow, what are you doing? Mu Chushue then placed her little feet on Jiang Qiuo's lap, and then pouted, what are you doing? Don't you know? Mu Chushue poked Jiang Qiuo's chest with her little feet, and her soft gaze rubbed against Jiang Qiuo's body like cotton. You're giving Mu Zitong a massage, but not me? Jiang Qiuo understood immediately. Chu Shui was easily jealous, so he decided to indulge her. His fingers flew across her legs. While enjoying the massage, Mu Chushue teased, little Jiang Qiuo, everyone's saying you're the little fairy doctor now. So many ladies in Maple Leaf City want to get a massage from you. Jiang Qiu felt a chill run down his spine, but he reacted quickly and knew how to deal with Mu Chuxue. He quietly poured a large amount of blood and qi into Mu Chuxue's acupoints, and then suddenly exerted force with 2 fingers. Mu Chuxue suddenly winced in pain and said coquettishly, "Fine. Jiang Qiu, you're using this as an excuse to get revenge, aren't you?" Mu Chuxue is thrilled with your performance and rewards you with martial arts insights. Your snow-treading plum blossom step has broken through to the proficient level. Jiang Qiu's lips curled up slightly. As expected, his wife Chuxue was the best. In just a short while, she had improved his A-level snow-seeking plum blossom steps from beginner to proficient. Chapter 67, Martial Arts Resonance. Maple Leaf City Research Building. Jiang Qiu looked at the research building invested in built by Donglian Technology. A holographic virtual figure guided the people around him. This is the research building that Captain Qi mentioned. He held an access chip card in his hand, which allowed him to experience a trial environment even more advanced than the virtual mirror. Jiang Qiu entered the research building, where a virtual figure guided him to a cockpit with interplay of light and shadow. Jiang Qiu sat in the virtual cockpit and inserted the chip card into the slot as instructed. A mechanical sound emanated from the pop-up window displaying the light and shadow before our eyes. Welcome, Advanced Privileged Player. Optional modules include martial arts training and combat space. Jiang Qiu looked at the pop-up window and thought, perfect timing to practice the searching for plum blossoms in the snow step. Martial arts training. Body movement training. Please select a scene: Shirakawa Waterfall, Northern Snow Mountains. The snowy mountains of the north. With the connection of the brain helmet, Jiang Qiu's consciousness was uploaded to the northern snow ridge. In the snowy mountains of the northern region, a layer of white snow covers the pine and cypress trees, and the icicles on the rock walls glitter. Whoosh! Suddenly, a creature covered in white fur darted out in front of Jiang Qiu, who was about to draw his sword and slash at it. As a result, when Jiang Qiu slashed at that thing, the black dragon soul blade vanished into nothingness. Weapons and offensive martial arts techniques cannot be used during movement training. Seeing the white-furred, winged rat about to pounce on him, Jiang Qiu immediately used the snow-treading plum blossom steps to dodge. After missing its target, the white-haired mouse burrowed into the snow. After the white-haired mouse disappeared into the snow, 3 more white-haired mice scurried toward him. Jiang Qiu's figure flashed quickly across the snow, easily dodging the attack. 7, 9, 16 as the number of white-haired mice increased, their combinations also began to diversify. Jiang Qiu was hit by one of the 27 white-haired mice. It seems that simply practicing the treading snow to find plum blossoms step is not enough to achieve a direct breakthrough. Successfully dodged the attacks of 26 winged rats. Current ranking in agility is 64501. Then an input box popped up, requiring Jiang Qiu to enter his nickname in order to record his ranking. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment and then filled in the name Jiang Mu. After completing the task, Jiang Qiu saw the martial artist nicknames and scores surrounding his ranking. Jiang Zhuoruebe Wang City 64,500, 5th grade mid-level warrior. Jiang Mu Maple Leaf City, rank 64,501, 3rd grade initial martial artist. Jiang Xinyu Silver Moon City, rank 64,500 2nd, a peak 4th grade martial artist. Jiang Ruiya Eastern Union South 3rd District, rank 64,503, a 4th rank, initial stage martial artist. The clients of Donglian Technology are spread throughout all the cities of Donglian. Jiang Qiu looked at his ranking and found himself among a group of 4th and 5th rank martial artists. Jiang Xue continued into the snowy mountains of the northern region to take on another challenge. Jiang Qiu first recalled the similarities between the flowing cloud step and the snow-treading plum blossom step in his mind, and then took a deep breath. Start! The winged rat began to attack Jiang Qiu relentlessly, and Jiang Qiu began to try switching between the flowing cloud step and the snow-treading plum blossom step. At first, the transition between the two footwork techniques was not smooth, and Jiang Qiu was almost hit by a winged rat. As the wind and snow began to fall, Jiang Qiu's figure flickered above the snow-capped mountains, leaving behind the light marks of his toes on the snow. 25, 26, 27, 41. The falling snowflakes were scattered by the wind stirred up by Jiang Qiu's agile movements, and the snow-treading plum blossom steps reached the mastery level in one leap. The number of winged rats that dodged the attack stopped after reaching 57. That's great! With the help of this movement training module, the snow-treading plum blossom step has reached the mastery level. Successfully dodged the attacks of 57 winged rats. Current ranking in agility is 13052. Lizikai Eastern Union, North 2nd District, rank 13051, mid-rank 5 martial artist. Jiangmu Maple Leaf City, 13,052nd rank, rank 3, initial stage martial artist. Jiangxinsen Red Lake City, rank 13053, rank 6, initial stage martial artist. Yiwu Old West City, rank 13,054th, a high-level 5th rank martial artist. How did he end up among these 5th and 6th rank martial artists without even realizing it? Listening to the announcement from the virtual world, Jiang Qiuo felt as if he were listening to applause. Just now I tried to combine the snow-treading plum blossom step with the flowing cloud step. After I mastered the snow-treading plum blossom step, I did not combine the two steps, I simply used the snow-treading plum blossom step. Jiang Qiuo once again entered the snowy mountains of the northern region, and the challenge began. The number of winged rats he was dodging kept increasing. After successfully dodging 57 winged rats, Jiang Qiuo slid his feet on the snow and switched from the snow-seeking plum blossom step to the flowing cloud step. After successfully evading 60 winged rats, one of them suddenly spat out a mouthful of venom. These winged rats can actually spit poison. I previously thought they only knew how to pounce and bite. Jiang Qiuo slid down, shifting his waist to avoid the venom. That was close. Jiang Qiuo alternated between using the flowing cloud step and the snow-treading plum blossom step, becoming increasingly proficient in both techniques. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Qiuo's mind. A powerful realization flashed through Jiang Qiuo's mind: martial arts resonance, he was coming. With the resonance of martial arts techniques, switching between flowing cloud step and snow-treading plum blossom step is just like using the same footwork. Moreover, the complementarity of the two footwork techniques has greatly improved Jiang Qiuo's footwork level. Jiang Qiuo moved like a ghost, dodging the attacks of 74 winged rats before ending the challenge. Successfully dodged the attacks of 74 winged rats. Current ranking in agility is 6028. Suyutong Central District of Donglian City, rank 6027, mid-level 3 martial artist. Jiangmu Maple Leaf City, rank 6028, 3rd grade initial martial artist. Niumeng Xiaobeicheng, rank 6029, mid-6th grade martial artist. Shaoyan Red Lake City, rank 6029, high-level 6 martial artist. Suyutong? Jiang Qiuo looked at the name. A martial artist from the Central District of Donglian City. Jiang Qiuo originally thought that his movement technique at this level was already incredibly powerful for someone at the 3rd grade realm, but he never expected that there would be such a master in Donglian City. It should be noted that Jiang Qiuo was able to reach this level of movement technique at the 3rd rank due to a series of fortunate opportunities. The flowing cloud step alone triggered 2 martial arts resonances. As expected, the people of Donglian City are all a bunch of prodigies. Jiang Qiuo looked at the name. He realized that he couldn't encounter any prodigies from the East Union District for the time being. He had to deal with the prodigies from Maple Leaf City first: Lin Zhan, Mu Qingfeng, and Wei Yang from the Wei family. My movement skills have improved, and there's still room for improvement in the crescent blade technique I learned from the Lin family. However, this time Jiang Qiuo does not plan to continue choosing the martial arts training module. Instead, he wants to try the combat module. Maybe he can even encounter a master from the Eastern Alliance. Jiang Qiuo exited the martial arts training module and chose the battle space. Jiang Qiuo appeared in a large hall, which was filled with martial artists who had been transported there via Donglian Technology's virtual cockpit. Battle selection, invite to battle, matchmaking. Matchmaking battles. Whether or not a mask is being worn. Wear it. Jiang Qiuo appeared on an ally arena with a matte black surface and a few spectators around him. Match successful, opponent is Suyutong. Suyutong, that mid-level 3rd rank martial artist from the Central District of Donglian City whose agility is only 1 rank below mine. Hey, it's a match between Suyutong, the prodigy of the Su family. The mere mention of Suyutong's name drew a large audience to the fight, and the arena was quickly surrounded by spectators. What luck! I just randomly entered a battle zone to watch a match, and I didn't expect it to be Suyutong's match. The spectator who had just randomly entered a room to watch the match felt extremely lucky to see that the match was between a prodigy from the Su family. Chapter 68: Suyutong. Who is that person fighting against Suyutong? Jiangmu? Jiangmu from Maple Leaf City? Maple Leaf City is just a small city in the west, yet someone there has obtained a high-level card that allows them to engage in combat. Hey, if Jiangmu from Maple Leaf City could fight Suyutong, even if he was instantly killed by Sister Tong, that would be the glory of his life. My roommate is from Maple Leaf City, and he said there isn't a single S-rank martial arts technique in Maple Leaf City. She's here. Suyutong has appeared. A tall, slender girl with flowing black hair, wearing soft armor that Jiang Qiuo had never seen before, and holding a silver longsword. Zhang Qiuo looked at the girl, never expecting that a mere third-rank martial artist would have such high popularity. The girl clasped her hands in a respectful greeting, Donglian City, Su Yutong. Zhang Qiuo returned the greeting, Maple Leaf City, Zhang Mu. The crowd continued to discuss how many moves Zhang Qiuo could withstand from Su Yutong. I think 3 moves is the most. The ones from Maple Leaf City aren't enough to defeat the young lady of the Eastern Alliance. Su Yutong has 2 S-level martial arts skills. How could this country bumpkin from Maple Leaf City possibly have any martial arts skills to compete with her? Zhang Qiuo's gaze swept over Su Yutong. The prodigy from Donglian was just a head and 2 hands, no different from the people of Maple Leaf City. Su Yutong drew her long sword, and Zhang Qiuo took out the Black Dragon Soul Blade. Swords clashed, and Zhang Zhe displayed his crescent-shaped sword technique to counter the enemy. Su Yutong's expression changed slightly, abandoning her usual overwhelming attack style. She was clearly taking this opponent seriously, as Zhang Qiuo's movement skills were actually comparable to hers even while wearing the cloud stepping boots. Zhang Qiuo noticed what Su Yutong was wearing on her feet. No wonder Su Yutong's movements were still at the same level as his after his 2 martial arts resonances. Zhang Mu actually managed to withstand several moves from Su Yutong. Perhaps this Zhang Mu is from that family in Maple Leaf City. After all, he has a high-level chip card. The Crescent Blade, the Overlapping Wave Slash, and the Shadow Blade were used in a series of alternating moves. Zhang Qiuo gradually became more adept at using the Crescent Moonblade technique. Su Yutong had tried to probe Zhang Qiuo's strength multiple times but still couldn't find out his true abilities. She decided to fight him some more. If he used that move directly, the battle would be over. Zhang Qiuo focused more on his Crescent Blade techniques. Since Su Yutong wasn't using her full strength, he could take the opportunity to hone his Crescent Blade skills. This Zhang Mu seems to be quite powerful. A little genius from Maple Leaf City? Amidst Su Yutong's ever-changing swordlight, Zhang Qiuo's Crescent Moonblade technique burst forth from the Seal Blade. He was shocked he had succeeded. His Crescent Moonblade technique had broken through to the mastery level. As Zhang Qiuo's swordsmanship improved, Su Yutong's swordsmanship also intensified. Su Yutong and Zhang Mu actually exchanged several hundred blows. Su Yutong used various unexpected moves, only to find that Zhang Qiuo had a way to deal with them all. This sword technique was like a hodgepodge, with overlapping waves, shadow blades, and even the wind and thunder blade intent. The onlookers watched as the 100 battles sword technique changed unpredictably. I can't even tell what style Zhang Mu's swordsmanship is from. Am I seeing things? He just used the 7-fold wave slash. Shadow blade. These B and C level commoner sword techniques actually neutralized Su Yutong's S level Zhongshan Wind and Rain Sword manual. He's a real talent at stitching things up. He's truly mastered the skills of many. Zhang Qiuo calmly dealt with Su Yutong's Zhongshan Wind and Rain Sword technique. His expression shifted from calm to shock as he watched Su Yutong. He watched as Su Yutong's hand movements changed instantly, and she raised her sword stance. Zhang Qiuo reacted quickly, pouring all his blood and energy into the Black Dragon Soul Blade, unleashing the Azure Dragon Slash. Su Yutong countered with a move called the Wind and Rain Sword. The Azure Dragon Slash, infused with half of Zhang Qiuo's own blood and chi, is domineering and fierce, while the Wind and Rain Sword contains sword intent. Zhang Qiuo slashed Su Yutong's left shoulder, and Su Yutong stabbed Zhang Qiuo's left shoulder. The power of the Azure Dragon Slash entered through the cracks in the soft armor, and Su Yutong's sword intent pierced through the Shenlong golden body. Zhang Qiuo looked at Su Yutong, who was fully equipped, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Miss, you're going to lose." Then, Su Yutong indeed turned into top-tier data and disappeared. Zhang Mu is the winner of the match. The incredulous exclamations of the surrounding audience reached his ears. Is this guy from Maple Leaf City really that good? The Wind and Rain Sword Rise is the strongest killing move in the Zhongshan Wind and Rain Sword manual, yet Zhang Mu actually took it without any damage. With the presence of this blood armor of slaughter, the power of the Wind and Rain Sword has long been reduced by more than half. In addition, with the Shenlong body of the 4th level of flesh refinement protecting me, my defense is at a terrifying level. After Zhang Qiuo left the battle space, he received a friend request from Su Yutong. After accepting the request, he chose to exit the virtual cockpit. The snow-treading plum blossom step, mastered to the highest level, and the flowing cloud step, mastered to the lowest level, achieved the movement effects of a mid-grade martial artist when stimulated by the resonance of martial arts techniques. If the snow-treading plum blossom footwork could be mastered before the challenge, and combined with the resonance of the flowing cloud leg technique and the flowing cloud footwork, then Mu Qingfeng might not be unable to win. Jiang Qiuo took out a bottle of bone forging soup and drank it, then slowly activated the Xianlong bone refining technique. Jiang Qiuo has already used up the bone forging soup that Su Mu gave him. This bone forging soup is really consumed in large quantities. I'll ask Su Mu for some more. Jiang Suo went to Jiangmu Pharmacy on the way. On the bustling commercial street, there are warriors carrying alloy swords, patrolling military personnel, and armored vehicles moving at high speed. Customers came and went into Jiangmu Pharmacy to buy medicine. Hey! My child said that the qi and blood pills from Jiangmu Pharmacy have greatly increased his qi and blood after taking them, so he has a good chance of passing this year's martial arts exam. I'll buy some more this time. A middle-aged man was holding a wooden box in his hands. Their blood-nourishing medicinal diet is also very good. When I mix it into my child's food, his blood and qi are gradually increasing. The woman's face was filled with joy. Seeing the satisfied expressions on the faces of his customers, Jiang Qiuo smiled knowingly. Su Mu's alchemy quality had already been recognized by these martial arts examinees. With these martial arts exam candidates around, Jiangmu Pharmacy will never lack customers. Jiang Qiuo entered Jiangmu Pharmacy. Jiang Wei had recovered very well and had started helping her brother sell medicines. Brother Jiang, my brother is behind us, I'll go call him. Su Mu brought out a box of discarded qi and blood pills, preparing to dispose of them. Big brother, you're here. Su Mu took out a martial arts coin card and 20 bottles of bone forging soup. Jiang Qiuo noticed the box of discarded qi and blood pills. Are these discarded pills? Even the most skilled alchemist will have a certain rate of rejects, and Su Mu's box of rejected pills was probably accumulated over the past few days. Selling waste pills at Jiangmu Pharmacy would definitely damage the pharmacy's reputation. However, on the black market, these useless pills are in high demand. Many martial artists lacking family resources would risk consuming them in hopes of a breakthrough. Jiang Qiuo stopped Su Mu, who was about to dispose of the waste pills, and said, "Don't deal with these waste pills yet, give them to me." Chapter 69, Selling Medicine on the Black Market. Outer City Area, Black Market. Pills. Pills. Qi and blood pills. Only 10% of the pills contain poison. Jiang Suo shouted loudly, and a crowd of onlookers had already gathered around him. Young man, is it really true that only 10% of the elixir contains toxins? The middle-aged martial artist in front of me looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He was a first-rank martial artist, and he was holding Jiang Qiuo's qi and blood pill in his hand. Uncle, it's genuine, only 10% of the original, but the price is only half that of the qi and blood pill. Standard commercially available qi and blood pills only require a toxicity level of 0.5%, while the pills Jiang Qiuo possessed only exceeded this 0.5%. This was a great temptation for a martial artist in the community who lacked the funds to purchase standard qi and blood pills. After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged man took out a martial arts coin card. "Young man, this is all my savings from the past 6 months. Don't let me down." After Jiang Qiuo accepted the martial arts coin card from the uncle, the martial arts uncle swallowed the qi and blood pill in one gulp. Jiang Qiuo felt the blood and qi surging around the uncle, and his muscles began to rapidly fill with blood. Holy crap! This guy's about to break through. He broke through after taking this qi and blood pill, right? The middle-aged martial artist's aura reached a higher level. Second rank. Second rank. I have finally reached the second rank. Now I can apply for jobs as a bounty hunter or a butcher. These are all good jobs. The middle-aged martial artist grasped Jiang Qiuo's hand and shook it excitedly. "Young brother, thank you so much. Young boss. Give me a qi and blood pill. Give me one too. This kind of low erysipelas medicine is also suitable for my family's martial arts exam candidate." After the middle-aged martial artist promoted the qi and blood pills in Jiang Qiuo's box, more than half of them were sold out at once. After purchasing the qi and blood pills, this group of customers dispersed. Just as Jiang Qiuo was about to shout again, a woman's figure emerged from a dimly lit corner. Looking at the voluptuous figure, Jiang Qiuo immediately recognized her as Lin Ro, his mentor. "Hi, Jiang Suo, what a coincidence, you're here too." Lin Ro's fingers moved nimbly in front of Jiang Qiuo, her eyes filled with an aggressive, playful gaze. "Professor Lin, what are you doing here?" Well, although the Wei family is the one who maintains this black market on the surface, our Lin family also has quite a few businesses here. As a member of the Lin family, I have to come and take care of the employees in the shop. After saying that, Lin Ro quickly grabbed Jiang Qiuo's arm and leaned her whole body towards him. Her red lips exuded a sweet fragrance near Jiang Qiuo's ear. Jiang Qiuo, doesn't Mu Chuxue give you pocket money? You're setting up a street stall here. Why don't you come with me? That way you won't have to work so hard setting up a street stall. Jiang Qiuo felt a stinging sensation in his throat. How did this woman become so lewd again? Lin Ro's eyes were glazed over, and her body seemed boneless. Jiang Qiuo, I heard that Mu Chuxue has broken through to the 7th rank. It was all thanks to your help. Now people only dare to avoid her when they see her. Lin Ro tugged at Jiang Qiuo's clothes. Good little brother, can you help your older sister too? Mentor Lin, it's not that I, Jiang Qiuo, don't want to help you, but if my Chuxue finds out that I gave her nemesis a massage to help him break through, wouldn't I be in big trouble? Jiang Qiuo glanced at Lin Ro's voluptuous figure and said, I'm not happy to have her. I'm not happy to have her. Teacher Lin, it's not that I don't want to help, but Chuxue's breakthrough is purely her own good fortune. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, Professor Lin, it's not appropriate for you to be hugging and cuddling with a student like that. Lin Ro gave a coquettish laugh, pulling away from Jiang Qiuo, and the look of wanting to devour him disappeared. TCH, if you don't want to help, then don't. I know you're afraid of Mu Chuxue. Lin Ro's eyebrows were clearly furrowed with anger, and she tightened the collar of her dress. Honestly, all my good intentions have been wasted. Before leaving, Lin Ro gave Jiang Qiuo a playful look, which Jiang Qiuo interpreted as saying, just wait, Jiang Qiuo, you'll fall into my hands sooner or later. They both have the surname Lin, so why are the two sisters, Lin Ro and Lin Ku, so different? Lin Ro wouldn't give up so easily. If she knew that Mu Zitong's martial arts foundation problem had been solved by her, she would definitely use every means to get her to massage her and help her break through to the 7th rank. This is tricky. Even if I want to help Lin Ro, I need to make sure that Chuxue and Lin Ro are completely separated in terms of cultivation level. As long as Chuxue can keep Lin Ro in check, the chances of me being punished by Chuxue will be smaller. Never mind that for now, selling these qi and blood pills is the priority. Jiang Qiuo continued to hawk his wares. Come on, come on. Don't miss out. Qi and blood pills are on sale at a low price. Both grade 1 and grade 2 qi and blood pills are available. Jiang Qiuo's shouts quickly gathered some people who were trying their luck on the black market. Hey, you have qi and blood pills here? Take them out and let me see. Jiang Qiuo took out a qi and blood pill and placed it in the female martial artist's hand. Look at it, what a fine quality it is, with only 10% poison. The female warrior looked at the qi and blood pill with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Jiang Qiuo's lips curled up slightly. How about it? You've never seen a pill of this quality on the black market before, have you? Let me see too. A man dressed in a leather jacket asked Jiang Qiuo for a pill. Jiang Qiuo followed the outstretched hand to the man, and the moment their eyes met, Jiang Qiuo's body tensed up. He knew the man was up to no good. A flying sword flew from the leather-clad man's waist toward Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo's pupils suddenly contracted. This attack method was the same as that of the Wei family guard who died at his hands. The Wei family has come looking for me. From the speed and strength of the Wei family's personal guard's attack, Jiang Qiuo immediately judged that the guard's strength far surpassed his own, and he was likely a martial artist above the 5th rank. Jiang Qiuo quickly used the flowing cloud steps to escape, and the Wei family's personal guards immediately gave chase. Wei's personal guards swiftly swung their flying swords behind Jiang Qiuo, who simultaneously used his footwork to draw his black dragon soul blade and slash. Kid, you're going to be killed by me today. You've caused so much trouble lately. Jiang Qiuo's black dragon soul blade continuously slashed down the flying sides of the Wei family's personal guards. Your Wei family is nothing but a dog of the beast god church. Your entire Wei family deserves to die. A wicked smile crept across the bodyguard's face. Kid, you're about to die, so stop being so stubborn. You think you have connections? Now let them come and save you. Our young master set you up at the Law Enforcement Bureau, but he didn't expect the Mu and Lin families to join forces to protect you. But now, what about your connections? Even if you have powerful connections, you'll still die by my hand. The Wei family's dogs are really troublesome. I should have agreed to Lin Ro's request. If Lin Ro were here, the Wei family's personal guards would be able to deal with her with ease. Jiang Qiuo ran like the wind towards a dilapidated factory. Chapter 70, Just a Business Deal. Jiang Qiuo plunged into the dilapidated factory, but the scene inside chilled him to the bone. There was a large group of people gathered around a fire. Each of them had a weapon, and worst of all, they were all marked with the insignia of Wei family's personal guards. This has stirred up trouble in the heart of the Wei family's personal guards. As the Wei family guards chased after Jiang Qiu, they laughed wickedly, "Ha ha! Brothers, this is the Jiang Qiu that the young master ordered me to kill. All of you, charge!" Jiang Qiu brandished the black dragon soul blade in his hand and charged at them. Jiang Qiu gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and decided that he could only resist for the time being while looking for another opportunity to break through. Jiang Qiu quickly analyzed the strength of the surrounding enemies and targeted the weaker Wei family guards to kill first. Jiang Qiu swung the black dragon soul blade fiercely, and wind and thunder blade energy shot out from the blade. Some of the Wei family's personal guards who tried to surround and kill Jiang Qiu were affected by Jiang Qiu's wind and thunder blade energy. The Wei family guards who were killed by Jiang Qiu turned into remnant souls and were absorbed into the black dragon soul blade. Brothers, be careful. This guy's blade is imbued with the power of wind and thunder. Don't get hit. Zhang Zhe displayed his shadow blade, unleashing a series of wind and thunder blade strikes at the surrounding Wei family guards. Next, the Wei family's personal guard, wielding the flying sword, shouted angrily, "Third-rank soldiers, step back. Let the fourth-rank soldiers go. This kid's swordsmanship is very strange." Upon hearing this, the Wei family guards at the front immediately began to retreat, and stronger fourth-rank guards stepped forward to take their place. Faced with the fourth-rank personal guards, Jiang Qiu's offensive was clearly not keeping up, and he kept trying to break through the gaps in the encirclement. A sharp spear pierced Jiang Qiu's chest, and the blood armor of slaughter rippled with a bloody light. Jiang Qiu continuously unleashed his inner energy, slashing at Wei family guards. Damn it, after killing one, there's another one. How come the Wei family has arranged so many personal guards in the black market? A silver light flashed into the dilapidated factory. The voluptuous figure burst into the factory in an instant. Lin Ro forced a smile at Jiang Qiu. "Oh, so the talented Jiang has gone too far?" Lin Ro was accompanied by the Lin family's personal guards. Lin Ro's swordsmanship was fluent, and she killed these Wei family guards as easily as breaking weeds. After escaping, Jiang Qiu joined the ranks of those besieging Wei's personal guards. "Lin Ro! What are you doing? How dare you touch anyone from the Wei family?" Lin Ro's voice was calm and languid. "We killed people from your Wei family. It's time for the black market to change hands. Such a large business can't always be occupied by you." Lin Ro pointed her blade directly at the head of the Wei family's personal guard leader. "My Lin family wants control of this black market." The flying scythe stopped in mid-air, while his head had already fallen to the ground. These personal guards of the Wei family were wiped out one by one in fear. "No. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm from the main branch of the Wei family. Spare me, I just joined the personal guard today." The Lin family's personal guards were ruthless. Faced with such pleas for mercy, their faces showed no emotion. They killed the Wei family's personal guards like cold, mechanical machines. Jiang Qiu observed the methods of the Lin family's personal guards, then his gaze shifted to Lin Ro. Lin Ro usually acts all talk and no action, but when it comes to fighting, she shows absolutely no mercy. The blood on Lin Ro's knife was still wet, but her face softened into a gentle expression. "Jiang Qiu, look, I saved your life. How will you repay me?" Jiang Qiu looked at Lin Ro's smiling face and just smiled. "What a coincidence, Professor Lin. You just left, and the Wei family's personal guards found me and chased me to this abandoned factory. Just as I was being surrounded by the Wei family's personal guards, you happened to appear with the Lin family's personal guards, staging a heroic rescue. Professor Lin, your little tricks might work on others, but they'll expose you when you try to pull it off." Jiang Qiu stared intently into Instructor Lin's eyes, as if trying to see through everything. Lin Ro felt a little uneasy under Jiang Qiu's gaze. "What are you doing? Why are your eyes so wide?" Jiang Qiu said in a deep voice, "Teacher Lin, I helped your Lin family take over this black market, how will you repay me?" Lin Ro trembled slightly. "Fine, you're waiting for me here. You're really not afraid of death, aren't you? Anyway, I've already killed quite a few people today, one more won't make a difference." Lin Ro wiped the blood off the knife and threatened. Jiang Qiu sneered. This Instructor Lin was furious, but Lin Ro would never kill him. Not to mention that Mu Chushue would seek revenge on her, even Lin Ku would turn against her sister. "Instructor Lin, are you really willing to do this? If you kill me, how will you break through to the 7th rank?" Lin Ro sensed something was up from Jiang Qiu's tone and immediately leaned against him. "Jiang Qiu, look at you, you clearly have the ability but you don't help your sister, it's so heartbreaking. If you have any difficulties, you should talk to your sister Lin." Is Chu Shui having any trouble? As Lin Ro spoke, she put Jiang Qiuo's hand around her waist. It was Lin Ro herself who placed her waist on Jiang Qiuo's hand. Sister Lin, I've already promised to help you break through to the 7th rank, so you have to give me something in return. Lin Ro frowned slightly, feigning anger. You brat, what do you want in return? I'm already in your arms, isn't that enough? After speaking, Lin Ro pressed herself against Jiang Qiuo again, her chest rising and falling clearly visible through her off-shoulder black gauze dress. Her arms wrapped around his neck. Jiang Qiuo's gaze lingered on Lin Ro. Sister Lin, after your Lin family takes over this black market, you must arrange a place for me to sell my useless pills. Lin Ro's cheeks flushed. I can easily handle such a small request. I'll also arrange for 2 people to watch the shop for you. How about that? As long as you can help me break through to the 7th rank, I'll give you a weapon that can enhance your movement speed. Upon hearing about a weapon that could increase movement speed, Jiang Qiuo's eyes lit up. He was eagerly seeking such a weapon. Lin Ro leaned close to Jiang Qiuo's ear and said, Why don't you take care of things for me here? Here? A small, run-down factory. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Master! I'm here to help you. Lin Ro entered the factory carrying a battle sword, but what she saw shocked her. Her sister was hanging herself on their master's body. Ahem, Professor Lin, Lin Ku is here. Professor Lin's lips curled down slightly, and he said in a very low voice, What a spoilsport. After saying that, Lin Ro reluctantly got off Jiang Qiuo. Lin Ku stared wide-eyed at her master and sister. She was about to speak when Lin Ro interrupted her. It's not what you think. I just discussed a business deal with your precious master. Also, don't talk nonsense after you get out. Lin Ku nodded quickly. Lin Ro tapped Jiang Qiuo's chest lightly with her 2 fingers a few times. Jiang Qiuo, we have a deal. You have to help me break through to the 7th rank. I'll come find you next time. Jiang Qiuo pursed his lips. Lin Ku was truly a good disciple. She was the one who could save him in crucial moments. However, after Lin Ro's teasing, Jiang Qiuo's blood and qi began to surge. Was he about to break through again? Chapter 71, The Scaled Black Serpent. Call. Shu. Jiang Qiuo breathed steadily, his blood and qi surging like a column of mercury. The ancient dragon scripture mobilized Jiang Qiuo's blood and qi to continuously assault the barrier. A powerful and harmonious chorus of energy. During his meditation, Jiang Qiuo kept hearing the roar of a dragon emanating from within his body. Jiang Qiuo's breakthrough in martial arts cultivation through the ancient dragon scripture laid a solid foundation for his martial arts. Whether in terms of his basic qi and blood foundation or his qi and blood burst, he far surpassed other martial artists of the same level who broke through using basic breathing techniques. Buzz! A surge of energy erupted from behind Jiang Qiuo, his veins bulging and his pupils flashing with a sharp light. Middle stage of rank 3, done. With the ancient dragon scripture, even ordinary battles can be made to run automatically, and one's cultivation speed will increase accordingly. Jiang Qiuo slowly regulated his breathing, gathering the leaked blood and qi back into his body. Ding ding! Jiang Qiuo's communicator rang. It was Mu Zitong calling. Didn't I already help her by applying acupressure and opening her meridians? Why is she calling herself again? Enforcer Mu, what's wrong? Is there another problem with your martial arts foundation that you need me to fix? Mu Zitong chuckled, her voice light and melodious. Get lost, aren't you afraid Chu Shui will find out? Mu Zitong's voice suddenly turned serious. Jiang Qiuo, the investigation into the Wei family's defection to the Beast God Church has yielded some results. They have indeed defected to the Beast God Church, but as one of the 3 major families in Maple Leaf City, it will take time to completely eradicate them. However, the 2 heads of the Mu and Lin families have already communicated, and when the time is right, the 2 families will join forces to eliminate the Wei family. The 2 family heads already knew that the Wei family had pledged allegiance to the Beast God Church. No wonder Lin Ro led people to take over the black market. It must have been at the behest of the Lin family head. Mu Zitong's voice was gentle. Jiang Qiuo, my martial arts foundation hasn't been completely repaired yet. When can you come and massage it for me again? Jiang Qiuo's face darkened. Mu Zitong no longer resembled a law enforcement officer. Law Enforcer Mu, my fees are quite high. I wonder if you can afford them. Mu Zitong snorted, alright, I won't tease you anymore. The Medal of Honor from the East Union Law Enforcement Bureau is coming soon, and Captain Qin thinks highly of you. Medal of Merit. I've done another great job on the mission to find the Beast Evolution Pill. This metal can be used to exchange for a chance to enter the Return to Origin cave. If I can learn something new in the Return to Origin cave, it's not impossible for me to defeat Mu Qingfeng and take first place in this challenge. Mu Zitong was probably reluctant to hang up the phone. Zhang Qiuo, you've been put on the Beast God Church's kill list, just like our law enforcement officers. The bounty is 200,000 martial coins. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiuo scoffed repeatedly. He couldn't believe such a thing existed. But his bounty was only worth 200,000 martial coins, while he had the lives of several stewards on his hands. Mu Zitong reluctantly ended the call. Then Mr. Jiang, that's all for now. Please help me with my treatment next time we meet. As soon as Mu Zitong hung up the phone, another person dialed Zhang Qiuo's communicator. Why are they all rushing to tell me good news? Zhang Qiuo thought as soon as he saw the caller ID, Sumu. Big brother, I've refined a grade 3 Qi and blood pill. Upon hearing that Sumu had refined a grade 3 Qi and blood pill, Zhang Qiuo's eyebrows immediately rose. This Sumu was truly a genius at alchemy. How long had it taken him to learn from Master Kai before he was able to refine a grade 3 Qi and blood pill? The price of a grade 3 Qi and blood pill is 10 times that of a grade 2 Qi and blood pill. Moreover, grade 3 Qi and blood pills are targeted at the mid-range market. The purchasing power of these grade 2 and 3 martial artists far exceeds that of martial arts examinees and grade 1 martial artists. Well done, Sumu. Brother, I want to try refining the body tempering pill again. I still need some materials from the scale black snake. At the same time, the materials for refining the Qi and blood pill are almost exhausted. The list of exotic beast materials that Xiao Feng provided to Zhang Qiuo included information about the scaled black serpent. The scaled black serpent is a third-grade exotic beast that lives in the lake area north of Maple Leaf City. Its scales can be used to make elixirs that promote physical cultivation. Okay, I'll take care of the materials. Thank you, brother. Zhang Qiuo carried the Black Dragon Soul Blade in his hand. It seemed he was going to explore the lake in the northern area outside Maple Leaf City. It just so happened that his Black Dragon Soul Blade needed to consume some more remnants of strange beasts to level up. The Black Dragon Soul Blade has already reached the third stage of the Resurrection Realm. The Wind and Thunder Blade aura obtained in the third stage of the Resurrection Realm can achieve ranged attacks. So what kind of enhancement would it receive if it were to be resurrected to the fourth stage? Zhang Sui stepped onto the maglev train, and the tall buildings outside the suspended window kept getting shorter. Then the maglev train stopped on a towering city wall. Welcome, passengers, to Inner City Wall Station number 3. After Zhang Sui got off the train, he was greeted by military personnel holding weapons. Passengers going to the outer city should take the elevator. Zhang Qiuo mingled among a group of martial artists and rode a lift down to the foot of the city wall. Zhang Qiuo then quickly boarded a military armored vehicle, shouting, "Out of the city!" The armored vehicle drove through the outer city, passed through the outer city gate, and stopped in a military-controlled area. Satellite cities are located in the south of Maple Leaf City, so there is no buffer zone in the north of Maple Leaf City. The only way to strengthen the defense of the north of Maple Leaf City is to increase the number of military stations. Zhang Sui opened the map and began searching for the location of the lake. Looking at the location of the lake on the communicator, he thought, so that's where it was hidden. Zhang Qiuo began to head towards the lake. The environment in the north of Maple Leaf City was obviously more humid than that in the south, and the strange beasts in the north were also different from those in the south. Zhang Qiuo held the Black Dragon Soul Blade, and several second-grade blood snakes on the ground came into his view. The blood snake moved in an S shape on the ground, approaching Zhang Qiuo. The blood snake's tail slammed against the surrounding dry branches, making a rustling sound. Zhang Qiuo suddenly unleashed his Shadow Blade, and the Wind and Thunder Blade Qi severed the blood snakes at their 7-inch mark, quickly turning several blood snakes into victims of his blade. The remnant soul of the blood serpent was quickly absorbed by the Black Dragon Soul Blade. The blood gallbladders of these blood snakes can also be used to refine Qi and blood pills. Zhang Qiuo put these blood gallbladders into his spatial ring. The blood gallbladder of the blood snake is the organ it uses to store its vital energy and blood, and it is full of vital energy and blood. After carefully collecting the blood serpent's gallbladder, they continued towards the lake. Zhang Qiuo's eyes gleamed, reflecting the calm lake in them. They had arrived at the habitat of the scaled black snake. Zhang Qiuo's gaze quickly searched the area around the lake for traces of the scaled black snake. A dark figure flashed into his eyes, the scaled black snake. Zhang Qiuo swung his sword at the scaled black snake, unleashing a wave of energy. The sword energy, imbued with the power of wind and thunder, entered the body of the scaled black snake through the crack Zhang Qiuo had cleaved open. After the wind and thunder sword energy was poured in, the scaled black snake began to convulse wildly. Jiang Qiuo withdrew the sword and slashed at another scaled black snake. Swish! Swish! Jiang Qiuo killed any black snakes that appeared. In one go, he had killed 7 or 8 scaled black snakes and peeled off their scales and put them into his spatial ring. Chapter 72, Wild Boar Meat. Jiang Qiuo's black dragon soul blade absorbed the souls of the scaled black serpent, emitting a series of buzzing sounds. It seems the black dragon soul blade still hasn't had enough to eat. Jiang Qiuo has already cleared out the scaled black snakes near the lake. Go and collect some more materials for refining qi and blood pills and bone forging soup. Jiang Qiuo picked up his knife and continued to slay the strange beast. His black dragon soul blade slashed wildly at the blood serpents, and the serpent's soul surged into Jiang Qiuo's blade, while the blood gall was stored in his spatial ring. After picking up a fallen gallbladder, he heard the roar of a strange beast. It's a 4th-grade exotic beast. An iron-horned demon wolf. Jiang Qiuo drew his black dragon soul blade and slashed at the iron-horned demon wolf. As soon as he struck, Jiang Qiuo suddenly realized that something was wrong with the demon wolf. Its aura was wild and violent. It had taken a forbidden drug from the Church of the Beast God. Jiang Qiuo quickly channeled his vital energy into the black dragon soul blade and slashed at the iron-horned demon wolf. The azure dragon slash severed the iron horn of the iron-horned demon wolf along with its flesh. Just then, a figure in black robes darted out, wielding an alloy thorny club that hurtled towards Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo was taken aback. People from the Beast God Church. A swift wind and thunder blade strike aimed at the deacon of the Beast God Church. The wind and thunder blade energy exploded and flashed, catching the deacon of the Beast God Church off guard. You brat, you can actually unleash blade energy with your slashes. The deacon of the Beast God Church swung his alloy thorny staff in the air, creating a flourish that quickly dispelled the wind and thunder intent released by the wind and thunder blade chi. Boy, you dare to touch the beasts of the Beast God Church? You might as well die and become nourishment for them. The deacon of the Beast God Church had a ferocious expression and exuded a violent aura. Jiang Qiuo wielded his shadow blade wildly, the wind and thunder blade intent constantly impacting the steward's body. The deacon's alloy thorny staff was cleaved in two by Jiang Qiuo's blade. The deacon's eyes were filled with waves of fear and panic. How amazing are you, kid? Immediately, the deacon's muscles contracted rapidly, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Ha, this is my strongest attack. You are doomed. After the deacon rammed his thorny club into Jiang Qiuo's body, his disguise was completely stripped away. Die. Die. However, the steward's strongest attack failed to cause Jiang Qiuo the slightest harm. The excitement on his face quickly vanished. What? You're all right. You took my attack and you're still okay. Jiang Qiuo remained calm and composed. He thought that a martial artist who only had blood and energy but no martial arts skills as a foundation was not worth mentioning. The blood-red armor of slaughter on Jiang Qiuo's body slowly dissipated, and the steward's attack also exposed his own weakness to Jiang Qiuo. The deacon's face showed exaggerated terror, and then he quickly turned and fled into the distance. Although I can't beat you, you're just a third-rank martial artist. Your footwork definitely can't keep up with mine, it definitely can't. The deacon swiftly used his movement technique to escape into the distance. I escaped, didn't I? I'll go find the Beast God Church right away and kill you. However, Jiang Qiuo not only has high combat strength, but his movement is even faster. With the support of martial arts resonance, the deacon's movement technique, as a 5th-rank initial stage martial artist, was simply no match for Jiang Qiuo. Hearing the hurried footsteps behind him, his face quickly turned to horror. What? What? Their movement speed is so fast too. Jiang Qiuo smiled coldly, the black dragon soul blade in his hand trembled violently, and with one slash, a long wand quickly pierced through the deacon's back. Don't want. The steward was pierced through by Jiang Qiuo's knife, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Recently, there have been more and more deacons of the Beast God Church around Maple Leaf City. Jiang Qiuo pondered whether the Beast God Church had some kind of conspiracy against Maple Leaf City. The remnant soul of the 5th-rank deacon entered Jiang Qiuo's black dragon soul blade, causing the hilt of the blade to tremble violently. After killing the deacon, the trembling of the black dragon soul blade caused sparks to fly from Jiang Qiuo's eyes. The black dragon soul blade absorbed the soul of a 5th-grade martial artist, elevating it to the 4th stage of the resurrection realm. Black Dragon Soul Blade, attack speed plus 20% plus attack plus 20%. Black Dragon Soul Blade has successfully broken through. Jiang Qiu slashed at the iron-horned demon wolf, which was already unable to resist. The remnant soul of the iron-horned demon wolf was absorbed into the black dragon's soul blade. Jiang Qiu looked at the corpse of the beast god church deacon on the ground, searched around, and took away the beast god church token and bloodthirst powder from his body. This ally thorny club is also a class B weapon, and Jiang Qiu put it into his storage space. Jiang Qiu looked at the strange beasts that had appeared in the northern wilderness. With so many strange beasts, it would be a huge loss to leave like this. Let me reduce some of the defensive pressure on the northern military post station. Jiang Qiu aimed his black dragon soul blade at a rank 3 exotic beast, the berserker mountain bear. The black dragon's soul blade was swung out, slashing towards the head of the berserker mountain bear. Click! The head of the berserker mountain bear was swiftly severed. The black dragon's soul blade swiftly absorbed the soul of the berserker mountain bear. Jiang Qiu then disassembled the bear and placed the pieces of flesh and blood into his spatial ring. The flesh and blood of the bloodthirsty mountain bear are edible. Besides being sent to the Jianghai meat processing plant to be made into jerky, blood-nourishing soup, etc., they can also be taken to the military post station to exchange for some exotic beast materials, or even sold for money. Jiang used his agility to dart through the desolate forest, his blade constantly locked onto the roaming beasts. A wild boar rooting in the mud came into Jiang Qiu's view, a ravenous wild boar. Jiang Qiu did not make a move immediately. Like the mad blood boar, the mad blood mountain boar was a social beast. He quickly scanned the entire muddy ground and indeed found several boar heads moving around. Wild boars have sharp, pointed tusks, and they have 2 pairs of tusks distributed on either side of their large mouths, one long and one short. The second great exotic beast, the bloodthirsty mountain boar, has succulent meat that replenishes qi and blood after consumption. Jiang Qiu's eyes showed no fear of the strange beast, only a longing for the wild boar meat. Whoosh! Jiang Qiu swung his blade at the wild boar herd from afar. With the attack speed boost from the black dragon soul blade, the shadow blade moved as fast as lightning. The intense wind and thunder quickly caused the herd of wild boars to collapse to the ground. A large number of the strange beast's souls were absorbed by the black dragon soul blade, which trembled and hummed. Jiang Qiu dismembered and stored all 20 wild boars in his spatial dimension. The wild boars in the southern wilderness had been killed so many by Jiang Qiu that their traces had become scarce, while there were still many wild boars in the north. Jiang Qiu started walking back, killing the mad blood boars as he went, and delivering the boar meat to the military post station. Jiang Qiu sold an unprocessed boar to the military post station for 60,000 martial coins. Jiang Qiu traveled around the north, visiting each of the 24 military post stations. He sold 1 wild blood mountain boar at each of them. Jiang Qiu made a fortune. These wild boars roam all over the mountains. I can easily cut one down with a single slash. This has earned me a bonus of 1.5 million martial coins. Jiang Qiu looked at the martial coins in his account, such a warm number. Jiang Qiu stared at his account. It seemed he had enough money to buy a pair of martial arts boots that would enhance his agility. Jiang Qiu returned to Maple Leaf City with the materials he had gathered. Chapter 73, The Challenge. Home. The meat on the stove was bubbling and boiling, and Mu Chuxue transformed into a little cook, sprinkling seasonings into the soup. Jiang Qiu couldn't persuade Mu Chuxue to change into a black rabbit cartoon pajama, looking adorable. Jiang Qiu lay lazily on the sofa, following his wife Chuxue's advice that the best thing to do today was to get some rest. Jiang Qiu watched his wife Chuxue, dressed in a white rabbit pajama, busy in the kitchen, and felt a warm glow in his heart. Is this what a happy retirement life is like? Jiang Qiu, wash your hands and eat. Mu Chuxue, with a melodious voice, brought the freshly cooked meat soup to the table. This is a meat soup made from the flesh of a 5th-grade exotic beast, the blood python. It is very nourishing for martial artists. Eat up. You'd better do well in tomorrow's challenge after you finish eating. The flesh and blood of a 5th-grade exotic beast are very delicious, and Mu Chuxue only needs to add simple seasonings for it to taste good. It's delicious. Jiang Qiu finished the blood-nourishing beast meat soup in the bowl in one go. Suddenly, Jiang Qiu's eyes lit up, and he felt a warm sensation coming from his abdomen. My blood and qi are surging. As expected, it was a 5th-grade exotic beast. It only needed to eat some of the flesh and blood of a 5th-grade exotic beast to activate the ancient dragon scripture. Jiang Qiu felt his blood and qi surge like a dragon, and when the ancient dragon scripture was activated, it was like a raging dragon emerging from the sea. In just a few breaths, Jiang Qiu reached the late stage of the 3rd rank. Mu Chuxue meticulously prepared a beast meat blood-nourishing soup. After consuming it, your qi and blood surged. Mu Chushue was very satisfied with her cooking skills and was in a joyful mood, rewarding the host with a breakthrough in the flowing cloud leg technique to the subtle realm. A small golden figure appeared in Jiang Qiuo's mind again. The golden figure quickly practiced the flowing cloud leg technique. In a flash of inspiration, Jiang Qiuo's flowing cloud leg technique entered the subtle realm. The flowing cloud leg technique has reached the realm of subtlety. This leg technique can be used in combat, and it can also resonate with the flowing cloud footwork to enhance movement. Peeking into the goddess's heart. Little Jiangsua, you actually managed to break through with the blood-nourishing soup. You haven't let my excellent skills go to waste. If you can make it into the top 3 in this challenge, then my promotion to vice principal this year will be a sure thing. Although I don't care about the vice principal position at all, I'm happy just thinking about being able to beat Lin Ro. Ha, so it turns out your soul is that of a little girl, first snow. Jiang Qiuo overheard Xu Shui's thoughts, took her hand, and thought to himself, don't worry, Xu Shui, getting into the top 3 is easy. The white rabbit leaned against the black rabbit. Nothing was said that night. Maple Leaf Wuhan University. Wuhan University, which just ended its holiday, has already entered a strong martial arts atmosphere, with students who had just finished a short break throwing themselves into martial arts training. All freshmen are eager to compete in the university-wide rankings. Hey, master, why don't you try this challenge? You can challenge all the senior students on the leaderboard. I'm confident in your abilities, master, you can easily break into the top 10. Lin Ke kept urging Jiang Qiuo to do it. Jiang Qiuo looked at the rankings of Maple Leaf Martial Arts University. Mu Qingfeng was first, Lin Zhan was second, and Wei Yang was third. Jiang Qiuo stared at the third position on the leaderboard, thinking that kicking Wei Yang off would satisfy his wife Xu Shui's request. Jiang Qiuo launched a leaderboard challenge on his personal terminal, choosing Wei Yang as his opponent. After Jiang Qiuo accepted the challenge, an announcement rang out from the school: freshman Jiang Qiuo challenges senior Wei Yang to a ranking challenge. All teachers and students are welcome to come to the arena to watch. When Lin Ke heard Jiang Qiuo challenge Wei Yang, who was ranked third on the leaderboard, her pupils contracted sharply. Master, you're being too impulsive. If you're aiming for the top 3, you can start from 20th or 10th place and work your way up. Why are you challenging such a high difficulty level right off the bat? Wang Wuhai also thought Jiang Qiuo was too impulsive. Brother Jiang, you might be able to fight a 4th rank person while you are only a 3rd rank person, but this is Wei Yang, the eldest son of the Wei family. He has obtained so many cultivation resources. His strength is not that of an ordinary 4th rank person. Jiang Qiuo placed his hands on the Black Dragon Soul Blade. Have some faith in me, okay? It's just Wei Yang, I can still handle him. In the arena, Jiang Qiuo stood waiting for Wei Yang, holding the Black Dragon Soul Blade. Who is this? Challenging Wei Yang? It seems like no one dares to challenge the top 3 on this leaderboard. How come people have become bolder after a winter break? This is Jiang Qiuo, the freshman king. He beat up Zheng Jia and Chen Shaol from the sophomores, and now he's challenging Wei Yang. He's really bold. Does he think that just because he beat the sophomores, he can beat the seniors? Even the freshman king shouldn't be this arrogant. Hey, rookie king, get down here. Senior martial arts students aren't like freshmen playing house. If you lose, you'll have to be carried around. Hey, look, it's Wei Yang. Wei Yang's lips curled up slightly, and the crowd was full of flattery towards the Wei family. Wei Yang, it shouldn't take you more than 3 minutes to take down a freshman. No, Wei Yang doesn't need that long. He can finish in 3 seconds. I heard that Wei Yang can eat tonics like food at the Wei family, so the time must be very short. Wei Yang suppressed his joy and waved to the crowd to indicate that he had the match under easy control. The noise of the crowd stopped when Wei Yang took the stage. Wei Yang stared intently at Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo, how come you're so resilient? I couldn't kill you during the freshman trial, I couldn't kill you at the law enforcement bureau, and I couldn't kill you in the black market. How can you be so lucky? Jiang Qiuo, today is a good opportunity. I'll cripple you and turn you back into that useless piece of trash who can't cultivate martial arts. Jiang Qiuo snorted coldly, you're nothing but a dog. Wei Yang's face darkened. Jiang Qiuo's words had truly provoked him. Is it good for your Wei family to be dogs for the Beast God Church? Wei Yang looked at Jiang Qiuo coldly. Jiang Qiuo, are you out of your mind? How could my Wei family be dogs of the Beast God Church? Jiang Qiuo poured his powerful blood and chi into the Black Dragon Soul Blade, saying, Wei Yang, you and your Wei family's personal guards are both useless. Jiang Qiuo's image was reflected in Chao Man's eyes. Little Mu, who do you think is better? Mu Chushue parted her red lips slightly and proudly raised her head. Of course it's Zhang Qiuo, he's my student. Zhang Feiyang interrupted the conversation with a laugh. Although Zhang Qiuo is outstanding among the freshmen, don't forget that Wei Yang was trained by the Wei family. Mu Chushue glanced at Zhang Feiyang and said coldly, is the Wei family some kind of powerful family? Teacher Zhang, I advise you not to get too close to the Wei family, or you won't even know how you died. What are they all talking about? A powerful voice rang out. Headmaster. Principal Tian. Oh dear, the competition between these two kids has actually alarmed Principal Tian. Tian Tao is a peak 7th grade martial artist and the principal of Maple Leaf Martial Arts University. Chapter 74, Donglian Martial Arts Training Class. Well, both of you mentors, these are your students, right? Mu Chushue and Zhang Feiyang nodded. The results of this challenge will serve as a reference for the East Union Martial Arts Training Class. Maple Leaf City has 3 spots available this time. The Donglian Martial Arts Research Program. That's practically a martial arts graduate program. Tian Tao sat down in the spectator seats. The result this time will determine the selection of the Donglian Martial Arts Training Class. It's up to you two mentors to see who makes the right prediction. In Mu Chushue's eyes was Zhang Qiuo's reflection. After several rounds of fighting, Zhang Qiuo had figured out Wei Yang's tactics. To him, Wei Yang was just a 4th-rank martial artist with weak qi and blood. In terms of movement, explosive power, and defense, he is inferior to me in every aspect. Zhang Qiuo's blood and qi surged like a dragon, and he unleashed the Black Dragon Soul Blade. The Azure Dragon Slash pierced through Wei Yang's defenses, and the Wind and Thunder Blade energy swept over Wei Yang's entire body, causing his body to convulse and he to slam into the ground. The 4th-rank martial artist collapsed to the ground. What? Wei Yang is such a useless piece of trash? A senior student got beaten to a pulp by a freshman. What I saw was an all-around crushing defeat. Wei Yang couldn't even struggle against Zhang Qiuo. Wei Yang looked up at Zhang Qiuo from the ground, and saw that the black figure was like a cold and imposing mountain. Zhang Qiuo looked at him coldly, as if he were looking at a bug. Zhang Qiuo immediately kicked Wei Yang in the chest, using the flowing cloud leg technique at the subtle realm, causing Wei Yang to experience a sharp pain in an instant. Ah! Stop! A look of pain crossed Wei Yang's face. His eyes were tightly closed, his body was curled up in a ball, and painful howls came from his mouth. Zhang Qiuo looked at the worm on the ground with disdain. You got into the top 3 because you were incredibly lucky. The experts from Maple Leaf Martial Arts University wouldn't even bother competing with you. Compared to Lin Zhan, you're nothing but a worm. I'd be disgusted to even step on you. Zhang Qiuo stepped on Wei Yang's face and ground his foot hard. The Wei family are all useless, especially you. You can't even properly soak in the golden body elixir, and your qi and blood are ridiculously overpowering. Young Master Wei, you're really weak. So weak that I don't even bother to hit you. Zhang Qiuo's mocking voice was very loud, letting all the teachers and students present know that Wei Yang was a worthless idiot. Ah, I saw through Wei Yangshu a long time ago. Wow, how can Zhang Qiuo be so arrogant? He certainly has the right to be arrogant. He defeated a 4th-rank official while being a 3rd-rank official himself, and the victor was the eldest son of the Wei family. Isn't he afraid of retaliation from the Wei family? An insider said, he. What kind of relationship does he have with Instructor Mu? With Instructor Mu protecting him, who can touch him? That's not all. I just heard the Lin family's little princess call him Master. Lin Ke's master. He's not a guest retainer of the Lin family. The searching for plum blossoms in the snow technique used in the battle just now requires a great contribution from someone outside the clan to inherit it. If this young master wants to cause a bigger scene and kill Wei Yang, I think the Mu family and the Lin family will step in to protect him. Zhang Feiyang looked displeased as his apprentice lost the match. Professor Mu, you've chosen such excellent students. Mu Chushue confidently displayed a smug expression on her face. That's right, Instructor Zhang, I already told you that the Wei family is not a powerful family. My student defeated him with just a few moves. Zhang Feiyang trembled with anger. Ha ha ha. Great. Tian Tao's words interrupted Zhang Feiyang's anger. Zhang Qiuo's performance truly amazed me. At the 3rd rank, his swordsmanship and movement techniques are both at the subtle level. Principal Mu, you have taught him exceptionally well. Mu? Principal? Mu Chushue looked at Tian Tao with some confusion. Principal Tian, why do you call me Principal Mu? Oh my, Zhang Kuo made it into the top 3 of Maple Leaf City Martial Arts University's rankings in his freshman year. Wasn't that your doing? With such an outstanding student, you should definitely fill the vacant vice principal position. Mu Chuxue was overjoyed. Her eyes turned to Zhang Kuo on the stage. Then I'm benefiting from Zhang Kuo's success. Chao Man flattered Mu Chuxue, saying, "Hey, Principal Mu, Zhang Kuo only shines under your guidance. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching. If he were under my care, Zhang Kuo wouldn't have reached this level. Hey! This kid Jiang is the one you should teach." Mu Chuxue blushed even more as she listened to Chao Man's praise. Zhang Kuo had really made her look good today. "Everyone, come down to the ring with me. I have something to announce." Several mentors followed Tian Tao down to the arena, all curious about what Principal Tian was going to announce. Tian Tao cleared his throat. "Zhang Kuo, well done. Such strength at the 3rd rank. After this challenge, you'll be ranked 3rd among all students at Maple Leaf Martial Arts University. This time, the Donglian martial arts training class will be attended by Mu Qingfeng, Lin Zhan, and you, Zhang Kuo." A glint flashed in the eyes of the mentors. Donglian martial arts training class. The students gasped in amazement when they heard about the Donglian martial arts training program. Wow, they're going to Donglian to study martial arts. Yes, Donglian is a place full of S-level martial arts techniques and geniuses. Upon hearing about the Donglian martial arts training class, Zheng Feiyan tried to argue one more time. "Principal Tian, shouldn't we reconsider this matter?" Tian Tao's voice was firm. "What are you considering? Let Wei Yang get beaten up by Zhang Kuo again?" Zheng Feiyan was immediately rebuffed by Tian Tao's words. Upon hearing this, Wei Yang's face drained of color, his eyes dimmed, and his hands trembled. "They actually let you into the Donglian martial arts training class." Zhang Kuo had heard of the Donglian martial arts training program. Enrolling in the Donglian martial arts training program meant passing the entrance exam for Donglian Martial Arts University, the highest institution of martial arts in Donglian. Moreover, the members of the martial arts training class enjoy far better treatment than those who enter Donglian Martial Arts University through martial arts exams. Not to mention the monthly supply of qi and blood pills and body-strengthening drugs, they are basically guaranteed access to a wondrous blessed land like the Huiyuan Cave upon enrollment. The most attractive feature of the Donglian martial arts training class is that all students there are qualified to inherit S-level martial arts skills. These are S-level martial arts skills, and even among the 3 major families in Maple Leaf City, you can't find a single S-level martial arts skill. Su Yutong from the Central East Alliance has mastered multiple S-level martial arts techniques. If Zhang Kuo were to inherit an S-level martial arts technique, his strength could reach an even more terrifying level. He would be confident that he could crush Su Yutong, the prodigy of the Su family. Zhang Kuo, Mu Qingfeng, and Lin Zhan are to enter the Huiyuan Cave for a week of meditation in preparation for their enrollment in the Donglian martial arts training class next month. We can't let the people of Donglian look down on us. We need to increase our strength and give them a good slap in the face. Return to Yuan Cave. Being selected for the Donglian martial arts training program even grants one opportunity to study the Yuan Cave. Hey, Mu Qingfeng has entered the Return to Origin Cave twice now. This is the second time Jiang Sua has done this. This is the Returning Origin Cave. As long as your martial arts talent isn't too bad, you're bound to gain something. Martial arts cultivation level, martial arts skill level. Chapter 75 Re-entering the Returning Origin Cave. Return to Yuan Cave. What's going on? My time isn't up yet, why are they telling me to come out? The Maple Leaf Army officer, who had just emerged from the Returning Origin Cave, wore an unhappy expression, clearly displeased that his enlightenment had been abruptly halted. Sir, this is to allow the students going to the Donglian martial arts research class to go in and experience it first. Your time will be recalculated. Upon hearing this, Maple Leaf Junjun's expression softened. Ah, I see. The East Alliance martial arts research class is one of the top people in Maple Leaf City this generation. Then let them go first. Zhang Kuo saluted the officer. Good lads, you all go in first and comprehend the martial arts. Zhang Kuo, Mu Qingfeng, and Lin Zhan descended into the Huiyuan Cave via the elevator shaft. When Lin Zhan first entered the Huiyuan Cave, he looked at the stone walls on the west, south, and north sides. The runes left on the black rock walls instantly caught his attention. Having entered the Huiyuan Cave once before, Mu Qingfeng moved swiftly to the south stone wall. He did not rush to begin deduce the movement technique, but first read through the contents of the stone wall. Zhang Kuo began his cultivation on a futon. Yellowed futons, dark patterns on the ground. Zhang Qiu swallowed a grade 3 qi and blood pill refined by Su Mu, assuming the posture of facing the sky with his 5 hearts facing upwards. Hey, is Zhang Qiu starting already? It was Lin Zhan's first time entering the Huiyuan cave, and he couldn't help but be as curious as a child, so he huddled close to Mu Qingfeng. The Huiyuan cave possesses special energy, which is most concentrated in the location where Zhang Qiu is. This energy will warm the blood and qi, helping to break through martial arts cultivation. After hearing Mu Qingfeng's explanation, Lin Zhan suddenly realized, this guy really doesn't want to waste a single second. No wonder his progress can be described as lightning fast. Then let's begin. Mu Qingfeng and Lin Zhan found their respective stone walls and began to deduce martial arts techniques according to the records on the stone walls. As Jiang Sui entered meditation, he felt the energy around him rushing towards him like a tide. Nourished by the energy, Jiang Sui did not notice the passage of time. He focused intently on the movement of the qi and blood barrier. As the ancient dragon scripture pushed the qi and blood, the barrier gradually loosened, and Zhang Qiu felt himself enter a floating state. It's almost done. My qi and blood are increasing way too fast while cultivating in the returning origin cave. A glint flashed in Zhang Qiu's ice peak of the 3rd rank. Mu Qingfeng and Lin Zhan stopped their cultivation technique calculations. Both of them noticed the fluctuations in Zhang Qiu's blood and qi. He had broken through. Zhang Qiu broke through to the peak of the 3rd rank in just 2 days. Doesn't that mean he has a full 5 days to deduce martial arts techniques and cultivation methods? Wow, he'll be able to bring back more than one treasure from the returning origin cave this time. Lin Zhan looked at Zhang Qiu and was also inspired. Hurry up, we've already been outdone. My crescent blade technique is still stuck at the subtle realm. He continued to immerse himself in the simulation of martial arts techniques. Mu Qingfeng nodded to Zhang Qiu, and then continued to deduce his second movement technique. After calming his blood and qi, Zhang Qiu flashed to Mu Qingfeng's side. Zhang Qiu looked at Mu Qingfeng. He had learned a new A-level movement technique. It seemed that Mu Qingfeng also wanted to follow the path of martial arts resonance. Once martial arts resonance appeared, it would be possible to achieve overwhelming power beyond the level. If Mu Qingfeng triggers the martial arts resonance, then the snow-treading plum blossom step can suppress an S-rank movement technique. Mu Qingfeng had just finished using the Misty Wave step technique when he asked, "Have you mastered the snow-treading plum blossom surge technique?" Zhang Qiu nodded. Your footwork has improved very quickly. I only mastered it when I was a sophomore, thanks to a martial arts enlightenment I had in the Huiyuan cave. Every time I look at this stone wall, I can gain new insights. If I can trigger a martial arts resonance, my footwork will not be inferior to those monsters in Dolian City. After saying that, Mu Qingfeng began to use the Misty Wave steps. The Misty Wave steps are characterized by their strangeness, slipperiness, and stealth, and they are unpredictable and ever-changing. This can be combined with the snow-treading plum blossom steps, which are known for their lightness, speed, and agility. Zhang Qiu looked at the lines on the stone wall and began to deduce their meaning. The blood and qi in his legs began to circulate along the lines of his legs, and Zhang Qiu quickly used the snow-treading plum blossom steps. Zhang Qiu's gaze was fixed on Mu Qingfeng's unpredictable movements. The afterimages of his legs lingered in mid-air. Was he about to break through? Mu Qingfeng stopped, his Misty Wave steps reaching the mastery level. I've broken through, but I still couldn't trigger the martial arts resonance. Mu Qingfeng made a slight adjustment and continued to study the stone wall. If it didn't work the first time, he tried twice, and if it didn't work the second time, he tried 3 times. With such perseverance, it's no wonder he was able to master an A-level martial art to perfection. Zhang Qiu recalled the scene of Mu Qingfeng's breakthrough with the Misty Wave step, and his snow-treading plum blossom step suddenly changed, and he broke through. Zhang Qiu's snow-treading plum blossom steps had reached a profound level, but wait, it wasn't over yet. An invisible force compelled him to unleash the flowing cloud steps. Zhang Qiu switched stances flowing cloud steps. As Zhang Qiu performed the flowing cloud steps, he felt his body becoming increasingly light. Mu Qingfeng watched as Zhang Qiu, who had just mastered the searching for plum blossoms in the snow technique, displayed a near-perfect flowing cloud steps. Is he about to break through again? If the flowing cloud steps advance any further, it will become a perfect movement technique. Zhang Qiu felt a lightness he had never experienced before. So fast. This was the perfect movement technique. Mu Qingfeng watched as Zhang Qiu comprehended 2 movement techniques and broke through to the next level at the same time. Martial arts resonance, it must be martial arts resonance. Only with martial arts resonance can one martial arts technique break through at the same time as another martial arts technique that resonates with it. Mu Qingfeng's eyes were filled with deep envy. The martial arts resonance he had been searching for had appeared in Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo, no wonder the patriarch and sister Chuxue value you so much. You are a miracle. Lin Zhan also came over upon hearing this. You mean, Jiang Qiuo's martial arts enlightenment just now triggered a martial arts resonance, and both of his martial arts have broken through? Lin Zhan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. With breakthroughs in 2 martial arts techniques, plus a martial arts resonance, and his advancement to the peak of the 3rd rank while meditating on that futon, Jiang Qiuo has gained a lot from this trip to the returning origin cave. There are still 2 days left. If Jiang Qiuo can get anything else, his gains from this trip back to Yuan Cave will be the best in Maple Leaf City. It's infuriating to compare yourself to others. I haven't even reached the perfect level of the crescent blade technique yet. Jiang Qiuo has a martial art at max level in the returning origin cave, and Mu Qingfeng also has a martial art that has reached the perfect level. It's been 5 days, and we're about to leave, but my crescent blade technique hasn't made any progress. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiuo and Mu Qingfeng chuckled. Don't rush, Lin Zhan, let me break through to another martial skill. If you get angry now, you won't have time to be angry later. Chapter 76, S-Rank Beast Tide. Jiang Qiuo arrived at the foot of the sword-intent stone wall, where swords, axes, and halberds left disordered marks. Jiang Qiuo raised the black dragon soul blade, opened his shoulders, a faint smile playing on his lips, his tone exuding a confident nonchalance. Lin Zhan, practice your swordsmanship with me, this time I can dominate you. Hey! You're getting cocky, huh? I'll beat you to a pulp. Lin Zhan raised his battle sword and flashed to the foot of the sword-inspired stone wall. He looked at Jiang Qiuo with resentment. Jiang Qiuo. You're just lucky. You only broke through a few more martial arts techniques, don't get too cocky. Lin Zhan swung his sword at Jiang Qiuo, who smiled faintly. Perfect timing. It's been so long since I've used my 100 battles sword technique against an opponent. I'm itching to upgrade it. Sword intent lingered beneath the stone wall as Lin Zhan unleashed his crescent moon blade technique and Jiang Qiuo unleashed his 100 battles blade technique. After facing Jiang Qiuo, Lin Zhan suddenly realized that he was having difficulty defending himself. Jiang Qiuo's smile widened. His Black Dragon Soul Blade now boasted a 20% attack speed bonus and a 20% strength bonus, along with the additional damage from the Wind and Thunder Blade aura. Combined with his A+ grade 100 battles blade technique, he completely overwhelmed Lin Zhan. Holy crap! When did you get so strong? Lin Zhan unleashed his Crescent Moon blade technique relentlessly. Even though Jiang Qiuo was formidable, it wasn't easy to make Lin Zhan admit defeat. His Crescent Moon blade technique continued to improve during the battle. Lin Zhan laughed heartily. Ah, Brother Jiang. You've reached the perfect level of the Crescent Moon blade technique. Brother Jiang, this time it's not you who got promoted, ha ha. Jiang Qiuo concealed a smirk, his 100 battles blade technique growing ever more formidable before the perfectly executed Crescent Blade. The 100 battles blade techniques clashed beneath the stone wall, and his understanding of the technique continuously improved. Lin Zhan's smugness gradually faded, and the slight advantage he had just gained was instantly overshadowed. Damn it, you're about to break through again. Jiang Qiuo unleashed a powerful wave-like sword technique, which Lin Zhan swiftly dodged. The force of the wave-like strike left Lin Zhan's hand numb. Holy crap! This is truly a perfect state. A perfect state of self-created sword techniques. Jiang Qiuo sheathed his sword, his dark eyes revealing confidence. This is outrageous. You actually broke through. The usually composed Lin Zhan has been driven to the brink of mental collapse by Jiang Qiuo. I practiced swordsmanship diligently for more than 10 years before I broke through to the perfect level of the Crescent Moon sword technique. Yet Jiang Qiuo has achieved the perfect level of his self-created swordsmanship in just a short period of time. Just as Jiang Suo was feeling smug, the alarm sounded. Jiang Qiuo's heart jumped to his throat. This was an alarm signaling the approach of the Beast Tide. He had been frequently awakened by this alarm during his time in the Maple Leaf Army and was extremely sensitive to it. The Beast Tide is coming. Jiang Qiuo called out to the two of them and then quickly walked towards the exit. Mu Qingfeng quickly realized that this was the alarm that often sounded during Beast Tide drills at Wuhan University. Hurry! Hurry up! Mu Qingfeng pulled Lin Zhan along and rushed towards the exit. The three of them went directly to the guard post of Huiyuan Cave via the elevator shaft. At the guard post of Huiyuan Cave, several semi-automatic infantrymen, armed with firearms and machine guns, and military personnel, armed with cleavers, stood ready for battle. Huiyuan Cave is a blessed land in Maple Leaf City that nurtures top martial artists. It must not be lost. The military commander gripped his axe tightly. I didn't expect that you three lads wouldn't have stayed inside to avoid the beast tide when you heard the alarm, but instead came out. If you come, just hide here. The walls are made of a great alloy and even a 6th grade beast can't destroy them. Jiang Qiuo ignored the military man. With the beast tide approaching, he would never be a coward hiding in his shell. Seeing Jiang Qiuo trying to leave, the military officer immediately stopped him, saying, "What are you doing? There are strange beasts outside. Are you, a martial arts student, going up there to your death? The hospital has already notified all students to find shelter nearby. You want to go out now? What kind of hero are you trying to be?" Jiang Qiuo remained calm, his eyes as dark as ink. His tone was cold, and his words carried an undeniable authority when facing a martial artist of a higher level than himself. "Open the door. I'm a retired sergeant from the Maple Leaf Army, and I want to go to the front lines." Jiang Sui held up his discharge certificate. The military personnel were stunned by Jiang Qiuo's words. "You're actually a retired soldier from the Maple Leaf Army. Open the door. It's the Lin family. Lin Zhan is going to the front lines. Mu family, Mu Qingfeng, I want to go to the front line." Upon hearing that the Lin and Mu families were two powerful clans, the military personnel's expressions became even more interesting. "Quickly, open the door for these three young masters." Two mechanized soldiers said, "Boss, didn't they say that even if the Heavenly King himself came, he couldn't open this door?" The military man kicked the soldier, yelling, "He's got 3 Heavenly Kings, no less. Get out of here. If we don't let them out, who will kill the strange beasts outside?" Upon hearing this, the mechanized soldiers immediately moved the control lever, and the gate slowly opened. Several alien beast corpses lay outside the guard post, but contrary to Jiang Qiuo's expectations, no alien beasts rushed out. "Follow me." It seems that the teachers and students of Maple Leaf Martial Arts University have formed their own team to resist the alien beasts. Jiang Qiuo arrived at the entrance of Maple Leaf Martial Arts University, where stones were piled up to form a wall, and a joint defense team composed of teachers and students stood. Students from the Divine Weapon Academy are using weapons to shoot down the strange beasts that are trying to break through the stone wall. "Brother, master." Lin Ko, carrying a battle sword, greeted the two. "Lin Ko, what's wrong?" "Master, the 8th grade exotic beast, the Candle Eagle, has broken through 2 city walls, and a large number of exotic beasts have rushed into the city." With an 8th grade exotic beast as its leader, that's an S-class beast tide. All the 7th rank martial artists in Maple Leaf City have gone to besiege Zhujiang. The teachers at Wuhan University organized us to defend the campus well. With a 6th grade teacher in charge, Maple Leaf Martial Arts University is relatively safe for now, but the area surrounding the university is likely to become a disaster zone for alien beasts. Jiang Qiuo raised his battle sword. Outside, strange beasts raged. As a former member of the Maple Leaf Army, Jiang Qiuo leaped onto the stone wall. Lin Zhan also leaped onto the stone wall, and Mu Qingfeng naturally did not want to be left behind. "Xiao Ku, take care of yourself. We're going to kill some alien beasts." Jiang Qiuo's Black Dragon Soul Blade was already itching for a fight. Whoosh whoosh. Several blood rats were gnawing at the iron mesh blocking the road. Their huge teeth were gnawing at the mesh, and iron filings and slag were constantly falling from it. Jiang Qiuo continuously wielded the Black Dragon Soul Blade, and the Wind and Thunder Blade energy crackled in the air. When the Wind and Thunder Blade energy touched the blood rat, its head was immediately sliced off. Large numbers of blood rats were killed, and the remnants of the beast souls surged into the Black Dragon Soul Blade like a tidal wave. "Help! Help!" Cries for help came from the west side of the street. Jiang Qiuo darted forward, followed closely by Mu Qingfeng and Lin Zhan. Roar! The howls of wolves swept in like a tidal wave, and the dark, menacing wolves swarmed towards the crowd. "Help! Help me!" With a crash, the lamppost was broken by the wolf's charge, and crackling sparks of electricity flashed instantly. Roar! The Horned Thunder Wolf pounced on a fleeing child, then quickly bit him, leaving blood everywhere. Jiang Qiuo unleashed his blade, but it was too late. "Damn it, I was too late." Jiang Zemin continuously unleashed wind and thunderous blade energy with his shadow blade. Dry! Lin Zhan witnessed the horrific scene before him and charged straight at the dark mass of strange beasts. "What's wrong with this guy? He just charged straight at those surging monsters. Jiang Qiu watched as Lin Zhan charged forward alone to face a group of 3rd and 4th rank wolf beasts. He really couldn't do anything about this guy. At times like this, it would be easier to annihilate the alien beasts by using some tactical cooperation. Chapter 77, The Rogue Lin Slays. Jiang Qiu gave Mu Qingfeng a wry smile, and Mu Qingfeng returned the wry smile. The two of them had a deep understanding of Lin Zhan's recklessness in the face of the strange beast. Now we have no choice but to go along with him and risk it all. Jiang Qiu also plunged into the beast horde, and under his battle blade, the souls of the wolf beasts continuously flowed into the black dragon soul blade. Jiang Qiu, who had just killed the strange beasts surrounding him, soon realized something was wrong. These wolf-like beasts were exceptionally ferocious. After slaying the Horn Thunder Wolf and the Iron Horn Demon Wolf, leaving behind a pool of blood, Jiang Qiu quickly sensed a violent aura from the blood. The forbidden drug of the Beast God Church. Jiang Qiu's pupils suddenly contracted. These Beast God Church members were truly persistent. The students who had just died tragically were all they're doing. Jiang Qiu's gaze quickly locked onto the source of these wolves and beasts rushing out. When he saw the source, he realized it was a man in a black robe splashing powder. Damn it, they're really something else. These wolf beasts have been driven into a frenzied state by the Beast God Church using forbidden blood-activating drugs. The wolf's fangs and blood-red eyes. Clear the way for me. Jiang Qiu gestured towards the black-robed figure in the distance, still unsure of what the person was doing. What is that person doing? He's a beast of the Beast God Church. He's spewing forbidden blood-activating drugs, which will make the beasts go berserk and the beast tide even stronger. If we let him spray the forbidden drugs, we won't be able to kill all these monsters even if we exhaust all our strength. Mu Qingfeng was stunned. The Beast God Church. How did they get into Maple Leaf City? Damn it, this Beast God Church is ruthless in destroying human survival bases. They're even more evil than the beasts. Mu Qingfeng drew his long sword, used the snow-treading plum blossom step, and charged into the beast horde, immediately clearing a path for Jiang Qiu. Go now! Mu Qingfeng charged forward. Mu Qingfeng cut a path through the land, and the piled-up corpses of the Horn Thunder Wolves resembled a small mountain. Fueled by anger toward the Church of the Beast God, Jiang Qiu charged forward. Jiang Qiu suddenly stepped onto the hill, using the flowing cloud steps and martial arts techniques in perfect harmony. Jiang Qiu was incredibly fast, leaping into the air and using his flowing cloud leg technique to stomp on the Iron Horn Demon Wolf's head, using the momentum to pounce upwards. Jiang Qiu quickly approached the deacon of the Beast God Church and appeared on the balcony where the deacon was like a ghost. When the deacon of the Beast God Church saw Jiang Qiu suddenly appear, he exclaimed in horror, How did you get up here? You members of the Beast God Church, you deserve to die. Jiang Qiu sneered and slashed out with the Black Dragon Soul Blade. The scum of humanity, become my victims. Jiang Qiu killed the Beast God Church deacon and took all the forbidden blood-activating medicine from his body. Jiang Qiu unleashed several wind and thunder blades towards the strange beasts below, the wind and thunder of which quickly splashed across the beast horde. Shadow Blade. The wind and thunder blade energy surged towards the strange beast. The Horn Thunder Wolf was killed by the wind and thunder blade energy and turned into a remnant soul. The scattered remnant souls flowed into the Black Dragon Soul Blade. Jiang Qiu flipped and jumped onto the ground, the Black Dragon Soul Blade flashing in his hand. Iron Horn Demon Wolf, Horn Thunder Wolf, and Lightning Wolves all became the dead souls under Jiang Qiu's blade. A large number of the souls of strange beasts poured into the Black Dragon Soul Blade. Mu Qingfeng and Lin Zhan stared blankly at Jiang Qiu, who was like a strangler, clearing out all the strange beasts around him. Are you done killing them? Even though Lin Zhan was the first to enter the beast horde and kill the strange beasts, he only killed half as many wolf beasts as Jiang Qiu had killed. How come Jiang Qiu's combo attack just now was accompanied by wind and thunder? He wiped out all the wolves and beasts around. Lin Zhan looked at the wind and thunder surrounding Jiang Qiu. The wind and thunder just now had burst out with blue and purple light, and the fighting had special effects. These thunder and lightning must have come from Jiang Qiu's battle sword. Battle sword? Lin Zhan stared at the battle knife in Jiang Qiu's hand. It was the same knife Jiang Qiu had bought with him, but now it was clearly much better than the old, broken little black knife. His black blade gleamed with a textured sheen. Jiang Qiu watched Lin Zhan staring at his battle sword and felt a surge of joy in his heart. Lin Zhan didn't expect this, did he? This battle sword that you all denied could absorb the souls of alien beasts in advance. Let's go. We've killed all the wolves in this block. Let's go to another block. Jiang Qiuo rested the Black Dragon Soul Blade on his shoulder, and the three of them moved quickly through the chaotic streets. Jiang Qiuo's eyes reflected the blood, the armored vehicles deformed by the impact, and the broken halberds and spears. Roar! Hoo-hoo! The roar of a strange beast came from the southern part of the street. Jiang Qiuo and his two companions crouched behind a wall and looked towards the center of the southern street. Ha ha, hurry up, put all the beast evolution pills on the flesh and blood. Wei Yang directed his personal guards to crush the beast evolution pills and sprinkle them on the flesh and blood, and then threw the flesh and blood into the middle of the street. Jiang Qiuo's eyes flashed with killing intent. These beasts were actually pushing the alien beast to the next level. Wei Yang! He's truly become a dog of the beast god church. Lin Zhan exclaimed in surprise and drew his sword, ready to charge forward. Jiang Qiuo's Black Dragon Soul Blade trembled with a buzzing sound. I'll kill Wei Yang first, and you guys kill that group of alien beasts. Be quick, or it'll be troublesome if the alien beasts break through. A journey in search of plum blossoms amidst the snow. Jiang Qiuo flashed in front of Wei Yang and his personal guards, and the Black Dragon Soul Blade swiftly slashed at Wei Yang. However, Wei's personal guards reacted quickly, intercepting Jiang Qiuo's Black Dragon Soul Blade with a fine steel pestle. Seeing that Jiang Qiuo had failed, the terrified Wei Yang immediately began to laugh wildly. Ah, Jiang Qiuo, I have so many personal guards with me this time, how are you going to kill me? Jiang Qiuo, you don't know this, do you? Once this beast evolution pill is used, these beasts will become extremely frenzied, and the entire Maple Leaf City will die. In this way, our Wei family can take over Maple Leaf City for Lord Beast God. Our Wei family will be the true city lords of Maple Leaf City. Oh, the deacon of the Beast God Church in the returning Origin Cave has already made his move. Once we take over the returning Origin Cave, I can stay there and meditate as long as I want. It's only a matter of time before I crush you. Oh no, I don't need to crush you, you won't live that long. I'll kill you now and let you reunite with those idiots in the Maple Leaf Army. Wei's personal guards surrounded Jiang Qiuo, their weapons slashing at him relentlessly. Jiang Qiuo's eyes burned with murderous intent. The Wei family was the real creditor who had caused Uncle Wang's death. Although the Wei family guard who had just parried his slash had reached the level of subtlety in weaponry and martial arts, his movement technique was clearly a weakness. Jiang Qiuo moved swiftly, changing position quickly. He kicked out with all his might, striking the soldier's knee. The immense power of the flowing cloud leg technique instantly broke the soldier's leg. Ah! Jiang Qiuo swung his soul blade and killed the guards. Wei Yang's expression turned panicked. Quickly! Get up there! Kill him for me, and I'll reward you handsomely. Wei's personal guards brandished their swords, determined to kill Jiang Qiuo. Didn't you hear what the young master said? Kill him. There's a hefty reward. Chapter 78, The Revival of the Five Realms. Jiang Qiuo's Black Dragon Soul Blade roared wildly as he unleashed his overlapping waves and shadow blade techniques in succession. Ah! Wei Yang kept kicking his personal guards' butts from behind, yelling, "Hurry up! You idiots, get up here!" Jiang Qiuo slaughtered indiscriminately, his hot blood splattering onto Wei Yang's face. Wei Yang cried out in terror, "Bastards! You bunch of useless trash! Bastards!" Jiang Qiuo killed all of Wei Yang's personal guards. His eyes were as black as ink, and the oppressive aura he exuded quickly rushed towards Wei Yang. Wei Yan looked at Jiang Qiuo, who was as fierce as a strange beast, and knelt down before him. No! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I can give you all my cultivation techniques and elixirs, Jiang Qiuo. Join the Beast God Church. With your strength, you could easily become a deacon. Jiang Qiuo stared at Wei Yan with a stern expression. His words had only hastened his death. So many people have died tragically at the hands of your Wei family, simply because of your Wei family's selfish desires. Uncle Wang, law enforcement officers, Maple Leaf Army, how much blood debt does your Wei family owe the entire Maple Leaf City? Your death is not enough to repay it. Not killing you would be the only way to appease your spirits in heaven. He swung his sword and killed Wei Yang. He was too lazy to waste any more words on this hopeless beast. He took the spatial ring from Wei Yang's hand, then flashed to the center of the street, where several strange beasts remained unkilled. Jiang Qiuo drew his sword and slashed, killing 2 iron-horned demon wolves. The souls of the 2 demon wolves poured into the Black Dragon Soul Blade, causing the Black Dragon Soul Blade to tremble more violently. With a few more souls of 4th-grade exotic beasts, the Soul Blade will be able to break through. Mu Qingfeng and Lin Zhan were besieging a strange beast that had broken through to the 5th rank. Zhang Qiuo had already killed all the other strange beasts in the area, and his blood and qi were as strong as a dragon. He unleashed the Azure Dragon Slash. The Azure Dragon Slash cleaved the 5th grade wolf beast in two. Successfully killed. The wolf's soul drifted into the Black Dragon's soul blade. The Black Dragon's soul blade trembled violently, and after accumulating energy, it underwent another advancement. The Black Dragon's soul blade absorbed a large number of alien beast souls and broke through to the 5th realm of resurrection. Black Dragon Soul Blade, speed plus 25%, strength plus 25%. Another breakthrough. This ability to break through by absorbing the souls of alien beasts is truly amazing. Mu Qingfeng and Lin Zhan looked at Zhang Qiuo with displeasure. They had fought for so long for a 5th grade exotic beast, only to have it snatched away by him. How could they feel good about that? Their faces were ashen. They were extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Qiuo's hasty killing. Zhang Qiuo, it's you again. You really managed to pull it off. Zhang Qiuo waved his hand, and seeing the two dissatisfied people, immediately steered the conversation back to the real issue. Zhang Qiuo slung the Black Dragon Soul Blade behind his back. Go back to Maple Leaf Martial Arts University. The Beast God Church might make a move there. Lin Zhan said, that's terrible. My sister is still at Maple Leaf Martial Arts University, we need to leave right away. These members of the Beast God Church are just afraid the world isn't chaotic enough. Zhang Qiuo, Lin Zhan, and Mu Qingfeng fought their way back to Maple Leaf Martial Arts University. At the rubble wall of Maple Leaf Wuhan University, several frenzied blood bears attempted to climb over. Zhang Qiuo drew his Black Dragon Soul Blade and struck with a single blow kill. Zhang Qiuo stepped over the rubble wall and entered the campus of Maple Leaf Martial Arts University, where he saw two people wearing martial arts uniforms lying on the ground. The wounds were all clean knife cuts, without any tearing wounds caused by the strange beasts. Lin Zhan touched his wound. It's a knife wound. It must have been done by the Beast God Church. Zhang Qiuo, Lin Zhan, and Mu Qingfeng followed the trail of blood and found a martial arts student who had exhausted his energy, raising his hand and panting softly. Zhang Qiuo approached the martial arts student who was breathing heavily but taking in little air. When the student saw Zhang Qiuo, his eyes suddenly lit up. He was Zhang Hui, the first to be eliminated from the Virtual Mirror Points leaderboard. He only had 13 points at the time, but now he has been holding on until now in order to pass on messages to his teammates. Go quickly, back to Yuan Cave, the people from the Beast God Church have all gone there. After saying this, Zhang Hui, who had held on until now, breathed his last. Zhang Hui's pained expression eased, and his face showed relief. Zhang Qiuo clenched his fists, his blood and qi surging like a dragon. Go in peace. Thank you for passing on the information to us. I will eliminate these scum of the Beast God Society one by one. Lin Zhan slammed his fist into the ancient tree beside him, yelling, damn it, these members of the Beast God Society. I'm going to cut them all down. Zhang Qiuo picked up the Black Dragon Soul Blade, then let's go to the returning Origin Cave and fight them. Zhang Zhe displayed his flowing cloud steps, triggering a resonance of martial arts techniques as he swiftly made his way to the guard post of the returning Origin Cave. Zhang Qiuo arrived first, while Lin Ro led a group of students to guard the watchtower. Students, hang in there. The return to Origin Cave must not fall into the hands of the Beast God Church. Lin Ro's swordsmanship was fierce as she engaged in a fierce battle with a deacon at the peak of the 6th rank. Lin Ro's combat strength is above that of the chief steward, but Lin Ro has to take care of the students and cannot fully devote herself to the battle. A roar came from mid-air, a powerful roar. It was the old man Chao Man. A gigantic figure of blood and qi lunged at Zhu Zhouying, and the 7th rank expert from Maple Leaf City, who was stepping into the air, seized the opportunity to attack. Zhang Qiuo witnessed the giant of blood and light and was greatly shocked. He quickly threw himself into the battle. His gaze was intense as he saw that the military officer who had previously blocked his way was dead, his body lying on the ground. The weapons of the mechanized soldiers were also cut off. The Maple Leaf soldiers guarding the outposts were the first to be affected. Seeing the carnage on the ground, they fought to the death. Zhang Qiuo gritted his teeth and continued to slash at the members of the Beast God Church with his battle sword. Lin Ro watched as Zhang Qiuo began to slaughter the surrounding members of the Beast God Church, and the tense expression on her face relaxed a little. Lin Ke's confidence in the battle gradually increased as she saw her master arrive. Master is here, so brother and Mu Qingfeng won't be far behind. The pressure on the battlefield was instantly relieved, and Zhang Qiuo's Black Dragon Soul Blade continuously unleashed wind and thunder, causing the deacons of the Beast God Church to die in a frenzy. Lin Zhan and Mu Qingfeng arrived at the battlefield and quickly began targeting the 3rd and 4th rank members of the Beast God Church. Lin Ro wore a smile on her face, completely overwhelming the 6th rank chief steward in front of her, and slashed out with her sword. The shadow blade moved unpredictably, beheading more than 10 members of the Beast God Church. At this moment, Jiang Qiuo transformed into a killing god once again. After Lin Ro dealt with the 6th rank deacon, the 3-person team killed the remaining members of the Beast God Church. Call. It feels so good. It feels so good to kill these scumbags. Jiang Qiuo watched as several black stones fell beside the chief steward who had been killed by Lin Ro. Faintly, a force guided Jiang Qiuo toward the black stones. The moment Jiang Qiuo touched the black stone, a surge of power flowed into his body. The feeling was familiar, just like the dragon elephant stone that he had absorbed. The ancient dragon scripture was activated by this power. The power from the black stone is continuously flowing into the ancient dragon scripture. The ancient dragon scripture is about to break through the breathing technique, which was stuck at the proficiency level, is now showing signs of activity. Chapter 79, Qi, Blood, and Dharma Form. Ancient dragon absorbed the energy from the black stone and rapidly advanced to the mastery level. Jiang Qiuo's pupils were golden yellow, and he could hear the roar of a dragon. A surge of Dharma power emanated, and a phantom of blood and Qi appeared. Lin Ro looked at the Dharma image that suddenly appeared beside Jiang Qiuo and asked, "You have cultivated the ancient dragon scripture and broken through to the mastery level?" Lin Ro reacted with some excitement, grabbing Jiang Qiuo's hand and staring wide-eyed. Jiang Qiuo was somewhat puzzled that instructor Lin Ro could actually see through his breathing technique. Just now the ancient dragon scripture absorbed the black stone next to the chief steward, and in one leap, it broke through to the mastery level. Lin Ro's eyes held a hint of allure as she looked at Jiang Qiuo as if admiring a treasure. "You saw Grandpa Chao's aura just now, didn't you? That aura that's like a giant. It's only by mastering half of the ancient dragon scripture that one can summon such an aura. Although your Dharma form is not as towering as old Master Chao's, it has already taken shape. As long as your martial arts level catches up, you can reach the same level of power as old Master Chao. So that's how it is. This ancient dragon scripture is truly a top-notch breathing technique. In addition to cultivating martial arts skills, it can even cultivate a blood and Qi Dharma form." Lin Ro crossed her arms, her voice laced with a mix of languor and authority. "I have to admit, you are a person with great potential. Your future may not be limited to a 7th rank martial artist. You could become a half-saint, or even a martial saint. Half-saint and martial saint, those are beings who transcend the 9th rank. Is my future really as bright as Lin Ro said?" Lin Ro lifted Jiang Qiuo's chin with 2 fingers, looking at the handsome young man in front of her with amusement. Her voice was languid yet alluring. "Dr. Jiang, please help me by pressing acupoints and opening my meridians." "Now? Acupressure? Are you kidding me, Lin Ro? The beasts in the city are still rampaging, the Beast God Church and the Wei family are causing trouble, and the battlefield for besieging the 8th grade beast, Zhu Zhuoying, is in a tense standoff. And now you want a massage?" Jiang Qiuo's voice was stern. "Instructor Lin, don't you know the situation? Don't you know what's going on? The beast tide is raging, and there are those scoundrels in the city." Lin Ro smiled at the angry Jiang Qiuo, both comforting and explaining. "Jiang Qiuo, have you ever thought that the key to breaking this deadlock is that Maple Leaf City is still short of a 7th grade martial artist? Once I break through to the 7th rank, I will wipe out the Beast God Church and the Wei family with my own hands, and there will be another 7th rank martial artist in the sky to besiege Zhu Zhuoying. You help me break through to the next level, and I'll help you wipe out the Wei family first." Upon hearing this generous offer, Jiang Qiuo's eyes gleamed with greed. "That's right. Lin Ro breaks through to the 7th rank, destroys the Wei family, and then helps the 7th rank expert of Maple Leaf City deal with Zhu Zhuoying. Let's not delay. Instructor Lin Ro, let's begin." Lin Ro frowned slightly. It would be so awkward to do this here, with so many classmates watching." Jiang Qiuo said, "Where else can we go? Isn't this place good enough?" Lin Ro pointed to the guard post of Hui Yuan Cave. "There." Lin Ro gently pursed her lips. "Really, you're like an idiot." Lin Ro leaned against Jiang Qiuo. "Dr. Jiang, we're counting on you now. The safety of Maple Leaf City depends on you." Jiang Qiuo wore an awkward smile. The safety of Maple Leaf City actually depended on a martial artist like me, a 3rd grade cultivator, to stir things up. Amidst the envious yet puzzled gazes of a group of students, Jiang Qiuo and Lin Ro entered the guard post of Hui Yuan Cave. Lin Ro smiled and closed the alloy iron gate of the guard post. Most of the lights inside the guard post were destroyed, leaving only a few scattered lights, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Ro's voice carried a hint of provocation as she lay languidly on the ground, her fingers lightly stroking her legs. Dr. Jiang, how should I cooperate with you? Take it off. Zhang Qiuo's voice was cold. Lin Ro began to loosen her top, surprisingly displaying a pitiful and virtuous demeanor in front of Zhang Qiuo. Zhang Qiuo frowned. This woman was hopeless. Take off your boots. Humph. Lin Ro immediately pulled her coat tighter, her face turning a deep red, as if she had been splashed with paint. You brat, are you trying to make fun of me? Lin Ro took off her boots, which enhanced her movement speed, revealing her fair calves. Zhang Qiuo stared aggressively at the snow-white area. Lin Ro's face showed some anger. Have you seen enough? If not, you can get your hands on me. As usual, Zhang Qiuo warmed his hands with his qi and blood. When Zhang Qiuo got close to Lin Ro, a smell hit his head. He immediately withdrew his hand, which was about to touch the meridian, and put on an awkward smile. Hee, Instructor Lin Ro, why don't you go wash your feet first? Get lost. Lin Ro was both embarrassed and angry. That brat was flirting with me. Lin Ro turned her face away from Zhang Qiuo, closing her eyes and pursing her lips. Ahem, it's inevitable after wearing boots for so long. Lin Ro took out water from her spatial ring and rinsed herself. The smell was indeed quite strong. Her anger just now was entirely because Zhang Qiuo's words made her feel shy and embarrassed. After rinsing off, Lin Ro, still feeling uneasy, applied some scented skincare products. She tried to salvage her image in front of Zhang Qiuo, asking, doesn't your Muchushues have any scent? Zhang Qiuo is the most qualified to speak on this matter. His wife, Shushue, is a fairy, she has a certain charm, she smells wonderful. Lin Ro's eyes swept over Zhang Qiuo, gigolo. Zhang Qiuo no longer feels any aversion to the term gold digger. On the contrary, he feels that the term is a compliment to him. Zhang Qiuo secretly began to infuse his fingers with qi and blood. Under the advanced massage technique, even a strong person at the peak of the 6th rank had to submit. Zhang Qiuo looked at Lin Ro's lazy and relaxed appearance and chuckled, Lin Ro, you're about to stop laughing. As the flow of qi and blood continued to increase, Lin Ro gradually changed from being cheerful and talkative to clenching her teeth. The occasional coquettish complaints that came from her mouth made her extremely embarrassed. Zhang Qiuo's speed in applying qi and blood increased again. Instructor Lin, you're quite persistent. My Chushue has already begged for mercy by now. Zhang Qiuo naturally understood women's competitive nature. Mu Chushue didn't beg for mercy at this moment, but saying this could numb Lin Ro's nerves and make her lower her guard. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Lin Ro's forehead. Ah, really? I didn't expect, she didn't find it so strenuous. Zhang Quachuan immediately poured his blood and qi into Lin Ro's acupoints, and Lin Ro's face turned red, as if her cheeks were burning. She couldn't help but cry out. The acupressure point massage caused her blood and qi to surge, and Zhang Qiuo actually loosened the great barrier of the 7th grade realm. Lin Ro was both excited and embarrassed at this moment. In front of a student, the image of a mentor was obviously gone. Instead, she acted like a tamed little lamb. Chapter 80 Lin Ro's 7th grade realm. Lin Ro's martial arts cultivation had improved to the initial stage of the 7th rank. Her eyes were surging with excitement and gratitude, which were written all over her face. Lin Ro looked at Zhang Qiuo with deep affection. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. Lin Ro took out a pair of boots that glowed with blue light from her spatial ring. These are the boots and armor I promised you before, grade B flowing cloud boots, which increase agility and speed by 15%. Zhang Qiuo looked at the boot armor with a gleam in his eyes. It was actually AB grade boot armor. Professor Lin Ro is so generous. That's right. It took me a lot of effort to get these boots. You got off easy, kid. Lin Ro's face was radiant with spring sunshine. Zhang Qiuo put on the cloud boots. Instructor Lin, let's go to the Wei family without delay. Lin Ro glanced at Zhang Qiuo and said, you're really impatient. The two opened the alloy steel door, and everyone looked at them with strange expressions and suspicion. Lin Ke caught a glimpse of the cloud boots Zhang Qiuo was wearing. Cloud boots. My older sister gave all her cloud boots to Zhang Qiuo. Lin Ke whispered in her master's ear, Master. What did you do to my older sister? You even got the flowing cloud boots. Ah, it's to help your older sister break through to the 7th rank. Then you have to help me break through. Zhang Qiuo rubbed Lin Ke's head and said, okay, I'll help you break through after you reach the peak of the 6th rank. Lin Zhan noticed the change in his sister's aura and asked, Sister Ro, have you broken through to the 7th rank? Lin Ro nodded. Lin Zhan flashed to Jiang Qiuo's side and asked, how did you do that? What did you do with Sister Ro when you went in? Which martial artist isn't stuck at the peak of the 6th rank for several years? How did you manage to go in and do it in such a short time, and Sister Ro broke through to the 7th rank? Mu Qingfeng knew that Jiang Qiuo possessed this ability. You don't know that Jiang Qiuo is a divine doctor. He's the one who repaired Mu Zitong's martial arts foundation. Lin Zhan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He tugged at Jiang Qiuo's arm. Jiang Qiuo, you've got the ability. Why don't you help me break through too? Go to hell, get lost. Jiang Qiuo's face was full of anger. What kind of person is he? Instead of practicing martial arts properly, he thinks about taking shortcuts every day. If you're not going to help, then don't. Why are you being so fierce? Lin Ro chuckled softly. Knowing the steps required for a breakthrough, Lin Ro smiled broadly as she thought about how Lin Zhan wanted Jiang Qiuo to help him break through. Jiang Qiuo looked at Lin Ro and knew what she was laughing about. Jiang Qiuo, Mu Qingfeng, you two come with me. Lin Zhan, Lin Ku, you two stay here. Jiang Qiuo raised the Black Dragon Soul Blade. The Wei family is finally going to be destroyed. Let's go. Lin Ro transferred the Lin family's personal guards, while Mu Qingfeng transferred the personal guards used by each family to guard against the strange beasts into the team. The Wei family. Jiang Qiuo followed Lin Ro and infiltrated the Wei family's residence first. Quickly. Bring all the medicine for the cult leader. Serving the Beast God Church will bring plenty of benefits. Once the Beast God Church takes over Maple Leaf City, we'll immediately support the family head as the city lord. Lin Ro's eyes widened in shock. The mountain of forbidden qi and blood medicines piled up inside the Wei family's courtyard wall greatly impressed her. Jiang Qiuo looked at the pile of forbidden qi and blood medicines. So many of Maple Leaf Army brothers had died at the hands of alien beasts, and these beasts were still catalyzing the alien beasts. Such a large quantity of forbidden qi and blood medicine. The Beast God Church is truly insane. Professor Lin, can you handle this? Lin Ro smiled and said, the Wei family only has 6 rank martial artists at most right now. I can kill them all at will. You and Mu Qingfeng can take care of the remaining Beast God Church deacons and Wei family guards with our men. No problem. Lin Ro took the lead and entered the Wei family's reception hall with her knife, while Jiang Qiuo returned and led his men to rush into the Wei family. Snap! Jiang Qiuo and his men trampled the Wei family's gate. His Black Dragon Soul Blade had long desired to slaughter the entire Wei family and the Beast God Church to avenge his uncle and the fallen Maple Leaf Army. Who dares to trespass on my Wei family's property? A guard who was carrying the forbidden medicine for qi and blood showed a flash of panic on his face. When he saw Jiang Qiuo leading his men in, his face showed more surprise. This kid has a bounty of 200,000 martial coins on the Beast God Church's wanted list. Kill him. A deacon of the Beast God Church recognized Jiang Qiuo and swung his sword at him. Don't just stand there. Kill him for the deacon of the Beast God Church, and you'll get a chance to join the Beast God Church. Jiang Qiuo brandished his battle sword and instantly took the heads of the Beast God Church deacon and Wei family guards who were charging at him. A faint smile played on Jiang Qiuo's lips. These deacons of the Beast God Church and the Wei family's personal guards were utterly no match for him. After witnessing Jiang Qiuo's swordsmanship, several of Wei's personal guards changed their minds from killing Jiang Qiuo for the bounty to fleeing. Quickly! Go get the captain. We can't handle these guys. Several Lin family guards immediately gave chase to the fleeing Wei family guards and stewards. Zhang Zhe displayed his flowing cloud steps, swiftly appearing before the fleeing Wei family guards and stewards. They were all ashen-faced, their life force drained away. Jiang Qiuo was too fast. He was too fast for them to react. No. Don't kill me. Jiang Qiuo's Black Dragon Soul Blade spun around, and in an instant, these Wei family guards and Beast God Church deacons were beheaded by Jiang Qiuo. How can these people be so useless? Jiang Qiuo can defeat a 3rd-rank martial artist with a single strike, but he needs to use a serious strike to defeat a 4th-rank martial artist. The deacons of the Beast God Church and the Wei family's personal guards inside the Wei family's courtyard were all killed. Jiang Qiuo was in high spirits and felt that his martial arts mindset had become much more stable. Uncle Wang, brothers of the Maple Leaf Army, the Wei family is about to be destroyed. I will avenge you. Come on, brothers, take whatever valuables you can from the Wei family's place. If you can't take them, smash and burn everything. Jiang Qiuo was the first to climb over into a courtyard, smashing a French window with a crash before climbing inside. The scene inside greatly impressed him. The spring scenery was breathtaking. A young man, dressed like a playboy, was shirtless, with two alluring women in his arms. The Wei family is really something else. They still have the mind to do this at a time like this. The young master only came to his senses when Zhang Qiu pointed the tip of his knife at his chest. The two women cried out, and the young master of the Wei family, unwilling to lose face in front of the women, questioned them loudly. "What are you doing?" "I am the young master of the Wei family, and my brother is Wei Yang. If you don't want to die, get out." Zhang Suotong's eyes were as black as ink. He was killed with a single blow. "What are you yelling for?" "We're going to kill you, young master of the Wei family." Zhang Qiu pointed his sword at the two women and said, "Put on your clothes and get out of here." Zhang Qiu slaughtered the Wei family indiscriminately, showing no mercy to any family that had sided with the Beast God Church. Zhang Qiu went on a killing spree, while simultaneously storing the discovered treasures into his spatial ring. Among these treasures was a 4th grade qi and blood pill. Ha ha ha, dead. The Wei family is destroyed, and Uncle Wang has avenged you. Chapter 81. The showdown between Mu Chuxue and Lin Ro. A streak of blood-red light appeared in the sky, and a cry of an eagle pierced the heavens. The 8th rank Candle 9 Eagle was killed. Immediately, Mu Yanwu, Mu Chuxue, Lin Hai, Lin Ro, and a group of 7th rank experts attacked Wei Shankue. Wei Shankue, the head of the Wei family, said, "Everyone, what are you doing? We just killed the 8th grade exotic beast, the Candle Eagle, together." Zhang Qiu looked at Wei Shankue, who was surrounded by the crowd, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Wei Shankue never expected that Lin Ro would suddenly break through to the 7th rank and join the team that was besieging Zhujiuying. With the addition of a 7th rank martial artist, the situation instantly tilted in favor of the humans. Wei Shankue had no choice but to switch from a feigned attack to a real one, and with the combined efforts of the humans, Zhujiuying was killed with a single sword strike. "Wei Shankue, you colluded with the Beast God Church, you deserve to die." Ah! Wei Shankue's strength was no match for Zhujiuying's, and he was annihilated in an instant under the siege of a 7th rank expert. "Daughter of the Lin family, it's all thanks to your breakthrough to the 7th rank this time, otherwise we would all have perished under the claws of the Candle Eagle." Lin Ro smiled gently as she glanced at Zhang Qiu lying on the ground. Zhang Qiu watched as Wei Shankue was instantly killed, his tightly clenched fist cracking with a series of crisp sounds. Good riddance. Zhang Qiu was the key to this victory. If he hadn't helped Lin Ro break through to the 7th rank, this victory wouldn't have come so easily. The Wei family members in Maple Leaf City were all killed, but 80% of the factories in the satellite city belong to the Wei family. "First Snow, my wife, I'm going to the satellite city first. Remember to come and help me." At this moment, Mu Chuxue was discussing the division of the Candle Eagle with the martial artists who were besieging and killing it. Mu Chuxue replied telepathically, "Okay, you go ahead first, I'll be there right away." Zhang Qiu started the armored truck that Wang Wuhai had left in Maple Leaf City and drove straight through the chaotic streets. The Maple Leaf army had already begun clearing out the remaining alien beasts in the city. Zhang Qiu drove out of the city, where alloy mesh had been used to repair the damaged city walls. The armored truck sped through the wilderness, and when it encountered Zhang Qiu, a 2nd or 3rd grade beast, it charged straight at him. Zhang Qiu drove at breakneck speed all the way, and a rabid wild boar was run over by Zhang Qiu, its blood and flesh splattering onto the armored truck's windshield. Satellite cities were not the main battleground against the beast tide, but the city walls were damaged to some extent, and the iron fences used to block the beasts broke in two. Zhang Qiu's armored truck drove into the satellite city and headed straight for Jianhai meat processing plant. Zhang Sua brought the armored truck to a safe stop. A group of Wei family guards who came out of the factory area surrounded Jianhai meat processing plant. Leading the group was a 5th rank personal guard from the Wei family. "The other factories in the satellite city have already surrendered to us. What are you still resisting for?" Jianhai meat processing plant has erected a high wall, and Nichin and Fan Yi, holding alloy bows, confront the Wei family's personal guards outside the wall. "Zhang Qiu is here." Fan Yi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Zhang Qiu arrive. The entire satellite city and Maple Leaf City belong to the Wei family. "You little meat processing plant, why don't you put down your weapons right now, or I might spare your lives." Zhang Qiu drew the Black Dragon Soul Blade. "Wei family, stop struggling. Your patriarch is already dead." The Wei family guards began to sneer, "Haha, where did this fool come from? The patriarch has the strength of a 7th rank cultivator. He would have already taken over Maple Leaf City during the beast tide." You, a third-rank martial artist, were scared silly by the beast tied in Maple Leaf City, huh? Ha ha ha. At that moment, a figure arrived, exuding a sharp and agile aura. Jiang Qiuo had a smile on his face. His wife, Chu Shui, had arrived. If it weren't for her, Jiang Qiuo wouldn't know how he would have dealt with so many of Wei family's personal guards. Jiang Qiuo was full of confidence. You dogs of the Wei family, hurry up and hand over all the Wei family's assets. Mu Chuxue from the Mu family is here. Some of Wei family guards, who were only of the second or third rank, looked troubled. Mu Chuxue isn't the daughter of the Mu family patriarch, but her strength is at least 6th rank. What's the panic? They must have just managed to escape the clutches of Zujing and are trying to hide in the satellite city. I will report to the patriarch immediately. Mu Chuxue has escaped to the satellite city. She's just from the Mu family, what's the big deal? She's just a child in front of the patriarch. He can kill her in an instant if he comes. Mu Chuxue swung her sword and beheaded the Wei family's personal guard who had been shouting. His swordsmanship was as fluid as flowing water. This slash clearly terrified Wei's personal guards. As they watched their comrade's head fly right in front of them, their chests trembled. Don't panic, maintain formation. She's all alone, she can't kill all of us even if she wanted to. I've already reported to the patriarch. Mu Chuxue, with a cold expression, took out a bloody human head from her storage space and threw it at the Wei family's personal guards. Your master's head is with me. The Wei family's personal guards were completely enraged. Looking at the head of the Wei family patriarch rolling on the ground, they were as if their souls had been ripped out. Jiang Qiuo's lips curled down slightly. To kill a person, you must first destroy their spirit. Chu Shui's wife threw Wei Shan Kuei's head in front of these personal guards, who were almost scared to death. Jiang Qiuo, wielding the Black Dragon Soul Blade, charged towards the Wei family's personal guards alongside Mu Chuxue. Just as Jiang Qiuo and Mu Chuxue were clearing out Wei's personal guards, Lin Ro arrived. Jiang Qiuo's heart, which had just relaxed, was on edge again when he saw Lin Ro arrive. Why was she here? If his wife Chu Shui found out that he helped her break through to the 7th rank, things would be terrible. Mu Chuxue and Lin Ro secretly competed with each other while clearing out Wei family's personal guards. Jiang Qiuo witnessed this scene and shook his head, thinking to himself, these two are really something. Jiang Qiuo suddenly felt his buttocks being slapped like a drum. Mu Chuxue's tone was indulgent. Go away, go play somewhere else. I don't want to be surpassed by this little bitch. Jiang Qiuo blushed, his mind buzzing. Jiang Qiuo was pushed aside, while the subtle rivalry between Mu Chuxue and Lin Ro had escalated into an open contest. Mu Chuxue killed the last Wei family guard and looked at Lin Ro with a defiant gaze. Mu Chuxue, I just reached the 7th rank and haven't had enough fun yet. I'd like to spar with you. Lin Ro brandished her knife and charged directly at Mu Chuxue. Mu Chuxue's swordsmanship flowed smoothly, arriving at the perfect moment. Lin Ro, you got lucky and broke through to the 7th rank. So what if you're 7th rank? I can still beat you. As swords clashed, Jiang Qiuo stood by, not daring to intervene. He was just a kept man, how could he stop his wife from beating whomever she wanted? As their attacks gradually subsided, a victorious smile appeared on Mu Chuxue's lips. Even though Lin Ro had reached the 7th rank, she hadn't stayed at the 7th rank as long as Mu Chuxue, so it was natural that she was overshadowed by Mu Chuxue. Lin Ro, then let's stick to what we agreed on. If we lose the competition, our Mu family will take 2/3 of the Wei family's assets in the satellite city, and your Lin family will take 1/3. Even though Lin Ro was unwilling, she couldn't lower herself in front of others. Mu Chuxue had a triumphant smile on her face. She looked at Jiang Qiuo beside her and thought, it's all thanks to his acupressure that I've been able to keep up with Lin Ro. Jiang Qiuo keenly noticed Chu Shui's gaze and immediately ran to her side, quickly placing his hands on her shoulders. Wife, fighting must have been tiring, let me give you a massage. Chapter 82 Instructor Lin asks for a massage. Mu Chuxue looked at Jiang Qiuo beside her with a hint of suspicion. Why are you being so attentive today? Tell me, what do you want? Jiang Qiuo smiled and said, my dear Chuxue, there's a piece of construction land belonging to the Wei family outside the Jianghai meat processing plant. Can we combine that land with our Jianghai meat processing plant? Mu Chuxue snorted lightly. Oh, I thought it was something important. It's just this piece of land, I'll give it to you. The vacant lot next to the Jianghai meat processing plant can be used to build a new breeding area. Currently, the breeding of second-grade blood beasts, the frenzied blood boars, is already on a large scale. The next step is to expand the breeding area and raise the third-grade blood beast, the Mad Blood Bear, whose economic value far exceeds that of the Mad Blood Boar. A robust breeding area is constructed using a mixture of Grade B and Grade C alloy steel, which is then used by martial artists at the third rank to slaughter frenzied blood bears. In the future, fresh meat will be one source of income, and meat jerky and nourishing meat soup dishes produced in factories will be new sources of income. Add another layer of steel walls to the breeding area of the Sandpin Blood Bear and the original Jianghai meat processing plant. Jiang Qiuo's enthusiasm for massage grew even stronger when he thought about the future development of Jianghai meat processing plant. Mu Chuxue enjoyed Jiang Qiuo's massage while her eyes kept provoking Lin Ro. Humph, how come I still managed to outdo her? Jiang Qiuo had a smug look on his face. Hee, I've massaged my wife Chuxue the most times, so of course I can outdo you, Instructor Lin. Lin Ro's eyes were filled with resentment, like a little wildcat that hadn't had enough to eat. Seeing Lin Ro's discomfiture, Mu Chuxue felt delighted and took out an admission notice from her spatial ring. Donlian Martial Arts Training Class. Your acceptance letter. Before you go to Donlian, I will be going into seclusion in the Huiyuan cave. During this time, focus on improving your martial arts skills and stop thinking about flirting with other women all the time. When Mu Chuxue mentioned flirting, she glared at Lin Ro with a sharp look. Jiang Qiuo felt a deep tremor in his heart upon hearing his wife's warning. Just as Jiang Qiuo was panicking, a notification sound calmed him down. Seeing Lin Ro's discomfiture, Mu Chushue's jealousy subsided, and she rewarded the host with the second half of the Ancient Dragon breathing technique. The latter half of the Ancient Dragon Sutra is an S-level breathing technique. A golden figure began to practice the second half of the Ancient Dragon scripture in Jiang Qiuo's mind. Jiang Qiuo's eyes shone with light as he read the second half of the Ancient Dragon scripture. Jiang Qiuo attempted to circulate the latter half of the Ancient Dragon scripture, releasing his qi and blood to swirl around his arms. Qi and blood manifest externally. The second half of the Ancient Dragon Sutra breathing technique grants the ability to launch attacks even at the beginner level, and the externalized blood and qi added to the weapon can unleash even more power. Mu Chuxue looked at the externalized qi and blood on Jiang Qiuo's body and exclaimed in amazement at the kid. Externalizing qi and blood is something that only a 5th grade martial artist can do. This kid has achieved it so much ahead of time. It seems you've had another extraordinary encounter. Mu Chuxue gently lifted Jiang Qiuo's chin. You did a good job, I'll reward you properly next time. Jiang Qiuo, I'm in a hurry to leave. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a big surprise. Mu Chuxue flashed and ran towards Maple Leaf City. Mu Chuxue disappeared from the city wall of the satellite city under Jiang Qiuo's reluctant gaze. This wonderful surprise filled Jiang Qiuo with deep anticipation. What could it be? Martial arts skills? Armor? Or a tonic that could greatly enhance his martial arts cultivation? Or perhaps those rewards that make his head spin and his blood boil? Seeing that Mu Chuxue had already gone far away, Lin Ro dared to approach Jiang Qiuo and said, Hey, it's a shame I can't beat her. She's very focused on martial arts and makes every second count. Jiang Qiuo, you don't know yet, do you? Mu Chuxue made a great contribution by killing Zhu Zhouying this time and won 2 weeks' worth of Huiyuan Cave. With the 2 weeks of work at the Return to Origin Cave, her martial arts skills will definitely improve a lot. Lin Ro grabbed Jiang Qiuo's arm and muttered, Jiang Qiuo, massage my feet again. You've helped Xu Shui so many times, but I've only done it once. Look at me now, she's beating me up. Lin Ro looked aggrieved, and tears were indeed welling up in her eyes. Jiang Qiuo thought to himself, isn't this what should be done? After all, Mu Chuxue holds the most weight in my heart. Instructor Lin, you're not satisfied with what you've already done once. During this siege of Zhujiang, she took one of Zhujiang's blood eyes, which contains a large amount of refined blood and qi. After she refined it, her cultivation level will increase by at least 1 small grade. I have no way to fight her now. How could I just give this Instructor Lin a massage? My fee for 1 massage is for a B-grade piece of armor. If I just give it to him casually, wouldn't that make him, as a senior technician, seem cheap? Ahem, Instructor Lin, you have just advanced to the 7th rank, and your qi and blood are not yet stable. If we continue to use acupressure to open the meridians, although it may continue to improve, it is very likely to cause instability in the qi and blood. Jiang Qiuo's expression became troubled, as if he was genuinely considering Lin Ro's feelings. Instructor Lin, you don't want to be constantly suppressed by Xu Shui because of your unstable martial arts foundation, do you? Lin Ro's expression was somewhat moved. Her gaze towards Jiang Qiuo changed from gentle and murderous to sincere. Well, you're quite considerate of me. How long will I have to wait? Zhang Qiuo suppressed the corners of his mouth that were about to turn up. You can't always satisfy a woman, otherwise she will easily lose her appeal. Only by playing the scarcity marketing game can you sell your advanced massage techniques at a high price. Lin Ro is a very wealthy woman. If I don't make her bleed, how can I let her succeed? Professor Lin, I gave the first snow a 2-week interval, and I suggest that 2 weeks is the most appropriate. Okay, 2 weeks it is. Zhang Qiuo finally managed to appease Lin Ro. Anyway, he was going to Donglian in 2 weeks, so how could Lin Ro possibly follow him there? In the days leading up to his trip to Donglian, Zhang Qiuo planned to spend his time in the technology building in Maple Leaf City. On one hand, he wanted to avoid Lin Ro, and on the other hand, he wanted to hone his martial arts memory. Zhang Qiuo inserted the access chip card into the cockpit of the virtual world. The countdown timer in the cockpit flashed, and Zhang Qiuo successfully completed the brain-computer interface connection, transmitting the data to the virtual world. Upon entering the virtual world, Zhang Qiuo saw more than a dozen messages from his friends. Jiang Mu, are you free lately? I'd like to challenge you to a match. Jiang Mu, why haven't you been online lately? My martial arts skills have improved, I'm sure I can beat you. Zhang Qiuo looked at the message Su Yutong left him and thought, oh dear, is this young lady from Donglian City such a sore loser? I just lost one game and I've been wanting to win it back ever since. This talented woman has mastered several S-level martial arts techniques. Zhang Qiuo can learn a lot from the battle, and he really wants to have a match with her. Unfortunately, Su Yutong isn't online right now, so we'll have to wait until next time. Zhang Sua chose to be randomly matched with an opponent. Match successful, opponent is Chen Feiyu. As soon as Zhang Qiuo entered the ring, he found himself surrounded by spectators, the number of whom was no less than that of his match against Su Yutong. Is this also a prodigy of Donglian City? Chapter 83 Chen Feiyu. It's Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu, who was just selected for the Donglian martial arts research class. Young Master Chen's outfit is so expensive and he looks so cool. Zhang Qiuo was fortunate to be wearing a mask, which concealed the awkward expression on his face. This is another popular player from Donglian City. Every time someone like this fights in the arena, they'll be surrounded by a bunch of enthusiastic fans. Who's that on the other side? Jiang Mu, I've never heard of him before. It's normal that I haven't heard of him. Look where he is from, Maple Leaf City, that small border town. If I weren't so well educated, I wouldn't even remember him. Maple Leaf City is a small city on the frontier, similar to Northern Wilderness City. It would be difficult for the entire city not to have a set of S-level martial arts techniques. Chen Fei stared intently at Zhang Qiuo. Hey, is it really true that Maple Leaf City doesn't have a single S-rank martial skill, just like they say? Chen Feiyu's staff swept towards Zhang Qiuo with a whooshing sound. Your knife looks pretty good. Was it passed down to you by your elders? Look, the golden dragon staff, golden dragon armor, and golden dragon boots I'm wearing were all given to me by my family. Zhang Qiuo fought Chen Feiyu with the black dragon soul blade. Is this guy a chatterbox when he fights? Why does he talk so much? How could this young master have such a personality? He has so much equipment. And the quality of it is no lower than a grade. He's definitely a rich guy. Although Zhang Qiuo was envious, the thought that he could still crush this rich guy with all those great equipment made him feel much better. Viewers continued to comment on Chen Feiyu. Chen Xiao starts talking non-stop as soon as he gets into a fight. That's exactly the kind of person Chen Xiao is, outstanding in ability and also has a strong personality. I love him. Chen Feiyu continued speaking rapidly. Are you really from Maple Leaf City? You're incredibly strong. How did you manage to hold out against me for so long? Have you ever attended the martial arts training class at Donglian? Your skills are quite impressive. Consider becoming my underling. The audience members nearby started gossiping when they heard Chen Feiyu say he wanted to take Zhang Qiuo as his underling. Hey, look, this guy from Maple Leaf City has even won young Master Chen's favor and wants to take him as his underling. Not everyone from Maple Leaf City is a newbie. Look at Jiang Mu, who is appreciated by young Master Chen. You should know that young Master Chen's underlings started as top students from Donglian Martial Arts University. Chen Feiyu unleashed a flourish with his staff, and Zhang Qiuo smiled faintly. Haha, you've only mastered this S-level staff technique to the proficiency level. Zhang Qiuo externalized his qi and blood, and a dense layer of qi and blood enveloped the black dragon soul blade. When Chen Feiyu's golden dragon staff struck Zhang Qiuo's black dragon soul blade, it was met with a strong backlash. Jiang Qiu watched as Chen Feiyu was repelled by the externalization of his qi and blood, and his eyes flashed. The latter half of the ancient dragon scripture was so domineering. After encountering Jiang Qiu's attack that manifested his qi and blood, Chen Feiyu became even more excited. Wow! How are you so powerful? The impact just now made my hand go numb. What kind of martial art is this? Can you teach me? Chen Feiyu spoke more rapidly, and the equipment on his body shimmered with golden light. A sharp-eyed viewer noticed that Chen Feiyu had just stumbled from the shock. Did you guys just see young Master Chen almost fall? It seems that's really true. Young Master Chen almost fell. Who is Jiang Mu from Maple Leaf City? I even suspect that Jiang Mu was trained in Maple Leaf City by a reclusive elder of the Jiang family. Are you talking about Jiang Qingyao's Jiang family? I've followed Jiang Mu, so I'll be able to watch his next match. Don't panic, don't panic. Let's play small bets and see how it goes. There'll be other opportunities next time. Chen Feiyu's equipment began to emit a dazzling golden light. Impressive, Jiang Mu. You forced out my trump card. Don't blink, the next outfit is going to be really cool. Chen Feiyu's female fans exclaimed, "Ah! It's coming! It's coming! This is the most handsome one yet." Young Master Chen's gold coins are a testament to his talent. Chen Feiyu's luxurious gold outfit is a complete set. The most important thing is that while others can trigger martial arts resonance, he triggers equipment resonance. His golden dragon set, in addition to its original attribute bonuses, can also increase attack speed, movement speed, and defense when the equipment resonates. Jiang Mu is probably going to lose. Chen Feiyu's offensive became swift and fierce. Jiang Mu, you're very good, but your equipment isn't as good as mine. Jiang Qiu activated the second volume of the ancient dragon scripture, externalizing more of his vital energy into the black dragon soul blade. Buzz buzz buzz. The blood and qi surged. Jiang Qiu looked at the golden light shimmering on Chen Feiyu's body, and it seemed that this level of intensity was not enough to rely solely on the external manifestation of qi and blood. Jiang Qiu activated the first volume of the ancient dragon scripture again, and a form of qi and blood dharma appeared. The surrounding audience was drawn to the aura and spiritual energy released by Jiang Qiu. What is this? It's like a giant. Holy crap! Holy crap! This is a qi and blood dharma form. I've seen the elders in my family use it. Chen Feiyu's face was full of disbelief. Holy crap, buddy, where are you from? This thing is terrifying. Chen Feiyu's golden dragon set paled in comparison to Jiang Qiu's vigorous radiance. Chen Feiyu unleashed his ultimate move. Jiang Qiu's blood and qi surged, his heart trembled violently, and the blood and qi in his meridians rushed rapidly into the black dragon's soul blade. Azure Dragon Slash. This powerful and heavy attack crashed down on Chen Feiyu. Holy crap! Holy crap! Chen Feiyu was transformed into a data stream by Jiang Qiu's Azure Dragon Slash. Holy crap! Young Master Chen has been killed. Is Jiang Mu really from Maple Leaf City? I now really suspect that Jiang Mu was raised in Maple Leaf City by the Jiang family of Donglian. Hurry up and follow, we're going to be kicked out of the room in 10 seconds. If we miss it, we don't know when we'll be able to see the great Jiang Mu again. One female audience member exclaimed, I suddenly think Jiang Mu is so handsome. He has that kind of down-to-earth, handsome vibe. It was so exhilarating to see a grassroots boy from the remote town of Maple Leaf City defeat the young master of the powerful Chen family of the Eastern Alliance with sheer force. The audience was cleared out of the ring, and at that moment Jiang Qiu received a friend request. Jiang Mu, let's add each other as friends and I'll play against you later. Jiang Mu accepted Chen Feiyu's friend request. Hello, brother Jiang Mu. Brother Jiang Mu, they say you were raised by the Jiang family in Maple Leaf City, is that true? Brother Jiang Mu, why don't you come and be a guest elder in our Chen family? A great family like yours would be very willing to train you. Brother, say something, don't be so aloof. Jiang Qiu watched as Chen Feiyu instantly flooded the chat window, and a black line appeared on his head. Jiang Qiu was interested in this talkative young master because of his golden dragon outfit, and he typed a line of text in the chat box. Chen Feiyu, your golden dragon set needs more money. 100 million martial coins. This golden dragon set is twice as expensive as the original S Great Armor set because it triggers equipment resonance. Jiang Qiu currently has a balance of 6.75 million. How much more effort will Jianghai Meat Processing and Jiangmu Pharmaceutical need to put in to save up such a package for himself? Chapter 84, Heading to the Eastern Alliance. Brother Jiang Mu, let's have another fight. Your chi and blood dharma form just now was so cool. Brother Jiang Mu, I'll change my equipment before fighting you. It must be that the golden dragon set I just wore wasn't strong enough. Jiang Qiuo was speechless. This guy was showing off his wealth again. Jiang Qiuo was about to start a match randomly when a pop-up window suddenly appeared. My friend Su Yutong sent me a challenge to a match. Su Yutong, a talented and outstanding woman from the main city of Donglian, was immediately teleported to the alloy arena after Jiang Qiuo clicked agree. Su Yutong's long hair cascaded down her back, and she smiled. Jiang Mu, it's been a long time. Jiang Mu, who just fought Chen Feiyu, has entered a new duel arena. His opponent this time is actually Su Yutong. Su Yutong's fans also entered the room to watch the battle, asking, who is this Jiang Mu? Jiang Mu is from Maple Leaf City, and he just beat Chen Feiyu. No way, can a poor kid from Maple Leaf City be this strong? Chen Feiyu also entered the room to watch the game, exclaiming, Yutong. It's my darling Yutong. Brother Jiang Mu is really something, he actually managed to go head to head with my precious Yutong. Go, Yutong. Help me get revenge. Su Yutong's furrowed brows relaxed. Jiang Mu, so you're saying you beat up Chen Feiyu? Jiang Qiuo nodded. Su Yutong chuckled, yeah, great, this annoying guy finally got beaten up. Jiang Mu, my Zhongshan Wind and Rain Sword has reached the microscopic realm this time. Let me test whether your strength has increased. Su Yutong raised her longsword. You've come at the perfect time. Let me show you my newly mastered technique of externalizing chi and blood. Su Yutong unleashed her Wind and Rain Sword technique, the sword's momentum swiftly rushing towards Jiang Qiuo. Chi and blood manifest externally. The externalized chi and blood tightly enveloped the Black Dragon Soul Blade. Su Yutong looked smug. This is an S-rank martial skill at the microscopic realm. You'd better be careful. However, when Su Yutong's longsword touched Jiang Qiuo's Black Dragon Soul Blade, Su Yutong's expression changed instantly, and her hand went numb from the shock of Jiang Qiuo's externalized blood and chi. Su Yutong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Why is your chi and blood so strange? Why am I being countered by my attack? That's for sure. This is an S-rank breathing technique. If you combine it with the A+ rank 100 battles blade technique, just the moment it touches your weapon, you will be constantly injured by the shockwaves in your blood and chi. Jiang Qiuo's swordsmanship was powerful and domineering, and his blood and chi continuously manifested on the Black Dragon Soul Blade, instantly suppressing Su Yutong. How come Su Yutong is being completely dominated by this guy from Maple Leaf City? Dude, it's normal. I just came from the match between Jiang Mu and Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu was so domineering, he was wearing his full golden dragon set, but he was still crushed by Jiang Mu from Maple Leaf City. Su Yutong unleashed her signature move, the Wind and Rain Sword. Jiang Qiuo externalized his chi and blood, and unleashed a powerful Azure Dragon Slash. Muscles and bones resonate, and chi and blood flow like a dragon. Another powerful and heavy blow. Su Yutong was transformed into a data stream by Jiang Qiuo's Azure Dragon Slash. Holy crap! Su Yutong got defeated by Jiang Mu? Yutong, my darling. Brother Jiang Mu, how can you be so heartless towards a woman like her? Jiang Qiuo had no time to pay attention to the audience around him. His mind was surging with martial arts insights, and he was about to break through to the second volume of the ancient dragon scripture. A series of dragon roars echoed within his body as Jiang Qiuo slowly regulated his breathing. The second volume of the ancient dragon scripture has broken through to the proficient level. Jiang Qiuo felt the blood and chi swirling around his arm. Good, excellent. The blood and chi released at the proficient level are like venomous snakes, capable of interfering with the opponent's blood and chi. Jiang Qiuo continued his battles, focusing entirely on his matches against his virtual opponents in the period leading up to his departure for Donglian City. Time flies, and Jiang Mu's reputation spread throughout Donglian City. He beat up rich men and tormented goddesses. Many family prodigies who were given high hopes by their families were defeated by Jiang Mu. For a time, the young people in Donglian City were all talking about the devil Jiang Mu. This generation of Donglian City doesn't seem to be that strong. Jiang Qiuo stepped out of the virtual reality booth and stretched at the entrance of the technology building. Time flies. I'm going to Donglian City today. City Lord's Mansion. As Jiang Qiuo stepped into the City Lord's mansion, an Eastern Alliance warship was parked in the open space of the mansion. This Eastern Alliance warship was as tall as a building. Jiang Tsua. Mu Yenwu was overjoyed to see his beloved son-in-law. The warships of the Eastern Alliance are here to pick you up. Once you get to Eastern Alliance City, do a good job and beat those arrogant bastards to a pulp. Mu Yenwu said this in front of the captain of the Donglian warship. Lin Ke jumped out from the crowd. Goodbye, brother. Master, you go to Donglian first, I'll come back to practice swordsmanship with you next year. Master, this is the pill I prepared for you. It can be used up to the 5th grade. When you go to the Eastern Alliance, don't fight all day long. Take good care of yourself. Master. Lin Ke gently cared for Jiang Qiuo, looking very reluctant to part with him. Lin Zhan, Jiang Qiuo, you bastard, give me back my adorable little sister. Before you appeared, Lin Ke was always calling him brother all the time. Now, this little girl follows you around every day, calling you master this and master that. Jiang Qiuo looked at Lin Zhan's furrowed brows and felt secretly pleased. Lin Zhan, now that you see it, I'm the one who's really your brother. Jiang Qiuo felt refreshed, but he didn't see the person he wanted to see. Jiang Qiuo searched for Mu Chuxue among the group of people who came to see him off. My wife Chuxue is really something. I'm about to go to Donglian, and she hasn't even come to see me off. Among the crowd, Jiang Qiuo saw Mu Zitong, Lin Ro, and the teachers from Donglian Martial Arts University. Mu Zitong's gaze was intense, her purple eyes captivating. Jiang Qiuo sensed the martial arts aura emanating from Mu Zitong. Enforcement Officer Mu was already a second-rank martial artist. That was fast. Lin Ro's gaze, however, was filled with resentment. Jiang Qiuo chuckled lightly. Lin Ro was still harboring resentment because she hadn't been able to receive his services. I'm so sorry, Professor Lin. I'll definitely provide you with better service next time. Alright, 3 of you, Maple Leaf City is a long way from East Union City, let's hurry up and set off. Without seeing Mu Chuxue, Jiang Qiuo reluctantly boarded the Donglian warship. Jiang Qiuo boarded the Donglian warship, about to part ways with his wife Chuxue. How would the soft rice system work? Most importantly, he hadn't yet received the reward Chuxue had promised him. Jiang Qiuo found a seat near the porthole and sat down, deciding to turn his grief and indignation into motivation. The Eastern Alliance warships started up, and their speed continued to increase. Jiang Qiuo took out a 4th-grade qi and blood pill that he had taken from the Wei family. Jiang Qiuo stared at the qi and blood pill, turning it around in his hand. He was amazed at how exquisite a grade 4 qi and blood pill was. Just holding it made him feel the power of qi and blood seep into it. Wei family, you contributed a lot to my growth. Even after your destruction, you still left me a 4th-grade qi and blood pill to help me break through. Jiang Qiuo swallowed the qi and blood pill, and then activated the ancient dragon scripture. Mu Qingfeng and Lin Zhan stared blankly at Jiang Qiuo. This guy really knows how to find the right time, breaking through to the 4th rank on a warship. Jiang Qiuo's aura steadily increased. His martial arts skills are almost catching up with ours. His recent improvement rate is like flying. Chapter 85, Assassination. Jiang Qiuo let out a long sigh of relief. So this is what it feels like to be at the 4th rank. His perception and blood energy have been greatly enhanced. Mu Qingfeng, he's already at the 4th rank, you can't hold on to your position as the #1 martial arts master at Maple Leaf Martial Arts University anymore. Mu Qingfeng glanced at Lin Zhan, his expression unchanged. He had accepted it in his heart. Jiang Qiuo was now the #1 student at Maple Leaf Martial Arts University. You don't need to tell me, the #1 brother is Jiang Qiuo. We're almost at Donglian City. You can look out the portholes. Jiang Qiuo looked out the porthole and saw warships of various sizes hovering in mid-air, neatly arranged and waiting for inspection. Beneath the energy shield, the entire Donglian City area was covered in numerous sections, but from the sky, everything appeared to be bathed in golden light. Warship number 11201, please submit to inspection. In front of a mechanical dock made of alloy, a scanner scanned the warship back and forth. After the scan was completed, 2 warriors wearing a great alloy armor entered the warship. The warrior scanned the warship's pilot and the 3 others through his data glasses. The data glasses emitted a sound. Chang Yang, the pilot of warship number 11201. Maple Leaf City Jiansua, Donglian Martial Arts Research Class. Mu Qingfeng from Maple Leaf City, Donglian Martial Arts Research Class. Maple Leaf City Forest/East Alliance Martial Arts Research Class. The personnel match the registered personnel and can be released. Warship 11201 entered the dry dock and found its place to moor. Wow, the checks in Donglian City are really strict. The warship's pilot guided the 3 out of the exit. Of course, it would be troublesome if the Beast God Church infiltrated Donglian City. Lin Zhan was a curious child. The Eastern Alliance also has a Beast God Church? The warship pilot looked around to make sure no one was nearby. Hey guys, which city doesn't have the Church of the Beast God? Even in Donglian City, there's a Church of the Beast God. I won't say any more. You can enter the South 3rd District of Donglian by following this passage. Donglian Martial Arts University is located in the main urban area of Donglian City. If you want to enter the main urban area, you can take an aircraft or an underground rail. Zhang Qiuo, Lin Zhan, and Mu Qingfeng stepped into the passage, and the exit of the passage turned out to be a bustling market. Come on, a blood and chi beast meat stew. Grilled meat skewers. Wow, these grilled meat skewers smell delicious. Lin Zhan's appetite was whetted, and he greedily sniffed the aroma in the air. Suddenly, a giant spike of blood and chi pierced towards Zhang Qiuo. Mu Qingfeng and Lin Zhan's expressions changed drastically. This move was extremely powerful. Even if Zhang Qiuo didn't die, he would be seriously injured. This is really bad. Wow! A blood-red aura surged from Zhang Qiuo's body, and he immediately took out the Black Dragon Soul Blade from his spatial ring. During the Beast Tide, Zhang Qiuo killed a large number of strange beasts, and the blood armor of Slaughter had extremely high defense. The assassin who attacked Zhang Qiuo looked astonished. Holy crap, how high is this kid's defense? My black armor has consumed most of my life force. Zhang Qiuo gripped the Black Dragon Soul Blade tightly and immediately slashed at the assassin in front of him. Mu Qingfeng and Lin Zhan also slashed at the assassin with their swords. Murder! Murder! Go call the law enforcement. Zhang Qiuo's eyes flashed with bloodlust. Damn it, he had just arrived in Donglian today and had already encountered such a thing. He was furious. Zhang Qiuo killed him with a single blow, his eyes as deep as ink. The killer's blood was everywhere. Zhang Qiuo's gaze lingered on the token, a deacon of the Beast God Church. This belongs to the Church of the Beast God. No wonder, I haven't offended anyone in Donglian City, yet someone wants my life. After seeing this token from the Church of the Beast God, everything makes sense. Mu Qingfeng and Lin Zhan looked at Zhang Qiuo's blood-stained sword and asked, Zhang Qiuo, won't this cause trouble? Quick! This person has committed murder. Officer! Officer! Lin Zhan looked distressed. Oh dear, although that person attacked first, Zhang Qiuo wasn't injured at all. What are we going to do about the law enforcement officers from Donglian? The vendors at the bustling market were terrified. Some of the more timid ones simply left their stalls behind, while the bolder ones gathered around. You three can't leave. We're eyewitnesses. Killing someone in the street? I haven't seen that in years. You're not from Donglian, are you? The onlookers chimed in with their own words, spittle flying everywhere. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan felt his blood surge and he became enraged. Zhang Qiuo coldly looked at these people. Are you all stupid? Didn't you see the Beast God Church token next to him? The sirens were blaring. The law enforcement officers are here. The crowd parted to make way for the law enforcement officers. Zhang Qiuo breathed a sigh of relief. Surely the law enforcement officers of Donglian City were all intelligent. Everyone disperse. Who killed him? Step forward. Zhang Qiuo stepped forward immediately, me. Seeing that Zhang Qiuo had come out, Lin Zhan and Mu Qingfeng naturally couldn't let their brother bear the burden alone. We're here for you. You lot dare to kill someone in the street. Come with me. Zhang Qiuo's voice was calm. Enforcement officer, I killed someone from the Beast God Church. There was a Beast God Church token next to him. The law enforcement officer was somewhat moved upon hearing this, and he sent one of his subordinates forward to investigate. The subordinate searched around the deacon of the Beast God Church and actually found a token belonging to the deacon. Then the subordinate ran to the officer's side. Brother, there really is a token from the Beast God Church. The one who died was the one from the Beast God Church who used the black-clad sword. Brother, judging from their clothes and appearance, they don't seem to be from Donglian City. If they don't have any background, this dead Beast God Church deacon is worth a lot of money. A wicked smile flashed across the law enforcement officer's face as he looked at Zhang Qiuo and the other two. Hey, where did you three come from? Maple Leaf City. Upon hearing the name Maple Leaf City, the law enforcement officer almost burst out laughing. He glanced at his subordinate beside him. Maple Leaf City, isn't that just a remote border town, a place where even strange beasts don't bother to poop? Ha ha ha. Since they are from Maple Leaf City, then the deacon of the Beast God Church is ours. The law enforcement officer hid the token in his pocket. Aha, you guys did a good job. This person is indeed from the Church of the Beast God. We took his body away. The law enforcement officer instructed his subordinates to carry the body of the Beast God Church deacon onto the vehicle. Lin Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, Jiang Qiuo is alright. The person he killed was from the Beast God Church. Otherwise, I was really afraid we would have been locked up in the law enforcement bureau. Mu Qingfeng's expression relaxed. This is the best outcome. Oh dear, so you're from the Beast God Church. There must have been a misunderstanding. Young man, we were just being rude. The onlookers apologized to Jiang Sua for his previous behavior, and everyone seemed satisfied with the outcome. However, Jiang Qiuo gritted his teeth. It was one thing for these law enforcement officers to collect the body, but the deacon token should belong to Jiang Qiuo. Don't move. You can take the bodies, but you'd better leave the token behind. Jiang Qiuo's voice was loud and clear, and his imposing manner remained undiminished when facing the law enforcement officers. Chapter 86. Qin Yazhou comes to bail someone out. Lin Zhan immediately grabbed Jiang Qiuo's hand. Jiang Qiuo, what are you doing? We're new here, why are you arguing with the law enforcement officer? The enforcement officer's gaze was cold and ruthless. This token from the Church of the Beast God is important evidence, but it's also a contraband item. Of course, it must be confiscated by us enforcement officers. Jiang Qiuo listened to the nonsense spouted by these law enforcement officers. These officers really knew how to find excuses they could bring up any kind of contraband. Jiang Qiuo sneered, Your Excellency, you want to use this token to exchange for a reward, don't you? Nonsense. The officer's subordinate's face instantly turned ugly. Jiang Qiuo had clearly hit a nerve. I advise you to calm down. If you continue to harass law enforcement officers, I have reason to suspect that you are an accomplice of the Beast God Church. Mu Qingfeng patted Jiang Qiuo on the chest. Jiang Qiuo, don't be reckless. Law enforcement officers have a lot of power. Jiang Qiuo curled the corners of his mouth. I just can't stand this kind of person. I want to teach them a lesson. Then please detain me, Your Excellency. Jiang Qiuo maintained a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. He also had connections within the Eastern Union Law Enforcement Bureau. He had just sent a message to Qin Yazhou via communicator, saying that he had been taken away by law enforcement officers from the South 3rd District and asking him to come and bail him out. You've got guts, kid, the officer said, and immediately put all three of them into the car. Behave yourselves, and I'll show you the investigative methods of the Donglian District. Jiang Qiuo scoffed, don't be too arrogant, you'll be crying later. The vehicle sped through the East-South 3 districts. The prosperity of the South 3 district alone far surpassed that of the core area of Maple Leaf City, with towering buildings, small flying vehicles, and neon lights. Jiang Kuomaimai admired the scenery outside the window. Sitting in the car driven by the law enforcement officer, looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window, how delightful. However, Lin Zhan and Mu Qingfeng both had furrowed brows and looked terrible, especially Lin Zhan, whose forehead was covered in sweat. Hey, you two, hurry up and look at the scenery outside the window. We're in a law enforcement officer's car. The law enforcement officer is taking you on a tour of the East-South 3 districts, why don't you enjoy it? Mu Qingfeng was speechless and closed his eyes to rest. Lin Zhan looked embarrassed, clearly having struggled with the situation, and then complained, Jiang Qiuo, you still have the mind to look at the scenery? Do you know what kind of severe punishment you will receive for getting involved with the Beast God Church? The Wei family, such a large clan, was wiped out just like that because they colluded with the Beast God Church. Jiang Qiuo reassured Lin Zhan, hey, brother Lin, don't worry. I haven't colluded with the Beast God Church. I've killed more members of the Beast God Church than you've killed any alien beasts. Lin Zhan felt that Jiang Qiuo was completely hopeless. Don't talk nonsense. You should sit down and not anger the law enforcement officer. Lin Zhan is very reckless when facing strange beasts, but he becomes timid and hesitant when encountering law enforcement officers. Lin Zhan spoke through the window to the officer's subordinate driving in front, Sir, hello. Lin Zhan handed over a martial arts coin card, saying, Sir, this is for your hard work. The law enforcement officer's subordinate accepted the reward money from Lin Zhan, saying, You're a really sensible kid. I'll put in a good word for you with your superior. Jiang Qiuo was stunned. Lin Zhan had actually learned this trick. Cut. Donglian Law Enforcement Bureau, South 3rd Branch. Come in, all of you. Lin Zhan got out of the car and went inside. Mu Qingfeng was escorted inside, and Jiang Qiuo was escorted inside by 2 people. Lock those 2 up for now, and take Jiang Qiuo to the interrogation room. Jiang Qiuo was placed under control measures, with his hands and feet handcuffed. Jiang Qiuo, right? Do you still want that deacon token from the Beast God Church? Jiang Sui stated firmly, why shouldn't I take what's mine? Humph. So stubborn. Jiang Qiuo calculated that it should be about time, so he troubled Qin Yazhou from the Enforcement Bureau to make a trip. A handsome man in a trench coat entered the interrogation room. His aura was that of a 7th-rank martial artist. Awesome. Jiang Qiuo's expression changed slightly. This Captain Qin was almost more handsome than me. Just as the law enforcement officer was about to issue a stern warning, he saw the newcomer and immediately put on a smile. Oh, what brings you here? Qin Yazhou uttered a single sentence calmly, you recognize me, don't you? Oh my, of course I recognize you. I greeted you from behind at the conference last year. Qin Yazhou patted the law enforcement officer on the shoulder. Alright, it's good that you recognize me. This guy you arrested is my good friend. Could you please be lenient and release him for me? Qin Yazhou's words sounded soft and gentle, but they were like needles hidden in the ears of the law enforcement officer. Oh. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The officer immediately jumped from his position, but he tripped over it and his wig fell off. The officer, without bothering to put the wig back on, rushed to Jiang Qiuo's side and helped him remove the restraints on his body. Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry. Jiang Qiuo smiled as he looked at the gleaming head of the law enforcement officer. Jiang Qiuo was released, and then he made a square shape with his fingers in mid-air. The law enforcement officer slapped himself, saying, look at you, you've lost your mind. The law enforcement officer immediately took out the token of the Beast God Church deacon from his clothes. Jiang Qiuo took the token from his hand and said, you're sensible. The law enforcement officer kept smiling at Jiang Qiuo, then turned his head and called out towards the door, Xiao Zhang. The subordinate immediately ran to the door, shouting, release the other 2 guests too. Oh. Oh. Not long after, Mu Qingfeng and Lin Zhan were released, and they both came anxiously to check on Jiang Qiuo's condition. Jiang Qiuo, are you alright? Jiang Qiuo sat calmly in his seat, looking relaxed. Mu Qingfeng stopped Lin Zhan, do you think he has something to say? Jiang Qiuo smiled faintly, let me introduce you, this is Qin Yazhou, the captain of the Donglian Law Enforcement Bureau. The words Eastern United Law Enforcement Bureau made Mu Qingfeng and Lin Zhan's heads buzz repeatedly. Jiang Qiuo. Why didn't you say so sooner that you knew the captain of the Donglian Law Enforcement Bureau? If you had said so earlier, would we still have been arrested and taken to the Law Enforcement Bureau? Lin Zhan was furious. He had been worried about him. Jiang Qiuo comforted him, alright, Lin Zhan, didn't I tell you to look at the scenery outside the car? You just wouldn't look. Lin Zhan was rebuffed by Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Qiuo was indeed always confident in his actions, and he could always do what he said he would do. Jiang Sui, that. Lin Zhan gritted his teeth and spat out the words that were stuck in his throat, Jiang Qiuo, can you help me get my martial arts coin card back? Jiang Qiuo sneered inwardly. Mu Qingfeng, who was usually serious and rarely smiled, actually burst out laughing. The officer slapped the back of his subordinate's head. Hurry up! The subordinate hurriedly took out the martial arts coin card and handed it back to Lin Zhan, who snatched it from his hand. I almost thought I'd never get this card back. Mu Qingfeng's eyes revealed his approval of Jiang Qiuo. No wonder he was favored by Sister Chuxue, and even big shots from the Donglian Law Enforcement Bureau had to come and help him personally. Chapter 87. There's a shady deal in Maple Leaf City. You 3 won't be going to school until tomorrow. Get in the car, I'll take you into the main urban area. The 3 got into Qin Yazhou's black SUV. Jiang Qiuo, you killed a first-level deacon of the Beast God Church? Jiang Qiuo was furious at the thought of this. He had just entered the city and was assassinated by a deacon of the Beast God Church. Yes. Captain Qin, what's wrong with the security in Donglian City? How could a deacon of the Beast God Church assassinate a law-abiding citizen in the street? Jiang Qiuo's tone was indignant. Qin Yazhou gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his tone carrying a hint of praise. That's because you were in the limelight a while ago, killing so many Beast God Church deacons in Maple Leaf City. Do you know how much you're worth on the Beast God Church's wanted list right now? 1 million martial coins. The moment Lin Zhan heard the price of 1 million martial coins, he exclaimed, wow, you're saying you've killed more Beast God Church deacons than I've killed alien beasts? You're not bragging? Zhang Qiuo asked in a deep voice. If I'm on their hit list, doesn't that mean I'll have to constantly be on guard against their assassination attempts? Qin Yazhou chuckled softly. You, Zhang Qiuo, are afraid of their pursuit? You're more afraid they won't kill you. Besides, they can kill you too. Our law enforcement bureau has a series of arrest warrants. It includes a range of members of the Beast God Church, from ordinary members to bishops. You'd better kill the bishop. That bishop is worth 300 million martial coins. Zhang Qiuo's eyes lit up when he heard about the 300 million martial coins. That's 3 whole sets of golden dragon armor. Mu Qingfeng saw Zhang Qiuo's eyes light up when he heard that the bishop was worth 300 million. You don't actually want to try killing the bishop, do you? We definitely have to kill them, but not now. Qin Yazhou wasn't worried about Zhang Qiuo killing the bishop. I can confirm that the bishop is hiding in Donglian City. I hope one day you'll come to me with the bishop's head to claim the bounty. If you kill someone from the Church of the Beast God, you can directly exchange your deacon token for points at your school, and the points can be verified. This is a grant from the East Union General Administration to students who dare to act. It turns out that the deacon tokens of the Beast God Church can be used to exchange for points, so the deacon tokens of the Beast God Church at the East Union Law Enforcement Bureau must also be able to be exchanged for martial coins. No wonder that law enforcement officer wanted to steal his Beast God Church token. Zhang Qiuo thought of the pile of Beast God Church deacon tokens in his storage ring. If he exchanged them for points, how many would that be? Qin Yazhou treated Zhang Qiuo and the other two to a big meal in the main city of Donglian. Lin Zhan gradually relaxed and ate the most of the dishes. After the 3 of them finished eating, Qin Yazhou took them to the hotel. The 3 of them fell asleep immediately. Nothing was said that night. A clear-headed Zhang Qiuo looked out the window from a towering building at the view of flying vehicles, patrolling military personnel, and holographic projections with changing light and shadow, all proclaiming heroic warriors. This is the main city of Donglian. Zhang Qiuo kicked Lin Zhan, who was still lying in bed, awake. Get up! We have to report to Donglian Martial Arts University today. Zhang Qiuo noticed that Lin Zhan had been somewhat lax lately. This won't do, brother Lin. If you keep slacking off, your sister will ignore you even more. Holy crap! Poisonous! Lin Zhan immediately sprang from the bed, exclaiming, I only rested for 2 days. 2 days won't do. You're not Zhang Qiuo. If you can't compete in talent, you can compete in effort. Mu Qingfeng patted Lin Zhan on the back. Hard work is Lin Zhan's greatest advantage. I'll start practicing as soon as I register. Mu Qingfeng and Zhang Qiuo exchanged a knowing smile. Humph, that's more like it. The 3 of them took a small flying vehicle and flew to Donglian Martial Arts University. Donglian Martial Arts University, Martial Arts Training Class Teaching Building. The first floor of the Martial Arts Training Class Teaching Building. The towering stone pillars with coiled dragons proclaim the financial strength of Donglian Martial Arts University. More than 100 students were already standing in the stands, and the person receiving the new students was a curly-haired school administrator. Classmates, now we will be assigned to dormitories, 4 people to a small apartment building. There were only 3 people from Maple Leaf City. To make a group of 4, they would need to get a roommate from another city or East Union City. The apartment in Maple Leaf City is short 1 roommate. Does anyone want to come? The school staff inquired about the students who were alone. Maple Leaf City? Isn't that small border town? I don't want it anyway. The small apartments in the martial arts research class are for students to exchange martial arts experiences. If we were to share with students from Maple Leaf City, what would be the point of exchanging ideas? Yes, Maple Leaf City is full of country bumpkins. A student looked flustered and whispered among the crowd, don't you know? The people from Maple Leaf City caused the Beast God Church incident yesterday. One of them was almost assassinated by the Church of the Beast God. Oh dear, living in the same apartment with them might be dangerous. At this moment, Chen Feiyu, who arrived late, entered the Martial Arts Training Center building wearing a glittering gold suit. Chen Feiyu naturally attracts attention, and people around him quickly turned their attention to him. Wow! It's Chen Feiyu. The golden light emanating from young Master Chen is almost blinding me. Upon hearing the name Maple Leaf City, Chen Feiyu was immediately drawn to the 3 of them. Hey, guys in Maple Leaf City, do you guys have a guy named Zhang Mu around here? Lin Zhan was already in a bad mood because of the sarcastic remarks from the people around him, and seeing Chen Feiyu in his full gold suit made him even angrier. No. No. There is no Jiang Mu here. Upon hearing that Jiang Mu, who had utterly humiliated him in the virtual world, hadn't made it into the martial arts training class, Chen Feiyu exclaimed, "It's a conspiracy. There's definitely something fishy going on. There must be something fishy about the selection process for the martial arts training class in Maple Leaf City." Jiang Kuo looked at Chen Feiyu, who suddenly became angry, and sneered inwardly. This Chen Feiyu couldn't see through him at all. There's no shady dealings involved. We don't even know this Jiang Mu, Mu Qingfeng said in a deep voice. Don't know him? That's impossible. Classmates, has any of you been beaten up by Jiang Mu in the virtual world? Chen Feiyu shouted to those around him. Jiang Kuo curled the corners of his mouth. He had indeed beaten up a bunch of people from Donglian City in the virtual world, many of whom were from the Donglian martial arts research class. However, these people only knew Jiang Mu and not Jiang Kuo. I was beaten by Jiang Mu. Is he from Maple Leaf City? I didn't even notice. Yes, I've also been beaten up by Jiang Mu. He's definitely from Maple Leaf City, and his swordsmanship is incredibly strange. Chen Feiyu scrutinized the three of them. Are you sure you don't know Jiang Mu? He's the strongest among his peers. We've already said we really don't know any Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu has never even appeared at our Maple Leaf City Martial Arts University. Lin Zhan looked at Chen Feiyu and thought he was just out of his mind. Jiang Kuo was secretly laughing to himself. Don't worry, Chen Feiyu, Jiang Mu will torment you in the virtual world, and Jiang Kuo will torment you in reality. Chen Feiyu said to the school administrator, Teacher, isn't their apartment in Maple Leaf City short one person? I'll go. Lin Zhan and Mu Qingfeng were taken aback. Why did this young master want to come with us? Jiang Kuo slapped his forehead. Oh no! This chatterbox has made our apartment impossible to live in peace since he came here. Chen Feiyu leaned closer to Jiang Kuo, looked him up and down, and then whispered in Jiang Mu's ear, Don't worry. I will personally investigate whether there was a conspiracy behind Jiang Mu's absence from the martial arts training class. Chapter 88, Treading the Waves of the Cold River. There's nothing much to do after the apartment assignments are done today. Tomorrow, there will be a student-faculty selection process, which involves choosing a mentor. Jiang Kuo felt secretly saddened at the thought that he wouldn't be able to choose Professor Mu this time. Chen Feiyu and the other two returned to the apartment first, while Jiang Kuo followed the freshman guide to find the location of the points redemption area. He had a large number of Beast God Church Deacon tokens in his possession, and he didn't know how many points he could exchange for them. Jiang Kuo stepped into the Donglian martial arts sales point, into the medicine section, martial arts section, and equipment section. Hello, teacher, I want to redeem points. The sales points teacher was a pretty young woman in a uniform. She smiled and said, Sure, classmate, what are you planning to use to redeem it? Homemade pills, equipment, and used martial arts techniques, exotic beast materials, and deacon tokens from the Beast God Church. The deacon tokens of the Beast God Church can indeed be used to exchange for points. I'll exchange it for the deacon token of the Beast God Church. The teacher stopped flipping through the register. Oh. Her gentle tone rose slightly, clearly indicating that she had developed some interest in Jiang Kuo. Jiang Kuo took out the deacon token of the Beast God Church from his spatial ring and piled it all over the teacher's desk with a clatter. The sales staff's eyes lit up. So many. These must be level 2 and 3 deacon tokens. The beautiful teacher counted the tokens, and the more she counted, the more surprised she became. These deacon tokens of the Beast God Church were not just level 2 or 3 tokens. There's also a level 1 Deacon S token inside. A large portion of them are tokens belonging to first-level deacons. One level 3 Deacon token is worth 1 point. One level 2 Deacon token is worth 5 points. One level 1 Deacon token is worth 20 points. A total of 1071 points have been credited to your account. The teacher smiled. Such a large number of Beast God Church Deacon tokens this student is truly remarkable. What is the exchange rate for 1071 points at Donglian Martial Arts University? Teacher, I want to use my points to buy a martial arts skill. Sure. Your points are enough to exchange for an S-level martial arts skill. An S-level martial arts skill costs about 1,000 points. Wow, Donglian Martial Arts University's points are so valuable? By the way, what kind of martial arts technique do you want? Leg techniques. The teacher led Jiang Kuo to a crystal display case. All the S-level leg techniques are here. You can take a look at the descriptions on the holographic screen. As Jiang Kuo looked at the introduction of S-level leg techniques on the screen, the characteristics of these S-level leg techniques instantly entered Jiang Qiu's mind. After learning about all the S-level leg techniques at Donglian Martial Arts University, Jiang Qiu immediately made his choice. I'm going to ride the waves on this cold river. This leg technique is based on the stance of a cold river, and uses the action of treading on waves to reveal its moves. It is sharp in stillness and as fast as thunder. Okay, Jiang, I'll let you redeem it right away. After Jiang Qiu bought this S-level martial arts skill, all his points were cleared. After Jiang Qiu stored the technique in his spatial ring, he returned to his small apartment. Taking advantage of the time he still had that evening, Jiang Qiu prepared to teach Hanjiang Talong the basics. Jiang Qiu slowly walked back. Holographic projection screens on both sides of the road automatically played images of martial arts battles, and a digital dancer danced gracefully to melodious music at the musical fountain next to him. Jiang Qiu returned to his small apartment, and the mechanical door automatically opened after recognizing Jiang Qiu's identity information. As soon as Jiang Qiu entered, he heard heavy breathing. Hoo-ha! Hoo-ha! Lin Jian frantically swung his sword while holding a huge weight. This crude and primitive training method would, to a certain extent, lay a very solid foundation. Mu Qingfeng and Chen Feiyu were not present. Where are the two of them? Lin Jian brought the heavy object to a stop. Oh, each person's room has a virtual cockpit. They've all gone to the virtual world to challenge others. It seems everyone is very enthusiastic about martial arts on their first day of school. Jiang Qiu entered his own room and took out the cold river treading waves technique. The leg techniques on it changed rapidly, and Jiang Qiu practiced them in his mind. This set of leg techniques is a technique of accumulating strength before unleashing it. Cold river can be used to build up momentum, while treading waves will unleash the power instantly. Jiang Qiu spent a lot of time getting started, and there wasn't even enough time left for him to get a full night's sleep, so he decided to enter the virtual cockpit for a match. Jiang Qiu inserted the permission card, and his consciousness was quickly uploaded to the virtual world. As soon as he logged on, Chen Feiyu's challenge to a match arrived immediately. This guy is like he's waiting for me to log on. As soon as I logged on, he couldn't wait to send me an invitation, and his attitude was so sincere. Jiang Qiu clicked to agree to the game. Upon stepping onto the stage, his words preceded Chen Feiyu's. Brother Jiang Mu. Brother Jiang Mu. Why didn't you come to the martial arts training class at Donglian? You don't know, none of those people in Maple Leaf City are stronger than you. Brother Jiang Mu, is someone using their family background to suppress you and prevent you from participating in the martial arts training class? Brother Jiang Mu, do you need my help? My family has a lot of influence in Donglian. Chen Feiyu's words in his stick landed on Jiang Qiu in a crisscrossing motion. Jiang Qiu slightly suppressed his 100 battle saber technique and used his saber technique to block Chen Feiyu's staff attack. As Han Jiang treads the waves, he accumulates momentum through twists and turns. Once he has fully gathered his strength, Jiang Qiu suddenly unleashes his leg strike. It slammed down on Chen Feiyu with a loud bang. Holy crap! Holy crap! Brother Jiang Mu. That's an S-rank leg technique, cold river treading waves. Beneath the mask, Jiang Qiu pursed his lips and muttered to himself, as expected of a rich young master, he has good taste. The reason Jiang Qiu could tolerate fighting with this talkative young master was simply that he could learn about Donglian City from this young master, while also having a decent punching bag for himself. Chen Feiyu was quite surprised to be kicked by Jiang Qiu. Brother Jiang Mu. How do you have an S-level martial arts skill? Doesn't Maple Leaf City not have a single S-level martial arts skill? Chen Feiyu's face lit up with a smug look of intelligence. Brother Jiang Mu. Sure enough, you're the one the Jiang family raised in Maple Leaf City, you must be. I'm telling you, Brother Jiang Mu, why didn't you make it to the Donglian martial arts training class? With the Jiang family's support, you wouldn't even bother competing with those three. See how clever I am? My guess was right, wasn't it? Jiang Qiu looked at Chen Feiyu, who was startled, and thought he was so smart that he recognized me as Jiang Qiu. But he didn't expect that he thought I was raised by the Jiang family in Maple Leaf City. Jiang Qiu kept kicking Chen Feiyu with his leg techniques. Why not hit the free punching bag? Hit it! Jiang Qiu's blood surged, and he continuously used his swordsmanship to deflect Chen Feiyu's golden dragon staff. Power kept building up in his legs, and the cold river waves kept striking Chen Feiyu's body. Chen Feiyu's golden dragon armor gleamed brightly. Jiang Qiu's swordsmanship, combined with his leg techniques, made it difficult for Chen Feiyu to cope. Jiang Qiu's heart surged with excitement, hee. Hanjiang treading waves has broken through again. After Han Jiangtalang reached a proficient level, Chen Feiyu lost his value as a tool and was killed by Jiang Qiuo with a single strike. Call. After Jiang Qiuo came out of the virtual pod, he was about to go to the refrigerator in the living room of the apartment to find something to eat. Curses erupted from Chen Feiyu's doorway. Damn it! Jiang Mu killed me the moment he broke through. Jiang Qiuo felt secretly pleased upon hearing the voice. Chapter 89 Teacher, First Snow Teacher. The scene of teachers and students selecting students at the Yanwu class building. The Donglian martial arts training program employs a student-teacher mutual selection system for instructors. This aims to allow students to choose instructors who interest them, while also enabling instructors to discover martial arts talents suitable for their training. There's no instructor Mu this time, Jiang Qiuo. Does it matter who you choose? Lin Zhan searched for his ideal mentor among these mentor positions. Jiang Qiuo looked at the mentor positions. Since Chu Shui, his wife, wasn't a mentor, he would have to choose those generous teachers who were willing to invest resources in his training. Hey, I heard that seat is occupied by a beautiful teacher from a few years ago, a late-stage 7th grade cultivator, skilled in footwork. Yes, she is absolutely gorgeous. She is the perfect teacher in my heart. A burly male student from the martial arts training class looked on with a dazed expression, saying, "The only imperfection of this teacher is that he didn't choose me." The table was surrounded by students, and Jiang Qiuo couldn't even see the teacher's face. Make way, let me see." Chen Feiyu spoke loudly, because his abundant wealth gave him unparalleled confidence and prestige, and the students watching actually made way for him. "It's young Master Chen. Young Master Chen. Please. Brother Feiyu." The surrounding students lined the street to welcome him, their eyes filled with either admiration or envy as they focused on his golden suit. Damn, this guy is really extravagant. I really want to be him. Someone like him, there's no reason why that beautiful mentor wouldn't choose him. As Chen Feiyu's roommates, Jiang Mu and his two companions also benefited from his help, passing through the path cleared by the crowd. Chen Feiyu saw the teacher in the seat and his body trembled. She was truly beautiful. Jiang Qiuo recognized the beautiful instructor, and his heart trembled violently. Holy crap! Chu Shui, his wife. Jiang Qiuo was stunned. Mu Chu Shui had actually come to the Donglian martial arts research class as an instructor. Mu Chu Shui also saw Jiang Qiuo, reached out and waved to him, a faint smile on her lips. Chen Feiyu was deeply attracted by Mu Chu Shui's beauty, and looking at the introduction on the display board, he exclaimed, "Mentor Mu." Mentor Mu. Chen Feiyu approached Mu Chu Shui and displayed his strength, saying, "Look at this golden dragon suit I'm wearing, it's worth 100 million. And another thing, when I was at the Donglian Martial Arts University headquarters, I beat up everyone except Su Yutong." Mentor Mu, I am from the Chun family of Donglian City. Do you know the Chen family? They are very powerful. Mu Chu Shui's face was filled with anger. I don't know, and I don't want to know. You're talking too much. I'm not choosing you. Chen Feiyu was taken aback. Why? I've never been rejected by a woman before. Seeing Chen Feiyu's discomfiture, Jiang Qiuo stepped forward and scoffed, "Chen Feiyu looks like a clown right now." Jiang Qiuo and Mu Chu Shui exchanged glances. Chu Shui, my wife, has become much stronger again. She's now at the late stage of the 7th rank. I've been chasing after her all along, and I've been living off her all along. Teacher, how do I look? Mu Chu Shui's fingers traced the paper, but her eyes were locked with Jiang Qiuo's. Then let me introduce myself and what my strengths are. Jiang Qiuo thought to himself, "My dear Chu Shui, you know me best, but if you want to play, I'll play along." Alright, Instructor Mu, my name is Jiang Qiuo, and I come from Maple Leaf City. I possess a self-created sword technique at a perfect level, and I resonate with multiple martial arts techniques. Jiang Qiuo revealed all his talents, and at the last moment, he straightened his hair and said, "One last thing, I'm very handsome." Upon hearing Jiang Qiuo's last sentence in his self-introduction, Mu Chu Shui couldn't help but burst out laughing, then covered her mouth. At this moment, Chen Feiyu, known for his sharp tongue, retorted, "Hey, can you please stop bothering Professor Mu?" Chen Feiyang fiddled with his hair. "Besides, no matter how handsome you are, can you be more handsome than me, Chen Feiyu?" Mu Chu Shui always showed a gentle side to Jiang Qiuo in front of outsiders. "Well, your other qualities are just average, but you are indeed quite handsome." Mu Chu Shui pretended to think, pursed her lips, and swallowed a few times. "I'll reluctantly choose you." Is it really a forced choice? Zhang Qiuo looked at his first Snow wife who came to Donglian Martial Arts University to be his mentor. Mu Chuxue and Zhang Qiuo exchanged glances, as if they wanted to devour each other. Our rich guy Chen Feiyu was very dissatisfied. It was one thing for the beautiful mentor not to choose him, but she actually chose a kid from Maple Leaf City. Did she think he was Zhang Mu? Why? I'm so handsome and rich, why didn't you choose me, Professor Mu? Mentor Mu. Mu Chuxue glanced at Chen Feiyu and said, "Don't you think your glittery outfit is really tacky? I won't choose it." Mu Chuxue is proud and arrogant. Chen Feiyu stormed off in anger. Young Master Chen is gone. Oh, looking at it this way, Zhang Qiuo's model is indeed more charming than Chen Feiyu's. Chen Feiyu has a pretty boy look, while Zhang Qiuo has a more heroic style. At Donglian Martial Arts University, which values martial arts, Zhang Qiuo's modeling skills would definitely be more popular than Chen Feiyu's. Teacher, I want to choose you too. A long-haired girl, holding a long sword, spoke with the air of a proud young lady from a wealthy family. Su Yutong. Zhang Qiuo's first opponent in the virtual world, whose 3S level martial arts skills left a deep impression on her. Su Yutong's gaze lingered on Zhang Qiuo. Mu Qixue's expression changed slightly, peeking into the goddess's heart. Mu Chuxue pursed her lips and gently rubbed her right temple. Is Su Yutong also interested in Zhang Qiuo? This is troublesome. Ha! Zhang Qiuo overheard Chuxue's thoughts and went from being puzzled to secretly pleased. Chuxue was jealous again. Su, would you mind telling me why you chose me? Mu Chuxue stared at Su Yutong, whose looks were comparable to hers. Teacher, of course it's because I want to learn movement techniques from you. Your movement techniques are top-notch. Su Yutong lied because she suspected that Zhang Qiuo was Zhang Mu. In order to get closer to Zhang Qiuo, she chose to share the same mentor with him, just to see if this Zhang Qiuo was the same Zhang Mu who had tortured her to death in the virtual world. Okay, I happen to have one more spot here. Thank you, Professor Mu. After choosing her mentor, Su Yutong prepared to return to her small apartment, but she looked at Zhang Qiuo with a resentful gaze. Zhang Qiuo remembered that look. It was the look Su Yutong would give whenever she was defiant. Did she spot me? Mu Chuxue observed the interaction between Zhang Qiuo and Su Yutong. After Mu Chuxue finished the final work of selecting students, she looked at her husband beside her and said, "Zhang Qiuo, come with me." Xiao Jiangxue trembled upon hearing this. Oh no, his wife was jealous. Zhang Qiuo followed closely behind Mu Chuxue to her small apartment. Mu Chuxue slammed the door shut with her small feet, and Xiao Jiangxue was completely trapped in her cage. Mu Chuxue looked at Zhang Qiuo with a smile. "Little Zhang Qiuo, you've fallen into my hands again. Call me teacher and let me hear it." To satisfy his wife's perverse sense of humor, Zhang Qiuo obediently did as she said, "Teacher, Teacher Chuxue." Chapter 90 Assassination Techniques. Mu Chuxue straddled Zhang Qiuo's body, pinning him down, making sure he was completely unable to move. Then her wicked hand swiftly pinched the soft flesh of Zhang Qiuo's waist. Zhang Qiuo shuddered. Oh no. Mu Chuxue pursed her red lips, her tone cold, and pinched Zhang Qiuo's soft flesh hard. Tell me, did you help Lin Ro break through to the 7th rank? Mu Chuxue stared intently at him, making him feel cold, peeking into the goddess's heart. Xiao Jiangxue, if you dare to lie, you're finished. This is Mu Chuxue's true feeling. Zhang Qiuo rolled his throat and nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The first snow was done by me. The situation was urgent at the time, and I could only help her break through to the 7th rank, just this once. Mu Chuxue's gaze pierced Zhang Qiuo's body. Mu Chuxue's inner thoughts, it really was him who opened her acupoints. Although I had already guessed that with Lin Ro's stupidity, it would take her several years to break through to the 7th rank. Zhang Qiuo might have helped, but hearing it from him directly still makes me jealous. No, I absolutely cannot forgive him so easily. Unless he gives me. Now that he had the opportunity to peek into the goddess's heart, Zhang Qiuo naturally became bolder. Taking advantage of Mu Chuxue's momentary daze, he pulled away to reverse the situation, and then his lips pressed against his wife Chuxue's lips. River. Zhang Qiuo was very aggressive, not giving his wife Chuxue a chance to react. In any case, women can't be left idle. Mu Chuxue's breath hit Zhang Qiuo, and Zhang Qiuo could clearly hear his wife Chuxue's heartbeat. My heart was pounding wildly. Mu Chuxue's initial thought was, bastard, cheat, so wicked. That stinky Jiangxue always uses this kind of trick. As Jiang Qiuo continued his attack, Mu Chushua's breathing gradually eased, and her tightly clenched little pink fists loosened under Jiang Qiuo's reassurance. Her true feelings gradually changed to, "I'll reluctantly forgive you." After a long while, their lips parted, and Mu Chushua, now like a kitten, snuggled into Jiang Qiuo's arms. "Damn it, why did we break up so quickly?" Jiang Qiuo heard Mu Chushua's thoughts clearly. Mu Chushua was overjoyed and rewarded him with martial arts cultivation. Martial arts cultivation level improved to mid-stage of 4th rank. Jiang Qiuo hugged Mu Chushua tighter in his arms, then gently kissed her forehead. "He's a kept man. Improving his martial arts skills is way too easy. As long as I hold my wife's leg tightly, my cultivation level will steadily improve. Ah, so comfortable. Just thinking about how Lin Zhan has increased his qi and blood through half a month of hard training, I can easily improve my qi and blood cultivation by simply holding my wife Chushua. Alright, you should go back now." Mu Chushua wriggled out of Jiang Qiuo's arms and pushed him out the door. Jiang Qiuo had originally planned to stay overnight at Chushua's wife's place, but now he could only return to his small apartment. As he walked back to his apartment, he saw warriors fighting on a holographic screen, their voices echoing around him. Jiang Qiuo felt as if he were truly immersed in a real battlefield. Suddenly, a dark figure darted out, and a sharp blade pierced straight into Jiang Qiuo's chest. Xianlong Golden Body. Jiang Qiuo immediately activated his Xianlong Golden Body defense and quickly retreated. The cold river gathers its strength, and it swiftly unleashes its power to ride the waves. The cold river surged towards the dark figure like a raging torrent. Jiang Qiuo's leg attacks were swift and powerful, quickly forcing the dark figure back, which then darted away. Is this the Church of the Beast God again? Jiang Qiuo became increasingly frightened as he thought about it. His blood armor of slaughter was already damaged, and he hadn't even killed any alien beasts to replenish it. If there were another assassination attempt like this, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. If a few more Beast God Church deacons who could wear black armor surrounded and killed him, he really wouldn't be able to escape. We need to raise our Golden Body realm to an even higher level. And then there was the assassination attempt by the Beast God Church. Jiang Qiuo raised an eyebrow slightly. Just as Qin Yazhou said, the Beast God Church can kill me, and I can kill them too. Jiang Qiuo's gaze shifted. I also need to learn a powerful assassination technique like the Wuchong technique. The deacons of the Beast God Church are waiting for me with their necks clean. Having just survived an assassination attempt, Jiang Qiuo retreated to his small apartment. Assassination techniques, where could he find a copy of assassination techniques? Jiang Qiuo and Don Lianqing met Qin Yazhou and Captain Qi. Qin Yazhou, why don't we ask him for help? A martial artist of his level would definitely have some experience with assassination techniques. Jiang Qiuo dialed Qin Yazhou's communicator. Hey, Jiang Qiuo, what's up? Captain Qin, I would like to learn about assassination techniques. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Can. After receiving Captain Qin's affirmative answer, before Jiang Qiuo could even thank him, Qin Yazhou immediately presented his conditions. I'll take care of the assassination technique for you, on the condition that you give me 10 level 1 deacon tokens. Okay. For Jiang Qiuo, obtaining 10 level 1 deacon tokens was not a difficult task. He could eventually kill enough by simply waiting for the right time. By the way, I heard that Zitong's Martial Arts Foundation has been restored, and it's all thanks to you. How did you do it? Jiang Qiuo felt embarrassed thinking about the time he massaged Mu Zitong's feet. Ah, it's just some acupressure massage techniques. Well done. I plan to transfer Zitong to Donglian City. This capable law enforcement officer will be a great help to me. Mu Zitong is coming too. Jiang Qiuo recalled all the things he had done to Mu Zitong, hugging her waist, massaging her, taking advantage of her in every way he could. He still remembered the humiliation he had inflicted on this law enforcement officer in the desolate forest. Now things were really bad. She was coming to Donglian City too. If she finds a chance to retaliate, that would be terrible. Jiang Qiuo knows Qin Yazhou through his connection with law enforcement officers. If Mu Zitong and Jiang Qiuo were to clash, whose side would Qin Yazhou take? The Su family home is a small, elegant courtyard. Su Yutong sat on a rug covered with animal skins, with 3 or 4 maids serving her food. A man dressed in black knelt down in front of her. Su Yutong's tone remained arrogant. Really only cold river waves and Xianlong Golden Body? The man in black said in a deep voice, yes, it's true that I can't even handle the Xianlong Golden Body and the cold river treading waves techniques alone. Su Yutong pouted, still somewhat unwilling. Did you see that black knife? No. And when you fought him, did you notice any strange energy or blood flow? No, not at all. Alright, you can step back now, Su Yutong said, wiping her longsword. Whether he is Jiang Mu or not, I'll find out by testing him. Su Yutong pouted. Jiang Mu was the only one among her peers who had tormented her to the point of near death, which greatly affected the pride of this proud young girl. Now, all Su Yutong can think about is exposing Jiang Mu, defeating him, and finally seeing his admiring gaze. As the pride of the Su family, Su Yutong has a natural need for the admiration of others. Chapter 91, Chen Feiyu the Sandbag. In addition to an A-level assassination technique called Sky-Shattering Strike, Qin Yazhou also gave Jiang Qiu an arrest warrant for Yiming, a first-level deacon of the Beast God Church. Transform a large amount of qi and blood into qi and blood spikes and pierce out. A-level assassination skills are a level higher than B-level assassination techniques. Practice assassination techniques first, then kill Yiming. Jiang Qiuo opened the book recording the inheritance of the sky-piercing thorn, and as he read on, the words in the book flowed into his mind like a stream of light. The basics of sky-piercing strike. Jiang Qiuo immediately entered the virtual world to prepare for testing the sky-shattering thorn. As soon as he entered the virtual battle space, Chen Feiyu's battle invitation arrived immediately. This guy is really proactive. Jiang Qiuo clicked agree. He was then quickly dragged onto a fighting platform. Chen Feiyu immediately launched into a three-part verbal attack. Brother Jiang Mu. Brother Jiang Mu. Brother Jiang Mu. You wouldn't believe it, but today our martial arts training class is choosing mentors. If I had a beautiful female mentor to guide me in martial arts training, my martial arts level would definitely improve significantly. But this beautiful mentor doesn't seem to like me, and instead chose Jiang Qiuo from your Maple Leaf City. Why should I? Jiang Qiuo snorted coldly. Fine, you want my wife to know about your martial arts training? Do you deserve it? Let me give you some pointers on martial arts training first. A man who dares to covet his own wife deserves to be tormented 1,000 times over. Once the fight started, Jiang Qiuo was prepared to show no mercy. Sky-shattering thrust. The qi and blood in Jiang Suo's internal organs surged to his limbs, and then to his chest, creating two vortexes of qi and blood. Jiang Qiuo locked onto his target and thrust the thunderous thorn toward Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu's eyes were filled with astonishment. So fast. So fast. This is an assassination technique. The blood spikes kept drilling into the golden dragon armor, creating gaps in it. The two swirling pools of blood continued to erode as they burrowed into the gaps in the golden dragon armor. Again. Jiang Qiuo condensed two more blood vortexes and fiercely stabbed them into Chen Feiyu's body. Chen Feiyu immediately activated his golden body form, a technique he had developed through external martial arts. The two vortexes of qi and blood were consumed again. Again. A new vortex of qi and blood condensed, and the thunderous thorn pierced through Chen Feiyu's chest with a deafening roar. Jiang Qiuo looked at Chen Feiyu, who had been pierced by the thunderous thorn and turned into data, with satisfaction. This rich guy's golden dragon armor is grade A. It can even be pierced by the thunderous thorn golden dragon armor. Its power is indeed great. You dared to covet my wife? I'll teach you a lesson. This time, Jiang Qiuo took the initiative to send Chen Feiyu a game invitation. Chen Feiyu immediately agreed. On the Yablai arena, both of their states had been reset. Jiang Qiuo's health and mana were fully restored, while Chen Feiyu's golden dragon armor was brand new. Chen Feiyu asked curiously. Brother Jiang Mu. Is this some kind of assassination technique? The power is terrifying. Brother Jiang Mu, where did you get such amazing martial arts skills? Jiang Qiuo ignored Chen Feiyu, treating him merely as a punching bag. Sky-shattering thrust. Two vortexes of qi and blood formed in Jiang Qiuo's chest, which suddenly stabbed towards Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu turned pale. Holy crap! Holy crap! Brother Jiang Mu. You're at it again. Jiang Qiuo's attack was extremely fierce. His qi and blood spikes violently stabbed towards Chen Feiyu's golden dragon armor, and sparks kept falling from the armor. Jiang Qiuo's expression changed, and a subtle smile appeared on his lips. He's about to be promoted. A glint flashed in Jiang Qiuo's eyes. The ability of the sky-shattering strike to consume blood and qi increased significantly, and two vortexes of blood and qi appeared in front of Jiang Qiuo's chest. Thunder Thrust has progressed from the beginner level to the proficient level. This promotion is truly remarkable. Two more vortexes of qi and blood have appeared below. This promotion not only increased the number of Qi and blood vortices, but also improved the Qi and blood strength of the Qi and blood vortices. Brother Jiang Mu. Brother Jiang Mu. Holy crap! Brother Jiang Mu, you're amazing. Chen Feiyu's face was filled with terror. This ability to kill instantly made it seem as if he was really going to be killed. When the thunderous thrust consumed 2 vortexes of Qi and blood, Chen Feiyu was killed after his armor was pierced. The power is so strong after the upgrade. It can kill Chen Feiyu, who was wearing the golden dragon armor, with just one heaven-shattering thrust. After testing the thunderous thrust on Chen Feiyu to a proficient level, Jiang Kuo logged off with satisfaction. The wanted poster for the Beast God Church Deacon was still lying in his storage space. Jiang Kuo didn't have time to cause trouble for Chen Feiyu in the virtual world. We still have to pay back the debt from that devastating attack. Jiang Kuo had just finished organizing his equipment when he heard cursing coming from Chen Feiyu's room. Why is Jiang Mu so temperamental? He's been beating me up the whole time, he's just using me as a punching bag. Jiang Kuo chuckled and said, Chen Feiyu, didn't you enjoy being beaten up by me? And he's just waiting to be beaten up by me in the virtual world every day. Chen Feiyu, I seriously doubt your character. Jiang Kuo moved swiftly and stepped out of the small apartment. Jiang Kuo looked at the information on the wanted poster and the information Qin Yazhou had provided to him. Night falls in Donglian City, the underground city. After finishing their work, the construction workers dragged their tired bodies into the dusty underground city. The entire underground city is composed of urban pipelines and has a complex and intricate terrain. The poor of Donglian City, the outsiders from other cities, and some cultists and criminals who were hiding and being pursued were all accommodated in the underground city. Smelly rat eyes, smelly rat eyes. The second-generation connector can bypass the official barriers and directly connect to the virtual world. The bloodied eyes of the rat were placed on a rusty alloy table, and the second-generation connector flashed blue and green alternately. The eyes of the blood rat are highly poisonous. When coated on a hidden weapon, it will instantly kill the target. Jiang Kuo looked around at the dimly lit environment of the underground city. It seems that the people in the underground city like to barter. The underground city is relatively closed off from the East City and has its own system. The target of this mission is Yi Ming, a first-level deacon of the Beast God Church. During the initial investigation by the Law Enforcement Bureau, it was discovered that Yi Ming is likely an alchemist of the Beast God Church. Since he is an alchemist, there shouldn't be any problems if we trace the line back to the pills. The revamped Berserker Bear form. It can increase the size of the body many times over, making the body even stronger. Medicine. Medicine. Low erysipelas, good efficacy. At a bend in the pipeline, there is a small cart made of sheet metal. Jiang Kuo sniffed it, and indeed, there was that irritable aura. It seems this person is not from the Beast God Church, but also has close ties with it. Jiang Kuo's eyes flashed with coldness. Are there any medications that can enhance blood circulation and energy? The short man pushing the tin cart looked at Jiang Kuo, his rat-like eyes scanning Jiang Kuo up and down. Then the short man picked up a red medicine bottle and handed it to Jiang Kuo. Both beast materials and martial coins are acceptable for payment, but beast materials are preferred. Jiang Kuo held the bottle of red pills to his nose and smelled them. It's just an ordinary Qi and blood pill, and its quality is quite average. Jiang Kuo's expression changed immediately, and he smashed the bottle of pills against the wall behind the dwarf. Trying to fool someone with this thing. Listen, I want the kind that can significantly boost your Qi and blood in a short period of time. Chapter 92, The Arrogant Su Yutong. A look of difficulty flashed across the short man's face, but seeing Jiang Kuo's imposing aura, he dispelled his doubts. Ah, it's the kind of medicine that can greatly improve blood circulation. The short man took a metal box from a compartment in the tin cart. The metal box was placed on the table. Jiang Kuo took the iron box and looked at it. He was all too familiar with that volatile aura. His eyes gleamed with excitement. I found you. What will be used for settlement? Jiang Kuo asked the little dwarf. The dwarf said, this medicine is very precious and can only be paid for with exotic beast materials. Jiang Kuo took out a document containing information about blood bats. A look of excitement appeared on the short man's face. Big brother, you're quite knowledgeable, aren't you? You know we collect blood bats. The moment the dwarf reached out his hand, the venomous snakes coiled around Jiang Kuo's arm immediately drained his life force. The little man's face immediately fell. What are you doing? Let me go. Jiang Qiu abruptly pulled the dwarf off the tin cart, and in an instant, the second volume of the ancient Dragon Sutra drained all the blood and qi from the dwarf's body. The little dwarf looked at Jiang Qiu in horror. Why is my blood and qi so depleted? Jiang Qiu unleashed his power, breaking the little man's hands. Ah! The little boy screamed in agony at the pain of his broken hands, a scene that happened to be witnessed by a young girl. Su Yutong's face was covered by a layer of black veil, beneath which lay an angry expression. Su Yutong brandished her longsword and thrust it at Jiang Qiu. You dared to bully the weak in the dungeon. Jiang Qiu looked at the long sword. Wasn't this Su Yutong? Did this girl not use her brain when she did things? Jiang Qiu suddenly unleashed the cold river waves technique, kicking away Su Yutong's longsword that was thrusting at him. Su Yutong stared fiercely at Jiang Qiu. How can you be so heartless, coming from Maple Leaf City? The people in the underground city suffer so much, and you still manage to seriously injure them. Su Yutong's tone was aloof, revealing the arrogance of a young lady from a prominent family. Jiang Qiu's brows furrowed into a deep frown. This kind of young lady always liked to judge others' behavior with an arrogant attitude and preconceived notions. Jiang Zemin displayed the Pajun boxing style. His punches were powerful and fierce. The force of the punches kept piling up. Jiang Qiu's arms were brimming with vital energy, like a dragon in flight. The breaking army fist is actually about to reach the perfect level. This is truly an unexpected delight. The Pajun fist can advance from the subtle realm to the perfect realm, and the perfect realm and the subtle realm are a hurdle. Even a C-rank Pajun fist, once perfected, possesses astonishing destructive power. The Pajun fist, which reaches the level of subtlety, primarily involves the explosion of qi and blood from the upper body, requiring a high level of upper limb strength. However, once the Pajun fist reaches its perfect state, the circulation of qi and blood throughout the body is completely unblocked. The perfect version of the breaking army fist focuses its power on the soles of the feet, using the waist as the axis to unleash all of one's strength. Jiang Qiu's Pajun fist was powerful and impactful, with every punch landing squarely and his entire body exploding with energy and strength. Su Yutong was defeated by Jiang Qiu's fierce attack. Su Yutong's face was filled with astonishment. What kind of boxing technique is that? It's so strong. Su Yutong's reappearance was filled with that unwilling expression, an expression Jiang Qiu remembered all too well. Just the breaking army fist. Jiang Qiu said casually, his eyes cold as if he didn't take the young lady of the Su family seriously at all. Su Yutong loosened her clenched teeth, her skirt ripped in defeat, and her once arrogant demeanor was completely crushed by Jiang Qiu. This is impossible. The breaking army fist is only a C-level fist technique. How could it possibly have such power? That's right, how could a high and mighty Miss Su like you have ever been exposed to the C-level Pajun fist? Your S-rank Zhongshan Wind and Rain Sword is nothing but a useless martial art in front of my C-rank Pajun fist. These words, useless martial arts, struck a chord with Su Yutong, making her blush from her neck to her entire face. You. What are you trying to refute? Isn't it a fact that you were defeated by me using a C-level martial art? You, the eldest daughter of the Su family, are nothing but a piece of trash. Tears welled up in Su Yutong's eyes. The usually arrogant Su Yutong was so embarrassed by Jiang Qiu's rebuke that she wanted to disappear. Jiang Qiu took out some straps and tied Su Yutong's legs together. I usually only use this on people from the Beast God Church. Let you have a taste too. Tie you up, so you won't cause me any trouble. Remember to call your Su family to come and rescue you. Jiang Qiu tied Su Yutong up in a kneeling position, with one hand and leg tied together, so that at least one hand could be used to operate the communicator. Su Yutong's upper body formed an arc, making her neck appear even longer. Goodbye, Miss Su, I have to go take care of some business. Su Yutong felt extremely ashamed of her position, and she said to Jiang Qiu in a coquettish tone, Come back. Come back quickly, this position is too embarrassing. You bastard, Jiang Qiu, you bastard, you just wait. Jiang Qiu kept the short man under his control and ignored Su Yutong. Jiang Qiu drained the little man's energy, and Jiang Qiu's hand gripped the little man's wrist. Jiang Qiu led the dwarf to a deserted corner. You're from the Beast God Church, right? Tell me, where is Yi Ming? When the little dwarf heard the name of the Beast God Church, he trembled. No. I'm not from the Beast God Church. Who is Yi Ming? I don't know him. I don't know anyone named Yi Ming at all. Jiang Qiu pressed down tightly with his hand. If you're not honest, I can use the methods those law enforcement officers in Donglian use, and I'll use the methods they don't use. Jiang Qiuo exerted great force with his hand, and the ancient Dragon Sutra activated its chi and blood, causing the venomous snake to coil around the dwarf's wrist. The dwarf felt as if all the blood and energy in his body had been drained away, and a feeling of suffocation surged up. The little man's face was deathly pale, and he was limp like a dough ball. As soon as Jiang Qiuo let go, the little dwarf fell to the ground. Looking into Jiang Qiuo's deep, dark eyes, the little man was overwhelmed by fear, and he began to convulse uncontrollably. Jiang Qiuo said in a deep voice, "Aren't you going to tell me? I'll talk. I am from the Church of the Beast God, and those medicines were refined by Yi Ming and given to me to sell in the dungeon. Yi Ming is an alchemist of the Beast God Church. His Beast Evolution pill helped the Beast God Church to create a beast tide of all sizes. The Church of the Beast God has already captured many cities." The dwarf's voice trembled. "Yi Ming is hiding in this underground city. His alchemy room is very well hidden. I can help you find it. If only you could spare my life." It seems that Maple Leaf City will also have to settle scores with Yi Ming for this beast tide. A murderous glint flashed in Jiang Qiuo's eyes. This beast tide, orchestrated by the Beast God Church and the Wei family, had killed countless innocent civilians and countless Maple Leaf Army brothers. The alchemist of the Beast God Church. He must die. Chapter 93, Su Yutong's Shady Tactics. The dwarf led Jiang Qiuo to the end of a passage. He forcefully pushed open the metal door that was covering the entrance. "Yi Ming is right here. I won't go in." So well hidden, the metal door is made of the same material as the surrounding walls, you can't even notice it unless you look closely. "Oh?" Jiang Qiuo snorted coldly, but his gaze was fixed on the little dwarf. The short man immediately knelt down, tears streaming down his face. "If I go in, the Night Deacon will kill me." Jiang Qiuo looked at the dwarf begging for mercy. There was no need to be trustworthy with cultists. This kind of person should just be killed. Jiang Qiuo grabbed the dwarf by the neck, and his venomous blood and chi slithered into the dwarf's neck. Then, the long snake of blood and chi instantly drained the dwarf's blood and chi from his body. Jiang Qiuo coldly looked at the dwarf who died at his hands, serving the Beast God Church. This is the only result. Looking at the light shining from the tin doorway, Jiang Qiuo quietly slipped inside. Upon entering the secret room, the volatile and bloody aura assaulted Jiang Qiuo's nose. This is it. Jiang Qiuo and Yi Ming, who was wearing protective clothing, looked at each other. Yi Ming's body trembled, and his hand, which was manipulating the reagent bottle, suddenly stopped. Sky-shattering thrust. The chi and blood around Jiang Qiuo changed like wind and clouds, and 4 vortexes of chi and blood appeared in front of his chest. Jiang Qiuo's eyes were filled with hatred for killing his enemies, and he suddenly thrust out the sky-shattering thrust. "What are you doing?" Yi Ming was clearly panicked at that speed. He didn't even have time to dodge. Jiang Qiuo used 2 chi and blood vortexes to shatter the armor on Yi Ming's chest, and the remaining 2 chi and blood vortexes brought Yi Ming to the brink of death. Jiang Qiuo looked at Yi Ming, who had a large hole in his chest, and said, "I came from Maple Leaf City, specifically to kill you." Yi Ming's face had lost all color, and he kept muttering, "Chief Steward, we should intensify our attacks on Maple Leaf City. I can't believe you made it to Donglian City alive. Don't worry, the Grand Steward will definitely come up with a new plan to target Maple Leaf City with the beast tide." Jiang Qiuo sneered at Yi Ming, a perfectly good alchemist. Why does he have to become a lackey of the Beast God Church? These forbidden drugs for chi and blood have directly or indirectly killed countless people. Scoundrel! Jiang Qiuo's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and Han Jiang gathered his strength, ready to unleash his moves on the waves. Boom! Han Jiang treading waves kick ended Yiming's life in an instant. An alchemist like you who has sided with the Church of the Beast God must die. Jiang Qiuo tucked the level 1 steward token from Yi Ming's waist into his pocket. Above Yi Ming was a chief steward, the one who orchestrated the Maple Leaf City beast tide. Jiang Qiuo was burning with rage. I've killed Yi Ming, the alchemist. Next up is the chief steward, the beast tide planner. Jiang Qiuo sent Captain Qin a location. Old Qin, I've taken care of Yi Ming. I've sent you the location of the Beast God Church's alchemy room. Send someone to handle this. A burst of laughter came from Captain Qin's side. Well done, Jiang Qiuo, I didn't expect you to be so quick. In this way, it's as if our East Union Law Enforcement Bureau is cleaning up your mess. Jiang Qiuo suppressed the corners of his mouth that were about to turn upwards. Isn't that right? Jiang Qiuo was in high spirits after killing a deacon of the Beast God Church. He put his hands behind his head and strolled leisurely back to Donglian Martial Arts University. As the sun rose into the sky, its warm rays fell upon Jiang Qiuo's face. Jiang Qiuo headed towards the cafeteria. Although he could cook in his apartment, he couldn't expect to get anything good to eat with the 3 people living there. Jiang Qiuo raised his hand and said, "Let me taste what the Donglian cafeteria tastes like." Upon entering the cafeteria, the aroma of food immediately reached Jiang Qiuo's nose. Charcoal grilled beef burger, beef hoof soup, blood pork pot stickers. The cafeteria offered a wide variety of food, and Jiang Qiuo swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, just from the aroma. Jiang Qiuo took a bowl of beef hoof soup and a plate of Blood Mountain pork pot stickers. I found an empty seat and started enjoying my breakfast. Jiang Qiuo picked up a piece of Blood Mountain pork pot sticker, stuffed it into his mouth, and then sipped some beef hoof soup. It was wonderful. As Jiang Qiuo was engrossed in enjoying his breakfast, the commotion around him caught his attention. "It's Su Yutong. School beauty Su Yutong actually came to eat in our cafeteria?" In an instant, everyone around gathered around the entrance. Jiang Qiuo didn't care about Su Yutong's arrival at all. She was just a rich girl, and no matter how pretty she was, she couldn't compare to his wife, Xu Shui. Su Yutong's eyes quickly scanned the cafeteria. He should be here. Su Yutong pursed her lips, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. After spotting her target, she exclaimed, "Found you." With a clear goal in mind, she walked toward Jiang Qiuo's location. Jiang Qiuo looked at the person who had come, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Is this guy here for revenge? Su Yutong had her long hair tied up today, and even the long sword that she usually carried with her was gone. Su Yutong's style was that of a pure and sweet girl, which made the boys in the cafeteria stare at her. While school beauty Su's style is so sweet today, it really makes my heart pound. Surrounded by the gazes of everyone, Su Yutong sat down in front of Jiang Qiuo. She reached out her hand to greet Jiang Qiuo. "Hello, Jiang Qiuo." Immediately, a strange expression appeared on Su Yutong's face. Looking at Jiang Qiuo's expression, Su Yutong seemed to be saying, "Just wait and see how I deal with you." Su Yutong grabbed a pot sticker from Jiang Qiuo's plate and stuffed it into her mouth. While eating, Su Yutong said excitedly, "Jiang Qiuo, you're amazing. The breakfast you made is so delicious." Then Su Yutong snatched the soup from Jiang Qiuo's hand, took a sip, and exaggeratedly showed a satisfied expression. "Jiang Sui, the sand soup you drank was really delicious." Jiang Qiuo noticed the strange looks around him. What was this young lady trying to do to make him the enemy of all the boys in the school? Holy crap! This school beauty Su is actually sharing a bowl with Jiang Qiuo. Damn it! I will avenge the theft of my wife. Su Yutong's actions quickly attracted a large amount of hatred towards Jiang Qiuo. Su Yutong gave Jiang Qiuo a triumphant smile. "Hee, you're now on the East Alliance Martial Arts University's kill list." Jiang Qiuo snorted coldly, thinking to himself, "Well, the eldest daughter of the Su family is indeed vicious." Then Su Yutong took out a bottle of bone-cleansing elixir from her spatial ring and handed it to Jiang Qiuo, saying, "Brother, this is a bone-cleansing elixir that someone gave you. I have high hopes for your performance. Don't let them defeat you, or I'll ignore you." Su Yutong shouted to the crowd, "If any of you can beat my brother, I'll consider making him my boyfriend." Su Yutong's words completely ignited the crowd. Chapter 94, 279 Challengers. What's this kid's name? I'll challenge him to a fight when I get back. He seems to be a freshman in the martial arts training program, from Donglian City. I saw him when we were being assigned apartments. From the martial arts training program? The crowd went even crazier after hearing that Jiang Qiuo was in the martial arts training class. Su Yutong smiled, her tone filled with the satisfaction and pride of having achieved her goal. "Do you know why they were so excited when they heard you were in the martial arts training class? Donglian Martial Arts University has always encouraged students to spar with each other, and especially encourages students to spar with those above them. Apart from the senior students of the Donglian Martial Arts Training Program, all students of Donglian Martial Arts University are qualified to challenge you. Students from the General Studies Department will receive a reward of 100 points if they defeat you. Students in the martial arts training class can earn 10 points after defeating you." Su Yutong took another sip of Jiang Qiuo's bowl of satay soup, her eyes filled with a hint of disgust. Jiang Qiuo looked at Su Yutong, who was actually drinking his satay soup again. "Hey, let me ask you, miss, do I get a reward for defeating those people?" Su Yutong looked somewhat surprised. "Shouldn't you be worried about how to deal with the challenge from so many people?" Su Yutong pursed her lips, her gaze lingering on Jiang Qiuo's eyes. "If you win, you'll successfully defend your title. You'll be rewarded with 5 points for defeating a student from the regular department and 10 points for defeating a student from the martial arts training class. If you defend your title against more than 10 consecutive students, you'll be rewarded with 100 points for every 10 defeated students. Upon hearing this conversion, Jiang Qiuo's eyes lit up. 1,000 points equals an S-rank martial arts skill. Oh, that's not bad. Miss Su, why don't you challenge me too? That way I can earn more. Upon hearing this, Su Yutong's hand froze in mid-air. Seeing Jiang Qiuo's expectant eyes, she rubbed her temples, forced a smile, and rolled her eyes at Jiang Qiuo. Su Yutong was utterly speechless at Jiang Qiuo. Are you really not afraid of death? Do you know how many people you'll be beaten up by? The students from the regular department alone could wear you down with a relentless attack. Jiang Qiuo suppressed a smile. That's more interesting. I want to see what a piece of trash even more useless than Miss Su looks like. Jiang Qiuo deliberately raised his voice when he said this, just to provoke the students present. The more people who come to this kind of challenge, the better. The more people come, the more points he gets. Miss, where should I go to fight? Su Yutong blushed. Jiang Qiuo's words seemed to have made the situation even more difficult to control. She had only intended to embarrass Jiang Qiuo, and if he begged her, she would definitely step in to speak up for him. In the arena. But the words, Jiang Qiuo, why don't you not go, stuck in her throat for a long time. Jiang Qiuo walked alone toward the arena, and along the way, many students from the martial arts university were also heading toward the arena. Quick, let's go to the arena. A martial arts training class is being challenged by a lot of people. Why is that person being challenged by so many people? Didn't you know? Su, the school beauty, had breakfast with him today, and she even said that whoever beats Jiang Qiuo, she'll go on a date with him. A boy stopped in his tracks. Wait a minute, I'm signing up for the competition too. Jiang Qiuo strolled leisurely toward the arena, opening the bottle of bone-strengthening liquid that the young lady had given him along the way. This bottle of grade 4 bone-strengthening elixir is actually genuine. It's more than 10 times more effective than grade 3 bone-forging soup. Jiang Qiuo drank the bottle of bone-forging liquid, and in an instant, the Shenlong bone-forging technique received a large amount of nourishment and began to operate wildly. Miss Su's actions are indeed impressive. After drinking the bone-forging elixir, the Shenlong bone-forging technique is running like a madman. It's funny to think that the people of Donglian are so generous that they brought out this 4th-grade bone-breaking liquid just to make me suffer a little. This young lady of the Su family has really gone all out. This bone-cleansing elixir is very effective. It is said that Sumu can already refine 4th-grade pills. Find an opportunity to bring the brother and sister to Donglian City. Jiangmu Pharmacy has already made a name for itself in Maple Leaf City, and its next step is to expand into East Union City. Jiang Qiuo entered the arena, where he was greeted first by his wife, Xuxue. Jiang Qiuo, not bad, you've become the public enemy of the male students at Donglian Martial Arts University so quickly. Mu Xuxue angrily punched Jiang Qiuo in the chest with a small pink fist. Despite her annoyance, Mu Xuxue still cared for Jiang Qiuo and took out a small box for him, saying, "Take this and eat it when your qi and blood are depleted. This is a grade 4 qi and blood pill." Jiang Qiuo was moved. It has to be his wife, Xu Shui. The most dangerous situation in this kind of battle of attrition is when one's qi and blood are depleted. This qi and blood pill will be of great use at the critical moment. Mu Xuxue was confident in Jiang Qiuo's strength. With this level of gauntlet, you're going to make a big splash today. Even the vice president of Donglian Martial Arts University has come to watch. Zhang Zhan, vice president of Donglian Martial Arts University, is an 8th-rank martial artist. You are Jiang Sua. When facing an 8th-rank martial artist for the first time, the aura emanating from him brought an invisible pressure to Jiang Qiuo. Jiang Sua faced the situation with confidence and composure, saying, "Principal Jiang, it's me. Your situation is clearly a setup by that little girl from the Su family. Do you need me to step in and stop it? That girl is too outrageous." Jiang Qiuo raised an eyebrow. "Principal Jiang, I'd like to ask if there are any rules or restrictions in the fighting arena?" Zhang Zhan glanced at Jiang Qiuo. This kid was at the late 4th rank of martial arts cultivation, which was indeed quite high in the martial arts training class, but he didn't know how good his martial arts skills were. There are no rules or restrictions in the fighting arena, and both sides can go all out. With a few of us instructors here, you don't have to worry about losing your life. Hearing that he could fight freely, Jiang Qiuo was excited. This kind of fighting without rules was like coming home for Jiang Qiuo. That's great. Principal, could you please contact the school doctor? I'm afraid I'll hit too hard and my classmate will get hurt. Jiang Kuo spoke very sincerely. His words made Jiang Zhan, the vice principal, scoff. Alright, kid, this Donglian isn't your Maple Leaf City. There are monsters everywhere here. If you act too cocky, you'll hurt your back. Seeing Jiang Kuo's performance, a blush slowly spread from Mu Chushua's neck to her cheeks. Jiang Zhan dialed the school clinic's number. Hey, Lao Xia, come over here for a second. We have a student martial arts competition today. Jiang Zhan's gaze swept fiercely over Jiang Kuo. Humph, you bastard, don't let me see you being carried to the school doctor for treatment later. The projection screen appeared in front of the teachers. Mu Chushua's finger slid across the screen for a long time before reaching the bottom. 279 people, many of whom came from the martial arts training class. This will be a tough battle for Jiang Kuo. I'll reward him properly once he wins the match. Mu Chushua watched as Jiang Kuo, who had already stepped onto the stage, waved to her, and her face flushed with heat. Chapter 95, The 5 Realms of Flesh Refining. Jiang Sui stood on the ring, waiting for the challenger to arrive. Today's first challenger is Tian Kursen. Oh, it's senior sister Tian from the 3rd year, a sharpshooting expert. Senior sister Tian is already one of the top students in our regular department, and her strength may not be inferior to those in the martial arts training class. Jiang Zhan looked at instructor Pan beside him. Old Pan, is this your student? That's right. Tian Kursen has been selected for the East Alliance Army this year. She gave up the martial arts training class. Her marksmanship is expected to reach perfection this year. Instructor Pan looked at the students on the stage with appreciation. Senior sister Tian, if you defeat him, you'll be the pride of our General Affairs Department. Senior sister Tian, this person comes from Maple Leaf City and has a poor foundation. Hearing these words, Jiang Kuo clenched his fists even tighter. He had to prove himself. This battle represented Maple Leaf City. Watching the battlefield from the classroom, Instructor Pan encouraged his student, Kursen, if you defeat him, the school will give you 100 points as a reward, and I will personally give you another 100 points. Jiang Zhan looked at Lao Pan beside him, so confident. That's right. Kursen is no worse than the students in the martial arts training class. Besides, haven't you heard? This guy is from Maple Leaf City. You can't even put together an S-level martial arts skill. I think there's an 80% chance that Kursen will beat him. Jiang Kuo clenched his fists, a cold glint in his eyes. The big shots in Donglian City really like to use resources to intimidate people. Then I'll use the most basic Pajun fist to knock out the student you've got your eye on. Tian Kursen thrust out her silver spear, like a long silver dragon. Good. Let's start with our signature move. The dragon spear technique. Professor Pan applauded. However, in Jiang Kuo's eyes, Tian Kursen was very slow. Jiang Kuo's figure was like a ghost, his flowing cloud footwork was perfect, and he dodged the silver spear with a single step back. Then, the Peijun fist was unleashed, knocking Tian Kursen off the field with a single punch. Boom! It was a 1-second kill. Everyone present was speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. The perfect realm of the breaking army fist. The perfect flowing cloud step. Instructor Pan was shocked that his student had been instantly killed. This martial art, which Donglian City uses to enlighten young people, is like an S-rank technique in Jiang Kuo's hands. Is this still a C-rank martial skill? Jiang Zhan stared blankly as Jiang Kuo used 2 C-level martial arts techniques to instantly kill a challenger. Indeed, some elders in the family had studied C-level martial arts to the point of perfection in their early years, and even deduced new martial arts techniques from them. Today, I see that there are no weak martial arts techniques in the perfect realm. Jiang Kuo pointed his finger to the sky and said, remember this, you big shots of Donglian City, watch closely. This talented woman of Donglian, on whom you placed such high hopes, I killed her with a C-level martial skill. Maple Leaf City doesn't have a single S-rank martial skill, but we people of Maple Leaf City have repelled the beast tides time and time again with this C-rank martial skill. So what if it's a C-level martial skill? So what if it's Maple Leaf City? These are not things that you nobles hiding in the Iron Fortress can question. Jiang Kuo's words left Instructor Pan and the student who had just been shouting about Maple Leaf City speechless. This perfect C-level martial skill is enough to shut up those who bark like dogs. After this battle, no one dared to underestimate Maple Leaf City. Jiang Zhan led the applause for Jiang Kuo, saying, Jiang Kuo, not bad. He announced the next challenger in a deep voice, next, Su Yu. Stepping onto the arena was a richly dressed man, holding a long sword that emitted a faint blue light. I am Su Yu from the Su family. I'm here to stand up for Sister Yutong. Two martial arts techniques at the perfect level are indeed very powerful, but you've met your match. Let me show you the Jingshan Wind and Rain sword of the Su family. Zhang Qiuo's gaze fixed on Su Yu. It turned out that he was from the same family as the young lady. He would make him lose badly. Zhang Qiuo kept hearing the evaluations of Su Yu. Su Yu is a freshman this year. He has extremely high talent, and he has already received the true teachings of the Jingshan Wind and Rain sword. Su Yu comes from a true aristocratic family, and his equipment is all a grade. He is absolutely suitable to deal with Zhang Qiuo. Su Yu's longsword moved wildly in his hands, his sword techniques unpredictable. Zhang Qiuo. How dare you bully my sister like this? You're asking for it. Su Yu thrust his longsword toward Zhang Qiuo. Su Yu appeared as a tiny dot in Zhang Qiuo's pupils, and Zhang Qiuo always maintained a cold expression. His swordsmanship is indeed good, but his footwork is messy. You want a single, impressive move? Your only skill is your swordsmanship. Zhang Qiuo's gaze locked onto Su Yu's lower body, and Han Jiang gathered his strength. Zhang Qiuo kicked Su Yu hard, and Su Yu immediately landed on the ground. Riding the waves on the cold river. Zhang Jiang leaned forward abruptly, his tone noticeably urgent. With the flowing cloud steps, he instantly appeared beside Su Yu, and with the cold river treading waves technique, he launched an attack on Su Yu's lower body. His practical experience is nothing like that of a student. The deans of several colleges came, and the video of the first match where he used the breaking army fist to instantly kill Tian Kursen went viral on the school forum. How about that? Oh, isn't this the Su family's kid? How come he got beaten up so badly? Zhang Qiuo's various martial arts techniques are coordinated quite well, each move seems perfect. Zhang Qiuo, having defeated Su Yu, slowly calmed himself down. The Xianlong bone forging technique circulated fiercely within his body, nourishing every inch of muscle in his arm with the nutrients from the bone forging liquid. Zhang Qiuo's eyes lit up. After reaching the 5th level of flesh refining, his upper limbs were the first to be strengthened. In this way, even without the Black Dragon Soul Blade, one's own hands can become powerful weapons. Zhang Qiuo discovered that fighting hand-to-hand could accelerate the absorption of the bone-breaking fluid. Zhang Qiuo absorbed only a portion of this 4th-grade bone refining liquid, and his body refining realm jumped to the 5th level of flesh refining. Zhang Qiuo fought bare-handed, but he was still hiding his 100 battles sword technique. One by one, the ordinary students who came to challenge him were defeated by Zhang Qiuo. His fist techniques were fierce and powerful, and the students from the East Union's general department were defeated one by one. Large beads of sweat appeared on Zhang Qiuo's forehead. The students of Donglian Martial Arts University had a very good foundation, and Zhang Qiuo would have to expend a lot of energy to kill them with one punch. Zhang Qiuo took out the qi and blood pill that Mu Chushue had given him. Just as Zhang Suo was catching his breath, a man dressed in the uniform of an Eastern Alliance general, surrounded by several attendants, sat down in the teacher's audience section. Headmaster. Principal Su. The teachers on the stage all stood up. Su Long gestured for the teachers to sit down. Has he resolved the issues with all the students in the regular department? Zhang Zhan gestured to the hostess beside him to bring him a cup of tea. Yes, there were a total of 220 students from the general department, many of whom were defeated in one move. A glint flashed across Su Long's face as his fingers traced the materials Zhang Qiuo was working on. Don't call the next person yet, let him catch his breath first. Su Long looked at the surging blood and qi in Zhang Qiuo's body. He's collected both ancient dragon scriptures. This kid's got some interesting skills. Chapter 96, Military Ranks? A faint smile graced Mu Chushue's face. Zhang Qiuo's winning streak stirred her emotions. That's amazing, 220 consecutive wins. Zhang Suo, you've grown up so fast. Zhang Suo's blood and energy gradually recovered. Mu Chushue was amazed by your performance and rewarded you with martial arts technique advancement. The Breaking Army Fist has automatically evolved into a new martial art, the Dragon Tiger Fist. Congratulations, host, for mastering the S-rank martial art, the Dragon Tiger Fist. The soft rice system came just in time. Dragon Tiger Fist adopts the fierce and domineering momentum of Breaking Army Fist, with the power of a dragon and a tiger. Zhang Suo calmly awaited his next opponent. At Su Long's signal, Zhang Zhan called out the next opponent. Lu Hang. It's Lu Hang. Lu Hang from the Lu family in Donglian City. Oh dear, I haven't seen him at all last semester. He actually secretly entered the martial arts training class. That's only natural. They're from the Lu family of hunters. Lu Hang learned all his skills by fighting against alien beasts. The students watching the game began to discuss Lu Hang's background and abilities. On the teacher's viewing platform, several teachers were also analyzing the two players on the battlefield. Dean Lu, is the child who just came on stage yours? Please introduce him to me. Su Long looked at Lu Qinhu, the dean of the Hunter Academy and director of the Practical Assessment Department, on his left. Lu Qinhu said, Principal, teachers, Lu Hang is indeed from our Lu family. As you all know, our Lu family started out as hunters. This child, Lu Hang, is fighting against strange beasts in the wild with the elders of his family. He's mastered all the Lu family's hidden weapons. I think he is very likely to be the one to end Jiansuo's winning streak. Upon hearing the words hidden weapons, Mu Chushua's brows furrowed deeply. Little Jiang Quo, you have to try your best. That person over there comes from a family of hunters and knows how to use hidden weapons. Understanding the goddess's heart. A glint of light flashed across Jiang Quo's eyes, and he pressed the curve of his lips downwards. A family of hunters, they know how to use hidden weapons. By discerning the goddess's heart, Jiang Quo obtained information about his rival from his wife, Zhu Shui. Lu Hang held a crescent-shaped scimitar, its blade flashing with green light. You're really making waves here. I never expected someone from Maple Leaf City like you to fight your way all the way here. Regardless of victory or defeat, on behalf of the Lu family, I invite you to join this battle. Jiang Quo was speechless. Were all the scions of these aristocratic families the same? When faced with a powerful opponent, they either tried their best to suppress him or tried to win him over. Jiang Quo replied casually, No need, let's get started quickly. I'm still waiting to have a late-night snack with my beautiful mentor. Lu Hang's face was gloomy. Very good. I hope you can be just as arrogant in a little while. Lu Hang swung his sword at Jiang Quo, unleashing the Ghost 7 killing sword technique. His swordsmanship was unpredictable and full of deadly intent. S-rank sword technique, Ghost 7 kills. Judging from the murderous aura emanating from Lu Hang's blade, his ghostly 7-kill blade technique has reached the level of mastery, especially when combined with Lu Hang's subtle movement technique. A victorious smile was already on Lu Hang's face. However, Jiang Quo's dragon and tiger aura surged, and he used his dragon and tiger righteous energy to break through Jiang Quo's 7-killing aura. Jiangsuo locked onto Lu Hang with his dragon tiger fist and unleashed a powerful punch. The dragon tiger fist instantly shattered the 7 killings chi surrounding Lu Hang, causing him to stagger back 3 steps. Lu Hang's face darkened, and he slammed his fist into the crescent-shaped blade. Whoosh! 2 short blades shot out from the scabbard of the crescent-shaped scimitar. Jiang Quo, who was prepared, moved swiftly and dodged Lu Hang's attack. At this moment, Lu Hang unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons, frantically attacking Jiang Quo with weapons hidden in his sleeves and waist. They're here. Jiang Zhe displayed the flowing cloud steps, then quickly switched to the snow-treading plum blossom steps, the 2 steps rapidly stimulating the resonance of martial arts. It's the searching for plum blossoms in the snow style. Su Yutong gasped in surprise, her pupils trembling violently. That's Jiang Mu. That's him. Su Yutong was excited. The students from Donglian Martial Arts University have been fighting for so long, and they've finally forced this guy to show his true colors. With the resonance of martial arts techniques, Jiang Quo's movements were so fast that Lu Hang could not lock onto him. Suddenly, Jiang Quo flashed behind Lu Hang. Wow! Jiang Quo used the searching for plum blossoms in the snow step, didn't he? Jiang Zhan, sitting in the teacher's audience, watched Jiang Quo's figure. Su Long's eyes blazed. That's not all. How can the simple searching for plum blossoms in the snow be faster than an S-rank movement technique? There's also the resonance of martial arts. Jiang Quo appeared behind Lu Hang, his face ashen. How is this possible? How could you be so fast? A wicked smile appeared on Jiang Quo's face, and his venomous blood quickly coiled around Lu Hang, knocking Lu Hang to the ground in an instant. Su Yutong's gaze was fixed on Jiang Quo. To reveal your true level only at this moment, Jiang Mu, you really know how to pretend. Su Yutong didn't realize that her gaze towards Jiang Quo had changed from hostility to appreciation and admiration. This man who had tormented her countless times was truly strong. Su Long's gaze locked onto Jiang Quo. This kid has triggered a martial arts resonance. His movement technique has reached a transcendent level. I'm going to award him the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. If he actually finishes the remaining matches, I'll give him the rank of Colonel. The deans and mentors present were immediately drawn to Su Long's words, military rank. Jiang Quo. Listen up, if you win all the matches, I'll directly award you the rank of colonel. Jiang Qiu heard the conditions proposed by Su Long on the stage. Su Long himself was a lieutenant general in the Eastern Allied Army and could be directly appointed as a colonel. Becoming a colonel was not just an honorary title, but also meant an elevation in status. If Jiang Qiu becomes a colonel, he will have the power to mobilize troops. Maple Leaf Army was once the land that Jiang Qiu loved. Now, he actually has the opportunity to join the military, become a member of the Eastern Alliance Army, and fight on a much larger battlefield. Jiang Qiu knew that his destiny was not in a small university, but on the battlefield where he fought against alien beasts. Slay the strange beasts, repel the foreign enemies, and protect peace. Okay. I'll definitely win. For Jiang Qiu, this military rank was even more enticing than the points earned at school. Teacher, call on the next one. Seeing Jiang Qiu's resolute expression, Mu Chushue returned a sweet smile. Jiang Qiu's blood and qi surged, and his combat strength was gradually recovering. Mu Chushue's pill was being digested. Next up, Su Xinxia. Jiang Qiu accelerated the pace of the battle. Once his flowing cloud steps and snow-treading plum blossom steps resonated, it would be unsolvable for the current martial arts research class. Jiang Qiu flashed behind Su Xinxia and threw a punch. School doctor. Teacher Xia, Xinxia has fainted. Dr. Xia from the school clinic was extremely busy with today's challenge, providing various treatments without interruption. School Dr. Xia looked helplessly at Jiang Qiu on the stage. With this devil here, we're in for a lot of work. Chapter 97. My points were stolen? Jiang Qiu was drenched in sweat. The students in the martial arts training class had taken a lot of his effort. Last one, Chen Feiyu. Jiang Qiu heard the familiar name and realized it was this kid, an old acquaintance. If Jiang Qiu defeats Chen Feiyu, he'll get 4,390 points. Such a huge benefit is going to fall into the hands of one person. Chen Feiyu. And his reign. I have high hopes for Chen Feiyu. He comes from the Chun family, the wealthiest family in Donglian City. His outfit is so luxurious it's blinding. Chen Feiyu dragged the golden dragon staff onto the arena. The moment he saw Jiang Qiu, his verbal sparring mode automatically switched on. Hey, hey, hey! Jiang Qiu. Didn't expect this, did you? Your last opponent is me. You're stealing the show today. You're almost more handsome than me. Let me end your winning streak. Your glory days are mine now. Chen Feiyu's golden dragon staff struck the air, emitting a series of whistling sounds. Do you know that my equipment is worth 100 million martial coins? Scared now? I'm going to bury you in money. Among the people of Maple Leaf City, I only admire Jiang Mu. You are no match for him. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Qiu's dark eyes. You're saying that in Maple Leaf City, you only respect Jiang Mu? When Chen Fei heard Jiang Mu's name, his expression turned to one of admiration. Absolutely. Not just in Maple Leaf City, but in the entire East Union City, he's the only one I respect. A faint smile flickered across Jiang Qiu's lips. This Chen Feiyu was truly naive. You only admire Jiang Mu? Then you'll soon have to admire me too. Chen Feiyu's lips curled into a grin that reached behind his ears. Ah, you're quite good at bragging. Jiang Qiu touched the spatial ring, and the space in front of him distorted, revealing a pitch-black battle blade in his hand. After seeing the black dragon soul blade, Chen Feiyu took 3 steps back. He rubbed his eyes and focused his gaze back on the black dragon soul blade, looking at the blue light emanating from it. My god, it really is this knife. This knife was so distinctive that Chen Feiyu's chest heaved violently upon seeing it. His body trembled violently. How did you get this knife? Chen Feiyu's Adam's apple bobbed a few times before he recovered from his intense shock. You are Jiang Mu. Jiang Qiu responded with a faint smile. Young Master Chen, you're too clever, you only recognize me now. After Chen Feiyu completely confirmed that Jiang Qiu was Jiang Mu, he immediately changed his attitude. Brother Jiang Mu. It really is you. I'm so sorry, I didn't recognize you at all. Jiang Qiu raised the black dragon soul blade to his front, its blade pointing directly at Chen Feiyu. A faint smile appeared on his face. So, do you want to have another fight with me? Chen Feiyu trembled upon hearing Jiang Qiu's deep voice. I'd rather die than fight you. I had nightmares for days after you beat me last time. He clenched his fists and held them upright in front of his chest. Brother Jiang Mu, there's no need for you to do it. I'll admit defeat in a moment. Jiang Qiuo's voice was cold. Didn't you just say you were going to bury me in money? Upon hearing this, Chen Fei panicked. Brother Jiang Mu. Don't be angry, I was just talking nonsense. Chen Feiyu knelt on one knee. Brother Jiang Mu, please accept my bow. Chen Feiyu went from kneeling on one knee to kneeling on both knees and kowtowed to Jiang Qiuo, saying, Brother Jiang Mu. Jiang Qiuo was amused by Chen Feiyu's behavior. This arrogant young master of the Chen family actually kowtowed to him. Jiang Qiuo enjoyed the strange and envious looks from the teachers and students around him. The commotion reached Jiang Qiuo's ears. What is Chen Feiyu doing? Letting him go up there is to knock that arrogant Jiang Qiuo off the stage. Instead of fighting Jiang Qiuo, he kowtowed to him. Chen Feiyu stood up and walked towards the teacher's section of the audience. Teacher, I admit defeat. Admit defeat? What's the point? Don't you have any backbone? Everyone on the teacher's table was stunned for a moment, and then Chen Mo, the dean of the Divine Weapon Academy, spoke angrily. Chen Feiyu. What are you doing? Your equipment is enough to narrow the gap between you and him. If you retreat without a fight, what kind of man of the Chen family are you? Chen Mo, the dean of the Divine Weapon Academy, was a middle-aged woman whose elegant face was now filled with anger. She allowed the members of her family to lose, but she would not tolerate such a coward in her family. Chen Feiyu explained to his aunt, Aunt, this person is Jiang Mu, whom I lost to countless times in the virtual world a while ago. Auntie, that stab could have killed me. Chen Mo sat back down, her anger subsiding considerably. She had heard about Jiang Mu from her nephew. He was indeed very powerful and had even become Chen Feiyu's inner demon. The teacher's doubts were dispelled, but the students' suspicions remained. The surrounding student audience members quickly raised their voices of doubt. Chen Feiyu. You coward. He's already been taken down by over 200 men in a row, why aren't you joining the fray? Yeah, young Master Chen, aren't you known as the richest guy in the whole school? So rich you could bury someone in money. Why aren't you up here now? Chen Fei shouted at the crowd, what do you know? If I take a hit from his Black Dragon Soul Blade, even if I don't die, my Golden Dragon armor will be ruined. Why do you think the previous challengers survived? It's because Brother Jiang was merciful. If Jiang Qiuo had used a knife, those challengers would have been severely maimed or killed. Su Lon, sitting on the teacher's table, asked in a deep voice, Chen Feiyu, are you sure you want to withdraw from the competition? Chen Feiyu rested his golden dragon staff on his shoulder. I give up. After Chen Feiyu confirmed his withdrawal, Su Long immediately announced Jiang Qiuo's victory. Jiang Qiuo, it was a promise. If you successfully defend your title, I will appoint you as a colonel. After saying that, Su Long jumped off the stage from the teacher's viewing area. Come on. Su Long beckoned to his uniformed attendants, and 3 attendants carrying uniforms and colonel epaulets walked toward Jiang Qiuo. It's true. Jiang Qiuo has been awarded the rank of colonel. This is a colonel. Starting from a private, how long does it take to become a colonel? Don't be jealous of others. If you can defend against more than 200 people, I believe the principal will also award you a military rank. He got all the benefits. Su Long saluted Jiang Qiuo, who was dressed in military uniform, and said, well done. This means the Eastern Allied forces have gained another highly capable officer. Jiang Xue returned the gift. Veterans of the Maple Leaf Army salute their commander. Dressed in military uniform, he was filled with fervor, wishing he could rush onto the battlefield right now and kill hundreds of alien beasts. At this moment, the Maple Leaf Army warrior had found his home again. The ultimate destination in the battle against alien beasts. This uniform represents honor, but even more so, responsibility. Jiang Qiuo, do a good job. However, Su Long changed the subject, as for the points for defending the title. Jiang Qiuo suddenly felt something was wrong. He had scored more than 4,000 points in this round of defending the title. If that were converted into martial arts skills, it would be 4S level martial arts skills. Could it be that the school was trying to cheat because he had too many points? This is bad. Are the points I worked so hard to earn by defending my position really going to be forfeited by the school? Jiang Qiuo's eyes turned pitiful. No way, Su Long, if you try to steal my points, I'll fight you to the bitter end. Chapter 98, A Woman's Soft Rice. Peak 4th rank. Su Long said in a deep voice, we really can't come up with that many points all at once. After a long deliberation, Su Long said, how about this, I'll give you 1,000 points and open up a resonance zone for you. A place of resonance? Is it a blessed place for cultivation like the returning Origin Cave? Jiang Kuo was pondering when Chen Feiyu nudged him. Hey, brother Jiang Mu, hurry up and agree. The value of the resonance land is definitely over 4,000 points. As a local, Chen Feiyu introduced the place of resonance to Jiang Kuo, a visitor from out of town. Brother Jiang Mu, this resonance ground is no ordinary cultivation paradise. The fact that it can trigger martial arts resonance with 100% accuracy has driven all martial artists crazy. 100% chance to trigger martial arts resonance. Jiang Kuo was tempted. The grade and level of martial arts skills could create an advantage, and the resonance of martial arts skills would amplify this advantage infinitely. The flowing cloud leg technique and flowing cloud footwork resonate with each other, as do the flowing cloud footwork and snow treading plum blossom steps. The flowing cloud steps trigger a double resonance, allowing this combination technique to surpass the perfect S-level footwork. The Xianlong bone forging technique and the ancient dragon scripture also triggered the martial arts resonance. Breathing techniques are meant to lay the foundation, and using the ancient dragon scripture, which triggered the martial arts resonance, to cultivate is like others laying earthen foundations, while Jiang Kuo directly uses reinforced concrete to lay the foundation. Jiang Kuo's foundation is very solid. Among those of the same realm, no one has more blood in Qi than him, and no one has a stronger physical body. Being invincible within the same realm has become a reality. Brother Jiang Mu. Even if our Chen family throws money at it, we can't get into this resonance zone. Don't miss it, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Chen Feiyan kept describing the advantages of the land of resonance to Jiang Kuo, afraid that he would make the wrong choice. Jiang Kuo was well aware of the value of the resonance ground. His silence just now was simply because he was thinking about what martial arts skills he could still use to trigger the resonance. Alright, Principal Su. Yes, I look forward to your performance. Su Long said to the students, classmates, that's enough for today. Go home early. Su Yutan's gaze lingered on Jiang Kuo. She hesitated, as if she wanted to say something, and her face slowly turned rosy and radiant. Her small mouth looked like a little cherry. River. Just as Su Yutan was about to step forward and greet Jiang Kuo, Mu Chushua appeared beside Jiang Kuo. Seeing that Teacher Mu was already beside Jiang Kuo, Su Yutan frowned, turned around and left. Oh dear, Yutan, this isn't like you at all. That person has tormented you several times, you have to defeat him. Mu Chushua quickly placed a kiss on Jiang Kuo's cheek. Well done, little Jiang Kuo. Jiang Kuo hummed with enjoyment. My dear Chushua, my teeth haven't been working too well lately, so I'd like to eat something soft. Mu Chushua's cheeks flushed slightly. This brat, he's getting too big for his britches after achieving a little success. But she had indeed promised to reward him. Okay, come with me. Jiang Kuo was overjoyed. Oh. It's his wife's own little apartment. Jiang Kuo followed Mu Chushua around excitedly. That alluring silhouette, that fragrant breeze, Jiang Kuo, the gigolo, has arrived. Mu Chushua's small apartment. After Jiang Kuo entered the small apartment, he found that the atmosphere seemed to have changed. It was no longer the ambiguous atmosphere of candlelight and lamplight, but a kind of coldness. Stand still. Mu Chushua's tone was cold and aloof, like a strict teacher disciplining a disobedient child. Oh no, what's wrong with my wife, Chushue? A woman's heart is truly unfathomable. She was all smiles just a moment ago, but now she's all fierce. Faced with Mu Chushue's aura, Jiang Kuo was like a little kid, standing still against the wall. Mu Chushue stretched out her long, slender legs in black stockings. How is it? Does it look good? Jiang Kuo stared, mesmerized. So beautiful. So beautiful. Mu Chushua abruptly changed the subject, throwing a crucial question at Jiang Kuo. Am I prettier or is she prettier? Of course, my wife, Chushue, is prettier. Mu Chishua's lips curved slightly as she quickly moved closer to Jiang Kuo. You chatterbox, what's your relationship with Su Yutan? I think the way she's looking at you is weird. Jiang Kuo suddenly realized that his wife, Chushue, was jealous again. At this point, I could only tell the truth, and it was indeed the right thing to do. First Snow, I met Su Yutan in the virtual space. I beat her up several times in the virtual space. She just stuck to me like that, and this challenge with more than 200 people was all her doing. Mu Chushue lightly pinched Jiang Kuo's chest with her fingers. Oh, you really suffered. Jiang Xuan nodded vigorously, looking very aggrieved, but this aggrieved nod gradually changed its tone. Jiang Kuo nodded his head and then nuzzled against Mu Chushue's shoulder, his hands also resting on Mu Chushue's back. His hand gently stroked Muchushua's back, and Muchushua pushed him away while saying, you bad boy, repeatedly. Muchushua pushed Zhang Qiuo's mouth away. Wait, help me with acupressure and meridian opening first, then I'll reward you. Helping Chu Shui open her acupoints and meridians is a kind of reward. Zhang Qiuo grinned mischievously. Okay. Bad guy. A blush spread across Muchushua's cheeks. She could clearly hear Zhang Qiuo's breathing and reluctantly wriggled out of his embrace. Muchushua composed herself, lay down on the sofa, and swung her long legs in front of Zhang Qiuo, her black stockings accentuating her figure. Little technician, it's time to start the session. Zhang Qiuo rubbed his hands together to warm them with his blood and qi. His eyes were fixed on those tempting little feet, and then he pounced on them like a hungry tiger. Muchushua hadn't experienced Zhang Qiuo's advanced massage techniques in a long time, and for a moment, she was in pain from the stimulation of her blood and qi. A blush spread from Muchushua's neck to her cheeks. Damn it, this is so embarrassing. Muchushua, you're already at the late stage of the 7th rank, how could you act like this in front of this little Zhang Qiuo? How awkward. Muchushua turned her burning cheeks away. Humph. You bad guy. Zhang Qiuo's finger technique was fluent, and even Muchushua, who was at the late stage of the 7th rank, was defeated at this moment. This kind of stimulation was to mobilize the qi and blood in her body. Muchushua gave a coquettish laugh, and then her martial arts cultivation level actually rose another level, reaching the peak of the 7th rank. Zhang Qiuo stared blankly at his wife, Chu Shui. This breakthrough was truly unexpected. With her blood and energy flowing smoothly, Muchushua lazily enjoyed the ease of breaking through her cultivation level. Heavens, how come this kid's technique is so good? He actually helped me advance to another minor realm. After Muchushua broke through her cultivation level, the notification sound from the soft rice system arrived as scheduled. Muchushua has broken through to the peak of the 7th rank due to her acupoint opening technique, and is rewarded with increased martial arts cultivation. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the peak of the 4th rank. Zhang Qiuo was pleasantly surprised to feel the changes in his body. This realm had come too easily. As long as you serve your wife Chushua diligently, the soft rice system will automatically reward you with martial arts cultivation. Muchushua naturally noticed the changes in Zhang Qiuo. This guy must be hiding some secret. Chapter 99, Zhang Qingyao's Threat. A Place of Resonance. Su Long personally led Zhang Qiuo into a wondrous blessed land that was sealed off by a barrier. The restriction device, crafted from refined copper, continuously emitted golden light. These are students from Donglian Martial Arts University. The military warriors guarding this wondrous blessed land made way for Zhang Qiuo, and a ripple appeared as the golden glowing barrier opened a gap. Zhang Sui entered the land of resonance through the passage. Zhang Qiuo entered the place of resonance, surrounded by misty water vapor. He slowly descended the stone steps. This place of resonance is also a hot spring. Zhang Sui continued walking towards the center of the resonance site, where he could already hear the rushing water. Zhang Qiuo pushed aside the blue gauze curtain blocking his view, and his eyes met a pair of stunningly beautiful eyes. The woman had fair skin and a curvaceous figure, like a lotus emerging from the water. Ah, you filthy scoundrel! I'll gouge your eyes out. The black veil swiftly drifted towards the woman, completely enveloping her body, yet her curves remained exquisite. Keep watching. Golden light shimmered in the woman's eyes. In an instant, a heavy pressure of qi and blood formed around Zhang Qiuo, and he was pressed to the ground. The pressure from this surge of energy was so immense that Zhang Qiuo couldn't even lift his head. Who are you? How did you get in? The woman's tone was cold, accompanied by the sound of her stepping out of the spring. I am from Donglian Martial Arts University. Zhang Qiuo explained under the immense pressure of this energy. The woman slowly approached Zhang Qiuo. Zhang Qiuo could not see the woman's face, but he could see a pair of delicate, rosy feet that kept getting closer to him, with water droplets on them. I don't care who you are. The woman's cold tone was tinged with anger as she placed her wet foot directly on Zhang Qiuo's shoulder. Oh no! Zhang Qiuo realized that this woman's strength was above that of his wife, Chu Shui. This is really complicated now. Principal Su, you've got me in deep trouble. Zhang Qiuo tried to explain, I am a student in the Donglian martial arts training class. Principal Su Long brought me in. This situation was truly unexpected. If this woman were reasonable and could be reasoned with, then I would still have a chance to escape. Hopefully, the women of the Donglian family are reasonable. The woman's tone remained cold, and her previous anger was no longer noticeable. I don't care about that. If you see my body, you'll die. Well, the women from the powerful families of Donglian City are indeed unreasonable. Even though Jiang Qiuo was so overwhelmed by the pressure of her blood and qi that she could hardly breathe, she said, bathing in the open is already licentious enough. And if someone sees you, do you still have the nerve to say that? A water ripple sword was placed against Jiang Qiuo's neck. Xingyao, Xingyao. Another female voice came from behind, and she quickly came to their side. Jiang Qiuo sensed the aura of the newcomer, an aura that was incredibly powerful. Jiang Qiuo's situation is now even worse. He can hardly deal with Xingyao alone. Wait, Xingyao? Jiang Xingyao, the #1 female martial artist of the Eastern Alliance. Even if his wife, Zhu Shui, came, she couldn't save him now. In addition, there's a woman who's also quite capable. Xingyao, what's wrong? Xinger, this person has seen me naked. Su Qing covered her mouth, oh dear. Today, Uncle said he's going to let a student from the Donglian martial arts training class enter the resonance land. I didn't expect you to be here today. Jiang Qingyao pouted her delicate lips. Xinger, you've ruined my life. Su Qing grabbed Jiang Qingyao's arm and said, if you're really unhappy with this kind of scoundrel, just kill him. The important thing is that the sea barrier is broken and sea monsters might attack the sea defense line. Jiang Qingyao released the pressure restraints on Jiang Qiuo's body. Lift your head. Jiang Qiuo looked up as Jiang Qingyao stirred his blood and met her stunningly beautiful eyes. You're Jiang Qiuo, the one who took on 279 opponents of the same rank yesterday? I heard that Uncle Su also awarded you a military rank. This surprised Jiang Qiuo. His name had actually reached the ears of the top female warrior of the Eastern Alliance. Yes, it's me. A mark of blood and qi was branded on Jiang Qiuo's neck, but Jiang Qingyao's eyes remained indifferent. It seems you do have martial arts talent. With the rampant beasts threatening human homes, Donglian City is in dire need of manpower. I will spare your life for now. However, don't think you can just let this go. You've seen my body. 2 years to kill the bishop of the Beast God Church. He's an 8th rank martial artist, otherwise, you'll still be dead. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Qingyao's face. You don't need to think about running away. With this blood imprint, I can find you no matter where you are in the world. Wow! I only glanced at it, and it's so expensive. The head of the bishop of the Church of the Beast God, after 2 years. Jiang Qingyao withdrew the water wave sword that was held against Jiang Qiuo's neck. Su Qing took Jiang Qingyao's hand and said, Xingyao, I heard from my uncle that this guy is invincible among his peers. If he really kills the bishop in 2 years, will we just let it go? This is a girl's reputation. Jiang Qingyao remained calm. Well, compared to the stability of Donglian City, what I have is nothing. Su Qing stared wide-eyed at Jiang Qiuo and stuck out her tongue. Jiang Qiuo, that is, our Qingyao is magnanimous. Magnanimity? Not necessarily. The whole thing started because you didn't inform them properly. Jiang Qiuo now hated Su Qing to the core. Jiang Qiuo, you should cherish your time in the land of resonance. You owe our Qingyao the head of a bishop from the Church of the Beast God. If you can bring out the resonance of 1 or 2 martial arts techniques in the resonance zone, you still have a chance. A bishop's head allowed you to see the body of Jiang Qingyao, the Alliance's #1 female warrior. You've hit the jackpot. Su Qing pointed to the spring water where Jiang Qingyao had soaked. Let me give you some advice, there are good things deep in the spring. Jiang Qingyao took Su Qing's hand and said, let's go. After the two left, Jiang Qiuo stood there, stunned, glancing at the bishop's head. Why wouldn't she want the head of the beast god Pope? Jiang Qiuo recalled those exquisite curves in his mind and unconsciously swallowed. It seemed that she really was worth the head of a bishop. If I could cut off the head of another bishop, could I get one more look at it? Jiang Qiuo touched the burning hot blood mark on the back of his neck and let out a long sigh. If Jiang Qingyao, the #1 female martial artist of the Eastern Alliance, wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. 2 years. I want to raise my martial arts cultivation to a high level, at least the 7th rank. During this time, I cannot stop honing my martial arts skills. Jiang Qiuo was about to kill the bishop, but this unexpected incident was like a whip lashing him hard, spurring him to go wild on the path of martial arts. This time, we need to bring out more martial arts techniques to resonate in this resonance area. Strictly speaking, the first and second volumes of the ancient dragon scripture are 2 different martial arts techniques. Could we try to trigger the martial arts resonance between the two parts of the ancient Dragon Sutra? Chapter 100 Martial Arts Resonance. In the place of resonance, the air was filled with the mist of water. Zhang Qiuo was shirtless, and the warm spring water kept pattering against his body. Zhang Qiuo exhaled a long breath and began to circulate the first volume of the ancient dragon scripture. His breathing became rough, his breaths coming in like those of a dragon. Within a few breaths, the exercise began to flow like water. Zhang Qiuo released his vital energy outwards, and a vital energy Dharma image appeared behind him. This vital energy Dharma image was a relatively pale blood-colored light. Zhang Sui resumed reading the second volume of the ancient Dragon Sutra. With each breath, qi and blood are transformed externally. The externalized qi and blood slowly wrapped around his Dharma image, and the blood-red light of the qi and blood Dharma image became slightly brighter. It seems like something's still missing. Zhang Sui could clearly feel that the Dharma image and the externalized qi and blood were merging to a certain extent, but the degree of merging was obviously not enough. Zhang Sui then performed the two-stage breathing technique again. This time, he plunged headlong into the depths of the hot spring. The warm spring water continuously pattered against his body. As Zhang Qiuo went deeper into the spring, he heard the roar of a dragon. Deep within this hot spring, my breathing technique is being accelerated. The two breathing techniques started operating simultaneously. A beam of light began to lift Zhang Qiuo up, and golden martial arts energy slowly seeped into him through his open pores. The light emanating from the aura behind him began to brighten continuously, and the aura behind him was becoming stronger. The originally faint blood-red light eventually turned into a bright light. The externalization of qi and blood and the entanglement of qi and blood in the later volume of the ancient Dragon Sutra are perfectly integrated into the qi and blood Dharma form. In addition, Zhang Qiuo was pleasantly surprised to find that the breathing technique had made his body tempering faster. The resonance between the Shenlong bone forging technique and the first volume of the ancient dragon scripture originally changed the speed of the breathing technique from flowing water to a rushing spring. Now, the resonance between the first and second volumes of the ancient dragon scripture makes the speed of the breathing technique like a tsunami. At this moment, Zhang Qiuo felt that the speed at which he was accumulating cultivation had taken off. Riding on his current surge of excitement, Zhang Qiuo continued to break through his limits. Dragon Tiger Fist. Zhang Sui began to practice his Dragon Tiger Fist in the spring water, his fists generating a powerful force even with the resistance of the water. Zhang Qiuo felt the water flowing past him, and all he could hear was the sound of the Dragon Tiger Fist striking the water. He focused intently on controlling the muscles in his body, his fist breaking through the water's surface, while the first volume of the ancient dragon scripture also circulated simultaneously. The Dharma image behind Zhang Qiuo began to perform the Dragon Tiger Fist together with him. Every time Zhang Sui threw a punch, the Dharma image behind him would also throw a punch. In an instant, the Dharma image behind Zhang Qiuo unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Splash! The powerful punch that Fa Xiang delivered sent a huge spray of water shooting into the sky, several meters high, like a water dragon soaring into the heavens. The water jets quickly splashed outwards, and the crisp sound reached Zhang Qiuo's ears from all directions. The essence of Dragon Tiger Fist and the Dharma image of ancient dragon scripture are perfectly matched and resonate with each other. The punch that the Dharma image unleashed was incredibly powerful, surpassing even the Azure Dragon Slash unleashed by the Black Dragon Soul Blade. Zhang Qiuo's martial arts skills have reached a level far beyond that of his peers. Zhang Qiuo has experienced martial arts resonance 5 times, not to mention martial arts techniques that have reached perfection. Next comes martial arts cultivation. Zhang Qiuo dried himself off. Now that he was at the peak of the 4th rank, to kill an 8th rank bishop, he not only needed the strength to deal with the bishop, but also the ability to make contact with him. A bishop is bound to be surrounded by a group of skilled fighters. To kill a bishop, you would have to deal with his protectors and deacons as well. In this way, his strength would at least reach the 7th rank. 7th rank? 2 years. Zhang Sui stepped out of the place of resonance. What should I do about my martial arts realm? Just then, Zhang Qiuo's communicator rang, and he answered it. Brother Jiang, we've arrived at Donglian. Sumu's phone call brought Zhang Qiuo hope. My alchemist has arrived. Really? Where are you? I'll be right there. Zhang Qiuo was excited to hear that Sumu was coming, because Sumu's arrival meant that Jiangmu Pharmacy in Maple Leaf City had developed very well. Sumu said that once he has refined enough medicine to supply Jiangmu Pharmacy for a year, he will come to Donglian to find him. Now that Sumu has arrived, the next step is to expand and grow Jiangmu Pharmacy in Donglian. Jiangmu Pharmacy will have a brighter future with the Donglian platform. Jiang Qiuo brought back Su Mu and his sister in the South 3rd District. To his even greater surprise, Su Mu brought Jiang Qiuo 30 million martial coins. We're rich. The resource issue can at least be resolved at this stage. Jiang Qiuo led Su Mu and his sister toward Donglian Martial Arts University, already having a clear direction for Jiangmu Pharmaceuticals development in Donglian. First, Jiangmu Pharmacy was opened at Donglian Martial Arts University, and then it was expanded to the entire Donglian area. With Donglian Martial Arts University as its backing, Jiangmu Pharmacy was able to gain a foothold in the entire Donglian area. To open a pill-selling store at Donglian Martial Arts University, Jiang Qiuo still needed the help of the school leaders, so he dialed Su Long's number. "Principal Su, I would like to open a pharmacy on campus." Su Long on the other end of the phone was clearly surprised and remained silent for a while. As long as the pills meet the standards of the Eastern Alliance Alchemist Association, there will be no problem with the school. "Thank you, Principal Su." With the principal's permission, opening a pharmacy within the East Union Martial Arts University is a done deal. Su Mu can now refine Qi and blood pills of grades 1 to 4, as well as golden body liquid and bone forging soup, all of which are best-selling medicines. "Brother Jiang, I'm now trying to refine a grade 5 Qi and blood pill and a bone cleansing elixir. As long as I have enough exotic beast materials, I will be able to successfully refine it in no time." Upon hearing this news, Jiang Qiuo exclaimed, "5th grade Qi and blood pill, bone strengthening elixir. Su Mu, your progress in alchemy is too fast. A grade 5 Qi and blood pill requires materials from a grade 5 exotic beast. It seems I'll have to go back to my old profession. Go become a hunter and hunt strange beasts in the wild." Jiang Qiuo looked at Su Mu with appreciation. "Don't worry, you can focus on refining the other pills these next few days. I'll take care of the materials for the 5th grade exotic beasts." With the 30 million, Jiang Qiuo first went to buy a grade 5 Qi and blood pill. The East Sea of Donglian City is a paradise for exotic beasts, with a large number of 4th and 5th grade exotic beasts. After leaving Donglian City, Jiang Sui took an elevator to the moored fishing boat on the highest steel city wall in the sea. The fishing and hunting boats are made entirely of grade B alloy, with large iron chains connecting the boats to the iron nets. Several fishing boats used iron nets to stir up the strange beasts in the sea, throwing them onto the platforms of the fishing and hunting boats, where hunters on the boats would kill them. With a roar, the fishing boat started up and sailed out of the harbor. "We've set sail. Young man, you're going out to sea too?" A middle-aged hunter is sharpening an iron halberd. "Wow, such a young 4-star hunter. You can follow behind us for a bit." Chapter 101 Rock-Armored Fish Beast. Driven by the raging winds, the sea surged with waves, like countless enraged beasts. Huge waves surged and crashed violently against the fishing boat. A group of hunters stood on the deck of the fishing boat, braving the howling sea breeze. Jiang Qiuo's black dragon soul blade was already itching for a bite, and he stared intently at the sea. "Young man, this knife is quite nice. It must be from a prestigious family." The hunter with the halberd asked, and when he smiled, his face was full of wrinkles. Jiang Qiuo shook his head. "I don't come from any prestigious family. I'm just an ordinary student." "An ordinary student? How is that possible? Where would an ordinary student get a grade 5 Qi and blood pill?" The halberd-wielding hunter stared at the sea, seemingly waiting for the sea monster to be caught and brought onto the deck so he could rush up and kill it. Jiang Qiuo smiled and said, "This grade 5 Qi and blood pill was bought for me by a friend who owns a shop." "Oh, you two are really close. After this fishing trip, give the boat captain your share, and I'll go get a grade 5 Qi and blood pill too." A glint of anticipation flashed in the halberd hunter's eyes, as if he were looking forward to the days after reaching the 5th rank. In addition to the fleet's own hunting teams, the warriors on the fishing and hunting ships also include free hunters who voluntarily board the ships. The fishing and hunting ships take 20% of the exotic beast materials obtained by these hunters as sailing expenses. On the fishing boat, the iron chains clattered and rattled, and the waves on the sea were stirred up even more violently by the fishing boat's iron net. "Young man, get ready. If you can catch 1 or 2 blood seals this time, you'll make a fortune." Boom! The massive alloy iron chain suddenly lifted the iron mesh upwards. A large number of sea creatures were lifted into the air by the iron net, and Jiang Qiuo's eyes quickly locked onto the most valuable creature in the air. "Hurry! Hurry! Hurry! Don't give the beasts a chance to breathe. Kill them all quickly, don't let them return to the sea." The hunters on the ship formed a cordon, waiting for the monster to fall into their trap. Swords flashed and shadows danced. Slap! Slap! The beast landed on the deck, and its slime quickly made the deck wet and sticky. A blood seal with the chi and blood chi of the 5th rank. The blood seal was frantically pounding on the deck, moving madly towards the edge. Zhang Qiuo's eyes gleamed with excitement. The blood seal, known as the treasure of blood and chi in the sea, is the most abundant in blood and chi among the 5th grade exotic beasts, making it an excellent material for refining 5th grade blood and chi pills. Zhang Qiuo swiftly drew his black dragon soul blade, his body shooting towards the blood seal like an arrow released from a bow. Wow! Wow! This kid! He's really fast! His movement technique can even trigger martial arts resonance. The halberd hunter had just killed a 3rd grade exotic beast and was heading towards where the blood seal had fallen, but he was quickly blocked by the exotic beast in front of him. Zhang Qiuo swiftly slashed at the blood seal with his black dragon soul blade, followed by the wind and thunder blade chi and the azure dragon slash, which severed the blood seal's head. A wisp of eerie blue soul entered the black dragon soul blade in Zhang Qiuo's hand. The black dragon soul blade emitted a series of humming sounds, showing great satisfaction with this energy-rich beast soul. A slight smile curved Zhang Qiuo's lips. Little glutton, I'll make sure you eat your fill today. Amidst envious glances from the crowd, Zhang Qiuo wiped the blood off his knife onto the seal. Such a young 4-star hunter, if we sold this blood seal, it would be enough to feed our whole family for a month. It's not that they're lucky, it's that they're strong. Didn't you see they have martial arts resonance? He extended his spatial ring and put the blood seal into it. Sumu now had the exotic beast material to refine the blood pill. Zhang Qiuo took the lion's share this time, so he didn't compete with the hunters on the fishing boat for the remaining 4th and 3rd grade exotic beasts. He was simply clearing away the strange creatures that were about to fall from the deck into the sea. Zhang Qiuo's blood and chi surged, and the 5th grade blood and chi pill was slowly being digested in his body. The 5th grade chi and blood pill has a strong medicinal effect, and it will continue to be digested in the body after being swallowed whole. This process may take up to a week, after which the medicinal power of the chi and blood pill will fully penetrate the body. After one round of hunting, the fishing fleet sailed towards more distant seas. A pair of boatmen carrying cleaning tools emerged from the cabin. They quickly cleaned the sticky, fishy deck, using wild boar bristle brushes to scrub away the beast blood and slime. The cleaning crew has arrived. Let's rest for a while and wait for them to finish cleaning before hauling in the nets again. The hunter with the halberd tossed a bottle of wine to Zhang Qiuo, saying, "It's windy at sea. Have some wine to warm yourself up." Zhang Qiuo smelled the liquor. It was just ordinary grain liquor infused with some 2nd grade exotic beast materials. I picked it up and took a sip, and my blood circulation quickened. My body immediately felt warm and comfortable. Good wine. That's for sure, it's brewed from grains. And soaked in the bones of mythical beasts. The halberd-wielding hunter looked at the black dragon soul blade in Zhang Qiuo's hand. Young man, the knife in your hand looks quite impressive. The material seems to be B grade, but its power seems to have surpassed that of an A grade battle knife. Zhang Qiuo's eyes lit up. This hunter uncle really knew his stuff. The black dragon soul blade, as a growth-type weapon, constantly absorbed the souls of alien beasts to gain nourishment. The Black Dragon Soul Blade is now at the 5th level of Resurrection, with a 25% attack speed bonus and a 25% attack bonus, along with Wind and Thunder Blade energy, making it extremely powerful. It's important to understand that for bonuses like attack speed and strength, the more difficult it is to increase by even 1% in the later stages, the greater the increase in value. This knife is very strong. While the two were chatting, the cleaning team had already finished cleaning the deck. The halberd-wielding hunter stood up. They're coming right away. Get ready, I have a feeling there might be a big shipment this time. Zhang Qiuo looked at the sea surface. The waves were obviously smaller than before, and the degree of churning was far less than before. Is there a large shipment? Does that mean the calmer the sea, the stronger the monster trapped in the iron net? Clang, clang. The heavy alloy chains kept dragging the iron mesh, and the gears struggled to operate. Zhang Qiuo looked at the gear disc. Was this a real trap for the large cargo? Wow! A giant curtain of water suddenly appeared, and a rock-armored fish beast crashed onto the deck. It's a 6th grade exotic beast. Quickly try to surround and wipe her out. The 6th grade rock-armored fish beast possesses a body of rock armor, a high-grade material for armor. Its flesh and blood can also be used as the main ingredients for elixirs, especially its fish bones, which can be used to make body-refining potions. The rock-armored fish beast is a treasure trove from head to toe. Jiang Qiuo drew his black dragon soul blade, his feet moving with lightning speed as he approached the rock-armored fish beast. A greedy glint flashed in Jiang Qiuo's eyes. It wouldn't hurt for me to give this 6th-grade exotic beast a try. Just as Jiang Qiuo was about to unleash the Azure Dragon Slash, the 6th-grade rock-armored fish beast suddenly pounced, its immense force shaking the ship. The beast opened its blood-red maw and swallowed several of the nearest fishing and hunting warriors whole. Chapter 102: Reviving the Six Realms. After swallowing several warriors, the rock-armored fish beast slammed its tail against the deck, using the force of the impact to escape back into the sea. After entering the sea, the rock-armored fish-like creatures repeatedly rammed the fishing boats, emitting waves of provocation. Damn it! We lost several brothers, and this rock turtle still got away. If we can capture this rock turtle, think of how many grade 5 chi and blood pills and armor materials it will produce. The higher the grade of a mythical beast, the more cunning it is. There weren't many exotic beasts online this time. Even the 3rd and 4th grade exotic beasts were pitifully few. Not many strange beasts were caught on this net. They were all eaten by that rock-armored fish beast. Notify the other ships, a 6th grade beast has escaped. Let's hurry and lay another trap. The alloy iron chain sank back into the sea. Taking advantage of the break when the internet went offline again, Jiang Qiuo began to look up information about the rock-armored fish beast in the Beast Encyclopedia on his communicator. Rock-armored fish beast, all its materials are available for purchase. The whole fish is worth 10 million. 10 million. This rock-armored fish beast is actually worth so much, it's equivalent to Sumu selling pills in Maple Leaf City for several months. The barbed wire was lowered quickly this time, and everyone was on high alert. Because of the rock-armored fish beast, many people missed their target and didn't manage to kill many of the strange beasts. Jiang Qiuo stared intently at the sea. The iron net had completely sunk into the water, and the hunt for the strange beast had begun. Young man, you'd better keep a close eye on him this time. The gears turned and the iron mesh began to be dragged. Jiang Qiuo gripped the black dragon soul blade tightly, his gaze fixed on the sea. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 curtains of water roared into the sky. Jiang Qiuo's eyes were burning. Could there be 2 6th-grade rock-armored fish beasts behind these 2 water curtains? Boom! The 2 rock-armored fish beasts crashed onto the deck. 2 rock-armored fish beasts. This is bad. We can handle 1, but 2 is a real problem. Quickly extend the deck of the neighboring ship and let our brothers on the neighboring ship come over to help us. At this moment, Jiang Qiuo's blood and chi surged, releasing a huge blood and chi dharma image, from which bursts of blood and chi light and shadow emanated. It's a dharma form. Someone has activated their chi and blood dharma form. The enormous, blood and vital giant unleashed a powerful punch, the dragon tiger fist, at the rock-armored fish beast lying on the deck. The powerful fist of chi and blood dharma form blasted through the rock-armored fish beast in an instant. Holy crap! Is this young man that fierce? Quickly, don't let the warriors from the neighboring ship get over. Let's surround and kill that other rock-armored fish beast. The warriors were excited. The rock-armored fish beast in front of Jiang Qiuo was powerless to resist. Jiang Qiuo's black dragon soul blade struck down the rock-armored fish beast. The black dragon soul blade swallowed the blue, rock-armored fish beast's soul in one gulp. The black dragon soul blade trembled violently. This mass of strange beast souls had given the black dragon soul blade a real treat. Jiang Qiuo looked at the black dragon soul blade expectantly. This massive rock-armored fish beast's soul is so large, it must be very nutritious. Black dragon soul blade, you can break through now, right? The black dragon soul blade absorbed the soul of a 6th-grade exotic beast, raising its rank to a grade and reaching the 6th realm of resurrection. The black dragon soul blade has reached the 6th level of the resurrection realm, increasing attack speed by 30% and strength by 30%. It's done. The texture of the black dragon soul blade changed completely. Jiang Qiuo felt that the black dragon soul blade in his hand had become much heavier. The soul blade shone brightly. An even bigger surprise appeared. Jiang Qiuo's blood and chi surged, and he was frantically absorbing the medicinal power of the 5th-grade blood and chi pill. They're here. They're here. The 5th-grade realm has arrived so quickly. As he breathed, his aura rose, and the hunters who had finished killing the 6th-grade rock-armored fish beast noticed the change in Jiang Qiuo's aura. That young man who could summon a dharma image just now has broken through to the 5th rank. At the 5th rank, how powerful must his dharma form be? After this trip, he will be able to become a certified 6-star hunter. 6-star hunters can receive stipends from the bounty board. Jiang Qiuo's breathing gradually became steady, solidifying his realm. The sea breeze howled as Jiang Qiuo prepared to collect the rock-armored fish beasts lying on the deck. Bang! The bow of the fishing boat tilted upwards, and in an instant, the fishing boat that Jiang Qiuo was on stood upright. The warriors on the deck lost their balance. The rock-armored fish also fell into the sea. There's a strange beast at the bottom of the ship. Jiang Qiuo's feet slipped, but he exerted his strength suddenly, using the flowing cloud steps to climb upwards on the tilting hull of the boat. Ah! Don't want! Some martial artists in the center of the deck stumbled and fell into the sea, while others were lucky enough to grab onto something to hold onto. Jiang Qiuo's chest heaved violently as he gazed at the sea from the highest point of the fishing boat. The fishing boat kept sinking into the deep sea, and the powerful suction force pulled it violently into the water. Jiang Qiuo watched as the fishing boat under his feet was sinking into the sea at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Qiuo kept looking at the bottom of the fishing boat, his heart in his throat, because he still hadn't seen what the strange beast looked like. The entire sea area seemed to be shrouded in something. The Dharma form of qi and blood. Behind Jiang Qiuo appeared a giant-like aura of blood and energy. After reaching the 5th rank, the aura became even larger, and its blood-red color deepened. His body radiated a dragon-like aura, and fibrous threads behind him guided the Dharma image. Jiang Qiuo stretched out one hand as if to grab, and the qi and blood Dharma image behind him made the same gesture. The giant hand of the qi and blood Dharma form plunged deep into the ocean, constantly stirring. Yes! Found it! The qi and blood Dharma form grasped something, and the sensation of touching it instantly traveled to Jiang Qiuo's hand. As Jiang Qiuo was trying to pull the strange beast in the water upwards, a feeling of depletion of qi and blood surged through his body. The light of the aura behind him dimmed instantly, and Jiang Qiuo's pupils trembled wildly. That strange beast in the sea was so powerful. The aura and blood behind Jiang Qiuo dissipated. 2 jet-black tentacles suddenly wrapped around Jiang Qiuo's body and then quickly dragged him into the sea. Oh no! The pitch-black tentacles kept squeezing towards Jiang Qiuo. Xianlong golden body. Jiang Qiuo gritted his teeth and held on to the black dragon soul blade. After the black tentacle touched the black dragon soul blade, it retracted for a moment. Jiang Qiuo slowly channeled his blood and qi into the black dragon soul blade. The black tentacles temporarily retreated, trapping Jiang Qiuo in a cage formed by 2 tentacles. Then, the heavy pressure of blood and qi began to press down on the center of the cage. Jiang Qiuo felt a wave of dizziness. Then one by one, small octopus-like creatures crawled in through the gaps in the cage. Holy crap! This strange beast even has cubs. These cubs began attacking Jiang Sua. Jiang Qiuo continuously unleashed sword energy with his black dragon soul blade, the wind and thunder sword energy slashing and killing the cubs. These little octopuses kept rushing into the cage, one after another. This female octopus can really reproduce. Jiang Qiuo continuously activated the black dragon soul blade, channeling his vital energy into it in waves. The seawater inside the cage was stained dark green by the blood of the octopus-like creature. Damn it, these octopus-like monsters are impossible to kill.